We are here. Welcome, everyone, to the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series Finals. It is, oh my gosh, 3-4 months now that we have been seeing the best of the best in MarvelSnap grind their way through different qualifiers from all around the world. I can't even begin to tell you the reception that we have received and the positive feedback that we've received from you, our viewers, our players of MarvelSnap, and it has all led to this moment. The best of the best are here today to compete for the official crown and the official title of MarvelSnap World Champion. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. I am your MC for today, the executive producer, and the man with all of the buttons. I will be helping here behind the scenes, making this all for you, while we have some of the best casters and content creators showcasing and shoutcasting the gameplay here for you today. So we have something that we've never done before. We're starting off with a 1-hour pre-show. This pre-show is to kind of let you know what's happened, where we are, how did we get here. And I am proud to say that we have two amazing content creators and casters for you today that will be taking over that responsibility. One returning, one, well, I don't need to give any further introduction for. He is the #1 name on YouTube right now for MarvelSnap. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Regis Kilbin. Regis, welcome in, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, man, that's a really, really nice introduction. But like, you just got me so hyped. You are so good at this, by the way. Like, forget me. Like, you are the star here. That was incredible, man. What a lead in. What a moment. It's really an honor to be here. Honestly, it's been so fun watching this unfold, and how much crazy work has gone into it, and how much talent from all the players and production has gone into it. And to be here and just be a small part of it is it's a really nice honor. So thank you for having me.
It's our absolute pleasure to have you here today and your cohort for the next several hours. You've seen him in the past razzing the best of the best, but now he is here today to lead the charge alongside of Regis Kilbin. Even though he says he's not, I'm pretty sure he is my dance, at least, because it is not my dance. What's going on, sir? How you doing, man?
I'm stoked. This is going to be an absolute blast. There's been such a culmination. There's been so much excitement, as I've heard from so many different players. The months of preparation for each individual qualifier, 3 different rounds, been continually battling the best out of the best out of the best, going into the finals that we have the absolute pleasure and the honor of casting, talking, and watching today. So I'm absolutely stoked. It's an absolute honor to be here.
Yeah, this is an exciting day in the world of MarvelSnap, and I have to preemptively give thanks to Second Dinner and all of MarvelSnap and everybody behind the scenes that have made the months of productions happen. And now this is the fun part now. We get to recap, we get to take a look at everything that's happened, and then we get to just watch amazing gameplay from some of the best players in the world. So, Regis, not my dance. This is your show from here on out. So, how you wish to lead it is on you. No pressure whatsoever. I leave no pressure to you at all. I just simply say the show is yours. Gentlemen, have fun.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you give me this crazy introduction and really hype me up, and now you say there's no pressure. I don't
know if he understands what pressure is.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is the greatest casting duo in the history of the world. No pressure.
Yeah, of course.
Don't screw this up.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. No.
I trust you to guide me. You've got experience, right? So you're gonna guide me through this. Like, this is all you.
I will do the best I can. Listen, I haven't played in any of these tournaments. I didn't get the opportunity to be in any of the qualifiers. Maybe I was cast, maybe I was busy, maybe I was doing some modding. But I'm here today. I'm absolutely stoked because there's been a lot of stuff that each and every single one of these Golden Gauntlets have gone through. There's been a different variety of metas, and obviously different players I think have tried to, on one hand, maybe try to tech for a certain meta. On the other hand, they've actually tried to, I know at least, I think in the first bit, the first player, I believe they tried to encourage different metas by playing a deck they thought was busted that I didn't hear a lot of people talking about. And then they pushed it hard into the Golden Gauntlet. Honestly, got the deck, I think, a little bit like, they took it down a few pegs second dinner. But I don't know. There's a lot of different stuff in terms of every single different metagame in the Golden Gauntlet. Not even talking about the one that we're gonna have today.
Yeah, it's as someone who's I would say a more casual MarvelSnap player, right? It's sort of like preparation and planning and even mind games and the meta on top of the meta, like the actual meta game behind competitive events, sort of always blows my mind. I feel like I'm being exposed to this layer of the game I didn't even know existed, right? For me, it's like, oh, the numbers are bigger and it's great and I'm just having fun. And then they take things to these whole other levels, and it's like, wow, there is something incredibly smart and impressive and so cool to watch it all unfold. And like, I haven't seen every single second of every event, but it's like every time I tune in, it's just like, oh man, this is a totally different level than Marvel. This is a different video game than the one I'm playing, which is always so humbling. But also I feel like we're going to learn a lot too. Like looking back at the past events, you can already start to see an evolution and you can learn from that. But then like going into today, I'm excited to see like, okay, what's the next thing I'm going to learn from all these brilliant MarvelSnap players?
Yeah. What's as we're getting into the, we're still in the pre-show right now, but whenever we get to the actual games, what is some of the stuff that you're in particular interested in maybe learning about or just experiencing, or what in particular is going to like pique your curiosity or your interest?
Well, I think the one thing, like the nuance that I always try to identify, and I don't even know if I always do, is like the way good players manage priority in a given game, and especially how like certain cards interact with that stuff, like Supergiant, and how delaying cards reveal until the end of the game can not only have an impact from like power and just obvious stuff like Goliath, but the influence that has on managing priority and how all of that unfolds. And it's just like, again, layers and layers and layers of stuff that I don't usually ever think about. And as you start to break it down, you just see all the brilliant little decision making. And I feel like we've kind of even seen that evolve with like Supergiant as an inclusion in these events over time. As we get into these recaps of the previous qualifiers, I think we'll even like kind of see that evolution happen both through deck choice, but also gameplay moments, which is always really cool. So I think that's what I'll be watching.
Yeah. Well, speaking of things that we are watching, we have a lot of different things we're going to talk about here, but I think a great way to, push us into it is there were a couple of like setups for the Golden Gauntlet, this finals, the worlds that we have today, but there were 3 different rounds of qualifiers, and we actually have a video that we can go through talking about each one of them, starting, of course, with the first Golden Gauntlet, which there's a lot of really fun stuff in there. I don't know how much you were familiar with the metagame at this time, but there was a lot of stuff where, honestly, it just felt like Aerishan. There was this, and actually, Reach and I were talking about this yesterday. I was teaching him the 37 card Monty, what the definition of that is that was a descriptor for some decks and trying to explain this stuff, which there's power in just especially inside of an open deckless tournament, which is where we are today. Not knowing half of your cards puts you at the same informational deficit initially as your opponent, but then as you continue to draw cards, you gain cards throughout the game, you get to see or get that knowledge that your opponent doesn't have, and that can be really powerful and really impactful in these styles of tournaments, which is why we've seen that in the past.
Yeah, what I always call like information asymmetry, right? Like something about your deck that your opponent doesn't know because you are drawing into your Aerishan cards that are randomly generated. And it's like, how can you leverage that RNG for snapping behavior? Like, can I get some extra cubes out of them because I know something that they don't? And when everybody else has open deck lists, you know what they're working with. You may not know exactly what cards are in hand, but you have a general rough idea, right? And they don't know what you're working with. That's a really nice, it's a really nice spot to be in. And I will also say, like, that's my style of deck is like, I don't want to have to be like perfectly precise and know every number and do perfect math and plan everything out exactly. I want to get a big funny card in hand that's totally random and do something silly and splashy. Of course, that's great as a YouTuber for content. People like those moments, but it's cool that can actually be impactful in a conquest format as well. Although I do suspect we've seen Aerishan fall off over time, so I think ultimately, as players kind of evolve and the events evolve, you see like precision winning out over randomness, excuse me. So it's like, for me, I would definitely try to use that randomness as a crutch almost, but precision at the end of the day, a good play does tend to win out. So yeah, I think we have these recap videos though we can hop into and just relive some of these great moments from the previous qualifiers. We'd like to hop into video number 1. Hey, Dance, I think you might be muted, bud.
Am I still muted? Okay, anyway, there's so much cool stuff inside of the previous rounds.
You were awestruck.
I was awestruck. I was so awestruck.
Speechless.
I was lost for words.
You
Actually
were
speechless.
completely speechless. No, I feel you. It was so sick. Number one, like casting team, unbelievable. Like I am already like I can't live up to this. Number one, it's like I'm feeling even more pressure. Number two, I saw Mr. Negative in there, which I feel like I never really see Mr. Negative talked about in competitive events much. I feel like I never see it in top 16s, even though it's everywhere on ladder. I feel like historically. So that was really interesting. Hydra Bob's a traitor. And then can I just talk about how, sorry, I'm took over here, but I got a lot to say.
You're go for it.
I'm excited. Cannonball in an ongoing deck, right? Like it might kind of seem like old news today, but it's so smart. And I don't think a regular average like me, I don't think I would have ever identified that synergy because Captain Carter is so crazy with Moonstone. It just always wins a location, right? It just single-handedly wins a spot. It's just so powerful. It was like 50, 60, 70 power, whatever. And then you have Cannonball to win the second spot. So a card that like doesn't really make any sense in an ongoing deck because it's not an ongoing card. Suddenly, because of the way Captain Carter can get so tall, Cannonball comes in and it just wins you the other lane for free half the time. And it's just like, you know, the interactions that exist in deck building and the little things people puzzle out and solve. And again, I know it seems like old news today, but somebody came up with that way back when. It might have been in this event. I don't even know. I don't remember. But it's like so smart. And I just love seeing that sort of stuff. It like breaks the rules of what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. And just like me apparently having some issues with my stuff initially, trying to make sure I'm unmuted, there might have been some technical issues in the past with the video.
No.
We're going to just, I know, right? We're going to rewind real quick. Okay, we just want to make sure that y'all can hear it.
I've kind of teed up the video now. Like now there's even more hype,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I was hyped originally, but now it's actually increased hype because I thought I was going to enjoy the video, but this time I get to hear it as well as watching it. So it's like a whole AV experience, audio visual.
Twice as entertaining. Like you can't go wrong.
Yeah,
that sounds incredible.
Like, this isn't just a podcast. There's actual visuals here. Two gorgeous facial hair people. I don't know. We should go back to the video.
Plays out.
Yep, something big. Is it the gore like you predicted? Let's see. Marvel Boy is not what they want to see. Turtle jumps over. Juggernaut makes a jump back.
Yep. A Hawkeye Kate Bishop comes on down, followed by a Gladiator.
Okay, what's it gonna pull? Killmonger in the negative deck. Makes sense with the null as Jane comes down, is going to be adding big points, but that's not enough. That's not enough by itself. Gotta be something big. Sage plus Zola. That'll do it.
Oh, what a play.
Oh.
That's where all that value's coming from, and was able to stack even more with the Sage there.
Okay, so no Mercury, no Cosmo. Sizer's got a chance here, although Carter being 5 power is very strong. This is a big final turn, Glazer. We could see the end of Sizer in this tournament right now.
The torch goes, the Cosmo goes, the Heimdall comes down, and we see if it's enough.
So Dagger's gonna wind up left. Here we go. He moves the Electra instead. Shield goes left. One card on the right. Sizer fist bumps. He thinks it's over.
One way or the other, this...
Cannonball got him there. Dagger is not going to be enough on the left, though. Oh, it ties? Wow, it was enough. Sizer's lives.
And then Breaker win, yeah.
Wow, great play from Sizer there, blocking the Cannonball, moving the Cosmo over to the right. He thought he lost. He gave the fist bump. He was ready to accept defeat.
This is for the full 6, pushing him detonator all the way in.
There is a dumb Athena Sunspot coming down.
Here they go. The Fastos gets the buff from Galacta. Take on another 2. Fenris adds on the Bob 4/7. Brew drops for 24 power in the right. Juggernaut's going to hit the Fastos out now over into the left. And there's the Sunspot. Prodigy, Invisible Woman, ramping over on the left. Is it enough? I can't do the math fast enough. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. I think that goes to 23 as we watch the Bob leave that lane now. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. There's for 6, and Chamo loses 6 by 1.
Do you know what we missed there? It was that Hydra Bob was discarded by Sokovia and would never stay in that lane on the snap.
Yeah.
That is
100% missed that.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Wow. Let's find out, though, as Mercury heads over into the mid with a free Ultron to do nothing in the Cosmo lane for 8 power. Here comes the Goliath, taking in all of the other ongoings. It's going to hit a total of 10. I don't know if that's enough in the mid when all is said and done, because there's the Ant-Man in the Moonstone lane taking on all the extra powers. My math is all different kinds of wrong. And Gorgon plus Goliath is going to be short by 1. You called it in the beginning of this. If you commit to the raft, you commit to the raft. And that was the difference. Iron Man drops into the Daily Bugle on the left, going to 22. Mystique's going to take the copy up and get all of the buff from the Captain Carter and the Captain America as well. That's going to shoot up to 66. It ramps up again with Muir Island, and it takes it over by 1. Quiddo holds on by the skin of their teeth. Math is hard. Like,
it's really hard.
Wow.
There she goes.
There's the Moonstone, bringing it into the Daily Bugle. That's going to take on the Goliath piece. Cannonball's going to destroy Hydra Bob, and Elektra's going to take down the Sunspot. Again, the Elektra value being huge as Elektra gets knocked out of the lane. Man, Elektra value, multiple rounds again. And again, we're still in the low stakes, so you can take an extra...
Cannonball?
Ooh, and they cannonball it to ruin the Prodigy lineup. There's Surge and a whiffed Prodigy due to a stellar read and playing down the cannonball on 5. I would not be surprised to see the shield most likely just move mid, and then it's about whatever that second card is afterwards in the right. There it goes. There's a shield on the right. Here it goes. It's a race for the right. Sunspot's going to do whatever it's going to do. It's about the second card on Corvus Enjoyer's whole tournament life. The Elektra whiffs. That's card 1, destroyed by Negasonic, and the cannonball comes in, hits out the Invisible Woman to take 16 to 10 in the right, 50 to 8 in the mid, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Spectrum has just won qualifier number 1 for the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. Congratulations to Corvus Enjoyer. You are the victor. What an absolutely beautiful final move, going in for all 7 right there.
There you go. We get to.
I'm trusting you all heard it that time.
I'm here. I don't know if they actually did hear it. Maybe we'll try to fix this in the future. I promised y'all. I think we got it. I don't know. We got it. Let's hope we did. But anyway, as we were talking about before, we tried to make sure, it was actually audible. There was a lot of interesting stuff. I think, especially just talking about the winners deck, right? Which was a really cool version of that Spectrum ongoing thing. And one of the things you had pointed out was that the cannonball was unexpected. I feel like I had seen a little bit of the cannonball, especially with the Mercury combo, but Elektra, I think, was the one that I was also extremely surprised by. I don't think I had seen Elektra being run in, I felt like, any deck at the time. And I felt like she was one of the cards that I heard people very often being like, oh, we want to see this cool card get some more love in some way. But actually being inside of the number 1 deck just to snipe one of those early setup cards can matter a lot. Yeah,
it's one of those cards you get early on in your MarvelSnap collection and you kind of forget about it almost. Like, you probably like it a lot when you're a new player, and then it just sort of goes away. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. The best players in the world are suddenly running this totally free card app. I love it. That's always really exciting when you can kind of revisit those old classics. I also noticed too, we're looking here at a word cloud that showcases all the most popular cards in qualifier number 1. So the bigger the name, the more popular the card was. We can see the giant Mr. Fantastic first steps here. But I also noticed the winning deck list doesn't have any of the most popular cards, right? Like the top 5 most played cards, none of them are there, which I think is really cool that you could if you go against the field a little bit, you do something different or unique. You don't just run the same stuff everybody else has. The Elektras of the world, there's actually some cool promise there, which I think is pretty sweet.
Yeah, there's a lot of awesome stuff there. I think it's also very interesting. I think the time of when this first Golden Gauntlet happened, there was this, it was like an energy, not even energy cheating, it was like card discounting meta, because we had both, I think, Surge and Mr. Fantastic first steps. I knew him affectionately as Pedro. Just call those cards, it felt like we're inside of a variety of decks at the time, and were also pretty good stats for their cost. Not even talking about how Shang-Chi has changed since then. We'll probably get there, I think, in a bit. Like, it felt like there was so much of that, like, cheating and stuff like that, that one of the cards that I felt like I needed in a majority of my games just to try to have like a competitive advantage if I didn't want to run those cards was a Mobius, just to stop that like -2 discount, or maybe even -3 with a Sarah or Zabu stuff, right? Like there was so much of just big power output for, in the end, very cheap cost, which is it's a bit of a shift as time has gone on, but also #1 deck at the time was the end of turn deck, right? We were coming off of the Fantastic Four season first steps, and Invisible Man first steps really changed the metagame.
Yeah. So yeah, I think speaking of changing in the metagame, I'd like to go ahead and see a recap for Qualifier 2 if we could jump into our next video and see just how that metagame changed.
As long as you promise there's going to be audio this time.
Oh my gosh, and Magneto.
They might have pulled the trigger.
Oh my! No way!
The universe has decided, dude. You're not winning.
Oh my gosh! This is looking like really, really rough for Cougar here. Okay, we're just
so I'm guessing Strange just doesn't do anything. It's just for power mid.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna end up with a bunch of power on the left. That ninja, you don't get the ninja. I think Cougar has a chance here.
Well,
I think did they win? They lose the mid.
They lose just barely. Holy smokes. Everything that could go wrong went wrong that game.
What is in the middle? So we need to find out. It's Legion showing all the locations.
Okay.
Into the Nexus. Which
Can I map this real quick for you?
Yes, please, quick. Do it.
So the Nexus resolves from left to right if every single location is a Nexus. So actually the leftmost location is adding its power to the other ones, and then it's going to continue going on in that way. So the leftmost location is the one that matters most here, but it doesn't matter. Dracula still took it home with the 20 points of power. Wow. Oh, God, that's scary.
1, 2, no, but the ordering of when he activated the Sparky. He activated the Sparky before he put the Kraven down.
Oh, true.
See, I know things.
You're so smart, guest. It's a little weak in the mid. Yeah, it might have been a little over-indexed for the left
12.
here, which is largely unwinnable, I would argue.
Maybe Alfredo backs away.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh, we've got some interesting movement as Death and Magneto pulls the Cosmo from the far side of Sakaar. Heimdall puts the Madam Web over in the left. Aranya and Hellion go into the mid. Huge play to have a free Magneto and Death go down. That actually changed it all by itself by moving the Cosmo over, because the Cosmo would have won the raft by 1.
Yep. This is so risky though, because this loses to the Death left. Like this is 12 power.
I mean,
if you're playing for right, it could. If you're playing for left-right here, that is a left-right play.
Here they go. Goliath is going to annihilate the White Palace cards as Silver Sable drops down for 5. Here comes the Nico for 5, the Chavez for 5, and the Death for 8. It's 15, and it holds on, thinking that Dagger was going to move out, and leaning into the play on the left was the right call. We've gone from 9-3 to 1-3. Avazord has 2 chances to knock him out.
Do you see what happens when you draw Morgan Le Fay?
Yeah.
This is what happens. This is what happens when your deck works.
And they're only 4 in the left. This is for the semifinals. Here it goes. Rocket Raccoon's going to be able to hit because it hits that Heimdall. Death does end up dropping left. Heimdall's going to shimmy everybody over. Kraven might go up and up and up, but when you look at Club Inferno, oh my gosh.
Canadian Alfredo claws their way back and
In
takes
style.
down move.
In style. No Morgan needed. No Morgans necessary.
Here we'll find out. Would APOC have done it, as APOC and Lady Sif go for 17 on the right? There's your death. There's your or Morgan Le Fay. It's not enough in the right. Electric Flame hangs on.
You see what that was, though? That was a play around of the 30 that Apocalypse represented in the middle. So it was just guess where the APOC goes. And the guess was wrong. It's Death and Rocket Raccoon, right? So it's 7 additional. Morbius is going to be 20. This is going to be a win for the Morbius right here.
You're right. And it hits on the APOC also. Rubbing more salt into the Alfredo. The Canadian Alfredo unfortunately loses to the Electric Flame. Congratulations, Electric Flame. You have won the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Qualifier number 2 with discard.
You proud of yourself?
That's so much fun. I love it. Discard's a classic deck.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, again, like a really old school deck and a deck that like everybody has at this stage too, actually come in and win a major event. I remember making a video on this. I was like, it's so cool that like a budget deck, anybody can play this, shows up. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing special. It's nothing crazy, smart, or creative. It's just as old school as it gets. And it wins an entire event. And by the way, I saw an awfully handsome caster there in that video too, man. You looked sharp. You looked good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't want to have to go as dressed today, but I appreciate it nonetheless. No, it's such a good deck. And I think one of the things that is forgotten about, or maybe it isn't honestly, but one of the things I loved about this particular winner is they talked about some of their personal details in their collection and stuff. They aren't collection complete. They're missing like 50 cards or whatever. They've hit infinite like 4 or 5 times before this.
Wow.
Like it's they also were planning on running like a full Airship deck. And then they changed up last second because they just felt comfortable with this pile of cards, and that worked. Classic discard really worked, which there's a lot of stuff to go into there and everything else, but I really liked the fact that Second Dinner does a good job of keeping their cards balanced. Blade's been in the game since inception.
Yeah,
still
cool.
relevant.
Have one of those cards that's like unchanged throughout the entire history of MarvelSnap, right? Like that's cool when they got it right exactly the first time around too. I think that's always really fun to see. I didn't know that story about only hitting infinite 4 times. Like anybody can do it. Like that's a really cool story. Also, it probably goes to show the influence of like a comfort pick, as opposed to like trying to play the hottest new thing or whatever. Just playing what you're comfortable with, what you know the numbers with. I think something that gets lost a lot in like live events, because I've never really competed in like really competitive stuff, but I've done some like little spotlight matches or whatever. And your brain always gets a little more nervous and like a little more caught up in the hype, and like you just don't think quite as clearly or as smoothly, and you're just a million, at least for me anyway, a million things are running through my mind, right? So if you can like fall back on something that's just easy for you and you just kind of instinctually can play it out and you know the numbers and it feels smooth, it removes some of that calculation you have to do, and it just simplifies things. It calms you a little bit. And like I think that's probably an underrated strength that some players probably don't lean on quite enough. But as I was looking at this word cloud, by the way, what happened to Mr. Fantastic first steps? He took up the entire word cloud last time.
He went to a 3-4 stat line, and that it absolutely brought down so much more, which there's a lot of other tech cards here, but again, especially with Mr. Fantastic, you know, in less decks, really the biggest card here is obviously still Shang-Chi, but that's about like, then there's a bunch of other big bits, but it feels a lot more spread out and a lot more diverse, which just is always a cool thing that, you know, it just tries to make it pretty balanced throughout the whole thing, which also I think later this month from the second qualifiers, we had the big OTA where they took the most common 8 tech cards They nerfed all of them, and they said, what's it going to be like? And how did you feel about that at the time? And how do you feel now as we are, we're well past it, but we still feel the effects of it?
I personally was a really big fan. I like doing big, crazy stuff, right? Like I want big numbers. I want silly combos. I'm like a fun, focused player, of course, right? So I want to do like craziness. And like Shang-Chi and Shadow King can often ruin my day when I'm doing those things, right? So seeing those get hit, seeing those a little less commonly for me was really, really fun as a content creator, but also just as a player too. Like that's what I like to play. Naturally comes out in my videos too, right? But so for me, I was a big fan of even the like really extreme version of the tech cards. Now I recognized that like from a game health standpoint, there was probably a nice middle ground, which I do think we've hit personally. I think we're at a really nice middle ground where there's still, it's viable to run these tech cards. It's an option. I still see quite a bit of Shadow King, particularly right now. So, they're out there, they exist, they keep things from getting too out of hand and just being totally unchecked. But I'm more curious, like from a competitive player standpoint, like I think competitive players and probably Conquest format in particular leans more heavily on tech cards, as you can see from this word cloud in particular. Like, it looks like a lot of tech cards when I see the biggest names here, Shang-Chi and Shadow King jumping out of them.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a good chunk, I think, of tech, and there's a very careful balance, I think. And as time's gone on, I think Xander's done a good job of keeping it so that tech cards can have a place. But then there's also not just piles of cards where it's just, hey, here's, I call them unlovingly tech soup. It's just, what if all the tech cards are in the same pile and you just can, instead of trying to get the most points, you make sure your opponent doesn't get the points, which is a different way to, but then Second Dinners pulled that back a little bit. We're into a more combo heavy kind of, just meta right now, but I really like their approach to the balance. I personally enjoy that more so as well. I know a lot of other competitive players don't, but I do agree with you in that front where I like to see my cool stuff come online. I like to see my own interesting cards. I like to see whatever fun stuff I'm trying to do actually happen. I love to see that occur. And it's cool to see that still work. And one of the biggest things is that all these tech cards, right? We're looking at these tech cards. You got, let's see, Killmonger, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Red Guardian, Shang-Chi, Alioth, Mobius, and like maybe one or two. But again, if you look at the deck list that won the whole tournament, it only has like one or two cards that really kind of hurt it for each card in particular. In general, the deck list is just a powerful one.
Yeah, it seems like it kind of dodged what a lot of people were trying to answer, which it kind of slipped its way into the cracks a little bit and found an opening, which is nice. So I guess now we'll hop into the recap video for qualifier number 3 and see where we went next.
Let's do it.
Shadow King. Oh, and it is a Cerebro.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I know who's back there.
Wait, I didn't even see. Oh, was it? We have, okay. Hydra Bob is on the left there. Wong?
Okay, hold on. Let me see what this door is right here. Is it? No. Red Guardian. Ow!
You got him. Yeah, gets hit twice.
Still got that Mystique. Oh, wow, still strong. Hold on.
What?
Actually, we straight. Woo!
Oh, we are good. Got rid of the Cerebral, but the Mystique carries it.
It has dropped priority. Are we going? We could, in theory, see a Galactus in the left lane that they got from Weird World.
Or the null.
Likely.
But at this point, the null really wouldn't be huge, but playing the Venom first in the right lane.
Yeah,
right?
busting up the Shang-Chi-able levels and then Shang-Chi rocketing it back down to 0. It's just a question of where does the opponent secure its power? If they put even one big card on the right, this game is game. Okay, Merlin comes down. Galactus!
There's the Galactus. Whoa, it's 10. It's 10.
The Gwen
Oh my God, there's no way. There is no way Chong bails this out.
But kneeling isn't good enough. X-23 comes on over, but that's
Master
not
of the 10 rings is still alive, baby. Oh, wow.
A wild game.
No way.
Wrath filled from both players. What's it gonna be?
What do we got?
Oh no!
God almighty.
Live by the RNG, die by the RNG.
Yikes.
Tiebreaker and breaking Teeves.
Yeah.
For the last one. That is a rough one.
That Infinite kill.
Yeah.
That Infinite was backbreaking.
This is actually a tribunal game. Like, that is actually what's happening here. This is going to be what Roram is hoping for, is that Cougar doesn't have enough stats in the other two lanes such that he can beat a tribunal. That is genuinely what this is. There is a randomly generated tribunal. Are you going to be able to beat it? It's deep space. So this is going to be about 20 power in every lane.
Yeah, we'll do the fun math as we watch the red skull flip over. You got 24 in the right, 31 in the left. Add the 9 from Tribunal. That brings you to 64. Divide that by 3. You're sitting at 21 per lane. Does Clintar have a way to get over that? To be able to predict that, as they do put 2 cards in there. There's the Miles Morales and the Mobius, which ties it at 21. Here comes the Tribunal, drops it all down, disperses 21 into every lane, and it is enough to keep the difference as Cougar now takes the advantage, taking back-to-back 4 cubers off of Roram.
You know what that emote is, right? That's saying I did the math.
Yeah. This is it. This is for their semifinals. They bring the extra power to the Sam Wilson. Here's the Miles Morales in the mid and the Silk over in Fisk Tower. Iron Patriot drops into Reed's lab. Here comes the 0 just to take out the ability from that Sauron as we watch the Silk go from Fisk Tower over to Limbo, which is going to reduce down that Lizard temporarily as the Sauron now drops, kicks the Silk back out. And now we flip our unrevealed cards as we watch the Silk get reduced down via the Fisk Tower. Juggernaut's going to come on down here, take the Iron Patriot, hit that out for a -1 in total, gets destroyed in the process. Shadow King redoes it all. Red Guardian's gonna hit over onto the shield, -2 over there, and by 2, Cougar hangs on and comes back.
I mean, I can we just talk about how there's another randomly generated living tribunal in his hand right now? Are we gonna be able to
I was gonna ignore it. It's a great call out. But I was gonna ignore it.
Like, there are a couple of different ways to go about this, right? That's not a way to go about this.
You can get through. You're only
that is now a way to go about this.
2/3 of the way through the time. Watch it out. You've got the time to work with. The Electra over to kill the Bob just in case. And here it goes. It's for 8 at this point. Everything's flipping. This could be it here for the final. Mercury moves on over and locks into the Tinkerer's Workshop as Hydra Stomper's going to drop onto the board now, shooting up to 10. Miles Morales drops on top of that, and the Electra's going to get rid of the Hydra Bob in the Super Flow. Show us what was dropped on 6. It was the Eliath for power, which gets rid of the underneath play, but it's a power matchup, and that's it. In the mid, it does not matter. Cougar's fist bumping, because as much as that Darkhawk is going to want to be powerful, Cougar says Hydra Stomper is the real deal and wins qualifier number 3 in 3 rounds. I'm struggling with this one because this is the fastest final we have ever had.
It's enjoyable.
Yeah, it's always really fun to watch. That Shang-Chi Galactus is the sickest thing I think I've ever seen. I actually hadn't seen that clip before. That is so crazy. It looked like Galactus got buffed by like Gwenpool or something, and it's like, it's like you're happy to get the buffs on your Galactus, but then you play it into a Shang-Chi and you're heartbroken. And it's like just that push and pull of RNG and MarvelSnap is so fun. That is so sick.
I still love the wave of motions.
Yeah, and then like are we really to believe that they mathed out the Living Tribunal math and they knew, like we saw that emote with like the calculations? That's the sickest play ever if that's true. Like that's so cool. People are at a totally different level to me. It blows my mind. I'm like kind of nervous because I'm like, oh, I got to cast some matches soon. I'm going to miss so much. They're really going to make me look bad. But at the same time, I'm like excited to learn and see, because it's like, man, it's a whole new level. So here's our new word cloud. Again, it seems like every name has kind of gotten smaller and smaller. Like it's more and more diverse every word cloud, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's very cool. There's a lot more diversity. I'm interested, by the way, as we know, there's a little bit of delay in the stream, but chat, who do you think we're going to be seeing here? We're going to get to in a moment for today's word cloud, right? We're about to get to the finals here in just a little bit, but who do y'all think will be some of the bigger names? Let us know. But Shadow King, I think, is the biggest card here, and I don't think it had. I think it was still a 2 cost at the time for the 3rd round qualifier, but it is. I mean, it was still great. And Shang-Chi, even at its new 4/3, where it only destroys 1 card, is that second biggest, or was Nico there? What do you think?
It looks like Shang-Chi's number 4, which does surprise me, but I get it. Like, it's still so swingy if you think about it, which in hindsight, it's like, man, like he was really good before, I guess, if he's still competitive.
You want to know a hot take about Shang?
Sure, yeah.
And I've heard this from few people, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe what I've heard from other people who, we might be seeing, I think Cam Best has talked about this before, Shang-Chi's not actually a good card, and it wasn't a good card before the nerf. It was just everyone wants to run it. It's just like the answer or whatever.
I've heard that. I don't believe it.
You don't believe? Okay.
That's my hot take for KM Best. Maybe that's his hot take, but my hot take is a counter hot take. I've heard it from good players, so it must be true, but I don't know. I'll tell you this, like casual players in particular loathe Shang-Chi because of his impact and like swinginess. And even if it's not the most like competitively interesting card, I think it's, an emotional card. Like you feel the impact of it so much that like it probably needed a change either way is kind of my take on that. Also, you asked who's going to be the number 1 card in the new word cloud. I know the answer. Okay. It's Zombie Galacti.
Oh God. All right. Okay. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready to be taken aback by it. We'll have to wait and see. But let's talk about exactly what the gameplay, the standards are going to be set for this upcoming for the Golden Gauntlet today. And everyone's gonna be playing in conquest matches. So everyone starts with 10 cubes and it's gonna be the first to take 10 cubes away from their opponent. That's who takes the win. You can take 8 cubes as a maximum. If both players snap and the game finishes off with 7, 6, maybe 4 turns, and then we'll be going into every single player has a singular deck. Your opponent knows what it is, but again, one of the benefits we talked about before, even with open deck lists, random cards with Erishim and like Kang and stuff like that, your opponent doesn't know exactly what you get there because you don't either initially, which can matter a lot. And then what is it? We'll have 7 best of 1 conquests, where it's just going to be the Swiss. I don't. What is it? Is that their watches and then the competitive scene? Is that what the Swiss have done? Is that what they're doing in Switzerland? I don't know enough.
Yeah, I don't know where that initially comes from either.
Maybe the cheese.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, I do like Swiss watches, so it must be that. I'm gonna give it that credit.
Okay. There you go. But then we're going to go into what is it? There's some tiebreakers for like who's won the most, who's had the most cubes remaining at the end. But then we're going to be going into the top 16 bracket, single elimination, best of 1. And there's some pretty cool rewards. Have you seen some of the rewards that they're going to be giving out for this? Some exclusive ones.
I have. I hope we can pull them up because like the overall winner is going to get a unique card back. There it is right there on the far right. The champion card back and a unique title, exclusive title, 2025 number 1 snapper. That is actually so sick. That is so cool. You're the only person in the world who gets it. Like that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, right. One person for like I'm someone, I don't use titles as often in the game, but if I got that title, I wouldn't care. I'm the only person who has it at that point. That's a flex all on its own. Not to mention how gorgeous, of course, the champion card back looks. Not to mention though, the top 16 one, right? So if you make it into the top 16 of this, right, that top 16 bracket I was talking about, you get also the top 16 card back, which looks, of course, I think absolutely sick as well. And everything and above all come with the made it to the end game title, which I do like that one. That's a really cool title.
No, that is so sick. And listen, I don't usually rock. I stick to the default stuff, right? I'm kind of a hipster. I think it's cool to like not customize my stuff too much. I'm kind of known for that, right? I'm stuck with it. I'm telling you right now, if somehow magically I was able to qualify even, I would rock the qualifier card back. I could never ever in my wildest dreams make it to a top 16, but if I did, man, that would be sick. Champions beyond imagination. But even the token and gold prizes here too, like absolutely nothing to scoff at, right? Anybody placing here is going to be so well positioned. Basically, you know, they'll just have everything forever, even as a free-to-play player, as long as they're doing you know, the regular missions and stuff. This will set them up for life, basically, with the MarvelSnap collection. So the prize pool here, I mean, you talked about, you know, people qualifying and winning without complete collections, right? Well, you go far enough, that's not going to be a concern anymore. You're going to be able to get some cards, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is an incredible haul. Dude, I want to like run into one of these players on a in a game, like showcase it in a video. It would be such an epic moment. Like, oh my gosh, I'm playing the champ, right?
There you go.
That's so cool.
That's the video. It's done. I've already actually seen, so they've given out the qualifier card back. So everyone who's made it into the tournament has the qualifier card back. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing a few of those throughout these games today. And I've seen a couple of them already on ladder. People are flexing the card backs because, I mean, deservedly so.
Yeah, wait, so I'm not going to run into these players, I just realized, because they're going to be ranked way higher than me. I'm not going to naturally encounter any in the wild, man. I'm going to have to actually try hard and rank up just to see the card backs. That's a good excuse to actually, just to try hard for a month to get a glimpse, a taste of the glory of the 2025 #1 snapper. Yeah,
I'm excited for the new Regis arc. It's a try hard arc, but all right. You said it's gonna be zombie galacti, right? In this next word cloud. That what you
100% guaranteed. I know. I trust these really smart players to play the best card in the game, which is definitively zombie galacti. But I guess we're gonna find out. So let's see.
That. Wow. Not since the first qualifier, I think, did we have one card that was so massive.
Yeah, it's Zombie Galacti's worst nightmare, actually. Shadow King, their nemesis, their nemesi, if you will. All the Shadow Kings out there, man. Yeah, he really took center stage there in a big way. Iron Patriot actually is a pretty big standout at number 4 for a card that's like not a tech card, kind of living in its own space there. I guess Iron Patriot does give you some of that like information asymmetry we've talked about.
Yes.
An unpredictable play that can be a power spike, but also it's like you can toss it into any deck and still get that nice like surprise factor out of it, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. It's very good. I think one of the other cards that we've actually seen it a few other times, but it's kind of just been sitting there as like it's had a good chunk, but I don't think it's been as prevalent. But Merlin as well. Merlin. Right. I love Merlin. Merlin's such a fun card.
It's one of my favorites because like every game, you don't know exactly which skill you're gonna get. So every game unfolds just a little differently, and like you've got all these different little things to do, and it's like, am I getting energy? Am I getting some crazy random polymorph result? Which is always fun for me, like to see what's in the box, basically. I honestly would put Merlin in like every deck if I could. I think.
Yeah, it's such a fun card. I think it's an absolute blast. But then Mercury again. So both Shadow King and Mercury both recently were nerfed, right, from a 2-cost into this 3-cost slot. Now it hurt Mr. Fantastic First Steps Pedro, but these two, it didn't. Like they're still going strong.
Yeah, actually, if you look at those top 5 most played cards, Cosmic Ghost Rider also just got a small nerf as well, and they're all still the top 5 most played. That really goes to show like how impactful tech can be, I guess, in Conquest format in particular. But people are like trusting probably too, because when was our last over-the-air update? It's only been
it was Thursday,
a few days ago, right? 2 days ago, really. So my part of that might be like, hey, I haven't had time to like test a bunch of new stuff. I'm gonna lean on my trusted results. But yeah, it's actually really interesting to see that 3 nerfed tech cards are in the top 5. I wonder if it's gonna be worth it, or if decks can slide around those.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone's sliding around Mercury due to her ability, but quite literally. But yeah, I think I honestly feel like Shadow King, and maybe even Mercury, right? Like I feel like Shadow King felt like a little. It was a nice side grade, which is one of the things I really enjoy about the way that Second Dinner will buff cards or nerf cards. They don't get rid of the card. They try to make it a little bit less prevalent, try to separate it a little bit more. Like I think we talked about it recently, where it was just. Enchantress and Rogue got separated a little bit when Enchantress went to a 5-cost, and Shadow King going to this 3-cost, and similarly with Mercury, don't make it so much of a free inclusion into the decks that you want to run with. They put both of them into you have to invest a little bit more power, a little bit more energy into it.
Yeah, we're not killing cards outright. Now, there's one last thing I want to look at before we get into games. I just want to look at one deck I found that's super sick from a previous qualifier winner. It's Corvus Enjoyer's deck. If they could pull that up on stream. Maybe we don't. Let's instead go for Cougar's deck. Let's go for Cougar's deck because it's also really sick.
Yeah, there are some really cool decks from the previous winners.
Cougar's deck here. Cougar, I guess, won our most recent qualifier, right? Qualifier 3 with a like Hydro Stomper move kind of package. And now we've got a Cerebro 4 deck, which like we normally see Cerebro 2 and Cerebro 3. Cerebro 4 is a bit of an odd one, but actually some of those nerfed cards like Mercury and Shadow King make the cut of this deck now that they're at 4 power, which is really cool.
A couple other nerfed cards recently, right? You have Black Cat. Black Cat recently went from a 1/5 to a 1/4. And Nocturne is a card I don't hear anyone playing. I love the card, but the biggest thing that I really think can matter, especially inside of conquest tournaments, Golden Gauntlet, locations, right? Like you have your deck, and it's with a deck of 12 cards. It's pretty common to get the cards you actually want, but you don't have much control over the locations, and the locations can change the entire game. So Nocturne, any sort of location changing or control is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Cerebro decks in particular can be really susceptible to like location variance because you got to keep those numbers fixed at 4, and it's like, oh no, location comes in. So having a Nocturne to protect you there can actually go a really long way.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff, but not as fun as the actual qualifier. We're about to get into, I believe, some of the awesome games, some of the awesome decks. And speaking of those awesome decks, gosh,
production saved us here because look at this deck. I don't even know what to make of this. This is a bounce Man Spider deck, which Man Spider, by the way, is maybe the most fun card I've played in forever. I thought Zombie Galacti was gonna be my favorite card ever, and then it's like Man Spider comes along, and I love him so much. But I don't even know what you do with this. Could you explain this deck to me? Does this make sense to you? You got Toxin Beast and Man Spider. I don't know where to go with this.
So you've got a little bit of a Wiccan curve, right? You've got you have your Hood, you've got Nico, you've got you've got like 4 different 1-drops. You can try to curve that out. You've got 3 different 2-drops. One of the nice things about Merlin can also help your curve later on, similarly to Hood, where both of them give you 1-cost cards that can help you make it so that you can spend all of your energy leading up to turn 4 for Wiccan. But then you got the card, you got some Cannonball in here as well. But I gotta be honest with you, the Man Spider's a curveball I don't know how to deal with.
It's like, are you actually you're not bouncing Man Spider ever, right? There's no time for that, I don't think. You're usually just bouncing your 1-drops, I guess. But it's like, what's he for then? Is it just about moving power around? That's one thing I do like about Man Spider is that it's not just potentially doubling your power, but it's repositioning it, which can be really surprising. It's like, oh, you think I'm strong left? Ha ha ha! Man Spider's right, and I'm moving my big guy over. And there's not that many like big guys to move either. So I mean, Agony also just interacts really well with Man Spider, right? Getting an extra merge double. So there's so many little interesting hooks here. I hope we get to see this in action today because it looks crazy, and I just ultimately want to know how to play it. Like I just want to learn from it. It looks so cool.
There you go. It's an absolute blast. There's so many different cool piles of cards, and I think that's one of the things that I really do enjoy. Just there are different ways you can play decks, different decks you can play, and so many cards that don't feel like they work together, but they really do. And I'm excited to see those actually all work together into some really cool matches here. It's gonna be a blast.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be heading into some action here very, very soon. So like I'm nervous a little bit, but I'm also excited, and I just want to learn and see some great MarvelSnap action. MarvelSnap always delivers the fun, I have to say. Like that's the one thing you can always count on with MarvelSnap is you're going to see something cool, you're going to see something crazy. So I'm hoping you'll guide me through this, but I think it's going to be a great day.
Well, we can guide together potentially. I'm willing to co-captain, co-lead through this journey, through this experience of the World's Finals for MarvelSnap. First ever, which is, God, it's also just a cool thing that we are even here, by the way. The fact that we are at a World's Finals for the Golden Gauntlet is absolutely incredible. But I just want to I want to be able to jump into this stuff. Are you ready? Are you excited? I'm stoked.
Well, yeah, I'm honored to be here, number one, but also you know, it's such a culmination, and like seeing MarvelSnap come this far, right? Like it didn't always have the strongest official competitive scene, and now we have like a literal event like this that's just so cool and so big and so hyped and so significant. Oh, and it sounds like we're gonna get to see some of that Cerebro 4 deck in action very, very soon, by the way, which is
let's jump into it then.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, we are starting with Cerebro 4, and we can get the guest list for the opponent pulled up in a moment just to show that off against Last Order. We are seeing Cougar, by the way, getting some hopefully fun games in here.
Yeah, I think the Zombie Scarlet Witch in this deck is really interesting, by the way, because you want to cap your power at 4 as a Cerebro 4 deck. So you're generating a horde, but you can only play on the Zombie Scarlet Witch twice. If you play a third time, you get your horde to 6 power and you mess up your entire game plan. I feel like that's something I would goof up all the time. Like maybe like you can't play that third card, but I'm like, oh no, I need more power in that location. So the sort of like foresight or planning it would require, I think, that would kind of stress me out. But I know Cougar's going to handle it with some real expertise.
Foresight for Cerebro Foresight, by the way. That's what
You're good. I like that.
And I do believe we have one of these. We have a pile of Airshim against this Cerebro 4 stuff, and Spider-Man pulling Thanos. The Valentina generated Thanos over to the left lane. Fun thing about the Soulstone. Soulstone does protect Thanos from being destroyed and discarded, and that's going to include all versions of it. So this Valentina version as well.
Yeah, that's great. Now, how hard do you go for like an Asgard in games like this? Like if you're, the Spider-Man obviously disrupting, but I'm always like torn. Like if I see a Cerebro in hand already, I'm thinking like, do I really need to push for Asgard that hard? Or is it more about denying the opponent versus getting resources yourself? I'm always torn on that.
I don't know if there's just one answer for it. I think that there are plenty of ways you can look at it. But I think in this moment, the fact that you do have the Spider-Man in hand for Cougar makes you feel a little bit more confident in what you can potentially do. So I like that logic. Throwing down Zombie Scarlet Witch. So again, you can only play 2 cards onto the Zombie Scarlet Witch. Big deal, obviously, of course.
We're already done with with Zombie Scarlet Witch. Like we can't play on her again. This is what I'd be so worried about. Oh, the Reality Stone locking out left instead of trusting that move to fill Mojo World. Now we're gonna have a little bit of a Mojo World race here. This is interesting.
Yeah. It's going to be very wild. Locking yourself pretty honestly, you have a good amount of power in that left lane. Now, if I'm Cougar, I'm concerned that, as I believe we had seen for a moment, Alioth is inside of this, inside of our opponent's deck here. And so that Invisible Woman, as much as it might typically offer a sort of protection for your cards, that could be very vulnerable just to getting, as I like to call it affectionately, getting farted on.
Cosmic Ghost Rider is also always a little bit of a threat there for Invisible Woman, but
True.
I will feel like if you just dump a 4 power card behind her too sometimes, right? Like the number is all that matters behind the Alioth in that case. So as long as you get your Cerebro in the right spot here, which it looks like he dodged the Alioth, beautiful, and matched on Mojo World too here, it seems like that looks like it's gonna be enough, right?
And one of the good things about this deck is that you can use Prodigy, placing it behind the Cerebro, use it, and you have all the move cards to position stuff correctly as well. Mercury allowing you to play just Cerebro and then Prodigy in order to get double triggers. 30, 30, and 20 at 70 power.
That's insane numbers. It's crazy high output. Yeah, that's really impressive to see. And thankfully the Horde didn't mess anything up. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that the whole time.
I would not have expected that Cerebro 4 would have legitimately been trying to include Zombie Scarlet Witch, which was, by the way, that was a great. I wasn't certain about the buff where Zombie Scarlet Witch went from a 3-2 to a 3-4 initially, but I loved it a lot. Space Stone drawing Thanos for Last Order as Hydra Bob gets played by Cougar over at New York.
Yeah, how much with a Hydra Bob, by the way, in a Conquest format, right? Like, obviously snapping Bob to move him around is, sometimes really, really valuable at distributing that power. And but how much does that sit in the context of managing your cubes in a Conquest format? Like on ladder, I'm just snapping away. I don't really care. I just want to move Bob or whatever. But in Conquest, I'm probably thinking a lot more about cube management as I'm going through a Conquest match. Like, which do you weigh more? Do you have to take a big moment sometimes and snap Bob, even if you're risking your cubes, or do you have to play more conservatively?
I feel like it's a knowledge point. Sometimes I will be purposely sapping just to move Hydra Bob, but oftentimes I feel like I'm just like, all right, this is the detriment. If I want to snap, if I want to raise the stakes, this will happen. Which, speaking of, by the way, raising the stakes,
yeah,
this is no longer Cerebro 4. This is Cerebro 18.
C18 deck. That's let's see if we can get the Horde to 18 somehow. I doubt it. I don't think we're gonna get it that big. But that does
you
open
might need
up
a Survivor's Camp.
Suddenly Muir Island becomes a possibility now for the Cerebro deck, right? Like normally a location that's really kind of challenging to play into, but if Destroyer's going to open you up anyway, you can commit a little more power and just try to scale up, which could definitely help.
Yeah, and then Mercury making it so that the Rhino and its corresponding rock are going to be locked into Muir Island, will not be able to head over to New York. But this is going to be very interesting, right? So we do have obviously a good chunk of power. Like you mentioned, though, there's nothing that can be done basically about this. Like, this is not Cerebro anymore. You have to be putting on a lot of power. And then I don't know if Airstream can get the cards it needs, because that's the disadvantage of Airstream. If I get the extra energy, you have to accept that you don't know what's going to happen with your deck.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a lot of random Airisham kind of garbage on board right now. You know, it's probably fine stats, but Colossus isn't exactly jumping out at me. Rhino's probably okay. So it's just trying to make the most with what seems to be, I'd say, a weaker Airisham hand. Like, it's nice to get one or two little surprise cards punctuating those Airisham hands, but you often want your normal stuff, the stuff you put in your deck a majority of, right? So you can play something a little more reliable, have some tech answers, and so on.
Yeah. And seeing from Cougar, really committing into those side lanes, as our opponent is obviously locked in the middle because they can't move anything thanks to Mercury previously being at the middle. There is another Aranya trigger, which might matter a little bit, but Aranya, I think it was only Jocasta that had been activated so far, not the Aranya, so we'll see what matters. As Jocasta gets over to the left lane at New York, you've got Omega Red over in the left as well for the opponent, but I don't think that's going to make a big difference here. Yeah. And Aranya was activated because we saw Omega Red gain the extra point of power. Not enough here.
Mercury's move prevented it from moving after moving. That's cool. Yeah, I really like this Muir Island Mercury line because you basically get to benefit from the extra power of Muir Island, and then your opponent does too, but you're locking them down there. So that extra power they've gained from Muir Island is stuck, whereas yours is flexible. So when you pivoted it into New York, right, you suddenly get to leverage all these extra points. Like Mercury's impact, again, they're showing up not as a tech card against move, but showing up as a tech against locations, right? Like it's so cool how often those impacts actually manifest. It's really neat to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of awesome stuff like that. One of the other inclusions I think in this deck that's particularly notable is Cloak. I feel like Cloak's a card that I don't often see inside of a Super 4, and honestly, I don't even see inside of a lot of move lists. Maybe it's a card that's actually more common in some of the more meta ones or whatever, but that's interesting. And no! Cerebro is stolen by the Sanctum Infinitum. All of a sudden, Cougar is playing for that location, and that's about it. That's difficult.
Oh man, that hurts. Like the 1 and 4 number one, like that's painful. But or maybe it's 1 and 3, but absolutely brutal. That's 2 straight games now, really, where locations have stolen the Cerebro away, which managed well so far. But I will say, like, I do think the higher the Cerebro power level you're going for, so like C4, C5, etc., they are like a little bit more able to play independent of Cerebro. Like the numbers are big enough, you can kind of just scrape something together and get there. Whereas like I feel like in C2, if you lose your Cerebro, you know, you just don't have the numbers you need to get there. So I could see this still happening, and they're going to pull it back anyway. Hydra Bob and Spider-Man let you get it back, but it's a 5. So
there you go.
Oh no.
Ooh. Polymorph given a second Airisham. I liked the first one, but here we are at the second round. I was actually, so for a second, Cougar had played the Shadow King over at Sanctum Infinitum, filling location, realizing, I don't know if he took a second to realize it, but if he had done that, he wouldn't have been able to Shadow King his Cerebro, because right now his Cerebro is currently stealing all of the bonus if that gets played.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice little 2-card punch at the end to put Cerebro back to 0, re-enable all your 4s. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Cloak over in the left lane is actually a little bit scary, I think, for the opponent. It still works, because obviously it's both you and your opponent get to move the cards to whatever lane you play Cloak to. So doesn't matter, still works.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some room to explore Cloak in a lot more decks, because like 2 4s big enough at a baseline that you're like, okay, I got some points out of this, and like the mind games and the flexibility of it too. Like, it could be pretty interesting, and particularly like with Mercury. I wonder if there's something there. It's just like a 2-card punch, a good little turn 2, turn 3. I wonder if we could see more exploration around that, not just C4 decks. But it's such a cool fit here too. Like it really, it seems super smart. It's like this has actually quite a bit of little move stuff in it. There's Spider-Man, Cloak, Nocturne. Mercury is a counter to move. Like this is a really neat. It's a really true. Of course it moves too. This is a neat little deck, isn't it? This is a cool cohesive list. It came together around the nerf so well. It's really fun.
I love the lists that can utilize whatever a nerf is, right, for a deck and then turn it into a buff. Speaking of no longer playing Cerebro 4.
Dude, both Ant Maze and Monster Island here make life really hard for you. Ant Maze, you could have got around with like a Cerebro and just played stuff behind after, but Monster Island changing everything again. It's wild to me that despite kind of 3 straight games with Cerebro getting at least messed with in various ways, not a single cube has been lost. Like that's impressive that we've navigated this.
Ooh, a Cosmo over in the left lane, stopping at all of the on reveals over there from occurring. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I'm Cougar, if I like that or not.
Yeah, I could maybe see putting a Cloak down there and being kind of excited to have the flexibility to move in something if you need to for Vault. So that does shut down maybe a Cloak play, but
it does also protect your Cerebro.
Right. Yeah. You can hide a Cerebro back there too. So definitely some upsides.
Stardust, another more recent card. Not really effective against this deck. I don't think that Cerebro 4 is really trying to cheat out any cards.
Yeah. Also, do you have Stardust blindness like I do? Like I know. Oh yeah, Horde. Yeah, Horde is actually.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, you're right.
We don't even think about Horde because you're not used to summoning anything in a C4 deck. But Zombie Scarlet Witch, we're gonna not get a Horde off that Stardust. I have Stardust blindness though. I always forget about this card.
There's a few different cards.
Echo blindness is the thing for most people, probably me too. But Stardust, I'm always like, oh, something messed with the location, and it's like, why didn't that card happen? Why didn't Sinister London do something? It's like, oh, Stardust on board. It's right there.
Zombie Scarlet Witch trying to summon the Horde there and just absolutely shut down. Cannot do so. But you do have 2 extra energy for Cougar on this final turn, throwing a Tuma down in the middle lane with the Quinjet. So all of Airshim's generated cards and are 1 cheaper. What do you do here?
This is interesting. So Cerebro's only buffing monsters. So Cerebro right here means you're just totally giving up right always. You know you're losing. Well, I guess you're tying anyway.
You're tying there.
Yeah, but you assume you're losing that. So you're really investing in maybe that Atuma being a block for the opponent, where you're saying, hey, they can't really get much here because Atuma's going to destroy it. I'm just going to go to 16 mid and hope that can hold around an Atuma. But, it's only destroying 1 card.
Wait, Cerebro 4 is... Oh, shoot, Cerebro... But you can shut down Cerebro 4 already because Hope Summers is back at 7 power. MODOK doesn't change a whole lot, I think. We've got Ghost shutting down the end of turn ability for Black Cat. I don't think it should matter too much here. Reality Stone as well, not changing a whole lot, but that doesn't. It didn't stop it.
Yeah, the Shang-Chi, and that's such an interesting little flip there. Normally you get no value out of Shang-Chi. You finally find a moment, but then it's against a Cerebro deck here, and it's like, oh no! But then Hope saves you from the move earlier, but just not enough. It's just not enough power mid. It's crazy.
Interesting thing. I think that would have been close to enough power if it wasn't for the polymorph, right? I think they wanted to get rid of the end of turn ability for Atuma, but they had a Ghost.
Right. Yeah, his Ghost shut down. Is Ghost symmetrical? Yeah. Does Ghost affect both sides? I can't remember. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
It does. So a little bit unfortunate in the RNG. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I guess just smaller too. Like lost some points. But, wow.
True. Galactus first steps inside of Last Order's hand right there. As the Power Stone is its new herald. I don't remember that in the latest movie. I missed that part.
It does feel kind of epic though, doesn't it, man? Galactus getting the Infinity Stones. That sounds like a cool story. I want to see that.
I'm down. That'd be awesome.
I actually love Galactus first steps, by the way. Just a really big fun card. I like big numbers and
I was less awesome at first, but it really came into its own. I really enjoyed it, actually.
Yeah, I feel like we see it a lot now too, which is great.
Black Cat forcing you to say either you play me now or I'm out of here. Being a 1/4, Took a while for her to find her steps. Speaking of first steps, but she did land pretty well.
Yeah, I like that decision. I think a lot of players feel compelled to play Black Cat anytime they have to, even if it, there's just something about it, right? You have this like fear of loss and you're just like, I have to play it. I'm never going to get to play it again. You just sometimes have to ignore it, right? Like it's fine. You lose it. Your hope's way more important for your game plan. You just want to advance your game plan. So get the hope down, start getting that extra energy, set up for what you're actually trying to do. Who cares if Black Cat's gone? We got plenty of other things to work with, so.
Yeah, and then I believe that was that a snap from Cougar? I might have missed that. So then this is potentially a snap just to move that Hydro Bob away, so you can get the triggers that you would like to onto your horde.
Yeah, really smart. Yeah.
Oh wait, hold up. Reality Stone is the newest card for Cerebro 4. Oh, but if Hydro Bob goes,
Hydro Bob. Oh,
never a doubt. Wow. That was so this was pure RNG, but I'm gonna pretend like it wasn't for a second. That was so genius of Cougar to purposefully play Reality Stone into the location that would turn into Lake Hellas, allowing Reality Stone to be purely just so well incorporated into the Cerebro 4.
That's actually so nuts. It's exactly a 1-2. And Reality Stone's been like so many different power levels too. I used to be a 1-1 for so long. The fact that it's a C2 now is a 2 power.
It's 1-4
so
here.
Perfect.
It's about to be a 1-7, maybe 1-10.
So perfect, man.
I love it. Nocturne feels like it's gonna be interesting.
Do we have a spot for Cerebro and Prodigy to come down together, or I
think it's what Nocturne might do for us here. Never mind.
Oh, right.
I was gonna say, you could have done it mid potentially, where you try to set it. Oh wait, hold up. Nocturne's happening twice, and that's each time she moves. What's Sakar giving? Hold up, this might change a lot. Okay, well, it's just gonna be a Cerebro, which might be a little bit unfortunate if opponents run. Oh no, Laufey stopping everything at the middle. So middle is no longer getting any benefit from Cerebro. God,
that Laufey's so clutch, and it's full, so you can't Shadow King to fix anything. Nope. Man, wow. I guess Shadow King would kind of hurt with Horde anyway, but jeez.
This is interesting.
It's still a lot of power. Left is still holding a 16-point lead, right? That's tough to beat sometimes. 16's a lot.
It is. Yeah,
and Right's gonna be very strong. So.
Oh no, this is gonna be scary. I don't know what. This is I have no idea if Cougar can take this home. This is a very difficult bit, right? Even though it's a singular lane, each lane matters so much. It's such a fragile deck, Cerebro.
Yeah, I mean, is there any kind of tech or answer here that can disrupt Left's power values somehow? Everything's base 4. I'm trying to think if there's anything sneaky that could happen. It's just so hard to imagine. But from a raw power output, like even with extra energy, 16 is still a hard solve. That is not easy.
I don't remember if it's base, but a Legion. Actually, it's not in the base deck. I have it pulled up here. A Legion at the right lane could maybe mess with stuff, but otherwise, I don't know what else you could go for here.
Set Hydro Bob to 5 mid, I guess, if you Legioned. Yeah, Legion.
And then you also get extra points in the left lane for your 2 stones. Would be the answer.
Yeah, you're smart, dude. That's a deep read right there. Legion. That's creative. I'm impressed.
Let's see though.
Soulstone over. Not a great start, though, is it?
No. Annihilate. That's
just this game.
Okay. I don't. Did that lose to Cougar playing nothing?
Yeah.
I kind of think it may have lost to Cougar playing 0 cards. In the end.
I think you're right. Yeah, didn't contest. Yeah. Everything was played right. Yeah, that wasn't the answer we needed. I guess just saw the writing on the wall there and knew it was done. So, man, despite the disruption, locations messing, just running the table with Cerebro 4 is crazy. I never get that when I play Cerebro decks. I suffer. I'm miserable.
Yeah, those are the games where it gives me like Nidavellir and then so many like Monster Islands. But speaking of some great games, we've got one of the few people I think who are running Nightmare, a card that I think you enjoy a little bit.
Oh, number one, I love Nightmare. I also, like, if we had a segment like, guess your most impactful surprise card or whatever, right? Like the card that's nobody's gonna play that's gonna win the tournament. I was gonna pick Nightmare because I thought, like, we've talked a lot about information asymmetry. Like, your opponent has no idea what your cards turn into. Sometimes your Red Skull is an Iron Man. I don't know what it is here. I couldn't see, but it's just, it provides some crazy high rolls that you can snap around really well. for me, at least on ladder, I don't think this probably translates to competitive players at Conquest, but I like just knowing if I find a card on turn 3, Nightmare on 3, I can snap, right? It gives me that like snapping confidence, like Mr. Negative, I snap, you know, really linear snapping lines are nice for me. Again, I'm sure they're well beyond that, but so I think Nightmare's criminally underrated from a power level standpoint for like ladder players, but also seems from my casual perspective to be good in events like this as well. So
yeah, no, that's fair. And I think speaking of other decks that I think are also just very good, a lot of I've heard more pro players talking about it. They think Cerebro's a very difficult deck to play against, which is why I think we've seen some of this Red Skull Nightmare stuff come back, because Red Skull is a counter to Cerebro.
It's like a tech card, not just a big high-powered card. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
It's buffing your opponent's cards. That's intriguing. So normally you're trying to turn off your Red Skull's effect or transform it via Nightmare, but against Cerebro, you're actually just happy to preserve it. And you know, you might even still be able to win that location, honestly, because Red Skull's so big, but certainly disrupting the rest and lowering the ceiling on Cerebro. That's really cool. I've run into that like accidentally a few times on ladder, right? But thinking that from a tournament metagame standpoint is really, really interesting. Now, a move deck here, we can see, by the way, is going to have access to Altar of Death in many cases, but can they get big enough in a second location is going to be the challenge, because there's big numbers for this deck.
Yeah, that's the question. But BU++ is going to be ending with, if I'm not mistaken here, 31 points of power at the middle location. They already got 21 in the right. They don't have a way to move cards secondarily. Cosmo stopping them from playing anything really big mid. Yeah, looking a little bit difficult.
And did we see if this deck has a Heimdall? Is this a Heimdall move deck, or I didn't?
I'm pretty sure if we ask kindly, it'll get pulled up underneath us. And yes, it is a Heimdall move deck. Also running Juggernaut and Cosmo as a little bit of tech in there.
I feel like Heimdall would have put them in a good spot that game, but I didn't do the math. Just eyeballing.
Speaking of being in a good spot, New York.
Ooh, yeah.
You're loving that if you're Colossal right now. Like, that's just everything you need for a move deck. And it's it's rough. This is not kind currently to Bud right now. This, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Nightmare.
The move is eating right now. Like, yes, I like these things. These are great for me. But on the other hand, is feeling the heat. But Nightmare, you never know, man. Like Red Skull could be a vision, right?
True.
Like it's there's always possibilities with Nightmare. That's what I like. It's like it just opens up so many angles.
Yep, and they're both getting the highest cost card in each other. This could matter a lot, right? It is a high. That changes. No, wait, hold up. There's a real chance now for Butt. The fact that I just got.
He's turning it off though, or not? I don't know.
True.
He was gonna Nightmare it away, so he was debating whether to Nightmare. Yeah, he decided not to because Heimdall gets him mid. So he's thinking, hey, I can win mid now with Heimdall. Just get big numbers. Yeah. Wow.
And Merlin potentially can turn off New York. Yep. Immediately getting that.
Wow.
And you can go Nightmare here as well. You can't snap, so Hydra Bob is locked in that left lane. This is yeah, you've got some real options here. The fact that you now have a way to turn off a location, are you just saying you don't care about Nightmare anymore? Or you don't care about Heimdall anymore?
Yeah, maybe you don't think you need Heimdall if you're turning off New York. Maybe you think you can just tank it, I guess. Interesting. We've seen a little pivot here twice. Like we've kind of seen the decision making happening live. Mojo World.
Let's see. So we have a Swarm is Iron Patriot. Heimdall, I believe, was a Helicarrier, and Red Skull was, I've already forgotten what Red Skull was.
I didn't see. No. You're so much better at paying attention than I am.
I'm trying to remember that. Thank you, Nihilus.
Yeah, it looked like a Nihilus. Cool.
You plus hearing us right there. Polymorph going to change Nightmare to a 4-cost card.
Yeah, that's strong, actually. That's a huge gain, typically. We're looking at like average of 4 or 6 or something. So probably a 5-point gain on average is really nice.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Merlin into Nightmare is actually a really cool line if I think about it. Giving you that base body. Sometimes just shuffling it away for some extra energy, transforming it into a 4-drop could be awesome. Imagine we get a War Machine.
True. Yeah, that could change everything. Let's see it.
That would be a very fun.
All right. And trying to figure out what you want to do here, because this is difficult, right? You can technically only play to 2 locations right now, and choosing to play the 0, which means whatever the next card that is played gets its ability turned off.
Yeah, this is there's a lot more small cards in play than I would normally expect to see from this kind of deck potentially. Oh, Malekith, but you don't get the summon because of the occupied spot if you had anything left in the deck anyway, I guess. But it's it's not as tall of a number expect for this kind of deck sometimes, but might be enough anyway. Really?
Ooh, yeah. B++ saying that, listen, I've got 14 points I can put in the left lane. That's about it. Let's see what happens here.
I don't feel good about this.
Right isn't bad, though.
Dagger and Torch are huge. It's because of the Hellion.
0 cards played?
It's, did he really not play a card?
I guess he didn't need to, because why would you play that when you can already put 38 points in the left lane, winning the middle, knowing that they've changed the Heimdall with the Nightmare? It works out.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by this because my thoughts are, I don't know if this holds true always, but I always think Heimdall move decks sometimes have a hard time getting power right. Like obviously Hellion can change that a little bit, but it all would have unfolded differently, you know, based on the Nightmare getting played or not. But sometimes I think like I can kind of win right against move decks sometimes. And then maybe if I use that Heimdall myself, I can win mid. And I would have maybe tried to go that route, but I dare not question genius, right?
So
like,
how good do you think move decks are getting into the power in the left lane though? As we do see Nexus show up at the left, it's almost as if they're listening to you.
Yeah. By the way, I love that highlight clip earlier where you started explaining how triple Nexus works, and you're like getting into all the details in the math, and then it just like the game unfolded in a way where it made no difference whatsoever. You know, it was real funny. I always explain that too in videos though. Nexus is a really fun one when it starts stacking up. I really like Nexus a lot anyway.
No, it's awesome. Unfortunately, though, they put numbers in my superhero card game for some reason. I don't know why they did that, but I have to start looking at those. Speaking of numbers, Debris went up to a 3/7 recently, getting a few extra points of power in the detriment that it no longer puts rocks on your opponent's side of the board, only your own, and BU++ using that to their advantage here with a Nightmare.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of good 3-cost effects too, right? So you're suddenly getting like really good effects sometimes on a 3/7 body. It's almost in that gladiator space. Rocket and Groot, for instance. Rocket and Groot on Debris is a great hit. You could maybe start stealing some power in Nexus, perhaps. People might be playing down into that Madam Web, so it's pretty cool.
I love that. I definitely missed. Oh, we have an armor for Lizard. Starbrand is actually Ghost, removing the end of turn abilities. I missed what Red Skull was. Maybe BU++ will hear us calling from the ether and wondering what that card was. But
telepathically summon the information.
There you go. But Zero turning off whatever the next card is, because that card was not hit by Nightmare. Juggernaut being played, making it so that Debris, the fake Debris, that is, just is nothing.
It's getting zeroed, so it must not have been anything great. Might have been a Hobgoblin or something, right?
Hopefully. That's part of the benefit still of Zero. One of the nice things I do like about Merlin, by the way, especially in this deck, is that you can use the rocks generated by Debris to get extra things, to maybe get the extra power, turn them into 2-cost cards, like a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, I actually really like both Debris and Rhino. I think there's some really cool design space around summoning those rocks for yourself. Merlin's a perfect example. I wanted to do like a Patriot deck. I haven't done yet, but I think those are both really cool changes, like rocks for yourself and kind of playing with the downside and turning it into an upside was, I think, really fun. Now, we didn't see this Gladiator come down. I don't know, you know, it had a chance to like it's a Moon Knight. It had a chance to like discard a Heimdall or something. I guess maybe not feeling like Heimdall's that important or...
Heimdall, I think we also saw Dagger potentially inside the deck. Like that's it. You don't have a lot of options for great things, and it more likely just hits something you don't want as much. But you can, at least if you're Bar now, you could just go Gladiator Starbrand left lane final turn. Assuming Red Skull doesn't mess with too much, obviously it's zeroed here. You could still get out a lot of points.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we haven't seen any of the big mover payoffs come down yet, like Torch or Dagger. But with Madam Web and Sparky,
what did you say?
Thank you for perfect timing. Sparky lets you get those back into the Madam Web location, right? Which is really nice. You can spike a ton of power left in Nexus, which is exactly what we need. I guess we're never gonna know what that Red Skull was, by the way.
I guess not. No. Interesting they chose not to activate Sparky there, because they could have gotten a couple extra moves onto the Madam Web, but didn't need to.
I guess since you want the power in Nexus anyway, like the moving out of Madam Web a second time is maybe not as, not as impactful, I suppose. But Torch is only coming back at 12, right? Like, is that? Or no, I guess he's going to 18.
I guess. Yeah, it'll be 18 power. But right, it could have gone to 18. You could have moved it away, and then maybe a Heimdall in the left lane again.
Oh, Heimdall, true. If you had the Heimdall, yeah, you could have got him.
I don't know. Let's see what they got here. Putting down an extra 20 points over in that left lane, getting to the 18 you talked about.
Oh, they do have the Heimdall. You're right. Couldn't we have gotten one more loop on Torch, maybe?
I think we could have. But did you need it? Let's see. Debris. Oh my gosh, is that
It's
that's
6
a
to
2 point?
4. It's 6 to 4 on the tiebreakers. Crazy.
That's so wow. That's it. No. Oh, that was a close one. Yeah.
That's
so 2
close.
points.
Oh, whoa. You're right. You didn't need it, by the way. You didn't need the torch. You had enough, but you got it close.
No.
Wow.
It's Colossus knew. And they just it was for the intensement. It's just for showmanship. That's the only reason they didn't move stuff. Just to put us on the edge of our seat.
It's crazy how close these games get, by the way. Like you're at the tippity top of MarvelSnap gameplay, right? The best of the best. And 2 point difference? Like, come on. That's crazy work. That's
the
wild.
tying of Nexus is wild. But speaking of ties, we're gonna hold a quick tie over on this gauntlet. We're gonna give y'all a quick moment just to recuperate, stretch your legs, pause as we set up for, I believe, the next round here in just a moment. We are back. We're getting ready for round 2 over here. There's a lot of also really cool cards, really awesome different pieces that I don't know if I'm fully expecting. And I mean, you got to see some Nightmare. It's difficult trying to calculate or remember every single card Nightmare changes, but you got to see a little bit of your boy.
Yeah, it didn't go as well as I'd like, unfortunately. I was rooting for Nightmare. Maybe there's some other Nightmare players. I'm curious. It seems like one of those cards that we aren't going to see a lot of, which, it's always fun to see like the most popular stuff, kind of what's at the top and defining the meta. But I'm also always really curious about like the outliers and what's unique and what's different and unusual. So I guess we're gonna take a look at exactly that, both of those here.
Yeah. So we saw this, right? The top 5 in the word cloud that we saw a little bit ago, right? The most commonly played cards. We obviously Shadow King, Merlin, Mercury, Iron Patriot, and Cosmic Ghost Rider. We've seen this. We've seen the cards that we have a lot of. What are the cards that we have the fewest of? I feel like Nightmare might be one of them. Do you want to give another guess for what we might have as a lesser played card?
Well, I don't know if the zeros are going to be on here, but I think Zombie Galacti might be a 0.
Oh no.
No zeros.
Oh,
but,
we have no cards that are not played. That's actually interesting.
So I
we're not showing. Never mind. Sorry.
Nebula, dude, that's so crazy to me. I was talking about this because I just recorded a high evolutionary video with Nebula in it, and it's like Nebula used to be everywhere. I feel like for so long in MarvelSnap, there she was like the go-to 1-drop. And here we see Nebula in only one deck, which I'm not surprised. We don't see her much these days, but it's just crazy how much things have evolved over time.
Yeah,
Namora, though. Namora, I like Namora decks a lot. I feel like these are really good. Maybe just a little bit too linear for Conquest format or like too easily disrupted, perhaps.
Well, I think the number 6 most common card was Cosmo, which is part of the reason I think maybe why you don't see as much Namora. But it's very interesting. I'm willing to bet though the Jim Hammond and Human Torch next to Fallen One. I wonder if that's the same person running them both in the same deck. I would have to guess.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that actually sounds like a fun one to watch. I think that'd be cool. I like the idea of the extra energy stuff. Agent Venom, another card that like I feel like has had some moments. I don't know about on the competitive scene, but like Agent Venom.
Oh yeah.
In various stages on ladder, it felt so powerful. Nimrod might be another one that's like too linear, but a good card, I would say.
I think Agent Venom's a card that recently fell, and I think the biggest thing that actually hit it was when Havoc went to getting +3 per turn, because you could give it like an additional +3, but now because you'd get multiple triggers out of it because you could run like a Kitty Pryde or something else. Now you can't really do that as much, which is a pretty big deal. Selene as well is another notable card that we are not seeing a lot of right now, but I do think Selene, I've actually seen some people running it in Cerebro too with like a goblin or two.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Titania. I guess we don't see Clog anymore. Maybe with the change to Debris too, it's like a little harder to do Clog decks. But man,
yeah,
that's such a like classically popular card.
Believers Rise Up. Cobra Believers Rise Up. We got this. Cobra will one day have its moment in the sun. Oh no, sometime soon. I can hope.
What's Cobra good against? Enlighten me. Like, why do you like Cobra? Share your thoughts.
Monster Island.
Okay.
The Horde. Arishim. Agamotto's Images of Icon.
Images of Icon.
My Emotions.
Wow,
just like, everything.
Like you're just rooting for underdogs, basically. Like you've got that underdog.
Can you blame me?
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I like the powerful cards. I want only the best cards, the strongest, biggest
we have
numbers.
Ares here.
I do like Ares, man. I was playing a Cerebro deck the other day, and my opponent played an Ares against me, and it was
okay.
C3, and I didn't lose the Ares with a Cerebro deck. It was 9 versus 9. I was like, are you serious? They run Ares and only got the cheating. 9 power. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, 9 power only.
White Queen is another card that I want to be able to play more of my girl Emma, but it feels so difficult oftentimes.
Yeah, Vulture, by the way. We see a lot of move decks, right? I suspect we're going to see a lot of move decks today, but not running Vulture, I guess, much. Interesting. Just getting cut for the bigger payoffs, I guess. It's kind of a more.
I think that's the big thing. Yeah,
small scaler.
Yeah. Rock and Groot is another card. I really like Rock and Groot. I don't feel like they're still bad. I think that people kind of just forgot about them. But speaking of underdogs, first Ghost Rider. Love it. Another great card. Wow.
Just got buffed too, right? I guess just got an extra point of power.
Cerebro 7 gamers are clamoring over the card right now, okay? It's great, I swear.
I saw some lists. Are they real? Like, are they actually good, or is it more of a joke?
Well, that's a different. Okay, can I say? No one can hear me, right? If I tell you this, like, okay, maybe it's
I don't
not
think anybody's
the best
watching.
thing in the. No, no one's watching. All right, no, maybe it's not the best, but God, I love the card still. It's cool.
Okay, no, listen, that's all I need to hear, honestly. Like, I don't know if I have time on my schedule, but I should probably try to make that deck. That sounds really fun. So
there's a lot of fun stuff there.
I should give it a go.
Yeah. I think Agent 13 is an interesting card. I feel like that's the idea of generation of cards, right? Obviously, we have Airshim, but these smaller cards like Agent 13, Coulson, Nick Fury, Shield's been struggling, I think, in comparison to Celestials.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to ask you about Airwalker here too, by the way. Wasn't Airwalker in one of our like winning decks that we looked at earlier? I feel like, or was it like that, or was like the Morgan Le Fay deck or something? I think got second
it was
place
in like
in one
the
of the
top
qualifiers
bracket or whatever. Yeah.
That Morgan Le Fay deck was pretty cool. I think that was like, I think that was the second place deck. But you know, despite getting second place in a qualifier, by the way, only one person running, and I think that's funny to see like these promising decks that maybe are like pet decks for somebody or comfort picks or just something really spicy and different. It doesn't necessarily make its way into the field at large, right? It might just be one person's kind of thing.
Oh my gosh. Y'all I don't know if we can pull it up. Can we go back to the first qualify? Yep. Look at this. What's that? 41.1% of the games had Mr. Fantastic First Steps Pedro. The fall from grace, as it's taken only 3 months from August to November. Don't question my math. As Mr. Fantastic is now only in a singular deck. Oh, the humanity.
It's so funny. In both times, his name is so long, he doesn't fit. We had to shorten it on the word cloud. He's so big in the word cloud. He's the only First Steps card that was like abbreviated. He's also too long here. It's kind of funny. Yeah, that's wild to see though. Like, I don't think he's a bad card, by the way, either. Like, just to be clear, like I think 3-cost Fantastic First Steps is still quite playable. I see him pop up from time to time. Just has fallen from grace so hard. That's wild.
I think it's the big thing where now it's requiring you, because turn 3, there's a lot of cards you can do to set up turn 3. Turn 3 has a lot of cards that are trying to compete, like you said, for that slot, for what you play on turn 3. And Mr. Fantastic First Steps just says, what I'm doing is I'm preparing for other cards I'm playing, and that's it. And Surge, I feel like at a 2-cost lets you kind of do it at a lot better or a lot easier of a line than potentially Pedro does.
Yeah, the opportunity cost in that slot is really tough to overcome. There's just so much good stuff there. It makes sense. I saw, by the way, Morph was being played the same as Mr. Fantastic First Steps.
Oh, why would you say this? Oh no.
Like, what?
Oh no, it's rough.
That's a twist. I love Morph though. I'm a big Morph gamer. I think underrated again. There's just like, you know, people run good cards. Morph turns into the things people run. He turns into good cards, right? It's simple logic. It's simple math. Forget synergies, forget that game plans. It just works.
I love it when my opponent plays like a Loki or like a Morph against me. I'm not running good cards. They're screwed. That's you don't know this, but you've fallen into my trap card.
I say that all the time. Like anytime we're playing a bad deck, it's like you're the fool, and it's like you know, because I play a lot of bad meme decks, so it's always fun when I turn it against them.
Yeah, no, I love it. There's a lot of really cool cards here. We've seen the ones at the top, we've seen the ones at the bottom, and there's a vast majority of cards, right? We've got, in total, it does show 322 different cards here, all that are at least being played in one deck or another. And I feel like for the most part in MarvelSnap, like every card is playable. Maybe not great, but every card is playable.
Except Zombie Galacti, apparently.
No. Don't worry.
He's underrated.
Are there any Zombie Galacti gamers? Can we check? Is there anyone that? Oh wait, hold up. I'm getting an error 404 Zombie Galacti not found message.
Dude, he's underrated. I think there's gonna be a moment it'll pop up. I trust, I believe. Like I really stuck my neck out and said I love this card, and everybody's like, yeah, we don't love it, Regis. That's just you. But I know that they'll come around. I believe. I have faith. It's maybe 1 point's all it needs. Second dinner. Hook it up. Put it at 5. and I think he can get there. Now, honestly, though, you're right. Like 322 unique cards being played is honestly impressive because if you think about it, right, if everybody said, hey, I know the best deck, it's 12 cards. And if, everybody thought, hey, that's the best, most obvious best deck, and that's the perfect thing, you'd have 12 cards getting played. Everybody would have the same list, right? Obviously, that's a simplification. But even if you extend that a little bit, you might expect maybe 3 or 4 decks kind of jostling for the top spot. You're looking at 36 cards. But now it's like, actually, no, it's not 36 cards. It's 322 cards. Like that shows just how diverse a meta can be and like how much confidence people have in like weird little stuff too, to maybe give them a little edge, basically.
And that's something really cool, I think, with MarvelSnap, because there are a lot of games where you can't do that. You cannot have like a diverse sort of metagame, but we get to have that here. And one of the things we do get to have is we actually get to immediately see some play rate of the stuff. And now these top 5 cards, right? These are the ones that we've seen the most play rate. Shadow King Merlin, Cosmic Ghost Rider, all with a negative win rate, I think, notably. And this is interesting because I feel like the more often a card is played, right? Like the more data you get on a card, the more it'll mellow out in stats, but also it's not surprising that we've also had a good chunk of losses with them.
Yeah, I mean, they naturally start to move towards the average result, the more of them there are, right? So being around 50% makes sense, but notably they are losing in these cases. Yeah, the 3 biggest tech cards, maybe still worth it in certain cases, but not as strong of a showing as you'd expect. Cosmo, though, does jump out at me there in that next slot. 67% win rate on Cosmo, despite being really powerful. That to me, very common, I mean, very popular, is probably an indicator that he's overperforming. That looks like some pretty confident data. Elias,
it's a very good doggo.
It's 60%. And Juggernaut down there, too, at 60%. Those seem to be the winners of this batch so far, man.
Yeah, you've got Juggernaut as well. One of the things I'll point out, actually, if we can scroll back up for a second. Remember when I was telling you that Shang-Chi may not be a great card? Only card so far with a below 40% win rate.
Oh man, Shang-Chi's hurting. Yeah, I'm gonna blame the field. There just aren't enough big cards out there for him.
That's the answer. No, everyone else is wrong. You're right.
There's no big Human Torches out there anywhere. It's just all tiny stuff.
Well, it's difficult. You have to with the Human Torch, right? You have to guess where they're gonna be playing their cards. You've got like a Web Sling. You've got Madam Web. You've got, I don't know, Fanfei recently got buffed as well. People are playing Fanfei. It's interesting stuff here.
Yeah, I will say that's one thing about move decks too, is like, I have a hard time figuring out where my points are going with move decks. Like, where am I putting this stuff? That also means it's hard for the opponent sometimes, because if you don't know what you're doing, how could they possibly know what you're doing? It's really hard to predict craziness. So I get that. Yeah.
No, there's a lot of cool stuff. Can we see which cards? And I imagine there's gonna be some skewed with like people playing 1 or 2, but like which cards have the highest win rate, as we are about to, I think, swap over here in just a moment. Spider-Punk, the brand new season pass card, at a 76%. Cloak, you mentioned Cloak, 83% win rate, which I think is that like 9%, 12? I don't remember. It's like certain out of 12 or something like that.
10 out of 12, it looks like. Yeah. So yeah, that's
crazy. If only there was some way I could read numbers. I can't. Sorry.
No, I just knew that. I didn't read it. I just happen to know that normally. Totally. 100%.
So built different. Wow. Would you look at that? No, there's a lot of Agony as well. I wonder if it's for some merge stuff.
Yeah, Man Spider might be getting some bumps. That's cool, dude. Agony just seems kind of good generally too.
Yep. Man Spider over at ooh. Oh, let's scroll past that. Let's scroll past the 40% win rate for Man Spider. We don't cut that.
Whoops.
It's weird. Sorry, there was a weird glitch.
He's fun. That's what matters most. Okay. That's
true. He doesn't. He's not performing well. Listen, the numbers can feel really intense, really like immense when you see this, like, 1,000 or something like that power Man Spider, but it's kind of similar to Wong.
Yeah. Ooh. By the way, I did see Moonstone and Captain Carter both had crazy numbers, which is exactly what I was talking about early on, right? They just feel like they could just single-handedly solo spots so easily, and this might be a sign that maybe some ongoing packages are going to shine in this event. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think they can just do so much. And Moonstone has like really surprising little easy ways to gain so much power. Like even an Ant-Man, Goliath, like it just shoots up so fast. Any little extra buffs from locations and stuff too start scaling so well with Captain Carter. I feel like Moonstone is quietly maybe the best card in the game. I don't know. That's probably not something a competitive player would ever say necessarily. I don't know. I may sound totally
I think it feels like a very good card. Whether or not it's the best, maybe, I don't know. There's like whole different stats and stuff you can look at, but it definitely is a very good card. And I don't think anyone could deny that.
I like that, yeah.
Ant-Man, 100% win rate.
Oh, there you go.
You said it. You said it.
Every time I name a card, it's like, hey, great, except for Man Spider.
Name another one. Let's just test it. Let's just test
Emperor Hulkling.
Wow, look at that. It definitely wasn't already on screen. Can I name one? Absorbing Man.
Hey, Absorbing Man. I wonder if that's some Man Spider hints, actually. That's a really cool interaction with Man Spider where they kind of like,
OG Galactus at 100. By the way, it looks like 3 people playing him.
Oh, OG Galactus. Yeah. Interesting. Have we seen much Galactus in previous qualifiers? I feel like I saw a few lists or moments. I mean, we saw that one moment, I know, in the recap video, but has it been commonly played? Is it just too hard to sneak it past great players, you know?
I feel like the problem is it's not a sneaking thing, right? It's difficult with the open deck list format to have to be able to try to use a Galactus often, but it can happen. It's just, you have to be ready for the fact that your opponent also knows what is going on. So it's a bit of a give and take there.
Yeah, so unless you can like really force it, you know, wave stuff, maybe it's hard to pull it off. Seems to me like it'd be too predictable and too linear for sure. It's interesting how much I have to reframe how I see decks and think about things from my casual ladder experience to a Conquest competitive experience, because it really does start to feel like a different game in so many ways. So many little things you can rely on or trust just don't make sense with open deck lists. It really shifts your mode of thinking, which is cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of different styles decks, a lot of variety in this, which I appreciate. There's a lot of cool stuff here. A lot of cards that you may not think were incredible, but just give them a chance. Listen, Zombie Galacti, maybe it's better than you think.
Just wait. Just needs a little help.
No, it's great. It's great. It's an awesome card. But I will say, as we're jumping into our next round here, we're going to be we got some pretty fun matches queued up for round 2. What are some other cards here? What are some other types of decks that you personally enjoy? Maybe you want to see them. I don't know.
Well, you know, I like big flashy numbers. So yeah. Number one, Man Spider stuff right now. I'd love to see a Man Spider game, because Man Spider plus Absorbing Man is such a cool, fun combo. I don't even know that bounce Man Spider deck we looked at earlier, how that's going to work out. So wouldn't mind seeing that. But anything where the numbers get really green and really big is what I'm going to be sold on. You know what would be cool? I want to see like an Iron Man Tribunal deck. I don't know if we have any of those, but like just
there has to be some Tribunal gamers out there.
Numbers, yeah. Protect it with a Cosmo. You know, it could work.
Yeah. I've seen some people doing Tribunal stuff where they get to go with, they use, I believe it's like Moonstone and then either Prodigy or a Mystique in combination with like a Mr. Fantastic, just to be putting 100 points in the side lanes and say, screw the middle lane. We don't need that.
Yeah, it's like a mini Tribunal. I've only needed to win 2 lanes anyway. Yeah, those Fantastic lists are so cool. Prodigy give you the ability to stack up so many onslaughts. Yeah. It's cool.
Well, speaking of going into things with Prodigy, let's go into our next round here with, I believe we have Denman Falcon and Vevavi, as I'm saying it perfectly well.
Vevavi, I think you nailed it. That sounds right to me.
There you go, perfect.
I trust you.
I'm glad. We 100% great. Let's see.
Nice fist bumps to start out. Some good luck wishing. Good manners all around the board. We love to see that.
Some camaraderie. Okay. Sauron stuff with Luna Snow, Shadow King, Scar. By the way, listen, I know you like going for the base cards. Variants look cool.
It does actually look pretty sick. Yeah, the splits here look really sharp. That Luna Snow is very cool. I was telling you, like, it's funny. I play with base cards so much that I've trained myself to look at art and not logos, and sometimes I have a hard time identifying cards via their variant art. So I'm always like, what is that? Let's see.
Wait a minute. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. I got to interrupt here because I have a personal stake in this one. Denman Falcon, who is playing this. This is the list I took to Infinite and coasted through the 90s with and had an 80% win rate with. So I personally am very curious to see how this does in a tournament format. I'm excited for it. Not that I'm playing favorites as to why it's on the screen. I don't know. I'm just throwing the idea out there. It's I don't.
I saw you tweet this list, and then I was like, man, that's old school like Scar stuff, but I love it. Like, this is my kind of deck. So I was really proud that you had showed it off and like done something cool. That I was like, yes, I like this. Mad respect, guest.
Ooh, Dracula versus Makari, by the way, getting flipped up by X-Mansion. Very cool here as well. One other thing I want to point out that I also think is pretty cool. Remember those card backs we were talking about, those qualifier card backs? We are seeing both opponents running those. They just look so nice. They're so shiny.
Nice little preview. This will be the last time I see it because I'll never run into an opponent with it. So I'll never be high enough ranked to encounter it in the wild. That Dracula, by the way, is sometimes pretty spicy in a deck like this with some big numbers, right? You can easily get like a big Red Skull or something stuck in hand in these kind of decks. And Dracula giving you a way to access that power seems powerful. But that said, you can also get stuck with some small stuff. That Zero might get locked in hand occasionally, or the Iron Patriot, and Dracula can roll. So we might see a big moment there with what Dracula hits.
Very, very true. Ares gonna be coming down here for Denman potentially, and you got a pretty big list. Oh, remember Dracula seemed cool? Nope.
Oh no, our fun has been denied by Red Guardian once again.
How dare Red Guardian. Ares, let's see if Ares wins the flip. 17 power for the opponent's deck, but that's pretty good for Ares here.
Yeah, pretty close, surprisingly. I always try to math out what my opponent's cards might be. Well, not when I'm doing videos because I'm not that smart, but like in private, you know, I'm always like trying to say, 17 power, what might they draw? You know, like what could that be? What's the math there?
Wasn't there a card you said you wanted to see?
I know.
Feel like there was a card you wanted to see here.
Man Spider, and that's a variant, and like the redistribution of power on that's so cool. Being able to move power around is really nice.
Big deal, of course, with Zero actually shutting down Man Spider. Cannot play Man Spider on this turn unless you just want a 5/1. But Man Spider is cool for its ability. If y'all don't know, it's a brand new card in the game. It is a 5/1 that doubles its that absorbs or merges the previous card into itself, and then doubles its power whenever it merges. Very cool thing. And you can do that potentially with Scar here, as Shadow King turns off Ares buff, but also the 2 extra power that Iron Patriot got.
Yeah, now that the Shadow King's committed, you might feel a little better with the Man Spider. You know, it's a power increase, you know, but it's also a move of power. You can kind of use it like, hey, if they think I'm strong right and Scar's there, I can shift my Scar now mid and, you know, maybe surprise them as far as where that power is going to move. Is that better than just, you know, slamming a Red Skull? Not always, but, you know, in some instances, we might see Man Spider creating some surprise moments, but instead deciding here, don't have the numbers. A little too close and not enough probably power flexibility here. It can only really contest one lane. If the opponent's deck has more easily distributed power, often these close games like this where it's flat across the field, I think it's easier to win with 2 good plays as opposed to 1 really big play, right?
No, it's a very cool little card, which if y'all haven't picked it up, I believe you can pick it up with the Super Premium Season Pass. You can pick it up in the MarvelSnap web shop. There's actually, I think, a link in the chat so y'all can get this card. If you don't have it, it's a lot of fun. It's the card I'm having, I think, the most fun with in game right now. It's a blast.
Yeah, it's amazing. I agree with you there, 100%. I thought I was a Zombie Galactic guy, and then Man Spider came along, and I'm a Man Spider guy. I wonder what card is gonna steal my love next.
It's almost like they keep releasing cool cards. I don't know.
Yeah. These zeros sometimes get stuck awkwardly. It's like, you know, my brain always wants to tempo out a play and like, okay, just spend my energy, but you obviously want to keep that Iron Patriot protected on 2, so you're sitting on your 0. Occasionally, though, it like falls in the gaps where you don't find a great moment for it. You know, if you've got Ares on 4, you can't load up for a Red Skull on 5 as easily. But hopefully it finds a moment by turn 6.
Yeah. We have Iron Patriot getting played. I don't mind in the left lane, because if you put Iron Patriot left, right, it's Brooklyn Bridge. The opponent cannot play their 2 turns in a row. So if they were committing this turn, they can't do it next. But you have the option now here. So Iron Patriot, both players giving you potentially, interesting pieces. Cannonball for Denman. We do not know what FFV is receiving.
This is a little fun Iron Patriot dance off, but kind of awkward hand here. You can commit the Shadow King to shut down the Iron Patriot. Is it worth it? Would you rather preserve that Shadow King to answer something later? I think I'd probably play it here personally. I think I would just.
Could.
I think the opponent is going to go for my Patriot since that location's kind of solved, right? I mean, maybe you just rip 0 for a tie and you're happy.
Like
that makes
0.
sense.
Yeah, because the 0 could still do it. And Shadow King wouldn't have won that on its own either. Mirage is the other answer for what you might want to stop Shadow King with. But actually, Mirage hitting Shadow King means that Shadow King is just going to be sitting at a 3-4 even after it's copied there.
True, it does affect itself. Also, Mirage's sort of recent buff, you can kind of see sometimes. I know a lot of people scoff at like 1 power buffs. It's like, oh, it's 1 power. What difference does 1 power make at the end of the game? And sometimes it doesn't. But for little stuff like that, like contesting an Iron Patriot, I'm always surprised how impactful little buffs can be. So Mirage being a 3-3 suddenly, you know, saving 3 energy against your opponent's cannonball is a really big deal. It's actually super impactful.
This is an interesting choice going for the Starbrand here in the left lane. You do also have a Typhoid Mary. You've got Ares and other cards. I feel like maybe this is just incorrect. I feel like if I'm FV, or if I'm Denman, maybe I want to play Typhoid so I can at least spend all the energy. Maybe use the Starbrand when it's a little bit easier. But Starbrand has a pretty big deficit of giving your opponent typically +3 power in each other lane. So the 0, you might just need to say, I am putting this on my Starbrand right now and nothing else. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, the 7th Cosmos changing every single location right now into... Okay, X Mansion's not going to get a trigger. We have Murder World also not going to be triggering. Mirror Island, I never say the name correctly, over at the right lane will be triggering.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's such a cool moment. Was off. I love seeing that every time. It's not always like that impactful as far as the location changes are concerned, as we see here. Sometimes too late and stuff, but it looks cool. That's for sure.
What would you go for here? What's your line?
I don't know. I was really excited with Ares on Sinister just to copy and you know, get the second round of that buff. That sounded like a really great line to me. So now I guess I'm just playing on Curve Red Skull. Yeah. You probably don't want to put it right since you haven't turned it off. You know, they're maybe less likely to put stuff mid than right because they're playing into Mirror Island. So my instincts would be to just flip mid, get that breakpoint against the Misery there, and it seems like what's going to happen.
Yep. Shadow King just saying no repeatedly. By the way, how many Shadow Kings has VV gotten at this point? By the way, it's an incredible amount of Shadow Kings that have technically increased in power, but also not the most.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
You know, we're seeing the impact of what you talked about earlier right now, by the way, because Scar costs 3 and Typhoid Mary costs 4, so you can't play both. If you had the Star brand, you could play both right now, right? You'd be able to put 3 and 3 together. Now, would it have been worth it? Not necessarily. You know, it's about weighing those downsides. So it's just interesting that it's actually happening. But you've got Lizard here instead, perhaps, is a nice little flexible power boost.
Yeah, Lizard. You also could potentially try to go with the Shadow King in the right. Like Shadow King right into a Scar right could be real, but you don't have a lot of points mid with that. If they play at least 5 power, they are at least matching you there. You could even just go for like an Ares Lizard could be interesting, but again, I think Scar is just better. Cannonball, and that's
just a Cannonball. This is the last thing I would have done. I think I'm so intrigued by this.
Cannonball if the Odin goes mid, you lose, right? Demon just loses. Yeah.
I'm okay with the retreat here. I could definitely see this being pretty shaky. Maybe just having some fun with Cannonball here.
One of the things that is really impactful here are snapping and retreating.
Right.
VV choose not snapping in these situations where they're getting multiple triggers or they're getting a lot of good things like just going their way is really beneficial for Denman, as Denman can retreat these only losing a singular cube, gaining more knowledge about the way the opponent's gonna be playing their stuff, and just saying, nah, I can't win this. I will just take a singular cube for that, and that's not bad.
Yeah, these low pressure retreats, you know, you don't feel like you've lost much. You know, you're getting some chances to have moments, but you know, if you're not hitting like your Sauron and stuff, it feels kind of good to get away with only 1 cube. You know.
Very truthful. 0. Okay, interesting stuff here.
Yeah, it always feels funny to just like play this Kitty Pride out, even though you maybe never go back to it again. But just in case you want that 1 power later, right? You might just go 0 Lizard though to get the curve started. But Lizard's like the least exciting thing to hit usually for 0. You kind of only do it for curve purposes. It's like you really want to hit Red Skull, Typhoid, or Starbrand.
Yeah, really so. One of the nice things about Manspider, by the way, especially in this style of deck, is that you can just take these, like the Red Skull's detriment, and just turn it into a very big upside, which is awesome.
Yeah, no, it's
Opponents
nice. It's another way to
snapping.
silence those effects. Yeah.
This is a big deal immediately. The fact that they're right now, I don't think you know why Vevi is snapping. You have no idea. And this is just all right, you have to retreat. There's enough different stuff you don't know what is going on. A little bit scary here. And I love that a Maria Hill scared him enough just to make him retreat.
It's also like considering your hand. You're looking at your hand, you're saying, yeah, I don't really have the best curve here, and I don't have like my Sauron stuff, so I'm gonna just bow out again, while it's still low pressure stakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Man Spider's so cool that it can turn this deck off. By the way, I know a lot of people call this deck like a proactive ongoing deck. Am I the only person that calls it an off-going deck?
I've never heard of an off-going deck. That's fun.
You're turning it off, right? It's an off-going deck.
No, you're completely right.
I thought that's what people called it, but that's just me. I don't know.
if people aren't calling it that, they're wrong. Is what I've said.
I thought I had some small degree of influence on the MarvelSnap community, but maybe not. I was wrong.
I don't know. Apparently,
I overestimated myself. Yeah.
Hood over in the right lane, as we have New York mid, Rocket Pad in the left. Lizard's a great way to potentially be winning the Rocket Pad. As I don't know, that's 6 power for only 2 cost. However, if you fill up the board, a little bit difficult. Golden Gauntlet card back, giving you another chance just to admire it.
It's beautiful, really. Yeah. Yeah, I like that Lizard. We see Lizard sometimes as like a priority gaining play in other decks where it's like, if this gets turned off later, I'm not happy about it, but it's okay because I'm benefiting from priority now, or doing stuff like just getting ahead for a Rocket Pad. It's maybe unlikely they turn this off by the time Rocket Pad's active, and then I just get to net the benefit of this kind of temporary power, or juicing your Iron Patriot location, right? Like, hey, I get this temporary benefit for Iron Patriot. If it turns off later, so be it.
Mm-hmm. Them spreading out the power a little bit as Lemuria is hiding what cards are being played here. Turning Typhoid Mary into just a 4/10 with pretty much no downside is pretty great.
Yeah.
This is a spot where I feel like if I'm Denman, I might even snap here. Like, you've got a lot of stuff in your favor.
Yeah, Red Skull lining up too. How do you feel about Lemuria, by the way, as a location? This is quietly one of my least favorite locations. I feel like it always messes me up.
It's a difficult location. I feel like it just throws a wrench into whatever plan you're trying to do. By the way, Symbiote Spider-Man that's a merging card.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So I don't know if anything will happen there. Iron Patriot trying to win the left lane for both Denman and Vevivi is interesting. We have also the Demon over there trying to really help them get Vevivi win that lane. Not going to matter. Wait, maybe it will. Victoria Hand into the Deadlands. Interesting.
Oh man, the tie left is so crazy, by the way. Like, the odds of landing on a tie is so cool, which I guess turns off both Patriots as well, right? Like,
yeah, true. And
snapped them out.
Yep, that's enough to say that, nah, I'm good. You could go Red Skull maybe in that left lane to try to win there for a moment, and maybe try to then do something interesting or cheeky with with maybe if you got Man Spider next, but that's probably a good spot to retreat.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, for sure.
High stakes entering, which means now the amount of points are doubled. So at the minimum, they are spending 2 cubes each and every round of their 10. Denman has 7 cubes left. Vevivi a little bit doing better at the 9. Quinjet coming down for Vevivi in the right.
Yeah, opening with Quinjet always has to feel so good. It's just like, hey, my deck's all better.
Ooh.
Everything's of cards that just make your deck way better. Right on cue. Also, Mount Vesuvius here, by the way, like that seems very important to me, right? Like, basically becomes a really key moment. You have to make big decisions before you're locked into Vesuvius, right? Or you might get yourself in trouble, in essence. Is this one where you just have to, like, I just can't risk it kind of thing? Like, I just have to bow out immediately unless you have supreme confidence, I guess. I just imagine we'd see much quicker retreats basically in a Vesuvius game.
Yeah, it makes each of the snaps matter a lot more, and could make it so that we see more aggressive snapping, I think, in these first few rounds potentially.
Yeah, I will say Negative Zone probably benefits the deck with bigger singular numbers. Dumping a Scar there feels a lot worse than 3 or 4 cards being required to get your power. So I think Denman's probably excited about that Negative Zone. Crown City also impactful in Negative Zone too. A good way to get points without. Oh no, never mind. That's only one adjacent location.
If it was in the middle, you'd be right.
If it was in the middle, I always confuse it with Baxter Building. Like,
no, that's fair. Yeah, Baxter Building does get +4 power to other locations, whereas Crown City is only to adjacent. Ares getting played over here. So one of the big things with this deck, and I haven't played this one a lot, so maybe I don't know if you've played this one. Maybe it's just guess, but it feels potentially a little bit difficult with the Man Spider, as Man Spider is just a 1-powered card that potentially makes your Ares a little bit worse.
Yeah, you're right. That does seem like a little bit of a problem. I guess you're probably saying, hey, number one, like, not often gonna hit it, and then secondly, my deck's so big, you can maybe just brute force through that anyway, right? Like if you're hitting a Red Skull anyway, brute force.
Very true.
The Red Skull just like, hey, it's all I only needed Red Skull anyway half the time. Like,
so we're about to ask the question: are you locked? Who's locked in the room with who? Or do you leave before the lock gets triggered?
Well,
Mount Vesuvius is going to make it so they cannot retreat next turn. If they choose to play through this turn, any snaps, whatever happens, they both will be stuck. They cannot leave.
I mean, you have to feel good if you're Dinman here. Yeah, I was gonna say you got to lead. Your Scar is maybe not the most powerful looking Scar ever because you're not getting another 10 power play down. But the opponent doesn't know that, right? Like they might Scar is about to get even cheaper.
It was 17 power. You drew a Shadow King. Would that mean I'm not certain what else you would have there? It could be a 12 powered card on top. I'm not sure what 12 power card you would have on there. I'm trying to figure out if there was a way it might be like a Man Spider in something. I'm uncertain off the top of my head. But this is difficult. Opponent taking a moment. VVV is taking a moment just to contemplate their choices as it's looking a little bit. I don't even know if it's bad for them. It's just a difficult game.
Yeah, right. Just a tough spot. The Vesuvius just makes you so like you're just like on edge too.
Yeah.
Immediately drawing the rock, by the way. Immediately getting the rock off Subterranea. It's something about that's so tilting. It's like, even if you never get another one, you're just so tilted it happened immediately, especially when you're probably looking for something to do here early.
Yeah. Although if you want to talk about tilting locations, I love being able to play a bunch of potentially not amazing cards. Crimson Cosmos it feels like it must be my featured location whenever I want to do something like that.
Yeah. I guess you're not too mad if you're Dinman for Crimson Cosmos. I think you just slam a big Red Skull and you call it a day. It's pretty nice freebie there.
Maria Hill and Mirage both giving them some cards. Mirage just gave them a 1-2 rock, and now they also have a Lasher that is a 2-2. But Lasher can get the bonus from a Victoria hand, potentially making it like a 2-4 and then a -4 whenever it activates.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you're right. It does consider ongoing bonuses when it goes off and it activates, which is always a fun little combo.
Yeah.
Could actually be impactful. You could actually even time that early maybe and hit something that's 10 or more power. And then deny like a Scar discount, like it could be a little sneaky thing to do even.
Yeah.
Keep that Scar more expensive.
So Denman does not have a way built into the deck to remove any ongoing downsides. So that's just Starbrand is the only way they have technically is actually Man Spider. And we see the Wiccan trigger happen from Vevivi for the first time, I think, throughout these games. It took to round 6 for it to happen.
Wow, I didn't even realize that. Like, I knew this was, wow. We've kind of been sitting on the fact that they've been missing their Wiccan, and they're still pretty close here too, right? Like, we're dead even, really. So, wow, that's honestly impressive that the deck has not hit yet, and they're still in a great spot.
Wait, I'm sorry. They just got 2 extra energy. And with the 2 extra energy, they only spent the 2 energy on turn 5 just to play Iron Patriot.
Huh.
I don't know what's going on.
It's not that empty, is it? Yeah, I mean, there should be plenty of stuff in hand. Really.
I feel like it. I don't know. We've been seeing basically like 1 card a turn, I feel like, for the most part, and they're generating other cards. I don't know.
Did they hit Wiccan? I'm trying to do the math. Quinjet on 1.
I think
Mirage
so.
on
I'm not.
Maria Lasher on 3. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did. I don't know. Scar into Luna here on the final turn. Denman has priority, which actually is a little bit unfortunate if you for the Lasher activation, making it so that again, if Victoria hand gets played, that is going to be an additional like -4 on your side of the board, competing for that left lane. But
you have to feel great here, though. I mean, you've got a giant lead, right? Mid's shaky, but also maybe hard for the opponent to flex in small amounts of power because of Cosmos. If they commit, they have to commit big, which means they maybe don't have as much flexibility elsewhere. 18 to 10 left is really only kind of 16 to 10. So left is in range. Yeah, left
kind of
looks
feel
shaky.
like I don't know. It's they're snapping it. All right. You know what? Hey, I'm not playing. I'm not competing in this. I don't know what's going on. Denman's here. Denman's in the finals for a reason. Denman taking a couple other cubes away from Vevivi, bringing their deficit, the differentials in cubes, a little bit closer to even.
Yeah, you're right though. That turn 5 just like really didn't set up to put you in a great spot. Like you just didn't really do a lot. It's really. I'd love to have seen the hand. I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's see this. Abby over in the left lane. You got Sauron, like you talked about, another just a beneficial card. And there's no ongoing cards in hand, which means Sauron's just hit. Is that hitting everything?
I think it's hitting everything you care about. Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome.
As long as you draw them, you gotta hit. There's
that's
one.
the key.
That works.
Yeah. Typhoid Mary assisting.
Zero is tough here because you want to draw cards off Abby, but you don't want to turn off your Luna Snow on 3, right? So you're like,
Yeah, well, you can play Luna because it will count the unrevealed cards.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It counts as soon as it's played, as soon as it flips down. But,
and then you've got, what is it? You've got White Hot Room for extra energy. You also have, just a Luna Snow into a Man Spider, which could just set it over to a, that's going to be, is that 14 power?
14, yeah. We go to 7 and then double to 14, which it's nice.
Let's see.
It's got options too, though. You know, you could still just do like Typhoid and then 0 to set up. But if you want to hit Man Spider, I will say Man Spider has felt like the least impactful card so far. We haven't really seen a Man Spider come down at all, have we?
True. Not really, no. But I think it's a great card. We just haven't seen it. This could be like I guess you could go 0 into Typhoid maybe, because then you can still Man Spider. 0 to turn off the next card you play, potentially doing that thing you talked about earlier, where it allows you to move the power around.
Yeah, but now your Man Spider's stuck. I think I would have just considered looking at a Red Skull here to get a 14 power Man Spider effectively, or 15 power, whatever. You know, like if you go Red Skull turn early here, you can do Man Spider on 5, and you still have options later. Trailing this 0 just feels like now I feel stuck on this turn, right? I can't Man Spider effectively. Maybe you want to say Man Spider until Aries. Yeah, I guess Lizard Aries is fine. Oh,
you want to wait? I think you want a Lizard first. There's a 0. There's a 0 trigger, right?
There we go.
Oh,
there we go.
Hold.
They see it. Trust.
Right. So you can still do the Lizard into Aries, and then you can still play Man Spider on that to try to again do that like juke of power, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe they were just looking at White Hot Room more than we were. That's why we pushed this 0 last turn, right? It's like even though I like the Red Skull Man Spider line, I
don't know if I want to play Aries first. Like maybe you just want the card out, but I feel like
I like committing right here and then pivoting out with Man Spider. I think it's actually pretty cool.
I feel like that's the benefit of Man Spider in this deck.
You're gonna go to 10 energy too, so you can play 2 5s next turn, right? Like you could play Red Skull and Man Spider if you fill White Hot Room here.
Yeah, true. And I think there's some other 2-cost cards in this deck. You might even be able to go like, because Scar would get discounted down to a 3-cost, right? You could go, I don't know, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. Is Aries gonna whiff? Is that the reason why they're more concerned?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we don't know.
Aries has what is it? Aries has it remaining in there. They've got a Shadow King, a Starbrand still in there. So you could still get like maybe 14, 17 power. I don't know how many cards are left in there, but it wasn't incredible.
I don't know the average result for the opponent either, right? It's kind of hard to estimate, but I'm trying to think if there was any big stuff in the opponent's deck that really spikes their power.
Yeah, I'm uncertain.
That was a really interesting, all solved by the, thankfully, you know, but some really interesting lines. Like Man Spider creates these moments where you really have to kind of plan ahead a lot more than this deck I think normally requires. Like the old versions of this deck, sometimes you would just like play the biggest number every turn and just kind of make it work, you know?
Yeah.
Again, just brute force your way through turns. But Man Spider does add some positioning depth and curve depth to this deck. Oh, Luna Snow, speaking of curve depth going forward, that starts competing with other cards so much. Like the opportunity cost of that 4 cost is really hard in this deck. That's going to be tough.
Interesting note here, and this is potentially something in that snapping area. I feel like if I'm Denman, I might just snap on this because you can force your opponent into a, like, you've got 7 cubes left. They only have 2. You could do a lot of stuff here. But speaking of Luna Snow, what if she's no longer 4? Well, let's bring her back down to 3. However, Elysium is making everything else also cheaper.
Yeah, Elysium's clutch here to fix your curve a little bit, isn't it? Frigga Victoria, this is always so scary.
That's a big deal.
I will say, too, this version of the list is not running Enchantress, right? We don't have Enchantress in Denman's list, so we can't turn off these Victorias like you sometimes can with these offgoing decks where you're running that kind of proactive Enchantress to turn off your stuff. You lose that counter flexibility.
There's gonna be some big stuff there. You have your Starbrand, your Hulk, you've got a lot of cards you can play here. I think your Scar should be pretty happy on this. Notable thing here is that Vevi can no longer use any Wiccan due to the Elysium. They has to be a Frigga plus like another 2 cost in order to be able to potentially trigger that. Unless they actually played Wiccan alone last turn. But
Frigga floated in energy thanks to Elysium. Yeah, interesting. So I guess they would if they must not have had Wiccan in hand either. Maybe they would have just ripped it.
That's a good shot. Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe you prioritize the Victoria copy more than you prioritize Wiccan. Honestly, I think that's a possibility.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good shout. We do see Wiccan getting played. Wiccan's just sitting there as a 4-6 or 3-6 stat line with Elysium on the board. And you've got a lot of cards here, but the problem is they aren't as you've dubbed off-going. They all still are working right now to max capacity.
Yeah, I do like though that your scars going to 0 real easy here. So that's nice. Like it gives you a lot of flexibility. It's gonna be about managing this star brand power a little bit. And like you try to put Red Skull in an empty spot so they don't benefit too much from his buff. So right does look pretty appealing right now. Yeah.
Yep. Lizard cannot be played at Hellfire Club due to Elysium's discount.
Yeah, that always frustrates me. Like it makes sense, and I'm always like, no, you're helping me, but you're hurting me at the same time.
Yeah. It's almost like there's stuff to play around. There's different nuances in this little game. Nico is, what's she doing? Oh, she's copying. Is she copying other Victoria? Oh no! And those Victoria hands are buffing themselves.
These Victoria chains get so out of hand.
Yes, that's it. That them is no, I'm good.
Yeah, that's doping out.
Frigga double. Oh my gosh, that's 2 more Victoria hands.
You just don't even need any other cards at that point. You're just winning off Victoria hands. It's crazy.
The Scar technically doesn't do anything. Actually, it's fine, but still, like
yeah, Scar would be expensive for you, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and this there's so many cool stuff, so much cool stuff you could be doing this turn, but I don't think you can compete against the against 4 Victoria hands on the board.
Everything's so cheap too. Like the Red Skull is gonna get fully dumped on with 4 spots, so he's gonna get tons of buffs out. You probably could literally just win with Victoria hands almost. Like you don't need any other cards on board.
Oh yeah,
just play giant
I think
Victoria.
each of them is going to be 11 power. The created ones.
Yeah, that's so insane. That's so cool. I Victoria hand decks, like when they go hard, they are just so absurd to me. Sometimes I feel like I have a hard time when I play them getting to those moments. I don't know. I don't think I trust enough almost, but man, when they hit hard.
They really do. Speaking of things that are hitting hard, we got Pit of Exile, which is going to hit this Scar deck really hard. If I'm VevV, I might snap this.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, we're getting emotes on it. I love it.
Oh my god.
I love when there's like a little friendly banter and stuff. That's so fun.
There you go.
Yeah, boy. I guess when you're Vev, the snap only adds 1 cube, right? Because you've only got 3 to work with, right?
True.
So maybe.
And one of the benefits of this higher stake bit is the fact that you can still snap here, but if you are only if you don't snap this, you're actually going to be still fine if you lose this game, because then your opponent still loses the same amount of cubes no matter what, and you will also be losing the same amount no matter what, because it's going to be only 1 left.
Yeah, these like snap nuances and like snap mechanics in Conquest always throw my brain for a little bit of a loop because I'm not used to it. Like I, as a strictly ladder player, this is always a new world for me. So it's always fun to see the decisions and insights here.
You're welcomed into this world as Luna's welcomed into the Great Portal by Denman. And are we going to be seeing another Frigga in the right? Yep, another Frigga, doubling up that Victoria hand. Snapping for and this is again, it might be snapping for a Wiccan curve here. Wiccan curve, double Victoria hand stuff. Like this is.
Yeah, there was like the first 2 games we didn't even realize we weren't really seeing this deck do anything, and now we're seeing this deck do its thing, and it's like, oh boy, I'm actually curious. Like, is Vibranium Mines pretty? I guess they aren't created in hand; they're created in deck, aren't they? So they're not good for Victoria hand, unfortunately.
This is coming down to those first few bits of VevV being able to take, I think, like just 2 or 3 cubes away from them at the start of the game has really allowed them to get a little bit of an extra edge here, just with the smart snapping and the just good RNG in your favor.
Yeah, we're not seeing Red Skull here. We're seeing Ares, right? Which makes sense from a purely mathematical standpoint. Like already, your Red Skull's only 10 since he's not turned off effectively, and it's going to get even worse. But we're just not seeing Man Spider come in much yet.
Not yet, no. But there's still a lot of opportunity for it. We are seeing the Wiccan occur here, plus Victoria hand, and the Ice Cube allows you to do all the extra stuff. Notably, a Misery in the right lane would trigger Frigga again, copying that Victoria hand one more time. But Denman has Magneto, and maybe crazy idea here. What if you play Magneto mid to make it so you cannot Misery the right lane?
Ah, yeah, we did priority, so we could get ahead of that. Yeah. We're seeing a red skull. Yeah. Sneaky. I will say, like, sometimes for me, whenever I get generated cards, right? You, especially when you're like so focused on playing out a game plan, but then something new arrives and you have to shift your mode of thinking towards that new card. I can sometimes find it really hard to be creative in those moments, right? Sometimes they align and it's like it's obvious, but other times it's like, I don't know. I just want to play my game because it's comfortable. But you're seeing the Misery come down, so
yeah,
that could have been a really disruptive play. Wow, good shout from you.
There you go. It what is it? Wasn't the play for Denman here? Misery destroying that. You got Mirage taking a Shadow King, not doing much, as well as what's the last card we have here? An Iron Pit. So I think notably as well, by the way, if they had played that, they would have only been down 4 power in the middle, and that is a very easy lead to try to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately Magneto is really even is more power than Red Skull if I think about it. Perhaps not if you're committing to the Man Spider, because you know you can double more, but
yeah.
Purely, we're finally seeing Man Spider. Is it going to be enough? Does left hold at 12 points?
So there's no other generated cards in the left lane. There's a very real chance that that's going to be completely fine.
I think it holds.
Has Prio, which means the Shadow King that was taken from Mirage shouldn't make a big difference here.
Is Shadow King enough left with Ares? Actually, you go to 15.
Oh, that's a good shout.
Ares goes down 6. It's 17 to 15. Is that right? So I think it holds against Shadow King even.
And Shadow King will be getting 2 more. Shadow King actually goes to 8. That's going to be 19 points.
Oh, he's
and
created.
Then,
yeah,
you're right. Actually, I think that Shadow King left would be enough to win there. Yeah, this might be a loss for Denman. There's no point retreating, right? They're in for all of it. So if you can win, you go for it no matter what here. But I think you're right.
19 to 17, is that?
Wait, no. I think you were correct there, but I don't think it matters here. Victoria Hand adding a lot of extra power into the other Victoria Hand and the Shadow King in the right lane. But
this is enough? It's gonna lose 8 points. It's gonna lose 8 points. Yeah, this is enough. Wow.
There you go.
I'm really surprised the Shadow King doesn't go left there because it's a fixed. Oh, was it? No, it was too big. Was it 10 power? Does it count the Victoria Hand buffs in hand and it wouldn't let him play?
No, it wasn't 10 power at first because the Victoria Hand that was that one that was just played. That one wasn't on the board yet. It was only 8 power.
Oh, it was only 8. You're right. There was only 2.
I think it does count it, but it wasn't actually at that threshold
because the last one wasn't down.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's so cool. Like, I love how both you and I, like, this just shows how impactful, like, and how different it can be for each and every player. We had like 4 or 3 different things we were talking about we could do instead of what was actually occurring there.
There's so many lines.
Like, there's so many different lines. There's so much stuff that could be occurring, but you go for it.
And you also don't know, like, you know, we're operating with so many different contexts, right? Like, we don't see what the players see. Like, there's so many variables.
Cutting in right away. We have a clawback match. We're in the final 2 turns. We're going right into it. It's Browday versus ACP. Browday has been battling with ACP. This is round 10. ACP was losing 8-1 and has clawed all the way back to 1-1. Here we
I'm sorry, did you say it was round 10?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Gosh, what on earth? We got a limbo up to, so we're going deep, 7 turns.
You've got zombies. You've got zombies potentially versus what you were talking about earlier with the ongoing tribunal stuff.
Yeah, is it going to be that Mr. Fantastic package?
It looks like it is. Yep. This is interesting here. You've got ice cubes, both of them getting destroyed for both Browday and ACP. You have wave on the board.
Ooh. We need to find something to do this last turn. Yeah, because you're just not. Moonstone just for power left, I guess, just to juice that Iron Man. It seems.
I guess so. I guess it probably is just that there. We can see what is going on here. We've got Wave versus Adam, Wave and Adam Orlock. Not really gaining a lot in terms of total power, but then I guess Moonstone just for points.
Yeah, I guess are you trusting? You're trusting some top deck. It's limbo, so you've drawn through a lot of cards already, right? So you're any given top deck's actually going to be pretty likely at this stage based on like he knows his deck. So he's going to have a pretty good idea of what he's drawing. So maybe trusting like a Mr. Fantastic or I did we see the deck list? I didn't.
We did see the deck list over there, but it is. Oh, this is. I don't know what's going to be the correct play here.
My instincts would be to kind of maybe try to save that Moonstone almost somehow, but I guess you just have to spend your energy this turn. So
I guess so. Yeah, I think you do. This is scary. I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways that I don't know if I feel confident in legitimately anything. Oh, this is interesting.
Right, just looks so exposed. Oh,
wait, that's actually kind of beneficial potentially. Oh my, wait, but it's final turn. That's it. The rug pull.
Omniversal. Wow.
Oh, and the Omniversal presence, giving you Mount Vesuvius just to say, yes, you really are locked here in a room with me.
Are we okay, right, though?
Maybe.
But not left. Oh, no, left's fine, too. We're going to... oh, no, it's
not.
You're
only going to 20. You do win the... Did that first line... No, the first line would have just tied there. You would have gone to... and if you add one more point of power in the left lane, you would have tied there. Browdy, I don't know if I had a way to win this game.
I think it was a tie on either spot, right? However you split it, I think you ended up tying.
You would have tied left and right and then lost the middle, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Dang, that's to round 10, by the way. That's actually kind of wild. I love that.
What a
that's
crazy
so cool.
close game. I'm sure Browdy was expecting that Omniversal too, by the way. That's why this turn was so... I guess I didn't look at our energy total. I guess Onslaught was going to be too expensive to play compared to.
Yeah, Onslaught was 4, and you would have. I think you had 7 energy on this turn due to the fact the Ice Cube just broke for both players.
Okay.
So it was very close there in the end, but it was. God, that was rough stuff. I love it. That's so cool. Let's take a moment. Let's go. We're going to be right back. We're going to get ourselves ready for round number 3 here. Every single game's been awesome.
Yeah, welcome back to the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Finals. We're getting into round 3 soon. I think we've got some really cool decks to take a look at. Some exciting action has already unfolded. Some crazy close games. I mean, round 10 action in Conquest is so rare and so cool. And coming down to just like literally 1 point difference among the best players in the world. It doesn't get better than that in the world of MarvelSnap, right?
It's great. I love the reverence and like the you said that almost with like a sense of grace and just a great air about it. So I loved the respect that you held for the Golden Gauntlet title, which is to be deserved, right? This fight for the Golden Gauntlet, right? It's been happening for almost it's been happening for a third of a year at this point, right? Been happening over multiple months. And I do love a notable thing about this is the fact that that final prize, it is the actual Golden Gauntlet as a card back. Like that's the best way you could do it. That the winner legitimately gets the Golden Gauntlet, which that's just such a cool thing to think about as for whoever does win this in the end.
That's in the name. It's gonna be such a fun encounter anytime you run into that on ladder in game. It's like a celebrity sighting, you know? Like it's cool. Yeah. It's it'll never
the other ones
to me,
they get like a shadow. They get the shadow. Like it's still cool, but it's like the shadow of the god. It's not even the full gold. That's so cool.
All 3 are cool. Let's be clear. Like I would kill for any of them, but like that champion card back is just like, oh man, I'm like, this is gonna be a fun day of MarvelSnap. Like we're just here at the beginning, right? Like we're just teeing it up, seeing some of the early matches, but we might have already seen the champ. We don't know. Like we could have already seen it. They might go on to win. So we might have been there for the journey. But no, it's so cool to be here. It's like such an honor. This is the first time I've been involved in this series of events, and it's been really fun, and just happy to be a part of it and experience the cool matches and the fun moments.
Yeah, I'm incredibly honored as well, but not to just on the fact that you're talking about all these cool things. There's a really cool deck we're about to be seeing from Roram Plays, known as Pixel Guy on the Ladder, an activating shell with Silver Surfer cards. Now, I love Awesome Andy, so this deck seems pretty awesome.
Yeah, awesome Andy. Herbie, like we've got some activate robot action here with Joe Costa. That cool android robot season is really fun to see. And one card I have always thought was really, really good, and I never really saw that much, was Omega Sentinel. I feel like I just don't see this one much, but it feels like the modern Shang-Chi almost, if that makes sense. Like a kind of differently shaped Shang-Chi in a way. This 4 cost that can answer higher power stuff. And I think in particular, if you're activating it multiple times via Joe Costa, can have some really like the way the math sort of unfolds and the predictions of like, okay, it's always targeting the highest power thing and debuffing it by 7 power. So the way that like you hit one thing, if it goes off again, you often will shift targets to a different thing. And trying to anticipate where their biggest stuff is can sometimes be a real challenge, but also really fun. And I guess that's exactly what we're going to see in action here.
Yeah, we're going to see Pixel Guy trying that right now. We've got the shield on the board. Sam Wilson's shield is a really interesting synergy. I've seen a lot of people using Sam Wilson for the Prodigy, as that allows you to potentially aim your Prodigy even better. As our opponent is running in Aranya, most likely a move deck. We'll have that pulled up here in just a moment. Herbie's another card I really like, by the way.
Yeah, any card like Herbie or Merlin where I feel like I'm getting to do different stuff every game, right? That is a card that I find fun, right? Like I every game's unfolding a little differently. It's kind of a timing thing. I tend to go for the boring options on Herbie of like, I shouldn't call them boring, they're still fun, but like not going for energy because I'm always intimidated by the energy. It's like, I just want to go for the power, right? Double numbers is the one I'm aiming for often. And it can scale really well, in particular when you've got like Joe Costa chaining with it, basically.
The Copycat's interesting coming down from Pixel Guy here. I missed what Copycat actually was on draw, but one of the cool things about that, right, is you actually now know what the bottom card of your deck, of your opponent's deck, is with the Copycat. And so that's an interesting benefit for Pixel Guy here.
Yeah, it's like, it's again, some of that informational advantage, right?
Yeah. Okay. And we got Aranya Sparky, so it's a typical move style deck from opponent Ping here. And activating the Aranya into the Human Torch, there is a Okay, 8 power Human Torch going into a 22 power in the left lane.
Wow, already using the Sparky early just to contest Asgard in a competitive way. So,
yeah, that's pretty scary. But also, it's looking to be pretty good. What is it for Pixel Guy here? Obviously, you can't win the left lane, but I don't have the best answer for how you would win a second lane right now for Ping. I don't know what I'd be doing.
Right. It's interesting how Omega Sentinel interacts with Human Torch too, right? Like Torch is pretty much always going to be the biggest card. So getting ahead of that a little bit if you can, and debuffing Torch so that the next time it doubles, right, it's working with 7 less power in order to double again. Like that can be a pretty nice way. I always like how Affliction decks, you know, they are not only like power for power or an Affliction card like Omega Sentinel. Sometimes that doubles down. Like if you hit a Captain Carter, right? Like you totally change the power output in multiple ways. It's not just a 1-for-1. It's not -7. Suddenly it becomes, you know, multiplied across the effect of your opponent's cards, which I guess for move decks with Human Torch in particular. Oh goodness. The move
so we did
deck.
Pixel Guy retreat, by the way, last round as Ping snapped that. The Bifrost is not really what you want to see, but it's not the worst with Sam Wilson.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess you could maybe orchestrate an extra loop on Sam, but I mean, you know, it's only an extra 2 power perhaps, right? Whereas a move deck is potentially realizing, is potentially realizing like an extra,
more, just basically more. I don't know.
a billion extra power. Yeah.
Okay. Hoping for some better occasions here. We've got Destroyed Mansion coming down, giving each player a Vibranium, along with the shield. The shield, did you know? I don't know if you knew this. Once the Vibranium is hammered down into a circular form, it actually loses those 4 points of power. Ooh, Asteroid M is also. Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness! Eating good if you're a move deck with these location hits, man.
The question is, do you have to stick with it? Like, at this point, are you okay with just like, do you have enough pieces that you're going to be fine with whatever happens, or does your game plan change entirely?
Sticking it out. Yeah, wow, that's bold, honestly. Like, I guess you see Surfer, you see Jocasta Prodigy, like you've got stuff to do, and it might be one of those two where it's like, I just can't do this forever, right? Like,
there's a Mercury. Oh, I missed that entirely.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's actually, so Mercury.
And Shadow King too.
Yeah, you have Mercury. You've got Shadow. You've got a lot of cards right now if you're Pixel Guy. So I actually totally missed all those cards in their deck. Well, it's actually crazy how many options there are here. As you get a close up of my gorgeous face, looking at the deck list though below Regis. Yeah, so there is a Shadow King. There is the Mercury, which is interesting stuff here. Killmonger's and also another interesting card I think for Pixel Guy's deck here.
Yeah, actually a lot of tech, you know, even like, you know, you don't think about maybe killing an Aranya being that big of a deal against a move deck, but if you snipe it early with a Killmonger before it gets to activate, right, like, that can be a ton of power fed back into a Torch later, stealing an entire move. Here it goes off early. But on the other side of it, it's like, you know, I can't wait forever on this Aranya if you're the opponent, you know you've got a Killmonger to think about, right? So it all feeds back in. But this deck is really well teched against move, while still, I think, having its own independent game plan, which is nice. You kind of have Shadow King and Mercury feeding into this Silver Surfer line. So they're not just tech cards, they're still power output for you as well. So it adds up.
There's some interesting stuff as Pixel Guy chose not to, Ping chose not to. If you had played Human Torch at the middle location, Aranya would have moved to the right, and then Asteroid M would have re-triggered it. And purposefully not doing that is an interesting call out.
Right. Lost a loop on Asteroid M, didn't we? Because of where it was.
Yeah.
Because it already moved there naturally via the Aranya, so it didn't get to move again. It didn't see another opportunity.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you're right.
Like, if you played so if there was a Zorn in the left lane and then you played the Human Torch, it still would have moved again, but it doesn't move because it's now ended up at the location where it wanted to end up. Mercury, they didn't move for anything else, which means Mercury is locking Human Torch in a room, making it so that Shadow King can do a lot of stuff there. Andy with the Sebastian Shaw is interesting.
Yeah, not guaranteed to hit right now anyway. But
that's why you try like 5 times with the Jocasta and then Prodigy.
We got a lot of opportunities, if nothing else. A lot of chances to hit. So I think Shadow King's probably just the guaranteed power output you need here, though, right? So Awesome Andy's going to put a lot of your power left and right, right? So you're trying to kind of maybe foregoing mid, you're not too worried about, and then getting really, really strong.
Yeah, it's going to be, I feel like that's like, I don't know how many triggers. I'm going to have to count this. Let's do some counting real quick. I know there's counting in this superhero card game, unfortunately, but I really want to count how many times Awesome Andy is going to be triggering here, because I actually don't know how it works with the Jocasta and then the Prodigy and then Awesome Andy. I don't know.
I used to always, there's been times when I played against this sort of stuff a lot that I got it right, and I've since lost it again. And now I just say, oh, it's a billion power. It's a lot. That's enough.
Fair.
It's enough to win. I can't see a move deck having anything played just naturally on turn 6 here that ever contests left. And we know right's going to get answered easily by the Shadow King. So yeah, I think the move deck here just is out of options. They can't.
Was Shadow King played first, or was Sebastian Shaw between those two?
I didn't actually eye it, but I'm assuming they got it right. I think
the correct answer is whatever order was the winning one is the actual answer.
Yep. I trust them. I trust them more than me.
Yeah.
It's always my take.
Honestly, I understand. Yeah. You've got Mercury, Prodigy, Sebastian Shaw. You got a lot of interesting stuff here. Herbie as well. Herbie's a very fun card that I do really enjoy. Every single turn rotating between his 4 different activatable modes. And if you play him on turn 2, you have the chance for each and every one of them. Doubling the card's power is a big deal.
Yeah, I think take the double now is great.
Mm-hmm.
Mercury, I'm curious where you play this first Mercury, right? It's always if you're playing it on curve, it's like these cards to me have so much nuance about like little decisions. I think in general, MarvelSnap players, particularly casual players, probably underestimate sometimes the importance of where they put a card in the first couple turns. Like, oh, you're just playing a 2-drop or a 3-drop or whatever. It can actually have really big impacts. You don't always have guidance on it. It's not always an obvious thing, but I think there are sometimes moments where, you know, you have a little nudge or nuance to it that's actually detectable and you can make good, impactful decisions out of it. So lucky hit on the Mercury already with the torch there, though.
I actually feel like that hit specifically makes sense there because you can go with, because they're not likely to fill up their deck with Lechugila, and you obviously get the mine, and you want to move the card into the Kraven lane.
Yeah.
So thusly, by process of elimination, you've got the middle lane to go for.
Exactly the sort of thing, yeah.
I think we're jumping into our next round here. And I think we might be swapping away from this particular matchup. There's a lot of cool stuff going on right now, but I think we're going to be swapping into, I believe it is, and I'm going to hopefully say names correctly, EXO versus Eggy, I want to say, if I'm doing stuff correctly.
EXO and Eggy sounds right to me. Yeah.
Works for me.
More Victoria Hand action on our side, but Moira X and man, just copies on copies on copies of stuff is what I'm seeing.
Yep. It's interesting. So the Carnage is an interesting shout for this deck. Trying to go for a little bit more of the destruction side because you're also running a Lady Deathstrike in this deck and Moira X for the additional Victoria Hand value, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it. It's like extra greedy in the best way, right? Like really trying to maximize your Victoria Hand upside. You get both extra Victoria Hands sometimes, which is amazing, but just also more cheap, awesome stuff to work with. That's really cool.
And then the opponent is running what looks to be a destroy deck using a little bit more tech, though. They've got Shang-Chi and Juggernaut in there, along with a Grandmaster, which I think is an interesting shout. I think the deck list just shown was incorrect, but don't worry about that. They got Hood, Deadpool, and such. Very interesting stuff here. The Vault coming down. Okay, Maria Hill. Yep. Maria Hill's a card I didn't expect to see so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've seen like multiple Marias already. It's really nice to see. She feels so honest and old school, and I really like that a lot. Another really approachable card for people to get some power out of. It's fun.
Oh my, Moira X at Murder World's actually really good because Victoria Hand's the leftmost card in our in X's hand, which means you're gonna get a second Victoria Hand.
Yeah, you can also, if you want, just get rid of that Hood maybe easily and not take that negative power. Man,
that's
Murder World's
this is a great turn.
It's funny, like you're playing against a deck with destroy cards, but you might actually be more excited about the Murder World than they are. That's pretty rare. Usually you see Murder World against destroy, you're like, oh no, I got to get out of this game. But really hits you well.
Both of these decks, I would argue, are a form of destroy, but they only have one card in common, which I think is really interesting here.
Yeah.
And they've got the frigate, right? The only card they have in actual common, by the way, is Carnage. But I'd argue both of them are a destroy style of deck, yet they do so much.
Yeah, it's always fun when you see cards that feel really specific to one thing, like Destroy or whatever. It kind of broaden their horizons and move beyond those archetypes and start finding homes in other places. I think as we get more and more kind of like cross archetypes in Marvel Snap, I think they've been doing that really well lately, where they have created these decks that kind of merge together in a way, right? And you start splicing different packages together and still find something new and cool out of it. That's always
and some of
really
them merge
fun to see.
Their power.
Yeah, dude, 2 Victorias already is like, man, that's so.
Oh, and that's a created Victoria hand as well, which means it's getting even better. And you do again with the open deck list format, the opponent is running a Killmonger, so you kind of are trying to wait on the Shadow King, potentially even trying to dodge priority here, or maybe you play the Moira, trying to bait them into giving you an extra Victoria hand.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you got to manage hand size really well in this deck too. I know trying to play these sorts of things before with Moira, like I always had problems with hand size. Just Moira creating so many new cards, it can be hard to manage, but I suspect they'll do that very, very excellently and expertly, unlike me.
They're pros. They're in here for a reason. Mobius doesn't stop death anymore. Mobius is a little bit late for that, but you've got the Shadow King in the left. Really good stuff here. And then I'm kind of feeling like you just go like Maria into Moira, potentially getting you a 3rd Victoria hand. Actually, no, it won't, because it won't be destroyed by them, actually, because Eggy has priority here.
Right, and I think about managing priority here into turn 6 as well for your demon, perhaps, right? You don't want that Killmonger to kill off your demon at the end of the game. So you kind of want to lose priority here, which I feel like it's going to be close on that right, like you're planning to pull ahead left, I guess, right? And then it's going to maybe expose that demon a little bit on 6, I think, right?
Yeah, one other big shout here is that this is we are currently at 4 cubes right now, and if they take it to the very end, it's gonna be 5 cubes. They're both at 5 right now, 5 to 5, which might just be the end of it. We'll see.
Second death left, though. I guess you're not pulling ahead left, so you.
Oh,
man,
there you go.
Is Victoria gonna be enough to flip left back?
2 Victorias are gonna add.
Getting another 8 power. Is that right?
Yeah.
So it's a tie.
I think so. I think it should just be a tie in that left lane. We'll see in a moment. You've got double Victoria. They have priority, which is exactly
They did get priority from that Nico mid. Yes. Wow. That Grandmaster actually flipping priority is a really big deal for that demon. Now feels very safe.
Yeah,
that's great.
And I think
this looks
there's
good.
no 1-drops in the left lane. You're winning you're going to tie the left, and a Killmonger would destroy your 2, which they're currently 6 power, but 2 more Victorias turns each of those 1 cost into 10 power.
Man.
Wait, oh, this is it. This is all the cubes.
Oh.
Agony, head pool, into a demon over in the left.
Grandmaster moving mid.
Into
it's got to be enough. There's no Killmonger, so you're just.
I don't think there's enough. Yeah,
it's a million points.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just a million points. Unfortunate for Eggy. Congratulations to Exo. Victoria hand, we're not seeing a whole lot of it in, I feel like, as of yet, but it is a very powerful deck. Very good deck.
Yeah, when you start stacking Victorias, it feels like it's kind of hard to lose, I think, sometimes. That's
yeah. It's intense. It's a lot of cool stuff. I love it. There's so many different and interesting cool things. You know what else I kind of think is a pretty cool thing to do?
What's cool?
I think that potentially some Ronin stuff with Supergiant might be kind of cool.
That is cool. I really like that Ronin. It's a card I almost never see on ladder, right? Almost never. But it's actually been showing up a lot in the deck list and even like top 16s and stuff of previous qualifier events. We saw like Supergiant packages be really impactful against turn stuff. And then Ronin comes into that. Like, that's a really cool build. I think Maximus is a card like that you're turning a downside into an upside with Ronin. It's one of my favorite deck lists, I think, actually.
And speaking of, you mentioned earlier Morgan Le Fay for our opponent's deck and Airwalker, again, stuff you asked about.
Yeah.
I do love legitimately the synergy between Supergiant and Supergiant and Ronin, as you want to, like, Maximus is an awesome card to play, but not a card you can play very often because it's just a big commitment.
Right. Yeah. Playing it early is just so risky. Although I do find myself doing it sometimes where I'm like, their cards won't be that helpful.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Cosmos.
Unfortunately, oftentimes they put cards in their deck that they actually want for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with that. This is big Shadow King mid. Is this Isan hitting anything here? It doesn't seem.
Don't believe so.
Random off Black Vortex, so not helpful.
Yep. And then with the Maximus over there, Maximus again. So it's not going to give you any benefits for the Ronin because Ronin will not be played. However, that is still just a 6-powered card.
Yeah, it's super efficient. 14 points is contesting right quite well.
And then the Shadow King is adding, or it's taking away 8 and adding 4.
Yeah, nice 12-point swing. I mean, this looks pretty good from.
The question is, what card is they bringing back with Morgan Le Fay?
And how big are they?
Exactly. So Shadow King doesn't do anything in that lane. Squirrel Girl winning that left lane. And then, oh, this is a Dormammu deck as well. Okay, good to know. As Dormammu takes it home.
That's sick. I didn't even notice Dormammu was incoming. Oh, Dormammu is so fun to see, man. And the
sometimes reading the deck matters.
I'm
it's insane. I didn't
know. Wow. How did we miss Dormammu, the coolest card of all? No,
Dormammu is a really fun, like, I do love those styles of cards that are like these quests that they give you and you get a big benefit out of it. Similarly, what is it? I think there's Spider-Man Noir who's coming out later this month. Another style of quest card that I'm stoked for. It's a lot of fun stuff.
I'm super hyped for Spider-Man Noir. Yeah, it's like trying to solve that puzzle basically. Is really cool.
Yeah. Squirrel Girl at Moor Island with a bunch of squirrels everywhere. Kiln's actually a little bit awkward for this Morgan Le Fay Dormammu deck. Like, it's not easy to squeeze cards into there.
Yeah, you're kind of trying to blow up later with some resurrected Morgan stuff, and it's hard to dump cards in later, huh? And Dormammu too, right? It takes a while to get Dormammu online, so a lot of your power output's gonna struggle there.
You can go with a Mobius potentially to stop any deaths, to just preemptively potentially. You could also go with Gladiator, but then Gladiator is obviously giving them a bit of a benefit as you are destroying cards for them.
Yeah, Negasonic's not gonna have enough. You're not gonna have enough tempo to get priority into Kiln for Negasonic or anything. Also, Negasonic, I guess, can be risky into a destroy deck in the first place. So,
Lemuria, by the way, you're changing the way that this might feel, as kind of making it feel like there's a bigger commitment at the middle location for Leeching Silver here versus El Silvestro. Let's see, Debris, the new Debris, only affecting your side of the board. The player actually plays Debris. Still 3/7, pretty cool. Killmonger saying
already committed. Yep.
Ooh, so that's 5 different 1-drop that have all been destroyed, which makes it so that Morgan Le Fay now doesn't work.
Also, yeah.
Oh, and Mobius doesn't work either.
Mobius, turning off that death. So, mid's gone. We know we're not contesting mid, but can we isolate down into like an Alioth that's impactful? Is Alioth good?
I don't know if it is, due to the fact that Alioth does not affect skills. And a Dormammu, how do you stop that? You could play, if you play a Dormammu, one of the Dormammu skills, I think because they've played 2 of them already, which means the one that actually summons Dormammu costs 2. They could play it on this turn, and then next turn they could play the other cards they would need to just whatever other cards they want to use in order to summon Dormammu, and that would be enough.
Right.
So if Dormammu's skill is one of those cards.
We got Super Giant though, so Dormammu's not going to work. The skill's not revealing, right?
Well, so if the skill is one of those 2 cards.
But it could be loaded up ahead of time. Well, they don't get the next one though. They don't have the final stage, right? You got to reveal it to get the next stage.
No, they did the second one. They used.
Oh, did they
already
play the second one? Oh, got it. Oh, okay. That's why I'm behind it. I'm behind a skill.
No, you're good. It's almost like there's a lot of stuff happening on screen. A lot of really cool plays that we're seeing from both players here, and I think it is awesome. I like the Echo in that side lane, and Negasonic actually is a really big shout because you have to destroy 2 cards with Dormammu's second skill, and if you don't, card doesn't get summoned. So the Negasonic is a big deal.
Oh, really interesting. Yeah, and hiding behind the end of game reveal so that Negasonic still works here despite not having priority, right? So
yeah. If they play 2 cards before, it could matter. Although the Alioth doesn't stop the skills. So Super Giant.
Oh, this is so interesting. There's so many layers here already.
I feel like I liked that first line, the Negasonic in the right with Echo left, because you're going to be at, in the end, you're going to be at 18 power in that left lane. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. Let's see. I think
Negasonic might have got there.
I think Negasonic may have won the game. We'll see what happens here. Airwalker. Yep. Airwalker doesn't work, doesn't summon a card back, but
like
now it's going to be a question.
No.
Gladiator, is that enough?
Oh,
Gladiator pulls something too big. It's a problem.
Oh, let's see. Oh.
Nico doesn't matter. There you go. Whew,
wow.
Close one there.
So it kind of came down to a gladiator roll, didn't it? Wow. You're right about the Negasonic, though. So in essence, to explain what you're saying, destroying that Airwalker would have prevented the Dormammu from going off because there wouldn't have been a second.
Oh my gosh, it wouldn't have. No, because it was an Airwalker. And so Airwalker would have summoned the Morgan Le Fay.
Well, assuming, yeah. Oh, yeah, it comes from hand or deck, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh my gosh.
No, that was the right. Wow, that's insane tech.
Wow. There were so many layers we didn't even see a layer. Oh my god.
It's like a lasagna, bro. So many layers.
That's actually so sick.
Do you like ricotta cheese in your lasagnas or not?
Not too much. I can't do too much
I agree.
cheese.
I can't do too much cheese either, but it's still eat it. It's delicious.
Well, yeah. I like cheese, okay. I do like lasagna.
Yeah, not as much as I like the super giant cheese that we're going to be seeing here potentially from
Oh, good. You're so good at the puns. I like really respect your pun game. I can't think of it in the moment. I'm just trying to keep up here.
It's okay. You've got it. You definitely have some great puns here. Nico changing the Carnage into a demon, getting extra power on that, and then still allowing itself to be destroyed for the first ritual.
Yeah. Already on the Dormammu train. I feel like with this Ronin deck, I feel like it's stressing me out how I don't have a lot to do early here. You know, like like I'm playing Mobius on turn 3, and it's, you know, I feel like I know that it could pop off later. It's competitive as we see, but it's just I feel like I want more early stuff to do. And even like Maximus is hard sometimes to weave in. You hit the Daredevil a turn late here, unfortunately, to miss your 2-drop. So I feel like I'm just always playing a little too far from behind. And then Eternal's Arc too is going to completely change.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Much.
I actually. Like almost final turn Cosmo on Eternal's Arc could change the entire game.
True. Yeah. But you've also got Negasonic Wakanda things going on. Like, there's a lot of little interactions here. I mean, that's going away, but not what it matters. Not what it matters.
I feel like a Daredevil actually isn't the worst play here, just to know what to do next turn. Negasonic definitely is not bad either. Can force them to not be able to play a lot of cards in that middle. But again, what we saw before with that Airwalker potentially being destroyed by Negasonic, you're kind of okay with that.
Right, yeah. You can actually lean into the Negasonic to enable you as opposed to be a downside. Daredevil's such a tough card. I feel like if I don't play him on 2, he's just miserable.
Yeah, it's
right?
difficult.
So hard to work with.
Weave him into the turns otherwise.
Turn 4 you usually have something good to do. Yeah, I'm trying to think about the kind of end game state of this. Oh, Airwalker comes down already though, so now Negasonic not getting that Airwalker.
Not really, no. It's I don't know what just happens. I think that some weird stuff happening in terms of the broadcast, but there we go. The Airwalk. So it would also. So right now, if they just play the skill right in the left lane, that still would just let Airwalker work completely fine.
Yeah, right. Yeah. How do you win a second lane here if you're the Ronin player? I don't see a way to get a second lane.
I don't know either. I feel like it's I don't know.
Is the Shadow King mid worth? I guess not worth
maybe,
more than
not really great.
Gladiator. I'm trying to think of a way out of this game, and I'm just not seeing it right now.
Yeah. So next card is going to be just next card played over into that left lane will be destroyed. Morgan Le Fay also staying on the board along with Dormammu. Oh my gosh, that's so many points. I guess maybe a Shadow King in that left lane could do something, but let's see. Gladiator has to be massive here. Oh! I heard someone call out a Shadow King in the middle lane, and
that's not what I meant.
Wow. It's the whole combo, right? You drop a pin or butterfly effect. That's what it is. You drop a oh my gosh.
That's an insane grab from Gladiator. It made your Gladiator worth 3 or 4 more points, 5 more points, I think, basically. Wow.
Here's the problem. Shadow King left doesn't win. You're only going to be at 9 points, and your Dormammu's at a base, I think, of like 11 or 12.
Is he 12 or 11 now? I can't remember. I think 12 maybe, right? I don't know.
It's some number. I can't count. And Shadow King plus Red Guardian will be adding 8 points technically to you. You're also, okay, you're moving 4 with the Dormammu with the Shadow Kings. I think it's base 12. So like,
that's 19 on board already. You're not even beating what's face up, right?
Yep.
Let alone the
I
next
don't think they're running a second 4-cost, so Airwalker doesn't have any additional effect there. Into the Martyr.
Wow,
Martyr. I mean, Martyr. Does Martyr actually help? No, not really. Not enough.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, and actually, no, they turn off the Martyr.
That's funny.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think they even had to play a card to win here, right? Am I?
I don't know. I don't think that. I do not believe there was a combination of cards that Il Sylvester had in hand at that moment to win the game. Unfortunately.
Yeah, just a tough one. Didn't line up. We didn't even see Ronan played this game. This match. So.
It can be awkward, and that's sometimes one of the difficulties of this deck. Where yes, you have all these different pieces, but like you were talking about, what do you do in those first few turns? And it can be difficult to try to get that priority.
Yeah, just kind of whiffed early. It's tough. It's all about priority too with that deck. So when you can't manipulate priority in the ways that you want, all your plays just suddenly get a lot worse, right? Contextually, it just falls apart.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. We're continuing to move through these games as we've got more and more stuff going on. A lot of just, I'm loving the styles of gameplay we're seeing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different decks too in action, which is great. That's always nice when you're not just casting one or two things, but like that deck diversity we talked about keeps popping up. So
yep, we're almost at the final bit here as Kingpin's got 3 cubes left. Nakarub has, I believe, only 2 left. We've got Moon Knight and Pixie from Nakarub. Interesting pile of cards that they have as we have a move list. It looks like with maybe move bounce is, I think, effectively how the deck is known by Kingpin.
Yeah, and Sage I'm looking at with Sinister London already, getting that, that double Sage activation always feels really
Oh my gosh,
strong.
and the Aranya triggers, it will make it so you copy the super powered, basically, Human Torch.
Wow.
Going to 8 power, and then going to 8.
Wow.
Oh no. Oh no. And then it's going to copy the 8. Oh my gosh. And who cares about a Sandman at this point?
Yeah. We've already done everything we need to do. Sandman's like, yeah.
Oh, and it's an Airshim list from Nakarov. That makes a lot of sense. What do you do here?
I was gonna say maybe there's some cool Sage Frigga stuff, but I think we're out of time for that, particularly with the cost increase.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it lined up anyway, but
I mean,
Frigga got such a good lead.
Solid.
Yeah.
You can go
Frigga's
Frigga
still hitting Torch and copying Torch again, right? So
yeah, Frigga into like an Iron Fist potentially could do a lot here. We'll see. Oh, and then the one that she's copying is actually 36, and you can do 2 of them, and you're dodging priority.
You're getting 2 36 power torches, or I guess one's even bigger if you want, but I guess you probably just play it in London, so maybe you don't get to do Iron Fist.
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't think it's getting as massive. A 34 card Monty we're seeing potentially getting eaten alive by some insane points with Human Torch.
Yeah, it's what we talked about, right? Even way back to the beginning, like with Qualifier 1, right? Is like randomness can be great, RNG can help, unpredictability can be great, but sometimes just consistency of game plan and precision of play ultimately win out. And these move bounce decks are probably the most like precise decks I can imagine. I say that because I always have a hard time playing them, but when they work and you optimize them and you play them precisely, you get things like this happening where you're just getting copies on copies of 36 power Human Torches, and that's gonna be hard.
The fact that there's the priorities dodge, like what do you do? I guess maybe a Negasonic could maybe matter in the left lane, but I still think you're doing pretty fine if you're Kingpin here.
Yeah, again, you're so good at concocting the perfect answers. There is a Negasonic,
yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Because also again, it's random cards. We don't know what they would get, so we haven't seen a Negasonic yet. There is a Juggernaut that's actually in the deck, but then moving a Human Torch to the right lane doesn't really change a whole lot. Alioth doesn't stop the point output from anything other than Sage, but that's why you have Human Torch for the left lane. So let's see what they got.
I like they were considering the Torch right to maybe just like dodge problems, right? Like you talked about dodging a Negasonic or something. Ended up going left with it, just trusting the point output, which is probably the statistically correct thing. I think this is enough for Kingpin to take it home. The Alioth did not flip to the right lane, but it wouldn't make a difference as Sage was not enough points in the right lane to win there.
taking it home. Kingpin with a move bounce deck. Move bounce is a very big pile of cards. It can get so many points. It's very big. I love it.
I do want to call out how close though it got. Like, 10 points sounds a lot, but it's actually not in the scheme of a Human Torch, right? 28 to 38. It's pretty close. Like the Mockingbird was able to spike quite a bit of power left for Nakarub there, which is pretty close. But not enough.
Pretty close. There was some really cool stuff there. I love this. This is an awesome round 3. There's been so many different styles of decks. We've already seen, I don't know how many. We've seen a lot of different styles of decks. We've seen so many different ways to play the game. We've seen a few types of decks, maybe stick out a little bit more, but that doesn't mean that they aren't the best deck in the game. I feel like a lot of other games would be lucky to have one deck, like 3 decks that are top deck in the metagame, where we can look at MarvelSnap and be like, I can play so many cards here.
Yeah, I mean, does anything stand out for you as a potential like tournament winner at this stage? Any player or deck that we've seen so far that like you said, hey, this is the one I'm betting on this one?
I feel like Move is doing well. I feel like there's a real chance of Move being able to do a lot here because there's so many different ways you can be moving cards. You have enough uncertainty that I could easily see a Move deck going pretty well, going far. Whether or not it will take it home, I can't promise anything there, but it is powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I feel that too. Hey, we've got a special guest.
Hey, it's a new pun. All right, welcome. Hey, to me. Listen.
He said I had all the puns.
It's true. But I have to take a couple from you every now and then. So, Regis, dance. I mean, the first 3 rounds have been absolutely wild. Like, first off, the call out on all of the Maria Hills, was not expecting that. Move is incredibly popular for all of the right reasons. The Arisham decks are popular for all the right reasons. You're talking about, what's going to potentially take over, the rest of the tournament. We're gonna have to wait to find out. I need to tell you, because we got 4 more rounds of Swiss. And this is that lovely moment where I ask the 2 of you to take a breather, because it is the end of round 3 and we're going to be switching it up. So Regis, not my dance, to both of y'all, I just want to say on behalf of all of MarvelSnap, Game On Events, and everybody in between, thank you for being absolutely fantastic today. Holding down an awesome pre-show. You guys absolutely killed it. I was so happy with that. Minus that whole thing. I don't know why you muted the video the first time, but outside of that,
we thought it was funny. We thought it was funny. Sorry,
it was a great gag. It was a great gag.
Yeah,
but
it was a great gag. Don't you love
you.
just nothing?
I just want to say thank you.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's been an honor to be here. It's like so cool to be a part of it and just like seeing the MarvelSnap competitive scene thrive, and like you guys do such great work, and it's been awesome to have us and host us. So thank you.
So Regis, why don't you let everybody know where they can find you then, in case if for some reason they have not found you yet.
I'm on YouTube. You can just go type like Regis on YouTube and you'll see. I play some fun decks. Goof around a little bit. If you like that, I think you'll have a good time with me. But just come hang out on YouTube. That's all for me.
And what about you? Not my dance.
It's just Not My Dance on whatever platform you want to look for. No spaces, anything like that. It's just Not My Dance. I play MarvelSnap, play whatever the heck I want to, and have a good time. I will say, as an additional thing, Guest has been doing an amazing amount of work in the back end. Like he said, he's the man with all the buttons. He's pressing them furiously and doing a great job of hosting and allowing people like Regis and future commentators to shine. So thank you to Guest, thank you to MarvelSnap, thank you to Game On, thank you to everyone for having us here. It's been an absolute blast.
And as he said, there are more casters coming. We're going to be setting the stage right now for round number 4 as we welcome the one and only Binks Plays and Super Tech God to take over the desk next. So take a small break and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience on that small break as we get ready now for round number 4. And this is that amazing moment where we get to welcome back some former faces here and familiar faces in the MarvelSnap scene. First and foremost, this is a long-awaited return. It's been from the OG, the very first ever Golden Gauntlet. Let's welcome back Binks, ladies and gentlemen. Binks, how are you doing today, man?
Dude, I am so wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. I've been watching the first 3 rounds. There's been so much good MarvelSnap today and so many really, really cool decks going through the deck list and everything like that. Cannot be more excited to be here, guest.
And your partner in crime is a very good friend of mine, the one and only Super Tech God. How you doing, man?
Fantastic, pumped, excited to cast with Binks and talk about some awesome matches. I love the deck list I've seen so far. I see some Infinites in there too. Some Man Spider. This is gonna be great. I cannot wait.
Yeah, there are some really exciting decks to take a look at. So we're going to set up a couple of those for you two to kind of, get ready for round number 4. I'm going to find some undefeated deck lists for you and have y'all break it on down. So this is that moment where I say, gentlemen, the show is yours.
All right, awesome. We're taking the reins, Super Tech God. I gotta say, man, I'm so excited to be here with you. We have known each other now for like 3.5 years through the MarvelSnap space. So to be here at World Finals, man, what a pleasure.
I know, casting with you is awesome, man. Yes, for 3 years. Wow, beta times, Binks. This is great. It's an honor, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, we're going to be popping up some 3-0 deck lists here. I think being 3-0 is really important. We have, around 200 competitors today. So getting into that top 16, you really want to be 7-0 to guarantee your spot. 6-1, you're probably going to be able to get in there. But being 3-0 right now is really where you want to be. So we're going to be popping up the first list here from Fudge. And wow, this is a pretty interesting one. I cannot lie. Looks like we have some kind of destroy stuff. Fudge almost kind of looks like he's on like his Millless Mill vibe. He brought this to a different Golden Gauntlet, kind of like a lot of the aspects of what makes Mill powerful, creating and destroying cards, powering up that death for the late game, as well as having some tech in here to work out. What do you like about this list?
Well, of course, everybody's running Shadow King just to make sure they can actually handle any of those cards that like to get big and buff. So putting Shadow King in here makes sense. Love seeing that. Of course, having the Hood, Misery, being able to get that extra demon is always great. And of course, some RNG with Iron Patriot. Love all of that. And of course, as you destroy cards, why not be able to get a free death, hopefully? Phenomenal deck. Fudge is not playing this time.
Yeah, very cool. And that Luna Snow in there is really tricky too, because the ice cubes do destroy, and usually for both you and your opponent. So not only are you getting a little bit of energy ramp there, but you're getting 2 more activations on the death. Very, very cool list there. And then we have a list coming in here for Honifer. A really interesting, with Clog kind of losing debris in this OTA, you've had to innovate a few different things here. And we're seeing that right here, using the Yellow Jacket to turn some of your zeros into -1 so that a Nihilist can send it over. Lots of really great stuff here. What's your favorite thing about the deck?
Of course, the surprise of Captain America, Sam Wilson, right? Having that shield out there on the field, being able to move it around, and of course, keep your opponent on their toes as to what you're going to do. You're going to move the shield, you're going to play a card here, or you're going to do something else. I love that. And of course, again, Iron Patriot for some RNG madness. Always great to see in these type of deck lists.
Yeah, super, super awesome stuff here. The Agamotto there just to give you some additional resources and different things there for the rest of the game. You can get some ramp, you can get some movement, some additional clog with that Winds of Watoomb to be able to move a card over and give it -5 power. Really, really powerful stuff there. Yeah, I mean, I think that today it's really all about trying to beat the best decks that you're going to see. That's why we're seeing, honestly, all of that Shadow King that we're seeing, because move just kind of feels a little bit unchecked. And, we've seen some cool Cerebro 4 lists because Cerebro 4 can use those 2 main counters to move in the Shadow King as well as the Mercury to be able to shut things down. So really, really excited to see how things end up going here. And with that, we're going to be jumping into our very first match in just a second, and we're going to preview this list from Teebs. which is a Arishem, and they're using the Thanos to add some additional cards there. So just the Thanos, it looks like. No Agamotto in this list, so keeping it a little bit more trim. What are your thoughts on that, with either adding as many cards as possible, things like Kang or Agamotto, or just kind of limiting it to try and give yourself a little bit more consistency?
Right, I think that's the key here, right? You want to make sure you get the cards that you want. Even though Arishem is going to put some cards in your deck, at least if you can get half of those cards that you put on the list, will be better for you. So if you did add Agamotto, again, that's too much cards in the deck. Having just Thanos with those stones, that makes sense because you're going to use those stones regardless. So I do like this list, kind of making it a little bit slim, but also you got to think about the counter to this, which is Darkhawk, right? So you don't want to add too much cards to your deck, even though I believe Darkhawk would still overpower this list with all those cards in it.
Awesome. And jumping right in here to our game, and this is a really great matchup. We got Teebs versus Pixel Guy here. Really, really awesome to see. And just right off the bat with Arishem, we're seeing Titania here, which can be really interesting. I'm looking at Spider-Punk and Bar Sinister and thinking, am I just snapping right away? Like, can you imagine? Like, that is just a monstrous monsoon of negative power coming down from the left lane. If I'm Teebs, I'm hitting that snap button right now. I tell you what.
Yep. Because you get to play this nice and early. It is turn 3. You go ahead and play it. Spider-Punk on the left. Just sit back, relax, snap before you play it. So this way, Pixel Guy doesn't see. There it is.
There it is. There it is. Taking a little bit of time.
Down. Ooh, and that variant is so beautiful. Such a beautiful variant. Good job, Teebs. All right, let's see what happens. This is going to be interesting. And Titania to be there to help clog any lanes if need be. And of course, that scary card Legion. All right, there he goes. We got the shield going to the mid, buffing over, and Starbrand Crater. What's playing on the right side? Awesome, Andy. Oh boy. Do we see a retreat, Binks? What do you think?
I mean, I would be running here. Awesome, Andy. It's a 2-6, not too bad. You got 3-7 staring you down. That is going to just absolutely obliterate that side of the board. And not only that, if you don't use the Bar Sinister this turn, we have the Legion coming as well. This is going to be absolutely devastating from Teebs.
This is going to be so good. Because now, of course, you're adding a ninja in each lane. All right, here he comes. Who got priority? Of course, Pixel Guy. So he lucked out being able to use Bar Sinister. There goes first Spider-Punk. Go ahead, taking that. Ooh, we got a bunch of Omega Sentinels about to cause some damage too when that time comes. But now here comes Legion, adding additional ninjas to each lane. And there it is. So now both players are good on Shadowland on the left because they can at least move one or more cards. So don't have to worry about that. But of course, what happens next is going to be entertaining. Omega Sentinel versus Spider-Punk.
Could you even imagine trying to do the math on where these Omega Sentinels are going to land right now? Like, I don't even, if it's me, if it's me and I'm Teebs, I'm just saying I'm going to try and get as much power as I possibly can and try and push. There is a play that Teebs could have made on 3, which would be playing Titania to send it over, but I believe it would actually block the Spider-Punks from coming. So there's kind of like a little risk reward that they were maybe looking for there. But you got to think that left lane is going to be pretty easy for you to get over top of. It's just really making sure we're not moving these Spider-Punks too early and not setting ourselves up for these Omega Sentinels to really sneakily get back to us.
Correct. And again, I was going to rely on you for the math. I was like, yeah, Binks, you do the math on that, please. All right, down comes Mercury, sending over the Titania, locking that lane down. But again,
now there's 4 of them. Now there's 4 of them. With that clog, you gotta imagine things are gonna come down. But I gotta imagine that this retreat won't come down for a while because there's so much you have to think about how these ping pong. And priority is on Teebs here. So you also have to consider what cards are going to be coming in to see that all come down. I think the Pixel Guy is going to take a retreat here, I would imagine, but probably going to work through the math, which neither of us are really willing to do at this point. I think we can both agree. But very, very well done as well with the Titania. Identifying that shield's probably going to come middle. They're probably not going to fill. Being able to utilize that Titania with the Mercury there to give you a little bit of extra, just kind of protection to make sure that nothing comes down that you don't really want to see.
Correct. And space, right? You put that Annihilus down now, you're at least freeing up 3 lanes for you, the left, the middle, and the right. Getting rid of those ninjas, whether they go over or they get destroyed, that works out for you. And then, of course, but at this point, it is the final turn. So what are you going to do? Those Omega Sentinels about to cause some problems. I don't know, man. This is a tough one. I can't do the math. I'm
You can't ask for more. You can't ask for more from a first game here. And maybe I'm just wrong, and Pixel Guy's gonna stay because the math adds up here. This is a while, and he is gonna stay.
First one shoots off on the Legion. All right, first Spider-Punk move, of course, does his thing. Mercury moves to the left. Spider-Punk does his thing in the middle. All right, so the middle is yours for now. All right, then we got Annihilus sending over those -2s, helping free up that.
Oh, clearing those out is really, really nice. And able to pull the
Titania
Titania at the same time. The Shadow King pulling things down before any of these blasts go off. Boom, boom.
Ow.
And it looks like he's going to win easily. This is why we're commentators and we're not here.
Wow, exactly.
Pixel
Big
Guy
Styles
says,
retreating.
no, we're going to destroy. They have 11 power on their side of the board, STG.
That is bananas. Great first match. I mean, I'm happy for it.
Oh,
gentlemen, I'm going to need you to start doing some math. Just to catch up for the rest, just for everybody else out there. That's all.
Oh,
That's
man,
all.
let me get my calculator, man. That was such a cool first game, and honestly, like that is a Pixel Guy difference. A former champion of the Golden Gauntlet, and you'll see why. You know, taking a game that myself and you immediately thought like, oh man, there's really going to be no coming back from this, and saying, no, I got I'm doing the math. I'm sitting here, I got my calculator out, and I'm gonna bring this home.
Yeah, man. Now Teebs, of course, Erisham giving them Airwalker and Valentina. Intriguing. All right.
Yeah, Valentina, one of the better Erisham cards because you're able to play it on 2, and then you get that discounted 6-drop that you can play immediately on 4. So just a really, really great card using these Erisham lists to kind of fill out curves as needed. And let's see who ends up at the lead middle here. That's really going to affect priority, and it looks like it is going to be Teebs locking down that location. We have the Vault over on the left, which is always going to get a little bit funky with trying to make sure that you're putting enough power there to fight, but that Hellion, being able to play that on turn 5 on the Vault can really shake things up for Teebs.
Agreed. And of course, you just got Dr. Doom, so if you need extra power in that lane, you got another 5 power in there. Oh, but you can play it now, so which makes more sense. Really up to you how you want to do this. But nonetheless, the hand is very tricky. I agree with you. I think you save Hellion for the Vault on turn 5. But what do you do now in this case? So you have the middle lane that's locked down for you for sure. You want to save Dr. Doom, don't you? Because you want those 2 5 bots, but I guess not. I guess it's more important right now putting that 5 bot over to the left, and down comes Sebastian Shaw. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think with Erisham, often you kind of like have more resources than you need, right? So just trying to find ways to do it and pushing that Hellion out a little bit early to take away some of the flexibility of that final turn, but again, just trying to curve out as best as they possibly can. So that curve there is really, really cool. We haven't talked about Pixel Guy's list too terribly much, but a really, really unique list, which is a kind of like activate Surfer, where you have the Jocasta, you have that Omega Sentinel, which we saw in that first round was just absolutely amazing to be able to dominate there. So if we see another Omega Sentinel come down left, this left lane might not be as safe as you think, because 2 Omega Sentinel blasts are pretty crazy, and the Surfer can come in buffing up the Sebastian Shaw as well as the Jocasta. I wonder if we're pushing the Awesome Andy now. Interesting to not push the well, what are we?
The 2 Jocastas.
We're copying the Herbie, hopefully. Oh, they were really hoping for that power doubler there.
Yeah. All right.
So that's why I kind of like playing the Awesome Andy earlier, because you get a 50-50 shot of hitting the Shaw, which would give you a little bit more power. No Omega Sentinel. We got the Thanos slamming down middle that can't be destroyed. It's gonna be tough for Pixel Guy to get through here. I don't think they have the power output to be able to get there, but hey, I was wrong last game, so I guess we're just gonna have to see, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, do you keep scoring in your hand and play the Reality Stone instead and hope that Hellcow discard the scoring and give extra points to something on the field? Or do you just play scoring right out?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I would just keep it in hand and click the button, right? Yeah. Like, I think that playing the Reality Stone is probably not what you want to do, just because you hit a Nexus or something like that, right? Like, that would be just such a terrible way to go down. And we see a retreat here from Pixel Guy. 6 cubes remaining for Teebs, 8 for Pixel Guy. Really, really fantastic first round here.
Oh, man. All right. So after this round, we'll go to a separate match. Hopefully, we get to see some shenanigans. Oh, my bad.
So early start here. Obviously, we're probably going to see the time stone go down. The really big power of having Thanos in these lists is getting that draw power, so being able to put down things early and then utilize that draw power to be able to get as many resources as you can, because you have that less amount of consistency with Arishem. Being able to get as many resources as possible is great. And we see the early Merlin coming down too. One of my favorite cards in the game. Just a really, really cool way to affect the board in awesome ways, especially with Thanos having those stones to be able to either polymorph or send back into the deck.
Which is pretty awesome. And the pull that we got there was Havoc. So, of course, playing Arishem Havoc was one of your best friends to play down. But now we have one of my favorite cards in the game, which is Shuri, coming on down, trying to make sure you win that right lane so you don't get that end of turn horde +1, but rather you get to draw a card. Let's see what happens with Shuri. If Shuri comes down on Asteroid M, interesting. Very intriguing to see what she does here.
I love triple Asteroid M's games. You get to see people, you get to see if you play a card, it's going to take the whole lap around and loop nice and around. But drawing that Shuri is so great because the curve didn't look great there. Obviously, you don't really want to play Havoc. Maybe you would have to there. But getting the Shuri into a Legion to just have this massive power card there, which is going to be a little bit vulnerable if we do see a Shadow King coming down. But now you're going to have to hit your own zombie horde if you do that as well. So always nice to see these locations working out and making things change in a cool way.
14 power, as you said, 3 Asteroid M. That's MMM, not Mobius, M Mobius, but instead Asteroid M. 14 power. Oh my goodness, there goes that card again. Omega Sentinel coming on down, putting some fear over there. And there we go with the 3 Asteroid M's. Let's see what happens next. We do have that wonderful omniversal presence, though. We have the reality. Interesting.
That could be really cool for changing the right Asteroid M to oh my gosh, I didn't even realize the Spider-Punk synergy. This Spider-Punk is going to take a world tour, stealing power all across the board. And then also that polymorph on the Shuri is really exciting too. You know, getting a 5-drop from your 4/3 is fantastic. All right, Spider-Punk World Tour coming in. There's one. There's 2. No steal there.
There's 2, but nothing more.
Oh, we're in the hurry.
But then 3. Oh, wee. This is fantastic. All right, polymorph getting rid of the Shuri into Nomura. And wish I went first. And then, of course, Colossus coming down the middle. Awesome Andy is out with the Killmonger, get rid of that stone. And that's about it.
All right, little Killmonger World Tour there for the fans. All right, we're hitting the Omega Sentinel right off the bat. I really think Pixel Guy wanted to see Sam there to be able to like move the shield and then maybe get some kind of synergy going with Prodigy. But boy, oh boy, what are you doing here? They can still move the Spider-Punk too. He's not done on his World Tour, man. He's going all around the globe, baby.
That's facts. So you got Havoc. Yeah, I say now you got Havoc, and of course you have Mercury, and maybe you. Nah, I don't think you take a chance to change anything. So let's see what happens now.
Changing the right location, because if you change the right location, they might be expecting any of their 3 or 4 drops to land on the right. If you get rid of that right Asteroid M, it's going to land in the middle. So maybe that's a way to kind of adjust things or change things up. But yeah, just another retreat here from Pixel Guy. And we're all tied up at 6, and we are going to be heading off to a different game here. But what an amazing showcase from 2 absolutely incredible players in that first little set.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go back and forth. Hopefully we get to come back and see who wins that match. But what a great matchup. Again, great plays by both players. And Omega Sentinel putting in work in that first game. And Spider-Punk, wow, doing damage. Love to see it. Spider-Punk did a phenomenal job. And now we're on to this amazing game here, where we have, of course, the Fatal Omen versus the White Tiger.
Very interesting here. I wonder if they have White Tiger in their deck. That would obviously be on theme there. Or maybe it's all a big misdirection. You never quite know. Not to just be talking about that last game, but another thing, just thinking about how amazing these players are. You know, both of us completely missed how amazing that Legion is with the Asteroid M pairing with that Spider-Punk that was completely past us. And just a testament to the incredible power of these players to be able to stay on top.
Totally agree. Another Arishem deck we're looking at right here.
Oh boy.
Wow. Wow. I am just impressed by the fact that they have those wonderful white fire borders around their variants. Ooh, so beautiful. So beautiful. Big, you got any white fire borders?
No white fire borders for me, but I'm guessing you got a big old set of them, don't you?
Me, no, I do not.
No, you don't.
But that's right. But you know where you could get those though? At the web shop. Make sure you guys go to type it in chat. Get the web shop link. Go ahead and pick you up some amazing white borders when you get that new season premium pass. Down comes Arrow, man. Do you remember old Arrow, Binks? Jeez,
I remember old Arrow more than most, man. That thing was an absolute menace. And I promise you one thing, Ken, no cards are dying in that right lane. There is nothing that can stop that right lane from having a card destroyed. There is double armor, ready to rock and hold down the fort. Love this Cersei here. I think Cersei could be really strong still on the right. Oh, never mind. He says, I want to destroy some cards. He says, I want to destroy some cards. I'm ready to break some
You're
stuff.
wrong, Binks.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
Yes.
Oh, the squirrels. Oh, no. It could be a huge disaster.
Oh, my goodness.
What do we have on the right? The sunspot. But the sunspot could float.
All right.
You have to be able to win middle here because they could just full pass and win with the sunspot. Yeah, the Annihilus Hood can pull it over. The Annihilus Hood ties middle as well. A little scary though. Does that beat Infinite? Is the main question here? Because we're going to tie middle. If Infinite comes down on left, they're going to be up 10 left. It's going to be 16 to 8 plus 3. I think that might beat it by 1 point if we see Infinite coming down over here on the left. Always really scary when you see that War Machine and your favorite card, STG, that Infinite.
Yes,
let's see if it can make some damage happen.
We got 17 now on the left, so 24-17. Let's see what happens. Nothing gets played. He's going to float the sunspot completely.
Ah, the sunspot float. Yeah, we called it out too. That sunspot float, real nasty.
Not enough.
The Annihilus there. A sneaky play, and I definitely respect it because, you know, there's always going, you know, level 1, level 2, really thinking about what's going to be best there. And they did set it up, so even if they play that Infinite left, they're going to be winning by a single point. Another testament to these players just being on top of the math when your casters aren't.
Agreed. Because wow, we said nothing gets destroyed on that right lane. Oh man, this is such a great time, great matchup. Love seeing these matches. Binks, so far, how you feeling, buddy? All the matches you've seen so far, the 2, the 3, how we looking?
I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't have asked for a better first 4 games. Lots of really cool interactions. Like, to me, the most amazing thing about MarvelSnap is just the way that these locations work, and really good players have to change up what they're doing on the fly to deal with these locations. I think some people don't like that, you know, quote unquote RNG aspect of it. But for me personally, I really think that that's where MarvelSnap shines, is showing off those ways that locations can work together. And it really shows the skill expression of players of being able to make changes and work things out on the fly.
Agreed. Locations is always something else you got to think about when you're playing Snap. And now we're here with one of the best locations with the most RNG in the game, and that's Quantum Tunnel over on the right side. Oh my goodness, what a matchup. We got another Cosmic Ghost Rider coming down. We got a Demon Victoria hand deck. Love this list. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what happens. What goes down on
the Cosmic Ghost Rider without priority is always interesting, because if you see like something like a Mobius, not really sure about the opponent's deck, but if you see something like a Mobius come out there, that Cosmic Ghost Rider can just absolutely delete it. Yeah, Cosmic Ghost Rider on the Atuma, I guess doesn't matter, right? Because it would happen after the Atuma actually goes off. And it really just depends on what you want to do with RNG. It looks like they're completely going away from utilizing Quantum Tunnel here. Just hoping that Demon buff getting pumped out over on the left is going to be enough. And you see that Demon not buffed on the left. That's probably because we saw a Nico Demon play earlier in the game before we jumped in.
Right. And it looks like this is the final matchup for these two. Winner takes the W. Let's see what happens. Nobody's retreating here. They're going all
we
in.
could see a retreat here, but it just really depends. I think with the Atuma middle, it's pretty hard to. Oh no, they're going to get punished so hard potentially for not using that Cosmic Ghost Rider left. Do we hit the? Oh,
Oh no, hit nothing perfect. There you go, X. Oh, there you go, buddy. GG's. Victory. Loving it. That was a great matchup. Happy for them. Pulled out the victory. But yes, you're right. If Dracula hit anything else besides that MODOK, they would have been sad that they didn't keep Cosmic Ghost Rider on the left.
Yeah, lots of scary things could have potentially been in the hand if you have a big apocalypse there. I always joke that it's always Infinite, back from like when Dracula Dump was everywhere. That I'd be facing people with 5 cards in their hand, and sure enough, Dracula pulls out their Infinite to win by 2
every time,
which is pure pain, I tell you what. But yeah, the Cosmic Ghost Rider, a really good counter to that, and looks like we are jumping right into another game here.
Can we see a comeback? Can we see the comeback of the century? Evazord can go down and lose to the wonderful person on the left. I'm not going to try to mispronounce names here. Delansky. Thank you very much. Delansky with the comeback. What do we think?
I mean, it's going to be real hard. The biggest problem here is that they aren't in 2 cube mode yet, or they aren't in like the after round 5 where it's 2 cubes. So they have to get 6 wins here at least. So to go 6-0 against Evazord, because we're before high stakes, it's going to be real scary. But hey, I mean, when you're in a tournament like this, I tell you what, you don't give up. You sit down and you say, hey, I'm pretty darn good at this game. I think that if anyone can do it, I can. And that's the mentality you have to do to make these big comebacks.
And they're playing Move, so anything is possible. Move is one of the stronger decks right now, especially in this tournament. So anything is possible. But as you see in Evazord's, let me switch it around. Evazord is playing Move, and as you can see in Delancey's hand, they have Shadow King. So anything is possible here to turn off only those big move cards. But Bar with no name works out in their favor. So Delancey can probably come away with this one.
Yeah, always interesting to see. I mean, they're thinking about using that Omniversal Presence. I like holding it because having that potential to play it on Bar with no name, I think, is just so powerful. So that, for me, I would just hold on to that, because you're never guaranteed that you're going to get another one, unless you're my opponent, of course. But you got to hold on to one of those while you have it. And what's really cool here, and talk about being down, sometimes you have to take risks. If it were me, I would almost be like pushing a card there and then trying to trick Evazord to playing there, expecting an Omniversal Presence and being able to kind of jump that down. So we'll see if something like that comes to play, because that's always a really interesting thing. I think Bar with no name is one of the most interesting and unique locations. There's the way that you can utilize Legion with it. Just so many different ways that you can use this in a cool way.
I totally agree with that. So let's see what happens here. Oh, victory! There we go. Like we said, the Chiefs.
Even just says, this game is too confusing. I got 5 left in the pocket. Let's just go on to the next one. You still got to beat me 5 times.
Exactly. Bar with no name is a problem. So I totally get it.
Sometimes you got to take care of your mental well-being during these long tournaments, right? So sometimes just taking a mulligan on a game like this, honestly, not the worst thing you can do. Not something I would do personally. But, with these long tournaments, you got to take care of yourself.
And listen, now we're at the high stakes, my friend. So listen, why not take that one retreat and just relax? You think you got it in the bag. But we all know, on any given snap time, anything can happen. Locations makes a difference. So let's see what happens here. The Mirage. Ooh, always the Mirage.
So from the Kvich, I believe is how you pronounce that location. They probably should have put a vowel in there. I gotta imagine that you're feeling a little bit better on this side of the board. King Eitri probably doing nothing, just a 1-2 there. Whereas Kid Omega is a really cool way that you can kind of like displace power in a way that you're not exactly expecting. Outside of just like Destroy decks that can obviously use it really, really well, just being able to use it as this kind of like, you could fill that lane and then they still have to respect that you could just play a giant card in Kid Omega, and you have to respect that at the end of the day. So let's see if Delansky can use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I believe they can. I mean, looking at if they're going to run, based on their deck, they do have some cards that they could look out to destroy. I mean, of course, if you frigger some of your powerful cards too, why not, right? Especially if it is a demon, right? So I think they're sitting pretty here, because if they play the demon now and then frigger the demon next, then of course they can always do some Kid Omega shenanigans with that extra demon. But let's see what they do here. But for sure, Quintet has to come down now.
I'm kind of surprised. I feel like Ghost Spider, like the 1/5 Ghost Spider, for me might be just a better card than the Demon because it gives you options to move things. But sometimes that can go away from your favor as well, and it could be a little bit more annoying than it is actually beneficial. So I think that's more of a whichever player's preference as far as which one you're going to copy here. And maybe we just see the Misery come down on the hood and the Mirage potentially to get some extra points with priority here. I guess it's not going to matter with the dagger because it's going to go start of turn. So maybe they're just trying to decide, do I want to give them these extra dagger points to get the Mirage? I think it's kind of in the 50-50 as to what you'd prefer to do here, and still no Kid Omega Pop coming. I think a Kid Omega Pop here is actually kind of interesting, but maybe if we, on the other side of the board have a Shadow King or something like that, maybe that's not something that you want to present as this juicy target right off the bat.
Ooh, they got a Cosmo with the Mirage, Hood bringing that extra demon down, and you're right. I'm surprised I did not see the Kid Omega destroy the Misery. But nonetheless, Human Torch comes down. That's one of the scariest cards there, but nothing yet to move it. So let's see what happens next. And then you got Cosmo. So something to think about, especially in that lane, but you don't have priority, so we'll find out what happens next. And Grand Central will do some shenanigans too coming up after this wonderful round.
I gotta imagine if you're Eva and you have it, you're just gonna play the Hellion middle. It just gives you the most kind of flexibility later on. I do like this Cosmo over on the right to potentially block something coming out from Grand Central, because you always have to kind of figure out, like, if Heimdall comes down, are you okay if Heimdall comes down and then they move everything? Not really sure yet if that's going to be the case. So really trying to figure out where to place this Cosmo in the way that they think that it can affect their opponent the most. And again, not using that Kid Omega, they would have had priority here. Now, obviously, they didn't have the Cosmo available just yet, so hard to just like say that there was a better choice to be made there. Getting another Cosmo is pretty interesting here. Yeah, 2/5 Cosmo, not a bad card. I tell you what, I'd put that in a lot of my decks.
Agreed. And I think you look at it, as long as you get priority, and there we go, they got an extra 4 points, destroying the Frigga. Hellion coming down, which is going to be a problem. Okay, Cosmo, go ahead, doing this thing. Frigga comes down, copy the Cosmo, and then gets destroyed, giving that Kid Omega an additional 3 power.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a misplay there, playing it left. I guess it does take the full power, so the ongoing doesn't matter. Oh, and the 50-50 flip to get that turned off. Probably wouldn't have mattered. I don't think a 2/3 Demon or a 2/3 Misery is really going to change the game here. But you can't retreat. You got to try and figure out best you can as to what to do here. And boy, oh boy, I tell you, I don't know what it's going to be here. If there's a Heimdall, man, if there's a Heimdall, this is going to be really tough to beat, because you kind of move some cards over to the middle, and then you Heimdall everything over again.
Yeah. You don't have priority, so that Cosmo right's not going to help. But I think I see Dagger going mid, or Dagger staying where she's at, Human Torch going mid, and of course Heimdall probably played on the left, pulling everything, as you mentioned, to the left. That's what I think happens here, but let's see what goes down.
I tell you what, there's no on reveals going down middle. I can promise you that. And I'm maybe right this time. Maybe right this time. Love this play, by the way. When you are when you are in a position like this, changing locations is absolutely your friend. You want to try and get something crazy, but like I said, the location change here.
What I said, yeah.
You never know what can happen. We can get a location change that completely changes the board. World Ship. We could see Nexus might give them enough to be able to get over the top on one of these lanes. So really, really love this Hail Mary that we're seeing.
Yep.
And Nexus would win. Nexus would win.
Yep. Let's go. It turns into
an Opticron. All right.
That was good. That was close, but we did call it. We did say Human Torch mid. He gave him the thumbs up. Guys, that's a good thumbs up.
Hey, it's a good thumbs up. They're saying you did a great job, and we get the wing coming back.
Exactly.
Wow, wonderfully played. And we're seeing, even in a loss there, we're seeing people make the best possible plays that you can make with what you have, which is taking those Hail Marys when you need to. Again, just other things that just kind of separate these really top players from the most people that you'll see on ladder.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, played it out perfectly as we thought would happen with moving the Human Torch and of course Heimdall on the left, bringing everything over. But of course, doing the whole trying to change the location on the right to something that could probably help them out was a very smart idea, and I definitely do agree. This is why these players are where they're at right now.
You like Human Torch? Because we got a few of them here ready to rock, and we show up. Inkman Friggas 2, Human Torches to delete movie. I don't think movie loves seeing those move cards come down. I tell you what. But well played there by Kingpin to finish things out. And we'll see if there's any matches that we're looking to get into here. It feels like we're popping into matches and we're watching people drop like flies. Maybe we're a little bit thirsty today, SPG.
Yeah, thanks.
All
I
right.
love that.
I love it. I love that too, man. That was
those Human Torches look so good.
They're intimidating, man. They're intimidating. I tell you what. Well, boy, oh boy, we saw some really cool things there. The power of Shadow King coming out in those games. Just really, really awesome to see. I really love those first 3 matches that we got to watch against Teebs and Pixel Guy. Just really showing the complexity of decision making and math that you have to do to play at this game at the highest level. Very, very cool. What would you say was your favorite deck that you saw here in this little block we had?
So far, it would probably have to be that first matchup with Pixel Guy. I mean, those Sentinels, definitely Omega Sentinels really blew my mind. I did not expect anything like that to happen. And the way they played that deck, of course, with Joe Costa and everything else, I think that was very great. And that's why, hopefully, I don't know who won that matchup, but nonetheless, hopefully they did their thing. And that's why they were 3-0, right? 3-1 coming into this matchup.
Yeah, really, really great players, really good decks. Yeah, that deck from Pixel Guy was so awesome. It's like Activate Surfer, something that I've really never seen. So being able to pull that out of your bag for I'm sure for most of these people, it's just kind of the biggest tournament of your life. You got to imagine what an awesome thing to do. And let's take a peek here. So we're going to be taking a peek at our different archetypes that we have available. With 16 move decks with a win percentage of 61. So 61%. Even with Mercury and Shadow King being 2 of the most played cards the entire tournament, we are still seeing some dominance out of Move. Were you expecting that with all the tech?
100%. I think Move is, like we mentioned before earlier in this week, Move is the boogeyman, right? Even with the tech, it's all about how Move works, right? And Move works in such a way that you have to plan for it. And if you can't plan for it, your tech is not really going to help you, right? So for me, I'm not surprised by these numbers. 61%. I expect to see more, actually, or see higher.
Yeah, and I tell you what, those players who are playing Move play Move a lot on ladder, and they are used to playing around the counters. And especially with open deck lists, it's a lot different playing when you know that those counters exist in your opponent's deck and you know that they're ready at the whims, so you can change your plays accordingly. And I do think that Move, from an archetype perspective, is probably the archetype that brings in the most like technically skilled players, just because there's such a high skill cap on that deck, and people love the skill expression that you do of being able to completely misdirect your opponent on that final turn.
I agree. I mean, playing Move, you really have to think about a lot of things, right? You have to think out your plans from the start to the end. Where you're going to place your cards, how you're going to move them, what the numbers are going to be, the math. So playing Move is not for just, anybody to jump in and do, even though you can try. But I totally get what you're saying, and that's the reason why the percentage is where it's at. But I'm impressed to see also the others down below. We got the Wiccan stuff, we got the X card, we got the Victoria hand. These are still some good cards, but my favorite to see on that list is both Sauron and Nightmare. All right, these are some big cards, put out some wonderful energy and make it do what it do. So Sauron and Nightmare, don't be surprised if those cards or those decks make it all the way to the top 4.
Yeah, talk about, we talked about Erishim and things like Hulkling as these ways to bring unpredictability. Talk about unpredictability with Nightmare, because you play some games with Nightmare, man, you get, you run into like a Red Skull that's Iron Man into like oh man, it's just the amount of power that can be, and sometimes you skunk out. So it's really, really a skill testing deck to know when to play the Nightmare and how to utilize those cards as they come in. One thing I'm really surprised about with all this Move is seeing Scream at 20% win rate. Maybe it's just because they don't really have the tools to be able to handle Move with how much Move has really been pushed. Maybe Scream's just not in a good position right now. What are your thoughts on that? Because that's very surprising to me to see Scream so underperformed.
Now we're in 4 rounds right now. We only have 4 Scream decks. Are we sure that these Scream decks already matched up against a move deck? Maybe, right? Somebody can do the math out there and let me know. 16 moves, 4 rounds, 4 Screams. So maybe they haven't matched up against move yet. Maybe they brought those types of Scream decks to kind of combat the move and they didn't run into them because Scream will only be good mostly against the move deck. So I'm not sure yet. We'll see as the rounds get later down the line. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense to bring those type of techs, Scream, Shadow King, etc. But as you see, move is still at the top of the list. But one of the decks there, like ongoing, right? You would expect that to be higher as well, right? Because Shadow King can't do anything to ongoing deck, but ongoing being below the negative, the Sauron. Wow, intriguing.
Yeah, ongoing's interesting. You know, it's a very hard deck to navigate. You know, do you play Spectrum? Do you not play Spectrum? There's lists doing both that are doing well right now, going more all in on like Moonstone and trying to copy very powerful Mystique effects. So lots of interesting things going on with ongoing. Maybe it's just kind of a matchup thing. Maybe like some of these other decks just can get bigger than them, but they do generally have access to some powerful tools. One other deck I wanted to point out that I saw down here was the Thanos Strange deck with a 75% win rate, 9 wins, 3 losses. That's fantastic. Thanos Strange got some kind of secret new cards like that don't really fit. You know, the zombie Mr. F is really, really powerful there. Lots of really, really awesome things that go into that for sure.
No, I agree. And I mean, we do have some other cool things down here. We have Clog, which, sorry, they lost Debris. So end of turn being so far down. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. End of turn was one of the decks in the Golden Gauntlets people were worried about going into it. Now, look at it down below. So, ooh,
yeah, and we see Hydra Stomper down there, which won, as we saw in that that amazing recap of the 3rd qualifier. That Hydra Stomper deck is really, really good. You know, it got some got some new tools. I think the Spider Punk probably works really well in that. It's just like a powerful 3/7 that can move and keep getting things going. So really awesome to see some people still utilizing that deck. Not having the performance that it wants though at 44.44, and you gotta imagine that's because of the huge resurgence of Mercury and Shadow King that can really, really annoy the Batroc and really just take out the push of that deck, especially if you're a skilled player and you can play Mercury at the right time.
All right, so we'll be right back, guys. When we come back, we'll check out some awesome matches. Banks, I'm pumped and excited. I can't wait for the rest of them.
Can't wait, man. We'll see you soon. And welcome back to the Golden Gauntlet World Finals. We are about to be jumping into round 5. STG, what a wonderful round 4 that we had there. What are you most excited to see after what we saw in round 4? What are you most excited to see in round 5 as far as things maybe we haven't seen before, or decks that you think are really going to do well?
Yeah, I want to see a non-move deck win a match, right? I want to see not a scream, but a non-move deck completely. I want to see some big power, right? Some man-eaters, okay? I want to see some Infinite, some Sauron Red Skull, some Shuri Madness. That's what I want to see in this upcoming round. What about you?
Maybe some man spiders, some big points dropping down. And I tell you what deck I'm excited to see is finally seeing some zombie action. The first thing that we are going to be jumping in here is going to be the Electric Flame, who is a previous Golden Gauntlet winner, who's bringing this really solid zombie deck here. And interestingly, using a card, Web Sling, that when I first saw it came out, I thought it would work best in this deck, being able to play that Web Sling, get some zombies by playing it on top of that zombie Scarlet Witch, and then being able to adjust and move cards away, not having to rely as much on other spells or kitty, but just giving you more options to clear up that lane, getting your zombie horde as big as possible to be able to utilize it with Zombie Giant Man.
No, I agree. Web Sling is a huge card in any type of deck. Be able to move cards around. If you think about the wonderful New York location, being able to move cards and not let your opponent know what's moving, what's not. Putting in a zombie deck, wow, just makes the most sense, right? Because those hordes go wherever it wants. Those zombies go where they like. So now being able to say, hey, I want to move the zombies here or make some adjustments to what cards go in that lane is super awesome. So love the list. Can't wait to see it in action, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, with a list like this, having another 1-cost spell that went along with Hunger, which is obviously phenomenal in the deck, but having another 1-cost spell to be able to play really helps you in those games where you don't draw Merlin, because you can feel like if you don't draw Merlin, you just don't really have the juice to push that that horde as big as you want. So being able to have that other 1-cost spell that's just in your deck and you can draw, as opposed to having to get Merlin out and have him come out, especially if you don't draw him on like 1 or 2, where you're trying to play your more powerful cards on 3. Really good. An interesting card that's not on this list is the Absorbing Man, which I really like, to be able to do a second version of that Zombie Giant Man. But when you're trying to fit in things like Mercury and Enchantress in a tournament like this, sometimes those are cuts that you have to make. And we do have the Werewolf as a secondary giant card to try and win another lane there as well.
Yeah, with all those ongoings in there and with Merlin, it just makes sense to have Werewolf by Night in there. And of course, thinking about all the other cards that are coming in, you need to put some type of tech in there. So Abs Man would have been great for ladder, for that big surprise. Here, another giant man. But in this type of a tournament, you need something to help you out. And I think cutting Abs Man would make the most sense. And of course, you got other things in here to tech against the moves, right? You got Mercury, right? So that's pretty good as well. And of course, you have Iron Patriot for those, again, awesome RNG moments. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Having the Hunger, Web Sling, and Giant, oh my goodness, Giant Man with Scarlet Witch. This is just great. Phenomenal list. I'm excited and pumped. I want to see it in action already.
Yeah. The scariest thing that you're going to probably see with a list like this is Shadow King, because Shadow King can just be ruthless. They didn't have the ability to utilize Cosmo in this. Again, probably a cut. It's also probably just really hard to have Cosmo in a Werewolf by Night deck. Let's be honest.
Right.
But not having that Cosmo there, when you do match up against Shadow King decks, it's really, really hard. If you don't have priority going into that turn, you want to play Zombie Giant Man, you don't know if that's going to be a giant card or not so giant card. So a lot of things you're going to have to think about there. And good shout on the Iron Patriot. That is probably a card that's in here for that like Erisham Hulkling type thing that we're talking about, getting that misdirection for these open deckless formats to have something that your opponent can't predict and know to play around.
Hey, Ken, I know you've got a certain affinity to a very specific card, so I just want to leave this on screen and let you know that it's currently undefeated. The one and only Infinite.
Boy, oh boy, that is incredible. Ken was so flabbergasted he disappeared for a second. What are you thinking, Ken? What do you think about this awesome Infinite deck that we have here?
Infinite's in the deck. I had to leave so Infinite gets his shine without me being on the screen. I totally get it. I'm back now, guys. Infinite with, of course, this amazing list. We have Dr. Doom in it. We have Galactus First Steps, War Machine. I mean, Electro. I love to see the ramp. Love to see the Storm. Of course, that Storm Legion. I get it. But yes, Infinite in this list. And that variant, one of my favorite, Victor Fadro. Beautiful deck. Excited. Can't wait to see this list as well.
They call you the super variant god for a reason, man. Got every single one, and boy, oh boy, is that a fantastic one there. Yeah, really cool things in here. I personally don't love Ebony Maw on these lists, but just having that bulk of power that can kind of surprise people at the very end is really, really strong. I just feel like when War Machine doesn't come down, you can get into some trouble, but you do have 2 ways to get rid of the Electro downside with either War Machine or Blink to pop it out. And then, yeah, if you want to be a 2-cube merchant, I tell you what, if you get down to the last couple of games and you're able to hit a Storm, War Machine, Legion combo, man, that is going to be a really tough way to get kicked out of this tournament if that ever happens, because you just sit there like, nothing I could do, man, nothing I could do.
Right. But you're right. Having Ebony Maw in this list is kind of scary because you have Lockjaw, right? And Lockjaw pulls out of Ebony Maw in that lane. And unless you pull War Machine, you're going to get hurt. You're going to feel the hurt. You're going to feel the pain, especially with Jubilee as well. So I don't know. Maybe definitely swap out Ebony Maw. But nonetheless, deck looks good. Great ramp. Of course, has that wonderful Legion Storm play. And of course, one of the biggest cards in the game, the Infinite.
Well, fine. Here's another Infinite deck then that's been undefeated. You feel better now? There you go.
Undefeated.
Well, it's funny, Ken. We're giving advice to these people who are undefeated, and here we are on the caster's couch, where where people go, and they're definitely not going to be able to even qualify for this tournament. But boy, oh boy, we see another big one here. And this one's really interesting, really going all in on these powerful 1-drops. You got the Black Cat, the Hydra Bob, Ebony Maw. I'm going to get priority. I'm going to push things out, and then you have the Storm. And what's really cool about the Storm in this list is that there's so many tools to win that Storm lane. You don't have to worry about that, Legion War Machine combo. Nope. And you might think, hey, you're going to storm a lane. They can still get there if they're a move deck. You got the Mercury as backup to be able to stop them as well.
Of course.
And the Juggernaut there as well.
The Juggernaut to kick them out that lane. You have the Hydro Bob, who knows where he goes, right? When his time comes. And you got War Machine. So no, I agree. And it's undefeated, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. And they're rocking the fire border around the Victor Pharaoh Infinite. I'm good. I'm happy now. Thanks, guys. This is great. This is fantastic. The best Golden Gauntlet ever. It's phenomenal. Binks, back to you.
Yeah, man, dude, this deck seems like it's such a nightmare to go up against too, because like you're looking at Mercury, which hurts a lot of decks, even some like non-move decks, like with certain locations, Mercury can really be troubling. But whenever there's open deck list, and your opponent has Juggernaut. Oh man, is it a nightmare to have to think about every situation where Juggernaut can come in. And it's also weird because like maybe Storm's down and that lane's gone, and then there's that back and forth of, do I play Juggernaut, and could that actually lose me the lane that I had already won with the Storm? So I'm expecting, if we do see this deck in action, there's going to be a lot of very fun high skill cap moments here for this undefeated Infinite list.
Yes. Next. Ooh.
Okay, we got another undefeated list here. This is a Thanos list and seems pretty straightforward and streamlined.
Classic.
The Marvel Boy is a really interesting thing in here, especially if you're not expecting to go up against a lot of Killmonger. Just having that Marvel Boy tick away every turn. The Adam Warlock's really interesting. What are your thoughts on Adam Warlock and Thanos? I don't know if I've ever seen that used too much. You already have so much draw power.
Well, of course, you want to get more draw power, right? You want to get all those cards out, all those stones out. And if you're able to play one of your big stones early, like the Power Stone, adding Adam Warlock in that lane already gives you the additional power you need to be higher in that lane to pull a card. So I think Adam Warlock with the stones just makes a lot of sense. And of course, Wiccan is in this list, right? So why not? Totally get it. I do like that Adam Warlock play because, again, you want to draw everything. You want to draw the stones and you want to draw your cards. So stones help you. Adam Warlock helps you. Why not?
Again, a couple cards that we don't see very much. First one being Fastos, which does make a lot more sense with the Adam Warlock now that I'm thinking about it.
Yes.
Because when you're Fastosing your deck, the more that you can pull out, the better. You get any of those stones, they're going to be free. You can squeeze it in perfectly on any turn. Like, let's say, you play Fastos on 3, then you get Wiccan. You can play like Wiccan and a stone if you hit one of those discounted stones. So lots of really, really exciting dynamic plays that we can see come out from there. And the Shang-Chi, which we saw earlier, wasn't doing too hot as far as just like the overall power level or the win percentage that it's had so far. But boy, oh boy, man, Shang-Chi is another card that you really have to think about that when your opponent has for leaving any 10 power card left unattended before that final turn.
Agreed. I mean, that's the beauty of having an open deck list, right? So you already know, okay, Shang-Chi's in this list. We got to really play differently and play around it. But I'm excited to see these lists, and shout out to undefeated teams. Let's go.
Awesome, man. Fantastic to see here, and it looks like we are jumping right into a game where we are going to be seeing the Electric Flame, who is utilizing that zombie deck that we were talking about, and we are going we are going against Wingspan here, who's running Super Giant Devil Dinosaur. This is a deck that I have been screaming from the rooftops on Twitter about, because I think that this deck is so awesome. Being able to hide that Devil Dinosaur on 5, or like hide some different cards. I think that Devil Dinosaur is really something. A lot of people go either Ronin or Darkhawk. Devil Dinosaur is kind of this card that people don't really think about as a great thing to utilize with Super Giant. But boy, oh boy, being able to see it here at the highest level is such a treat. That is super, super exciting.
Yeah, because you think about it, Super Giant being able to hide whatever you need, playing that Devil Dino down, and Super Giant reveals that card, and that card does the thing it needs to do to get that Devil Dino to the max. Oh, we got Omni Presence coming on down. Turn off that Murder World into Isle of Silence. That sucks. I know that player who has the wonderful Devil Dino might not be too happy seeing that Savage Land is just hooking up the right lane. Now you got to worry about the middle, and now the left you can't even play on.
I mean, it being locked into the right there is just such a nightmare too. Like, what do you even do? We see the Hunger and the Web Sling talking about these 1-cost spells, being able to just boost that zombie horde like crazy. They're going to play the Iron Patriot, which is pretty much guaranteed to get them over the top. The only way they're going to be able to help out right is I don't think they have any horde cards in their deck. We're just trying to find as many presences as possible. But yeah, easy retreat there from Wingspan, seeing 2 locations that were backbreaking for them.
Agreed. And it looks like, again, Hunger Draw is such a wonderful draw here, right? I mean, sorry, Electric Flame, the Hunger, Zombie Scarlet Witch, Werewolf by Night, and Web Sling. Oh my goodness, do you just snap here at this point? I mean, I would have, but that's just me.
I mean, maybe like you always got to think, right? Like these early games can get a little bit scary with what you're doing, but whenever you can get that Zombie Scarlet Witch, it's really great. Notably, we don't have the Shadow King that we were talking about a lot before this match is not actually available for Wingspan here. But some really interesting things to think about when we see these super giant turns is hiding a Kahori can be really, really powerful. Just being able to have that Kahori like hidden and boost a bunch of power. Who knows where it's going to go? Being able to Negasonic Teenage Warhead, whatever you play down there on turn 5. So if you're going to try and play a Zombie Giant Man on 5, underneath that super giant, it could be really, really scary with a Negasonic there to blow it up, which is maybe something that we're going to see here. Jumping back into what's happening live with the game, looks like we might get a Sacred Timeline, Phil. Are you good at tracking the cards that are left in your hand for Sacred Timeline? Because that's one of the things I'm terrible with.
No, that's why I love Moira, right? Because Moira tells me, hey, if I destroy, I give you back these cards.
yeah. Moira tells it like it is. That's for darn sure.
We know we're getting Hunger, Scarlet Witch, and Werewolf by Night for the Sacred Timeline.
Interesting to not see a snap come out with the Sacred Timeline to move things around, but I'm gonna guess maybe you're just waiting for the Bifrost to come down to not have it like go over to the right if you don't want it there. But interesting choice here from both players. We see the Kahori come down, boosting everything. See some more Horde, and then this Web Sling on the right is interesting. Maybe able to reposition that Wolf before next turn.
Yep, and now the Wolf can move at will.
And another thing to think from Wingspan here, do you even want to snap? Because you're obviously you're pushing into the game a little bit more, and you're pushing more cubes into the table. But are you going to be able to get over that zombie horde either way? Maybe you're just thinking of throwing that lane and trying to win elsewhere. Potentially we see a Devil Dinosaur come down here, but really not too many ways to fill the hand outside of Kate Bishop and Merlin. The Sacred Timeline obviously did help. They could have 2 Devil Dinosaurs, but the Sacred Timeline is an important thing that we might have to be thinking about here. Okay, Redshift takes care of
Redshift is a super giant. Gives you another card. So let's see what happens there. And down comes Kahori again. Wow. This is interesting. Is this going to be enough? Iron Patriot making sure that Werewolf flips back to the right over on Savage Land.
Ronin against the Devil Dinosaur.
Ronin. This is what we spoke about. We said RNG, right? It's exactly what we spoke about. Iron Patriot giving your opponent a Ronin when you're trying to keep your hand full for your Devil Dino is bananas. All right, let's see what happens here. Final turn. You got 6 energy. You have to retreat.
Yeah. For the extra flame, the electric flame, the big problem here is just the numbers on the card, right? The 5 power, that's the 5 cost. That's all you can play. You can play like a Mercury and a Merlin, Mercury and an Iron Patriot, but is that enough to get you over the top of potentially a Devil Dinosaur and something else to push down a lane? I really don't think so. So I think that this is a smart retreat here, and we might see a double retreat, just depending on what Wingspan's hand is like. Because this could be really scary if they think that they can pretty efficiently win out middle. Like trying to fight for right can get really, really scary.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, based on math, we'll see what happens. I think Wingspan stays in. I don't think they retreat. I think their Devil Dino plan, I think they feel that their play can make it happen. So, makes sense. All right, well, it's still tied. Only 1-1.
All right, and going into round 3 here, 1 cube apiece, both players playing very patiently, as we very often see here at the highest level. Are you playing Hunger on 1? There's no way, right? I don't understand playing Hunger on 1. I don't know what it is. To me, it's like especially with Zombie Scarlet Witch in hand.
Yes, you
maybe
just wait.
You want to know where the horde is to plan out the rest of your turns, but
Thanks. we're casting. Okay, this is why we're casting.
I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong, and maybe it's actually a great play. But it's always
I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's always
I would
something
wait
I've thought
too,
about,
but
right? Like, because there's things like the Superior Spider-Man, where you're trying to get some points out early, can be important. And Death-Domain Starlight Citadel here, boy, oh boy, is this going to completely affect the game. I believe so. It's on turn 4, so the Iron Patriot lane is going to stick. So you're going to have to kind of poison your deck with Vibranium, but you might want to poison your deck with Vibranium, right? Domain is here. Maybe you want to get as many as possible, and maybe you want to hold off on the Scarlet Wit. I guess you can play the Vibranium there, and you're pretty happy with it.
So where do you think that domains go? Do you think it goes left, right, middle? I mean, sorry, yeah, left or middle.
Well, I mean, I tell you what, I bet Electric Flame is hoping it goes left here, for sure, but I don't know. I mean, middle, I think that with the Vibranium being available, middle is still there, and we're never going to know because we get a snap and a retreat here from Wingspan. Again, really patient. One thing that you will always see in these Conquest games is players being incredibly patient to make sure that they are just on top of things as much as possible.
Agreed.
And I believe
Wonder Merlin had the omniversal presence there, right? Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Who knows? But they retreated, so
you never know.
By total coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Super Tech God, I present to you the one, the only, Infinite versus Infinite.
Oh, it's an Infinite STG. It's everything you could have ever asked for, baby.
Oh my goodness. Yes, it is. All right, let's go. Which one of these decks are undefeated?
Both.
That's undefeated versus undefeated. Very exciting. Iron Patriot gives a second War Machine because why wouldn't you want to? If you want one, you want two. Ooh, the Killmonger, devastating. Absolutely shredding apart that lane. But with a War Machine coming out, Cosmic Ghost Rider in the hand, we're going to push that energy. I always push the energy on Herbie, man. Getting +2 energy is so
give me that plus energy early. Agreed. I mean, come on, why not? You want that Pandart Studio War Machine. Oh, we got, look at them both rocking the wonderful Blueprint War Machines. This is a great matchup. I'm so excited, guys. This is great. Thank you. All right, so Herbie, go ahead and give me that energy. As we mentioned earlier, War Machines both down, so anybody playing Storm wouldn't matter. Ooh, but turn it
I think it will. We got the Cosmic Ghost Rider.
So mean, but so epic. I love it.
Yeah, Cosmic Ghost Rider is a devastating card just because it can hit anything, right? You know, there's cards that can hit ongoings. There's cards that can hit, on revealed. Cosmic Ghost Rider doesn't really care. It's going to hit if you have a triggered ability. If you have anything, it's going to silence it and it's going to slap you with that chain. So I'm surprised to not see a snap come out here, right? Because you hit this, maybe Ebony Maw comes down and then they're just cooked, right? Like, what are they going to do?
Jubilee.
Or Electro could be really bad here too. We get the Lockjaw and the Ebony Maw as expected. Yeah,
you called it. You called it. There it is. And your final turn. So you're cooked on the left. You have Juggernaut and you have Mercury. Ooh.
Unfortunately, the numbers aren't great here, right? Because the Mercury, you can only play 2. You can't play Juggernaut alongside of anything. So it's got to be Mercury Surtur here. There's no way to like manipulate it. Oh, okay. I was gonna say that'd be crazy.
How about that'd be interesting, but no. Okay.
You know, I think Ela had a better read on just their hand with the no snap there, even though you're taking out the War Machine. Just knowing that you don't really have a good position and you need like a really good top deck to feel good. They got a 4-cost card. Only playing 1 card per turn just does not feel good almost ever. Now, I think that there's an argument that you could go like Surtur right, maybe Mercury left, just hope to win 3 lanes and profit. But, you know, it all depends on how you're feeling and knowing what your opponent's going to have available, as these are both Infinite experts. So they know each other's decks, I'm sure, top to bottom.
Yeah. Very well. Agreed. But I agree with you. I would have played the same way. I would have played Surtur left, Mercury right, and go for broke. But this is why we're sitting here and they're there. So
that's why we're
let's
sitting
see what else
here,
happens
baby.
next in this round of Infinite battles. All right, let's see what the opening hand looks like for the round 4. That's right.
Okay, we have potential for like Legion on the Nexus.
The Cosmic Ghost Rider, Ebony Maw down nice and early with the Nexus on the left.
Very interesting what we can see here. Like Legion coming down, it's going to buff things up like crazy, especially with that Juggernaut, right? Like if you can put yourself in a position where you're winning left and you have that Juggernaut available, and there it is. Hey, speak about a bit of a commentator's curse there, but in a positive way. You got the Electro coming down. You got to imagine we're going to be seeing a War Machine here to be able to play more cards. And the problem with playing War Machine here is that it's going to be vulnerable to Ghost Rider or Cosmic Ghost Rider wherever it ends up coming down because they haven't stacked any lanes.
Interesting them playing Ebony Maw without War Machine in hand, but I'm assuming they're just going to rely on the Nexus, and especially if they do plan the Legion of Nexus, having Ebony Maw in that middle lane helps them out. So let's see what happens. The Laufey coming down to steal some energy, looking very interesting, and of course Hydro Bob over on the right. Let's see what we have going forward. There is a War Machine, as mentioned, to make sure you can play on that right lane. Laufey taking some energy, winning the Nexus, and now you have priority. Cosmic
And
Ghost
maybe
Rider.
Juggernaut this turn, right? Because you're looking at it, your opponent's going to be playing that Galactus First Steps. Right? Is the Juggernaut going to be enough to get over the top? It doesn't look like it. So now you're kind of sitting in a weird position here, or you use the Legion in another way, going for a different lane, and maybe trying to utilize that here. Like Legion Rights seems pretty interesting, right? If they just go all in with a big card, they don't expect it.
Ooh, and they go to Snap. I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, maybe this Legion is just kind of looking to, because you're going to knock out the power that they're going to be granted from left. That Snap has to be somewhat indicative that the Hydro Bob's going to move, or maybe they want the Hydro Bob to move. Really interesting to see how Knife Hand handles this.
Okay. If you Juggernaut there, it's not going to help you. Legion is your best play because now you're winning the middle 1000%. Hydro Bob is going to move, but now it all depends on what they play and where they play it. Most likely, Knife Hand will play on the left lane, right? This makes sense. But they did not. They played mid, putting Dr. Doom, giving 2 5-bots out there. This is interesting because now
we're down on the right. We're down on the right. This isn't going to be enough, I don't think. Yeah, and that was the problem with snapping there a little bit, is the Hydro Bob moving away from the right, because even if that Doom didn't come down, you're still staring down that Ebony Maw, and it's just going to be a tie there. And if they were able to get more total power, you're in a lot of trouble. And honestly, it sucks to see the Doom come down because you just buffed the one that came down over on the left with getting more Panopticrons out there. But rough game there, 10 cubes to 2. Man, dude, winning 5 games in a row in a mirror, boy, that is not a fun task to have at hand.
It is possible, though. Let's see what happened. 2 Ebony Maws coming down, and of course, Galactus First Steps will get no buffs because it's going to sit there on that right lane.
They're just going to hang out over there on the right. A little party.
And now you got to play that Black Cat, no?
I think getting the Herbie because when you play it on 2, you get to cycle through all the options. So if you play it any after 2, you kind of have to go into some like coin flips of what you're going to be able to get. But here you're going to be able to see all the options on 3, 4, and 5, and then know exactly what that option is going to be on 6 to be able to adjust accordingly.
That is fair. Good point. Mercury coming down the middle, being able to move over to that right lane, storming the Murder World. Do you now Juggernaut the left lane?
You got to imagine it's okay. War Machine makes a lot of sense too. You can always Juggernaut it later. You got to imagine War Machine's coming down from both sides. Because if you Juggernaut there and then they War Machine, then you're just kind of in a funky spot, right? Maybe you end up losing right. Their Galactus starts to get bigger. So I actually really like this choice of just going with the War Machine over on the left.
Agreed. And we're expecting to see War Machine on Knife Hand side as well, and maybe trying to play that Legion play, as everybody always likes to do with Storm. And let's see, is it War Machine? Survey says War Machine it is. All right, so as you mentioned, there it goes. So do the opponent go ahead and play Legion on the left? Now, as
I don't think it'd be very good with War Machine on both sides, but
that's true.
I think the Cosmic Ghost Rider on the War Machine here is great, right? Because you are basically locking in that lane. You still have to think about Dr. Doom, and I think playing right is really smart here because you got to know there's a chance that Cosmic Ghost Rider is coming down. You won't be able to play there later. We get a Lockjaw coming down. And what's the player? I feel like you have to go Mercury left, right?
Mercury right, yes.
Oh, I was thinking Mercury left for the Doom, but I guess you can just play the Hydra Bob there instead. No snap.
Correct. No
and
snap.
the Juggernaut popping over. But the Mercury is stopping the card from moving now? Is that
There's no card. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Mercury will stop it. But they can't play right anyway because Ebony Ma's there.
Yeah, I mean, because the Doom's just not going to win you the game, right? Because the Doom doesn't have enough power middle. Maybe a Doom click the Lockjaw middle could be enough to get you over. Man, that'd be really, really interesting. I'm not sure if they're intending to do this Mercury Juggernaut thing, or maybe that's just, the little jitters of being down here. But really interesting to see. Maybe just playing it for 5 power, honestly, is sometimes enough.
Jeff, we getting Jeff plays right now? Stop it. Down comes Jeff, turning into...
Open for Doom, probably, but Doom is not going to be enough.
Nope. Electro.
We see Knife Hand taking their first loss here, going down to 8-2. Not too shabby. I do think that they knew that the Mercury was coming down there, and they were just making a points play against Doom. I think Doom is like the biggest threat there, and they won all 3 lanes to Doom. So I think that was a really, really kind of like heads up look there. The only really scary thing would be like Doom flipping into a bigger card with Lockjaw, but obviously it wasn't in the hand if they're playing just a little Jeff guy there.
Ooh, I love seeing Throne Room having Infinite in hand. You know why? Because I'm playing anything there but Infinite.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to hold down the fort.
Yes, he is. 40 power in the middle.
I tell you what, hella not what you want to see coming out of your Iron Patriot. It's just going to be a vanilla 3/6, even if it gets the additional benefit. You're probably pretty happy to see the Sakar Grand Prix going here, because you can pretty easily get over the top with your Mercury, and you can kind of land that down there and not feel too bad about it. We see a Storm coming down saying, hey, we don't like that play. We're gonna get rid of that real quick. Now they have their vanilla 3/6 ready to rock.
Legion is here now. What do? You play the Mercury right, you activate the Herbie, and you wait and see. Of course, they're playing War Machine. Knife Hand has to play War Machine at this moment. But let's see what goes down.
And man, if you see a War Machine coming down, I tell you what, you don't top deck a War Machine here, you might be just absolutely dead to Legion. So always a really scary thing to see. But if they're ahead, they can actually counter Legion here. Which is probably what we're going to see if we see War Machine come down. This is probably why they played that Herbie middle.
Jeff.
Ooh, man, this is not what you want to see if you're Knife Hand.
You gotta just skip here, right? You just skip here. You don't skip here.
Well, skip here for Infinite. I mean, I think reopening up Flooded is okay. Doom is a little bit of a threat there, right? It would tie things up. But no War Machine on either side. That Throne Room is going to be very vulnerable. I think they're scared of like a tie ending up right, and then having like Infinite get slammed down middle and losing on points. So just legioning away the Throne Room and the Flooded all in one go. Probably not the worst thing that you could have come down here, making basically this War Machine just I can create an Infinite. And I tell you what, it's not going to work because you have to win 3 lanes in this game.
And that is correct. So now, what do Knife Hand do in this situation? I think they're going to have to move Jeff mid and then play Infinite right. Like, I mean, Infinite, yeah. I mean, that's their...
That's kind of all you can do. Jeff, and the crazy thing...
They can't. Oh, no, they can't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing can stop you from moving. Yeah, nothing can stop you from moving. And the problem is that how this hand worked out, well, it does look like they can play 2 cards here, huh? Okay, they got some... they got the Herbie Extra Energy. Man, that Herbie Extra Energy came in at the perfect time to be able to stop a 3 lanes profit win here. Going with double, I think playing around Doom a little bit more than playing around the Infinite, because I think Infinite, like Jeff middle, Infinite somewhere might still lose if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Maybe they're missing the Jeff being able to move as well. We get 2 cards coming down actually. Let's see. It's going to be a tiebreak.
Oh, that's
my gosh!
right.
I forgot about the hell of Black Cat synergy.
That's right.
You legend, you.
That Art Germ variant. Ooh-wee.
Ebony Maw.
Ebony Maw into Legion
not
again.
gonna be enough, I'm afraid.
Enough.
And Elon staying alive. Staying alive here. Down 8, down 10-2. Now bringing it back to 6-2. Now you only have to win 3 games. That feels so much more manageable.
If you guys are looking for any of those variants, go ahead and check out the web shop. Look out for that link in the chat down below. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we love the web shop. Yes, we do, folks. Lots of great extra goodies that you can get utilizing that web shop on top of just what you can already buy there. Web exclusives, lots of fantastic things. See the Hydra Bob come down on 1. I do like not using the Ebony Maw, but now has access to Dr. Doom. That really makes things interesting here.
Herbie, what is like you said, Herbie on turn 2 makes life easier for you. Lockjaw coming down makes life easier for them because now they can go ahead and spit something out. Hellfire Club, not really bothering either one of them. But of course, that left lane, Vormir, needs to be taken care of. And hopefully somebody pulls out a Legion or Storm to get rid of that left lane. Down comes Mercury in the middle. Okay. What are you thinking, Banks?
Really liking that Herbie here. So the Herbie's going to come on, allowing him to... I've probably just ripped the Doom, right? Just get 5 points in every lane. It seems like in these matchups, it just really comes down to the little amounts of power that gets built up over time. And we were talking about with the Ebony Maw earlier with the Lockjaw coming in.
Exactly.
You gotta hope you have War Machine here. Otherwise, that middle lane is in dire need of some help.
Yep. And as you mentioned before, Dr. Doom coming down nice and early, getting 5 everywhere. And there goes the War Machine, saving your life.
But for how long will that War Machine stay? Because I see Cosmic Ghost Rider in hand. And we're just choosing just a War Machine ourselves. Trying to stay ahead on priority here, I think, is really important, right? Potential like Legion on Vormir is just a really devastating play when you do have the priority. Not sure if Night Fan has one innately in his list, but I'm going to guess that they do with the Storm. So I think that trying to stay ahead is probably the most important thing you can possibly do here to not fall victim to that absolutely devastating Legion trap that can hit you.
As they sitting here thinking about it, do they go ahead and turn it off, or do they keep War Machine so they can play Ebony Maw the next turn? And they're going with the War Machine. All right, Mercury going left into Vormir. Go ahead, let's see what the middle. And there goes my buddy, my pal, the Infinite, Victor Pharaoh, all white with the white border. Love it.
Very, very nice here. It's really a choice of what you end up playing, right? Because neither side has popped the Vormir over on the left. Which makes things pretty tough. And yeah, I mean, just a tough decision here as far as where to play the Juggernaut. I maybe like Juggernaut left better, but it's really close. And we just see 2 cards coming out over here on the left. And man, that's really scary because you gotta imagine if they're playing 2 cards, it's getting over the top of that 9. The Storm coming in, turning off the Vormir. And do we have enough points to get over the top? The Jubilee's gonna decide it.
Pull Jeff. Don't pull Jeff. Don't pull Jeff. And it pulled Jeff. I'm sorry.
Nice.
My fault.
Jeffy boy.
I want to see more of this match. That's why.
Oh yeah, man, dude. Down 2 games left now. Could we see the full run back? What is incredibly tough. If you don't play Conquest enough, I tell you what, coming back from down 10-2 is one of the most straining, awful things to have to do in this game. It is so hard on your mental. So really excited to see Elot just in here fighting with everything he has to try and keep things going.
All right, we got Iron Patriot giving that Abby, getting you that wonderful card. Herbie comes out. Being going to play Herbie on turn 3. I know you're happy for that. And we have
Ooh, do you see what I see?
Yes, I do.
Oh, baby.
Both our eyes lit up.
No, why? The curse! The curse will never end! But Central Park still very exciting with Legion in both decks. You never know what's going to happen here.
We got to stop getting excited. We
got to stop getting excited. We got to stop getting excited, man. Okay, we get Storm coming out in Central Park, probably scared of the Legion play themselves, and it's flipping with the Lockjaw. Let's see what we get here. War Machine, probably what you want. Jubilee into Legion, everything's flooding. Now, notably with the change, the left 2 locations you can still play into. I believe even next turn, if I'm not mistaken. I believe you can still play in the left and middle location next turn. I could be wrong on that. but I'm fairly certain that's how the interaction works now. And really interesting to see how they go about this and where they go with no War Machine on either side. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, they could have a War Machine right now, but let's see. Down comes Juggernaut to make sure they get that lane. Electro on the left lane. You cannot move Mercury right. Make sure you win that lane, but Dr. Doom still beats you. So
I guess I was completely wrong about this interaction. If you hit them both on the same turn, it's all good. That's if you go Storm and then you Legion the next turn. They stay for one turn now.
They got Jeff, right? They have Jeff, so.
They do have Jeff, but this Mercury can still move, so it's going to be like a 50-50? Is it just going to be like a pure 50-50 here on where this Jeff lands?
And Jeff went left.
Jeff
he
goes
didn't
left.
move the Mercury?
Oh, 07. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're right, because I guess if you move the Mercury right, you lose middle anyway. So kind of maybe they kind of put themselves into a position where they couldn't lose by playing that Jeff over on the left. Oh boy, what a battle.
Damn.
Finishing off with that crazy Storm into Lockjaw, into Jubilee, into Legion to lock everyone out, and no War Machines for everyone. I tell you what.
I'm not mad. That's what we talk about. That is MarvelSnap, ladies and gentlemen. The Jubilee pulling the Legion, turning all the locations to flooded. Nobody can play. Figure out what you got to do after that. That is RNG at its greatest. And love seeing these two Infinite decks go at it. The battles of the undefeated. And of course, we're now going into our next match and the final round.
And we see the Erisham popping up here that you all just missed, but we got to see the beautiful Erisham animation. As always, it is down to the final match against two incredible competitors, Teebs, who we saw earlier, and Hanifer, who's an absolute grinder. I see them on the ladder all the time. Very, very solid technical player. Teebs here getting the Valentina and Murder World landing on Hood. Why not? Why not?
Yeah. Why not, Hanifer? Get all the love, right? All the blessings. Let's see what goes down. Valentina giving you a Heimdall, giving you an extra move for your Spider-Punk.
Very true. Didn't even really consider that interaction, but very powerful. I feel like here you can either just get the Spider-Punk down or get the Mercury going. Obviously, Heimdall here, you kill your Valentina. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they don't care. That could be the case as well. We see the Zombie Galacti in Teebs' hand. I tell you what, putting Zombie Galacti in your deck is bad. Having a random one is somehow worse. 7-4, not the kind of card that you want to play. I tell you that.
Yeah, 7-4 is tough, but nonetheless, still a great card. Do enjoy Zombie Galacti. But let's see what happens, not when you get it randomly, of course. Do you play the Spider-Punk now? Or do you do some madness with Silk and Spider-Punk?
Yeah, I feel like you want to get the Spider-Punk down, with no move enablers or anything. The Silk really isn't something that you want bouncing around. It's actually generally better if it's just kind of hanging out and staying still. Now, Teebs does have available one of my favorite plays, which would be slamming that Enchantress middle next turn, getting both the shield and the Sam, freezing them where they are, and locking things in. Sometimes you can really have some devastating plays there. But maybe they want to get this Mockingbird a little cheaper. They could do so with the Heimdall and the Korg here, bringing it down to 3. But again, the numbers don't line up super well there, right? Because then you're going to have 3. You can't play it with the Enchantress.
I think you play Enchantress now. I think you
got to just rip the Enchantress here,
Enchantress
right?
Korg right now. Yeah, Enchantress Korg helps you out. Then you could think about playing Heimdall next if you want to move Spider-Punk back and get, again, this is why we're sitting here. This is why we're sitting here. So
That's why we're sitting here. Now, you can't play the Enchantress and the Korg, bringing the Mockingbird down to 4. Right. But again, the numbers are weird because then you have the Heimdall at 4, the Mockingbird at 4. What do you play? I really like this Heimdall coming down next turn. I think that it could be really, really devastating, but maybe you just want to get it out of the way here. Those surprise cards that your opponent cannot predict with cards like Valentina are extra useful in these situations. But I think just trying to get that Spider-Punk juiced up to 7, take 2 points from both your opponent's side, get that Mockingbird down. So hopefully a good top deck can give you a really, really solid play next turn. We're just going to have to see, I suppose.
All right, so we got the shield going in the middle. As we said, Spider-Punk taking that wonderful 2 from it. And we got Polymorph turning that into a Sasquatch. Wow, that's pretty good. And Yellow Jacket taken away. And then this takes out the Yellow Jacket and gives you that extra energy for next turn. In comes the temporal manipulation, bringing out your wonderful Agamotto. All right, and then Heimdall moving everything to the left, as we stated earlier.
Silk won't jump here, which is good because I feel like if Silk got stuck middle, you'd be in some trouble.
Correct.
It all comes down to this top deck for Teebs to see if they have a very solid way of finishing out this game. And Space Stone, not exactly what you want to see. So it's like Space Stone Enchantress, or if you don't think the Enchantress gives you value, you can just go Mockingbird Space Stone. You could always play Zombie Galacti. I'm not saying you can't play Zombie Galacti. You could do that. I don't know if it's the best choice, but it is available.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because you have a 7 energy, 7/4, why not? But Mockingbird in with the Space Stone might be the best play for Teebs. The question is where and how you want to play this out. You do want to move Silk and then hope that Space Stone moves Silk back, or we're going to go for some RNG stuff here. We'll see when the Mockingbird goes down.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Having priority here with the Silk, you don't have control over where it lands, so you could be in some trouble. Just really trying to go all in middle and right here. Opponent has 8 energy, which is really scary, but you just kind of got to do what you got to do, right? No retreats, not even thinking about it here. We're down to the final round. Let's see if this 12 power pushed out to the right, and if the Silk can either make Teebs' day or ruin it here. And Honifer taking every second to figure this out. We get the points going down. We're at 14 over on the right. Century pops down. I'm going to guess a Polymorph is going to be paired with it. So it could really come down to this Polymorph. We get an Ajax, a very solid card to have there. Goodness. And the Winds of Watoomb for an extra -5, buffing the Ajax up, giving Honifer the win. What a absolute duel that was.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Again, as you said, seeing these players at the highest level play like this is phenomenal. What a great play by Honifer, being able to pull out and use those spells to use Sentry's Void and help him win that right lane. Pull out Ajax with the RNG, as we love to see. And then Winds of the Watoomb? He couldn't plan that even better if he knew exactly what card he's going to get from the start. That is crazy.
12 power, man. I will take that 10 times out of 10 because you get the 9 power from the Sentry as well that helped him secure that other lane. Boy, oh boy, that is good. We're getting something over from a thing that I didn't quite hear, but super excited to just see the rest of these rounds continue on. And it looks like we have another game jumping on here. Yeah. The other person, Pixel Guy, who was in our first game, as a matter of fact, we're going to be jumping into. Let's see if we're jumping in here. So we have Pixel Guy, who's running this really awesome Activate Surfer list.
With Omega Sentinel. And, of course, Joe Costa doing things, but not enough. Grumpy with the W. Wow.
Pixel Guy going down there. Man, so close. 10-9 with the Iron Man. The Omega Sentinel did just not enough juice to push it down far enough. The 14 power drop on that Iron Man lane, just not enough to do it. A really good counter to Iron Man Omega Sentinel, I tell you what.
Thanks. These rounds have been crazy. I'm these matches have been so good. I am so happy with what we're seeing right now. This is a great showcase of all these phenomenal players from GG1 all the way down to now. And these matches do not disappoint. The best of the best are going at it, bringing these crazy build decks and putting out the best showcase they can do. And I'm pumped and excited, man. It's taking my breath away talking about it.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, it is just absolutely incredible. All of these competitors are showing so much heart. I mean, we saw that just back and forth battle with the two Infinite decks. And I tell you what, there is going to be so much more awesome action coming for you. We are going to be taking a quick break here, but we'll be seeing you real soon for the next round. Welcome back all to the Golden Gauntlet World Finals. And boy, oh boy, have we had two amazing rounds so far. I feel like we have gotten super lucky with what we've gotten to see. So a huge array of different decks. That Infinite battle was just so awesome to see.
So good.
Oh man, what a cool round we just had the pleasure of watching with you here in Twitch chat. And I think the first thing we're going to jump into is just checking out how different cards are doing. So taking a look at the most popular cards, what their actual win rate is going. And as you can see, as we get later into these stages with so many good players, we're averaging a lot closer towards that 50% mark.
Yes. Shadow King at the top. Yeah, I mean, people expected this, right? Yeah. Shadow King to go out and do its thing with all the move and all the, increase of power with cards, and it's doing its thing. 43%, right? I'm not surprised. It's the most card being played right now, Shadow King. So glad to see that it has the highest win rate. How you feeling about it, Banks?
Well, it's pretty low, 43%. I mean, it's not doing the highest play rate. Yeah. So
okay.
Highest play rate, but lowest win rate that we have here. Shadow King not really showing up nearly as good as we were hoping. And move decks, as we saw in the previous thing, continuing to dominate. Those top three cards all have a lower than 50% win rate, showing that if you try and do things a little bit different, often you are going to get rewarded. And that Cosmo there at 56.67 doing really well. Why do you think the Cosmo's doing so well?
Because most likely the Cosmo's in the move decks, right? Being able to protect your cards from the Shadow King and everything else, Cosmo needs to be in there. So I think those players that are playing the move or any type of deck that's helping them get power, they need Cosmo to protect them or armor. So I think in most cases, especially in move, because you don't have to worry about on reveal when it comes to that, Cosmo is a great card to add and help protect you as well as ongoing. So I believe that's the reason why it has the highest win percent rate.
Yeah, we saw some other cool things here. Eliath as one of the more play cards with almost a 55% win rate. You got to imagine that just really comes down to two things. First of all, just being a powerful, just kind of checkmate style card in a lot of these matchups. But also, sometimes just the threat of an Eliath is enough. Forcing your opponent to make a play that's non-optimal. You don't play the Eliath, you play as much power as possible, and you're able to get over the top because they were so scared of the Cloud. So really, really excited to see down there. A couple other big inclusions. The Ghost Spider looks like it has the highest win rate possible. I think Ghost Spider is just an incredible card. I love playing it outside of move decks. What are your thoughts on the card?
Same here, my friend. Being able to play that card, being able to move a card in that final turn, surprise your opponent, is huge. Don't have to be in move. It could be in anything. It could be a Infinite deck, a Sauron deck, whatever deck you want to be able to move power. As we mentioned earlier with Web Sling, being able to move power out of a lane, especially on that final turn, making your opponent think about what's going to happen is huge. So I totally get why it has 61% win rate. As far as Eliath goes, however, is it because it's mostly in Erisham decks? Could that be the case? Can we see if Erisham have a good win rate? What are we looking at here? Let's see.
Yeah, potentially. And we do see Erisham doing pretty well. Just a couple ticks under Eliath. I'm sure some of those mid decks are running the Eliath as well as kind of like your big kind of like late game counter. You make a bunch of points and then you say, hey, I'm ahead, and your cards don't do anything this turn. So a couple different reasons why that might be. A couple other really surprising low win rate cards would be the Killmonger. The Killmonger at 38%. Boy, oh boy, that is not a good showing there. Probably because we're seeing so much move domination. Back in the past, Killmonger was the best way to take care of move because Human Torch was at one cost, but now with the Human Torch being not vulnerable to that Killmonger, really coming up short here. Were you expecting this?
Not at all. I thought Killmonger still in destroy decks will probably help out, make it a little bit higher. That's a very low win percent rate. So I am surprised to see that for Killmonger. But what I'm not surprised to see is Heimdall, 61%.
Yeah,
wow.
63 is 63. That might be the highest one that we've seen. So the move decks that are choosing to play Heimdall, obviously getting rewarded. Like not every single one of those move decks likes to have Heimdall. They like to have other smaller things like Cloak, that you can squeeze it on turns and you don't have to invest your entire turn into it. So really getting rewarded for Heimdall is having that way to just move all of your cards one more time at the very end.
What's the lowest one? Can we see what the lowest card is? Win rate. Yep, I got you. Okay. Spider-Punk doing big things as well.
7%.
What's going? Ladies and gentlemen, if you want one of the highest win rate cards in MarvelSnap today, go check out the web shop. The link is in the chat. You can pick this up. Regular premium pass. Go ahead and get it, guys. You won't be disappointed. And I believe if you're watching, are we not doing a giveaway for 50 of these?
Oh, we got giveaways coming. So make sure you stick around all the way to the end to get as many chances as possible and use that link in the chat to check out Spider-Punk for yourself. I think that Spider-Punk is one of those cards that is so powerful in a vacuum that people just kind of, I think, misconstrue it as this card that you just want to play and move, and then it just gets outshined by Human Torch. But as we saw with the Teebs deck, not running any ways to move it, just using it as a 3/7 that can move, and then any additional like things, like be it locations or random cards that you generate that can move it, that's just extra value. I mean, we saw it do the Spider-Punk World Tour earlier. What an awesome treat for that.
Yeah.
So showing that it's not just a one-trick card, just in a vacuum, using these very powerful cards in the right hands can be absolutely devastating.
And I love when Second Dinner put out these season pass cards that are very balanced, right? Looking at Spider-Punk 3/3, you're like, it's okay, maybe, has to be good in move, as you mentioned. Doesn't have to be in move. And it could be in anything else and still give you the numbers you need and the fun plays as we've seen all day today. So I agree with you. Huge respect to Spider-Punk, the new season pass card that you can find in the web shop.
Yeah, looking at our most used decks here, the biggest, there's a few things that are eye-opening to me here. Wiccan being a little bit under kind of makes sense. I think that Wiccan tends to struggle a little bit with the power that move has, but if you look down at like Victoria Hand and Sauron, both under 40% win rate, I would think that Victoria Hand would be a pretty powerful deck. What have you seen that you think causes Victoria Hand and Sauron to be falling so short this tournament?
I think it still goes back to trying to battle up against the boogeyman, which is move, right?
Yeah.
You can't get more powerful than move with Victoria Hand. You cannot. You can probably beat the other stuff, the Wiccan stuff, right? You can hopefully beat the Erishan stuff, maybe, but it's very tough. So Victoria Hand is in the right spot, which I think is on the 4th spot. It just makes sense. It can't get bigger than all those other cards above it, but everything else below, it can definitely beat. And that's what it looks like it's doing right now.
Yeah, very, very exciting to see that. I think that there's so much deck diversity here, and watching them all interact with each other and how that affects the stats is such an awesome thing to see. And we are going to be jumping into a match here with Zombie Go Nom Nom, who is on his Monty list, playing a whole bunch of cards in his deck. And we see the one, the only Spider-Punk right off the bat.
There it is. Spider-Punk coming from Arisham. Looking good with the wonderful fire border and that blue crackle. Ooh, loving it. And come down X23 on Genosha. Hoping he gets destroyed and give you that extra energy for that 6th turn. Stream shattered.
He says no, Mr. Commentator. And the Crimson Cosmos is pretty rough, probably for both players. You're not going to see any more stones going down there. Losing the Mockingbird on the other side is rough. So we're taking a peek here at Angel Swords deck. We have the King E-Tree. So this is just RNG Fiesta kind of going against you. This is that really cool Thanos list that we saw with the Fastos and the Shang-Chi and the Adam Warlock, which also on that list had a really, really good win rate. As I was saying, I don't understand why it's in there. Apparently people know better than me for that. That's really, really cool to see.
That's what it is.
So important things to think about that can come out from the other side. They do have the Alioth, the Enchantress, the Shang-Chi, the Cosmos, so packed full of different ways to answer any of this Erisham mania that we can see. But a double Shuri coming down left. What do we think is going to pop back there? Maybe just a big old Mockingbird? Maybe an Alioth? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you play a lot. Well, if you have priority, you play a lot. If you don't, play Mockingbird. So it's really up to them to see what happens on this next turn, right? But I think you do play Shuri left. You do hope for that double proc, and you're going to get it. But are you going to have priority to go ahead and play Alioth and shatter Angel Swords Dreams? Let's see. So we got Soul Stone, and we have Space Stone. All right, yeah. So you do have priority Thanos coming out of the 22 power when that time comes. You can go ahead and play Eliath right now, giving you a wonderful 19 power addition to the left. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What happens?
Important thing to note here. So you always think about with like this big double Shuri, what if they Shang? Look at the opponent's side of the board. If they Shang that giant card you're going to play over on the left, they don't win the lane. So I feel like you just kind of want to take your checkmate. And then you have that massive gore that you drew as well. Man, that is going to be a nightmare card to have come down, especially because you can play an additional stone alongside of it, boosting it even further. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a snap here out of Zombies Go Nom Nom. How about you?
Yeah, I'm surprised with snap. I guess you don't want the opponent to leave. You want to get those two energies, the 2 cube. I guess the Mockingbird makes more sense. You might still have priority going into the next turn, and you can make a decision to play Eliath or Gore. But you have to think about that 22 power Thanos. Where is it going to drop? Most cases to the right, you would assume, but who knows? It might play it left. So the Mockingbird left does make the most sense. All right, let's see. And what happens left? Let's see. Were we right? Is it the 22 power Thanos? No, it's
Marvel Boy down. Just trying to bump up our other cards. Yeah, I think when you see a double Shuri like that, you just got to imagine a 22 power Thanos isn't enough. And what's really cool here is that because you're already winning the middle lane, you don't have to worry about that Thanos coming down over on the right because they can't play anything else middle. So if they're doing that, they're kind of just putting themselves in a no-win position. So again, this is where I thought maybe a snap last turn would have been nice to press the issue, just because that, to me, that Mockingbird on the left feels almost like unbeatable. You can't even tech around it, right? So we'll see if Angel Sword decides to do anything, or maybe they have something in their back pocket we're not exactly expecting.
Nope, they leave. So you're right. The snap would have been better for them. But nonetheless, again, this is why they're playing, because they want to make sure they play the way they do, very conservative in the early rounds. And we get the ability to cast their matches. And
I just love him that snap button, man. It just makes a cool sound. He goes, oh, snap. It's just fun, man. I just love pushing the button.
That's why you and I are here, buddy. Because we love pressing that snap button.
Me loving the snap button definitely didn't take 2 8-cube 50-50 losses, and the only time I did one of these tournaments. All right, Gamma Labs over on the left. I have one thing that I always say about Gamma Labs, especially with Shang-Chi completely cold. You always go full Gamma Labs. Fill that bad boy up. What are they going to do? Shang and kill one of them? Just send all of your cards there.
Do you miss the old Shang-Chi?
No, I kind of like where it's at. I think maybe it can go to like 4-4 eventually to see a little bit more play, but I think people might not like that. But I'm liking where things are at. I was definitely someone who wasn't super big on trying to call Shang-Chi by any means. Now, one thing you have to look out here, and maybe this is where you don't. Yeah, maybe this is where you don't go full Gamma Labs, because they play one more card and then Shang on the final turn. That is going to be enough to flip it. So. Really interesting thing to think about here, and that is what it looks like they're setting up. So we'll see if Zombies, knowing the opponent's deck list, has a way to capitalize on that. And maybe with that random null, maybe it could be a blessing in disguise.
You're right. Let's see. Because you get to play that null. They Shang-Chi, you win that other lane. The Legion comes down.
Yeah, very
doesn't really help you here. Genosha, maybe Mad Rapport. But let's see. Sarah. Ooh, I love Sarah. Sarah was one of those good cards back in our day.
Back in our day.
Back in our day. Sarah was one of the best 5-cost cards in MarvelSnap. All right, so we got a snap coming down from Zombies, it looks like. And with the Sarah play over on Mad Rapport.
Yeah, I think they identified that Shang-Chi line, and they know that the null is just going to make it so hard for them to do that and with another lane, because you kind of have to do it on the final turn, right? If you play it early, then they could just play a 4 power card there and do it. So really, really smart by Zombie, considering not filling, deciding to fill, knowing that they had the null as the backup plan that would kind of like put them in an unwinnable position. So very, very well played there.
Agreed. All right, down comes the Power Stone over on the left. Mirror Island, giving them +1s. And of course, giving Mockingbird some love and reduction in cost. What's the next? Space Stone. Ooh, this is not looking good unless you get your Thanos to that nice big 22 power.
It is his throne. Right? It's his throne, so he might as well sit on it, right? You also, it's going to be really important with this match, seeing who gets their Space Stone down, because if you get the Space Stone down, you can actually add additional cards there. So that might be what we're seeing Oh, we just see the reality stone. He said, I don't want my Thanos to sit there. No, thank you. Another Crimson Cosmos in the middle. Back-to-back games that Reality Stone did it. Location batching, not real, by the way. Not real at all.
And Central Park. Would you imagine they didn't play Reality Stone?
Juicing up that Mockingbird. I tell you what, I bet Angel Sword's feeling pretty bad about that because they do have the Marvel Boy in their list. So if they did have the squirrels go down, they would have been able to use Marvel Boy and sneak back over the top. Zombie using his priority here to try and get a big Negasonic play. Negasonic great on Crimson Cosmos because you can't just use a one-cost card to pop it off. You actually have to play a big card there to get over top. So maybe he's able to trap and hit a big hit here.
All right, let's see what goes down. Negasonic on the right side is Adam Warlock. And there we go.
And a cheeky little +1 there.
Yep.
Just doing a quick check of the list, making sure we do have Legion in Zombies deck, so there's a potential to top deck that eventually. But we get a snap and a treat. Again, super patient. The big thing is me and Ken are saying, hit the snap button, do it, hit the snap button. These players, they know every cube matters. So being as patient as possible, waiting for their chance to strike to get one of those big 4 or 8 cube games to completely flip things on their head.
Nova Roma. Love that location. Mysterio. Oh, a snap from Angel Sword.
Okay, pushing the pressure right away. No Nebula on one, just going to draw some cards. Always nice to just kind of get out ahead and make sure that you're getting as many options as you possibly can. Obviously, that temporal manipulation is wonderful. Be able to get you some additional draw and have a 5/13 that you can play as early as turn 4 with this deck. So probably what we're going to see come down soon. And the bolts as well, man. What a collection of powerful cards from Zombie side.
Agreed, because you get that bolts of ball attack to go and get the extra energy. You also have Cullop sitting to play right on the left side with Time Stone if you're still winning that lane. And then the Winds of the Watum. Very intriguing. And we have Sinister London, one of my favorite.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, this is devastating, right? Double spell. Bar Sinister and Sinister London are just absolutely devastating when you have these incredibly powerful Agamotto spells. I mean, you're going to have, what, +8 energy next turn? You can play anything you want. And you have that Venom, too. Man, I got to say, Zombie is in a dominant position here. Maybe we see a snap. Maybe we see a snap. We'll see. Reality Stone's already gone, so this can't go away.
Nope. Fastos. Double Fastos.
That is so scary to see. Your opponent has infinite energy next turn. What do you do? I think I would love to see Winds of Watum middle here. I think that is such a suffocating play.
Agreed.
I think go right. Right is fine too, because you know you can obviously do it.
It could go middle.
But I tell you what, man, putting it middle and just potentially if they play like a single card there, then they're shut out from that insanely powerful location the whole rest of the game. But they are going to choose to go right. Getting the -5 there, also very, very powerful. Getting that copy effect is great. And they don't have priorities, so there's a chance that even if it goes on the left, it's going to be able to get a hit.
Yep. And the Venom, like you said before, freeing up space for them in that Sinister London. This is a great snap. Did he snap? Oh, he did snap. Okay.
Right. No snap yet, because we're on round 5. I believe we're in high stakes already. So, or no, that's sorry. I'm looking at the round 5 underneath the snap thing in there. Okay. So here's the snap. Here's the snap coming out. Pushing the pressure.
Wait, 4 player snap now?
We might be at high stakes. I can't really tell. It should be round 4, I think, though, right? Maybe there was a tie early on that we missed, or maybe you do just have both players snapping in, shoving their keeps in the middle, saying, "Let's do this."
I think so. Sinister London, you know what I mean? I get very excited, like, oh, I got this, right? So I'm sure both players are like, I got this. So let's see what happens. We're waiting for Angel Sword to make that decision.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, you're staring down your opponent who had 11 energy this turn. That is not really something. I mean, that's so interesting to stay in here, but they must have something in their back pocket that we're not necessarily expecting, because they're locked in middle now. They can't do anything else there unless they have some way to clear things up. And I tell you what, man, we have a lot of space available. A lot of space available here for Zombies.
What goes to the mid? No,
on the
to
left.
the left. Oh
So
my
some
goodness.
big damage there. Don't even get the +1s on everything because the Venom is just too big for you. And we're going to see an Agamotto come down left with priority, following up with the Reality Stone. Very interesting.
Got
I like
priority,
that. I
so why
like it
not?
here. I like it with priority. Just ripping that Reality Stone, making sure that they're not going to double up anything. I mean, you're up by 15 on the left. Middle's 1 already. I think you're just sitting real pretty right here. Maybe see a Shang
Lambo
coming
plays
down.
that snap, so you take this retreat, or you stay in for the full game.
I mean, how do you win? I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine there's a line here, right? But I don't know. Maybe
There's
they
no
have something in their
RNG.
back pocket we're not exactly expecting. I mean, a Shang can win you right, but then how do you have enough to win the left ever?
If Shang goes left.
Now, to be fair, Zombie's hand is not good. Zombie can do barely anything here. The thing is, he doesn't have to. The thing is, he simply doesn't have to do anything.
Yep,
to
Shang
win.
Right. Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
we see
can't go
the retreat coming down here.
We're Sinister London. I'm like, yeah, but Sinister London, move it to the left. What am I saying? It's Asgard now. All right.
We went to the God's Home of Asgard instead.
Yes, we did.
What a dominant showing here by Zombies. I tell you what, now pushing them down to 7 cubes, and we are into the high stakes rounds where we're starting at 2. And we'll see if and when Zombie pushes this up to 3 to try and force Angel Sword all in.
All right, let's see. Mirror Island, Dark Dimension. These are some locations here for you. Not bad locations. There are some good ones, but I think on reveals, I don't know. Dark Dimension might not be the best for him, but there goes Swarm and the Time Stone in the middle. Get an additional +1.
Just taking some points from War Island while you can. Not a great hand by Zombies, but the bolts can really push things out in the right direction and give you access to a lot more cards, and especially with the unpredictability of Dark Dimension. I tell you what, we're not going to see many cards revealing for the rest of the game with Miniaturized Lab popping up over there on the right.
That is the worst. That is the worst to get right now. But we've seen things change before, right, Binks? You said things that were going to happen and did not happen. So
one thing that's true is you never know. Notably, Reality Stone down here on the left. That is something to think about, because who knows what happens at the end of the game, because there are so many game warping locations that are possible. We could see something really, really crazy come down here. Gotta imagine we just bolts middle, right? Just get use out of that while we can. And maybe just drop the Iron Patriot or pass. I would maybe just pass, just play bolts and pass. They're kind of chilling. They like the Agamotto. Just slam down 5 points, save that bolts for the turn where you can use everything potentially. Definitely 2 very solid play lines you can choose to go down.
Interesting play. Let's see if the Reality Stone changes to Nexus. That'll be interesting, right? We'll find out. Mind Stone coming down mid. Adam Warlock getting additional.
If they choose to play bolts here, they are going to have non-priority, so that could be pretty big going up against this this deck from Angel Sword that has Eliath, it has Enchantress, it has Shang. So for a lot of these cards, it's actually good to not have priority. But if Eliath comes down the left, honestly, it's not going to do too much. Maybe that's why they chose to opt for that Agamotto over there. But we're just going to really see, maybe even just play the Starbrand left, expecting an Eliath left, just hoping that it'll clear things out.
Yeah, that'd be good. Turn that off for them. But I guess they're going to wait a little bit just to make sure. Of course, they can also... Yeah, I think this is the best play for them. Waiting to see what happens on that final turn and play something right. Maybe Kahari with Polymorph? Hoping for something big with a 4-cost? Because you're going to lose that right lane regardless, maybe. So why not? All right, so we got 3 cards in the left for both players. Balls of Ball Tack, giving you the additional energy bolts, and Adam Warlock pulling a card. All right, so now Miniature Lab is up. Omniversal Presence is here. All right, you have 11 energy. Thanks. What are we doing with all this energy, buddy?
What are we doing? You always have to think, if you're going to be playing the Kahori, are the cards more valuable than the 1 point? I would say almost all of the cards that are there are. I do like your line of the Kahori into the Polymorph on the right. I think that's can be pretty darn. Ooh, switching the Starbrand, not wanting to give up that extra 3.
I guess
you got to be thinking Thanos middle might be possible. So maybe like even just putting that Starbrand middle isn't going to be too terribly efficient. We're going to keep that little 1 point Kahori, just a little 1 point Kahori. Actually, it is after the Iron Patriot, so we will see 2. So probably some good sequencing there to slot that in after the Iron Patriot. It's really going to come down to what this polymorph does with the Starbrand, I would imagine, because a lot of cards were played left last turn. We have no idea what they are. Or maybe we see a retreat. Maybe Angel Sword doesn't feel super confident with what they're doing here. What I'd be really interested to see if they ended up winning middle.
Cosmo. Jeez, that hurts.
Cosmo comes down, stopping it, but the Starbrand is big enough. So it's really just going to come down to what comes down here on the left. Shang-Chi to try and pick off any giant cards that came down. We see Space Stone,
Power Stone,
Burb, and the Soul Stone.
19 power.
Is that enough? Think it's going to be enough depending on the Reality Stone, which we talked about at the beginning. Murder World not going to go off now. The Kahori going to tip him just over the top.
There it is. And there it goes, Angel Sword.
Zombies go down with the sweep. Absolutely fantastic there. Again, you know, a lot of people, and I'm an Arishem defender. I will always defend Arishem. I think it is a very skill testing deck for a lot of people. I think that Zombies kind of showed that, trying to use every single bit of resources that he had available to the fullest. Very, very well done.
Yes, Zombie going now, showing the dominance, running the Arishem and using, like you said, those other cards that weren't really in his deck to his advantage to help him pull out that sweep of a victory. Both players did great, of course, to get where they are, but shout out to Zombies going down, doing a great job with that Arishem deck. And again, Arishem is one of those top cards in the list with a nice high % win rate.
Yeah, very, very awesome to see. We're going to be jumping into a match here with Fry the Chicken, who is one of our players using the Wiccan line. And they are using the Wiccan line with a Flicked package. So utilizing that Malekith with Domino and Quicksilver to pull up your very powerful 3-cost cards into play. And it looks like Fry the Chicken is ahead here. If we go in here, we're going for all the marbles. So we'll see what happens. We have a Cosmo, a Mr. F, and a Invisible Woman First Steps all chonking up over on the right. Man, I wonder how big that Sunspot's going to get. It's always so weird to think about how much float is actually going to happen on these turns.
Yep. I mean, it makes sense to drop the Hazmat into Ajax. So either way, it does make sense. So what happens? And a snap from G. Interesting. What is G bringing?
I believe that was Fry the Chicken that just hit the snap button there. Okay, and I don't think the snap means anything, which is very funny because it was already going to the end. It's really maybe just one of those vibe snaps. So it all comes down to how much the Sunspot floated here. That is what is going to change everything.
Squirrel
and it looks like it's going to be 5 plus the 2. So we're going to get 10 over on the right.
Sunspot. Hydro
jumping over. Jumping again. Do we get the Bruce?
Bruce,
the Bruce, is that going to be enough? Plus 18 gets over the top. Oh, the Shadow King.
And G is by 1 point. The tiebreaker by 1 because of the Shadow King. That is crazy.
Holy.
That was something. GG's. End of turn. Still trying to do his thing over there. Pretty good. Fry the Chicken pulled off a W by 1 point with the tiebreakers. Wow. Thanks.
Yeah, that's tough to see because I feel like you played that just about as well as you could, right? It's so tough being in those positions and sending things out. I mean, maybe it was full float was the right thing to do there because the squirrels did end up bringing the power down just enough. But trying to calculate that from our side, very easy as we can see everything from their side. Definitely a lot harder.
Yes, when you're in it, trying to play and looking at the timer and trying to figure it out and trying to do the math, it's not happening. Not for me anyway, right? We're just gonna let it go. But great play by Fry the Chicken. GG's there, buddy. And G, great try, almost pulling it off with that end of turn, making Sunspot float. And again, Sunspot, one of those early cards in the game. Love Sunspot to the max. Phenomenal thing, all those variants, all those cards. Again, GG's.
Do you love Sunspot or do you love how well it works with Infinite? Is the question that I gotta ask you because it's probably somewhere in between.
I don't know what you speak of. Of course, I love it with the Infinite. All right, so we down to EXO versus Polo Sensei, and back to our favorite location, the Sinister London. Ooh, Goose coming in. Oh man, Shattered Dreams.
Goose is always a little scary to see here from both players. I mean, it's really something that both sides have to think about. The other problem is like that Strange Supreme's just going to gobble everything up. So you don't really want to put too much stock into fighting over there. I get maybe the Shadow King. Maybe they're hoping for an ending game Shadow King there to be able to get it up. Can't quite do the math here. I think with the Mockingbird, it might not be able to tick over. Just really depends. Very smart play there, getting the Mercury, 2 moving cards to get a little bit of a question mark on the opponent's side, but filling up White Hot Room, getting access to some extra power here, and nice to see the Strange not taking out your Mercury to give you as much flexibility as possible over on Polo Sensei's side. Polo Sensei is running that Thanos Strange Supreme deck, which has the highest win rate. I know Move is going crazy. There's not many people who brought this Strange Supreme Thanos deck, but it is doing incredibly well. Lots of different tech options here. Cosmo, the Mobius that you can see, Mercury, Shadow King, Shang-Chi. The whole deck is tech cards. The whole deck is tech cards. It's a whole deck of tech cards and Thanos and Strange Supreme. You got Cosmic Ghost Rider. You got Goliath. You have every answer that you could possibly have. You have some extra energy, and you just hope that you can get your Wiccan line and do things. So really interesting thing to see here. I don't know if the Shadow King is going to be enough because the Shadow King comes down. The Strange happens after. It's really going to depend on these other lanes as to what you're able to get. But it could also just grab that Space Stone, and maybe it grabs the Space Stone, it's enough. Maybe that's something that Sensei is kind of considering here with whether or not they want to stay in here and push 4 cubes in on an important round 6 match.
And of course, you have the Demon getting the buff from Victoria Hand in that left lane. And no, there goes a retreat. Interesting. All right, nope, smart retreat there. Knowing that your opponent has Shadow King, you already know Goose is over there. You know Shadow King can be played there, getting rid of your Strange Supreme's power, so it makes sense. All right, on to the 4th round. And
Fourth
the
round
hand looks
here.
pretty decent. Yeah.
Yeah, over on Exo's side, we have some very interesting choices on here. We have the Lady Deathstrike, which I think is a really cool counter. You pretty much farm Invisible Woman decks now because she got brought down to 3, as well as the Jocasta at 3. So Lady Deathstrike, I'm sure they're very happy if they're running into any of those end of turn packages. But we have the Maria Hill, which was one of my favorite cards for a really long time. Seeing a little bit of play here. Really, really cool. A great way to curve out. She used to be a 2/3 that added a 1. Now she's a 1/2 that adds a 2 cost card to your hand. And again, probably a lot of these cards, you're probably not going to see these people play on ladder, but in these situations with open deck lists, it could be a huge advantage.
Yep, at RNG, not knowing what you're going to play. And Sparky comes down. Sparky, another good, awesome card there, especially for move. Let's see, Vibranium. Why not? Of course, played over there. Pixie. Oh boy, you don't have Mobius in hand. Do you drop the Pixie now?
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking just to copy the Vibranium, it looks like. Honestly, a 1/4 is not a bad card. I tell you what, it's not a bad card at all. Probably looking to set up a Lady Deathstrike right on the following turn, but just going to take their cube loss here, feeling like they're not in the best position to succeed. And I think that's generally probably a good choice, especially when you have the lead.
Agreed. Now we in high stakes. Moira showing up. Loving Moira. And then we have Shadow King and Pixie. If you just pull the Mobius, I think you're in business. Moira coming down on turn 1, of course, maybe in the Pit of Exile. Let's see what they do. No, they decide to go ahead and skip. Down comes Reality Stone, giving us Genosha. And then we have the Black Vortex. Ooh, loving
pretty interesting there. Just holding on to the Moira, maybe to wait until they have some other counters because you can kind of fill up your board. But I tell you what, Pixie on 2 into Black Vortex, that's exactly what you want to be doing with this deck. And shout out, by the way, to Exo. The more I'm looking at this list, the more impressed I am. It has this really cool small card destroy package with Moira, Hood, Carnage to be able to just kind of clear things up and get a little bit of power, as well as Nico in there. And then with Lady Deathstrike and the Carnage to be able to pop them. I really like using Moira and Non-Destroy. Have you messed with Moira and Non-Destroy much? Like her and Killmonger and Hood is like a really nice little package.
In a good package. Yeah. I love doing that. No, again, just like we spoke about the Spider-Punk, putting it in different lists that's not their archetype specific really works out for you, right? Especially in this case here, a small Destroy package with everything else. It looks like it's going to help them out because now they have 2 Shadow Kings, right? 2 Victoria hands, or 1 Victoria hand. And, I mean, it just makes...
Oh, my gosh.
Shang-Chi.
What was that?
I don't know. Shang-Chi's not a 6 cost. Did it change?
No. They just played the Shang on the Mockingbird. Did they forget the patch that happened 2 years ago?
Years ago?
Oh man, that is not the time you want to be making a mistake like that. Maybe, we can't see their side. Maybe they have something going on that's a little funky that can help. Maybe that was all they can do.
Is that Shadow King created?
They have a second created Shadow King. Yes, they from the
Shang-Chi. Sorry.
No, Shang-Chi is in the deck. Shang-Chi's in the deck. They just chose to play that.
Madness?
Maybe, you know what probably happened? I think they thought Black Vortex wasn't off because the Hulk got eaten by the Strange Supreme, and maybe their best play was to just throw a Shang out there and get it flipped. Not really sure, but not the time you want to be making those mistakes. Polo Sensei is gonna tuck his tail between his legs, say, I'm gonna go on to the next one, and we are going to move on and pretend that didn't happen.
Shuri's Lab, one of my other favorite locations in MarvelSnap, doubling the power of cards when they are played there. Down comes a Nico, turning into a 4. Power Stone going into a 6. Oh boy, all right, Polo Sensei, we're focused now. And Luke's Bar.
Yeah, interesting choice here, going for the Nico copy. I do not mind going for Nico copy just kind of whenever it's available because it's such an incredibly powerful effect. I mean, we see Frigga that sees a lot of play is a 3/4 with the same effect. So trying to just go in there, getting a couple Moiras set up, maybe trying to set up a Lady Deathstrike lane and fully refill the hand. Very interesting.
Putting Hood on the Luke's Bar to push it back and bring it back. I love it.
Yeah, and maybe trying to set up these Moiras for later, filling the hand and being able to land something in Luke's Bar. And Polo Sensei got exactly what they want. A Strange Supreme blocked off by a Cosmo. They can keep putting created cards on the left and get them absolutely massive there. So we'll see if we are able to take advantage of that. Interesting choice here, getting another Hood down, not losing a draw, importantly, just trying to save up to be able to get into Luke's Bar at the right time and just get as many demons as possible because it's such a powerful card. And we did see the Wiccan come down and active, so Polo Sensei in a much better position this game.
Let's see, you're waiting for Victoria Hand, and there she is. Victoria Hand comes down, a snap from Polo Sensei. Intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel pretty confident about what you have going down on the right? You got the Cosmo and you got the Strange Supreme. Any stone you're going to play on the left is just going to boost that Strange Supreme like crazy, and it's not going to be able to be affected by Shadow King. It's probably just feeling good. Oh, and the second Wiccan from the Time Theater with a moving Mercury that can go and fight for middle now. Man, this is going to be really interesting going into turn 6. How much do you try and fight for middle? Do you try and use that Hood to really push things up? Because you can put a decent amount of power there, but it is going to cost you most of your turn to be able to do that. So really interesting to see how they go about this. And just going to invest nothing.
Mercury's
win if you invest nothing middle. I guess, yeah, I don't know.
What if you just...
Because you could play like Hood Demon middle.
You play Lady Deathstrike middle, so nobody has to worry about... Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Shadow King's not going to stick.
Yeah, what's going on?
You can only play 2 cards if you want to make that play. So it just has to be like just Hood Demon middle, go for total points, which you're not going to win.
But you don't have priority. So if you play Lady Deathstrike middle, would you not destroy the Mercury?
No, it's 8 power, so it's too big outside of Lady Deathstrike's range.
Yes.
Oh, they don't go for middle at all. They're just going for total points. Giant Goliath, and oh man, the Reality Stone turning things off.
Shadow King.
Shadow King does
sorry.
nothing. Your demon does nothing. The Jins almost came into hand to win the middle, but just not enough Jins to be able to fill. Pulls that big card left and gets the half-baked casserole to bring this to 5-3. Very, very fun game we have back and forth here.
And Polo snapped super early, knowing what their plans were, and they pulled it off. Very impressive.
Yeah, I think with this deck, when you get the Strange Supreme behind a Cosmo, especially when you can boost up your cards that are going to soak, you just have to feel very confident. They probably had the Mercury in hand, knowing that they can push 8 points middle to be able to stop any kind of like bounce shenanigans to stop things there. It did seem like you know, EXO was trying their best to figure out exactly how to do it, and it just didn't come down down the stretch. And all the cubes are already in the middle, so you just play it out, and yeah, I guess you pray for a good location to drop over there on the left, which could have happened.
Snap's coming down early, so they looking to go and put this all away or take some chunk away from EXO. Down comes the Mind Stone on by Utopia. What a great location as well, making it 3 and 4 cost 1 less. And Pixie coming down. Again, we haven't seen any Mobius. Mobius with Pixie in hand.
No Mobius to follow up, and in both decks. So both decks can actually use Mobius. So the Pixie probably not something they're super prioritizing here, knowing that at any point, all the positives that they get out of Pixie can just get flipped on its head immediately. So hopefully they can get some immediate pushback, and they love it. They love it. Going in with the Moira, and Lady Dust striking the Maria Hill. Very interesting choice here. Wondering why they're not trying to target down maybe those stones, especially knowing that they have some other ways to do. Oh, it's gonna hit the Mobius! There's nothing better I can see in this game than gobbling up a Mobius. I tell you what, folks.
Wow,
Oh
sniped.
boy,
Nice and early. Again, Binks, you and I are questioning why they play Lady Test Striker Maria Hill.
I'm just gonna keep loudly saying the wrong plays, man. That's all. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for.
Wow.
Master Mold, kind of interesting. You can do some affect your opponent's side. How do you proceed here if you're EXO?
Well, you just got to go ahead now and Clubhouse coming down, and there go the Master Mold. Yeah, you play Master Mold, buff your opponent's hand. Try to throw them off, of course. You know, they still have all the stones and stuff they have to go and try to get out. At this point, you're now going to try to go ahead and hope you get some Victoria hand love, because you don't have the demon, nothing else here. So it's very tough. Let's see how they pull this off.
Yeah, this is not a great feeling play, I would say. You know, a 3-2 Nico just to draw some more cards. Honestly, like that might be their out, right? Because they're just trying to get when you play these Pixie decks, you're just trying to get those crazy setups, or you get your 1-cost Thanos, your 1-cost Aliyah, things like that for the final turn. So maybe they just had to bite the bullet there for the Cosmic Ghost Rider, right? Just to get ahead there. It's going to be tough. And the big thing here, if Polo Sensei can pull this out, you know, flips the script and is up 3-2, EXO then has to win twice in a row.
This is going to be tough. What are you going to do? You're not going to Carnage.
Yeah.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen.
I kind of like filling left here, maybe. Just to, like, you could use like Carnage. Oh man, I don't know if Carnage with Vic and Mobius to just get a little extra points. Ooh, man, this is not a fun position to be.
Yeah, Polo Sensei is not playing. Oh, they are playing left. Excuse me. I'll keep my mouth shut now. Down comes the Sentinel that you gave them, and a Cosmo. The two Sentinels and a Cosmo.
Yeah, just not enough here. Kind of got stuck in this weird position where they just didn't really feel like they had a good setup. Ooh, man. I still wonder if they had went and tried to fill that Clubhouse to get the extra points middle. It might have been like a tie, or maybe they were able to win. But then I still don't think they were able to get over top of right or left. Just a suffocating position to be in. And Polo Sensei, from being in a rough position early, making some misplays, now in commanding lead here. EXO has to win twice in a row.
Yeah, let's see what happens. EXO with the hand he's probably looking for. He has both Pixie and Mobius, as we mentioned earlier. We haven't seen it yet, but now it's here. Turn 2, turn 3 could already be called for. Down coming the Pixie, another Clubhouse, in the middle lane, and he got Karakoa on the left lane. Let's see what happens. What card do you put in that left lane, Banks?
What card do we put in the left lane there? It's always interesting, right? I mean, obviously you want to hope to get like a 1-cost Goliath or something like that. That's what you want. But going against the Thanos player, you sometimes also just have to consider they can Reality Stone this at any time. I just want to get my points while I still can, right?
Additional 3 to a card coming next. Cosmo coming up. We got the X Mansion giving us Sage, one of the best cards there, but doesn't have. Oh no!
A disaster!
That's
in
it.
your game to
It's
win.
over.
X-Mansion flips the
It's
Ultron.
over.
Do they have anything? I'm
That
looking at the
sucks.
list. I don't think they have anything to get out of this. Oh,
They have
no.
Carnage. They gotta hope Maria gives
You
them a
gotta get
Killmonger.
random cards, right?
or-
You just gotta start trying to find any
something.
random card that you can. They have Moira might be, or Maria Hill might be the only way they can find it.
Yeah.
Maybe they
What
can
do
get a
they get?
Moira.
Oh,
Morbius not gonna be enough, I'm afraid.
No.
What a disaster! Oh, man.
man.
I tell you what, man, there are good things about locations in MarvelSnap, and then you get stuff like that where it's just there's nothing I could do, dude. 07. You won
It
this
is.
one, you know, and
tried.
you can think about it like this, right? You can think that EXO lost this round because that Ultron, but it was every game leading up to that caused to the spot. So that's the importance of every single game, thinking about every cube and why everyone isn't snapping like a maniac, like me and you would be, Ken?
Agreed. We be snapping nonstop, and because of that, we need to take a break.
Welcome back, everybody. Boy, oh boy, did we need that breather, because that was a crazy, crazy way to end round 6. Boy, oh boy. Ken, how are you feeling right now, man? Because that was nuts.
Adrenaline is all over the place right now, Vince. Geez, these matches are crazy. That Ultron at the end for X Mansion. Cannot believe it. I'm pumped to see these next lists, the next round, what matches we got coming up, and where the standings are, right? I mean, I want to see who's what, where's where, who's going to the next round. And here we go.
Oh, yeah. Going into round 7 here, this is a really, really important round. This is where you really get to decide, are you going to get over the top and are you going to make it into that final cut, or are you going to be stuck? We do have 2 players sitting at the top here, undefeated, guaranteeing their spots into the top 16. We have both ACP and we have Honifer. And then, yeah, lots and lots of people sitting on that 5-1 brink. So if you're sitting there at 5-1, winning in. If you get to 6-1, you're going to be sitting there in top 16. You've made it to the final bracket. If you don't, you got to hope that you beat some good players, because it's going to end up coming down to opponent's win percentage. And this is the Honifer list, I believe. This is the ACT list, who's running all in on zombies. They say, I really do not care about how many Shadow King there are. We're going to go all in on zombies, and really all in, using that Absorbing Man, using that Sentry with the Mercury Cannonball as a little kind of backup package to pop some big power on the final turns. Very, very exciting list there.
We tried hitting that Scarlet Witch as much as they want. Oh my goodness.
And we got this Honifer list that we've shown a couple of times, a really, really unique list, trying to do Clog, still using Debris and Clog, innovating ways in just a few days to still make Debris a very powerful force, either using the Yellow Jacket on that Sam Shield or the Debris Rocks, getting them to -1 for a extra devastating Annihilus. And you could play those both on turn 5, which is really, really awesome.
Agreed. And have the Viper too to send things over. So impressive, Honifer, impressive.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see that. And here we are looking at all of the rest of our players who are sitting at the 5-1, sitting there right on the brink. Again, all of these players are going to be, for the most part, going up against each other in a win or in. So really, in many ways, outside of some people who are going to lose and still tick over the top, this is kind of like the first round of the elimination bracket in many ways.
Yep. It is indeed, because if they don't win, they might be out, or they will be out. So it really depends on what they do. Winning you're in, guys. Make sure you have that wonderful record of 6-1 to guarantee your spot into the wonderful Sweet 16.
Yeah, and lots of really, really solid players here. I think that what I am most excited to see is just what these matchups look like, because you fought tooth and nail to get to 5-1, which is very hard because every single person here is an absolute monster on the ladder. So just being able to see these matchups and get a view of them. And speaking of matchups, we're going to be jumping into our very first one right now, where it looks like we are going to be having Game R versus Grompy. So I'm going to take you through the list. We're going to take you through the list a little bit here as we get settled in. First off, we have Game R, who we're going to be spectating here. Is running a Supergiant list. I think that Supergiant is a great thing to do. And they are not utilizing any of those big 5-drops that you often see. Very often you're going to see Ronin or Darkhawk, or in my case that I really love, the Devil Dinosaur. This opts for none of those and goes with the Mercury Cannonball combo and just utilizing Negasonic and a bunch of priority tools to get out ahead. What do you think about this list? Getting all the way up here to 5-1, right on the brink of getting to the final bracket.
I mean, it's all about surprise here. You got Fanfare, you got Negasonic, Cannonball, Mercury, and of course Supergiant, right? These cards are very surprise ready, so your opponent doesn't know exactly what you're going to do, but you having Daredevil gives you insight to what your opponent is doing. And that turn 5 is the most crucial turn, I feel, in MarvelSnap. So being able to see exactly what your opponent's doing is huge. So I totally get why this list is up where it's at right now. And down comes that Daredevil into Scarlet Witch, turning off the flooding into Asgard. Now that Daredevil variant, oh my goodness, guys, check out the web shop. Get these variants. Oh my goodness, that is so good. I think that wasn't exclusive, but it was a bundle, guys. Get that variant.
Get after him. And it's not Grumpy. I apologize. We're actually going up against El La. If we could pull that deck up again just to go over it a little bit. This is another Infinite deck, which is absolutely fantastic. We got to check this out earlier using the Infinite Legion. This one has the Cosmic Ghost Rider, which is a very, very powerful tool to be able to just slap your opponent. And the Herbie, the true hero. I think Herbie is one of those cards that's really underrated. Do you like Herbie? Do you use it much?
100%. Herbie is the most underrated card. Well, one of the most underrated cards in MarvelSnap. Herbie's such a good card, man, and he is the Swiss Army knife, just like Nico is, but for activate. So I still don't get why people don't play Herbie more. But in this list, I'm happy to see, especially alongside the Infinite. And we have Legion coming down. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, yeah. What are we going to do with this Legion? The Fan Fey, too. A very interesting tool to have is that Fan Fey that can kind of really surprise you. You can either choose to push the button or not, and your opponent doesn't know what you're going to do. So it can get really scary. I think with Herbie, what I think about with it is that it came out when Mr. Fantastic First Steps came out, as we saw, dominated the very first qualifiers when it was a 2/2, just a two cost card that can go anywhere, and Surge was still at a 2/2 then, and that's when Herbie came out, which is kind of another one of those just very openly powerful 2-drops. So being able to kind of have a read on that, I think is really, really awesome. And you mentioned the Daredevil too. What's really cool about this Daredevil is that you're going to be able to see your opponent's turn 5 and they can't see yours going into turn 6. So you have this huge level of information over your opponent when you get that super giant with the Daredevil already down. And we're seeing a retreat here from Ela to get us started. Gamar takes game 1.
And then, of course, that Copycat, man. Copycat used to be that card you saw everywhere. Bringing Copycat to the tournament is pretty good. You get insight on your opponent's deck, and this is what this list looks like it does, right? Copycat, Daredevil, even Supergiant, stopping your opponent's turn 5 play. This is a very good list, and I see why they have that wonderful record of 5-1. Now down comes Daredevil over on Fisk's Tower, and they go Herbie again. So who can play in that middle lane?
Well, yeah, unfortunately for Eli, you usually see the Storm coming down. You're like, okay, I'm not going to get restricted. Then you see Sanctum Sanctorum come down. You're like, oh, I don't even have to play Storm. I could just play War Machine into Legion straight up, and I don't even have to worry about that. So really, really scary to see that. But and then on the flip side, you always have to think about, but what if they then, use the Cosmic Ghost Rider on my War Machine? Am I going to be able to be ahead on those different lanes? Probably really hoping for that that Sanctum to go down that turn as well. Really interesting to see what we see here. And they do have the Supergiant to fight off against that Legion play. So they already had it in their back pocket there.
But the snap from Ela, because it's like, hey, Mercury in that middle lane, we're good to go. And there it is. All right. So 1-1 on to round 3.
Again, patience is a virtue in these rounds. Patience is a virtue.
Mirror Island coming up first. Nice location, nice and safe. Won't do any damage to you there. Hand looking real good right now. We got Red Guardian, Lizard, Iron Patriot, and Mercury. Down comes Hydro Bob. Looking real good over there, getting that wonderful buff from Mirror Island. And we have Asgard.
Ooh, talk about locations that really changed the game. Is that another Storm copycat? That Storm's just liking to hang out at the bottom of the deck, it would appear.
Facts. So facts.
Very, very game-warping game. Asgard Besiege. If on turn 3, whoever is winning here gets Destroyer, which is now a 18 power card, but it will destroy the rest of your board. What's interesting here with the Storm in hand, they do have the option, if they're not super confident about it, they could just flip this off. But I gotta imagine I would be pretty darn confident going into this. Just gonna play the Red Guardian over on the right. Wonder what they're trying to... Oh, Pet Mansion. You're forced to go to the right.
Yeah, correct. And at the end of the day, I don't think Herbie, I don't think Ela wanted to win that middle lane because he loses Hydro Bob. But Snap coming down, Ela says, I'm out. Wow.
Yeah, and I believe the Hydro Bob will go after the Asgard either way, so I don't think that was a risk of it winning that Asgard Besiege, but yeah, good snap. Having an 18 power card for free, it's just so hard to get over top of, right? So I think that that's a smart snap. I'm not able to play middle. Let's just go into round 4. We'll start really playing with cubes once we get in the high stakes.
Yep, that's what it looks like now. And we have Black Cat down with Hydro Bob. And we have Cloning Vats. Nice location. Will they turn this off with Scarlet Witch?
Yeah, good to draw a 2-drop there. It's going to guarantee the Abbey if you want it, but then you lose your Scarlet Witch, which can be a very powerful tool in case Storm comes down.
They go to Iron Patriots with some RNG. And it looks like you're going to win that lane. You did get the extra pull, and you have 2 cards going into your hand.
2 of them.
Oh boy. Down comes the Red Guardian hitting the Iron Patriot.
Yeah, maybe hoping that just no play there or nothing going out there. Multiple Herbies coming out. So we'll see if we can get fully loaded here with a bunch of Herbies on the field. Maybe they all buff each other. Maybe they get some friendly rocks. Maybe they just give you a little bit of energy. Herbie's always there, and he always has your back. That's what I know for sure.
That is correct. They go to Negasonic coming on the left. So if they do have the War Machine or any way to play in that left lane, Negasonic's going to take care of that card. Now, next turn, I assume you're going to play Daredevil into Scarlet Witch or Supergiant. But we're going to find out shortly.
I'm surprised. I feel like you want to play Supergiant this turn. It is what your deck's built around. Now, with no Daredevil, it's not quite as good, but I think retreating here is probably the better bet, right? Yes. They're going to get multiple Herbies. They're going to buff some things. You're just not in the best position to succeed.
4 retreats, 4 rounds. And now we're into high stakes.
All right. World Forge, one of my absolute favorite locations in the game, just changing everything up like crazy as it goes. Might have lost. Okay, sorry. Let's get the game back up here. We are playing Daredevil down on the Abbey against the Herbie, and there's no Abby anymore is the thing. There's no Abby. That's the cool thing with World Forge, man. World Forge makes things go crazy. Like you can't even think about games ahead of time, right? Like there's nothing to really like jump in and know what's going to happen. So again, Ela just going back really patient here, taking it 2 cubes down. We got Game R up 8-6. Still in high stakes. A really good back and forth battle here. These 2 decks seem to line up against each other in a cool way of like kind of tempting the other people to kind of push on and kind of having some natural counters to each other.
And then we have Spider Island, which is a move cardless dream. Let's see what happened here. Herbie coming on down on the rocket pad. Herbie's always in their hand. Isn't that interesting? All right, so what do we do here? Do we drop down to Daredevil or we do the Cosmo?
Gotta imagine it's a Cosmo. I mean, they could just storm middle. So like the Cosmo, you'd probably be thinking, I want to hold off and stop the storm from coming down. They could just storm middle. I think that's why they played the Lizard right, to try and get priority. We'll see. It is the storm coming down middle.
There you go.
With priority, though, you can lock down this Negasonic, and maybe do you try it? Oh, no priority because the Herbie got bigger.
Yes, Herbie, yes. Herbie did his thing. All right.
Interesting choice here, going Negasonic. Probably trying to line up against War Machine Legion. Saying, like, if you're going to play the Legion there, it's going to pop. I'm still going to be up 3. Get the War Machine down. Are we seeing the devastating combo that anyone who's played ladder has seen many times before? And how can Game R set himself up to give himself a chance if that does happen?
Dr. Doom 2099. Get out of here. Wow.
So, the Scarlet Witch off the top, but doesn't.
And there's
he has no way of stopping this, right? Because he can't play at middle.
Nope. You can play Dr. Doom. You can play Doom 2099 and just hope for the best. But then after that, it's a wrap. So you
gotta run, right?
Yep.
You think about it. You consider like back and forth a bunch of times whether or not it's going to be, and then you just decide to run. And hopefully, best of luck to both of them. We're going to try and get as much as we can here, jumping into some other games and getting a peek.
Got Grumpy, up a negative Grumpy list against Ezok. All in for the final turn. All
right. Yeah, this is it. Going all in here, and if you win, you are into that final cut. So let's see if we're making the switch over here to jump in. Ooh, and switching it up. A lot of points coming down. Do you imagine we're going to stay here on the other side of the board? I get so scared going against it.
I have no idea. Onslaught could make something happen.
I'm guessing this is the list with the where you have the Mr. Fantastic that can get some really crazy points, but we do see a retreat coming out here. And yeah, I mean, you know, if you're going to go all in to try and get to the end, I don't think I'm going to do it against someone who played Mr. Negative that early and got a whole bunch of things, even if they got split rocks.
Yeah, I'm out. Jane Foster Negative, yeah, totally agree. All right, so Grumpy now waiting to see what happens, looking at to see what went wrong, but nothing went wrong. You did your job. And now we're on to the next round, which is round 4 of this matchup. Win, and you're in.
If you win, you're in. We have Ant Maze coming down first. Very good location, especially if you're a move player, I tell you what. But a really, really cool location that you have to choose, you know, when do you play on it? How long do you let it sit there? Does your opponent have a way to switch it up? Really just kind of depends. And we're seeing Ravona into Mr. Negative on 3, and they're hitting that snap button. They're playing on Ant Maze and trying to get priority, I tell you what. And we could even just see Astral Plane come down and get Mr. Negative on 2, which is even more devastating.
Which can be crazy, yep. Let's see. 0 power Mr. Negative or 0 power Magic. Either way works out for you. Let's see what goes down.
Snap here. Oh,
and there it is.
Negative on 2. The one time the commentator's curse is actually in the positive direction. Would you look at that? Oh, boy, that has got to hurt.
And you get Onslaught? No, this is over.
And you get their Onslaught. Devastating. The biggest problem here, too, is the wave came down. That wave does nothing. All your cards cost 4. You only have 3. So your opponent got the best thing possible, and you got something that is just a 0 power card that does nothing. Not what you want to see there if you are a Grumpy. Interesting. Get the Luna Snow to push things out. Probably playing the Esme to try and fish out a Jane Foster, because that's honestly going to be the way to get over the top as easy as you can.
And
with that Onslaught in hand, you can just pop that down next turn, and you can Mystique it the turn after. I tell you what, that is something right there.
And Iron Man shows up.
Oh my gosh.
What the best draw is ever in MarvelSnap goes to Grumpy. Oh man, yeah, you don't play anything else right now, Grumpy. You just sit back, relax, take off your shoes, and wait for the next turn when you play Mystique in another lane, as Binks mentioned. Iron Man coming down.
Okay, kind of interesting here. The other bad thing about the Astral Plane being middle is that because it missed all their combo pieces, they now have one less card there to get as powerful as possible. I feel like often, you know, you might want to have that. Well, I'm surprised they're not using the Mystique on this Onslaught, because you could like do Mystique and then with the Gore and then Taskmaster it, but I think they're just like, man, look at these points, dude. They're not going to get over this.
Like, I'm good. We got Sage after that. We're good. All right, nope, they're making a decision.
Or you could go like Mystique right, Gore right, Taskmaster middle for I can't even think of the math. That must be like a 60 power card or something like that.
You're right. 2 Mystiques in the Gore.
Maybe just opting to pull this Jane Foster and go crazy mode next turn.
But what are you pulling? What else are you pulling from
scary.
the deck? Let's see.
Not sure if Ezok has any way of changing locations here.
Steek's giving you double Iron Man. James is down there for points.
Get another wave coming down.
All right. Freeing up that left lane. Now you have 2 Mystiques, Iron Man, Gore, Taskmaster. So technically you got 2 of whatever.
Is there any universe you stay here? Because this is I mean, I don't know. I think that this Mr. Fantastic, if you're not getting a Mystique on the Onslaught, your power output is not really that crazy. So I gotta imagine we're gonna see a retreat here and just run it down next. I mean, the big thing with facing Mr. Negatives in these matchups, you gotta hope that they skunk out a draw at some point, right? Like it can feel so suffocating when they're just hitting it every single time. And just doing a little bit of a different calculation here, trying to get as much power possible on the left and on the right. And we stay in. It's got to be an Onslaught middle, but is that going to get over the top left?
Ezok said, "I got this." Let's see what he got.
Really depends on what that left card is to see if they're going to get quite enough. I don't even know if middle's no onslaught. With onslaught in the middle, they are going to get over top of middle, but that is a lot of points.
Do they
54.
win the left lane though? That's the question.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that left
Onslaught
lane. The
wins
onslaught
too.
comes down, winning right. Oh, the prodigy on the left. It's going to get over, right?
Yes,
84.
it is.
Oh my gosh, what a stud!
Wow. Do we stay in there, huh? Yeah, yes, we do.
Holy, they said, hey, Mr. Negative, we can go exponential too, buddy. Wow, what a fantastic setup, finding that, using the wave to get the onslaught down, and then using the prodigy on the Iron Man in the right lane. And I feel like Ezak's got to be kicking themselves a little bit. I feel like that's a match, or that is a game that you really feel like you had a great chance to win, and then it just kind of tumbled apart there at the end. Maybe they should have rethought about using that mystique on the onslaught potentially.
You're right, with the gore and then copy the Taskmaster. You were right the initial time.
That's tough. And hey, these are the games that make and break. So shout out to Ezak. Let's hear some noise in the chat, man. That was absolutely fantastically worked out to beat a Mr. Negative on 2. Mr. Negative on 2. That was
on 2, exactly. You're not gonna see that ever again, guys. Only here in the Golden Gauntlet. I'll tell you that. No.
All right. Chavez coming down to start us off here. We got the Ravona, no Mr. Negative this game. So these are the games that are really tough. I always think that these are the games that separate the good negative players from the bad, or when you don't have Mr. Negative, how to squeeze out as much value out of your resources as possible without having that just game-winning, blistering storm that Mr. Negative provides for you. And let's see if we're going to commit to the magic here. Looks like we are. No card draw for you. Yeah, probably just seeing, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to win Asgard based on my hand. I don't really have anything that can easily get us over the top. So just trying to get rid of it and say I'm going to take some more time to get to my negative. We'll see if they're able to activate this Adam Warlock here and start drawing on the other side. And they are.
Yeah,
wow, this is really scary. If we can see an onslaught coming down from Ezak, this is going to be really tough to get over. And still no Mr. Negative on the Grumpy side.
That is tough. You got the gore to come down, but I mean, I don't know. Over in Necrosha? Let's see. Onslaught for sure is coming down.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's onslaught. If it's, I would be surprised if we didn't see a snap with onslaught coming down, because I think that when you get the onslaught Mystique line, you can get over the crazy power of Mr. Negative. So interesting. That's probably what Ezak is thinking here. Do I snap? Do I really risk this all? Because they could play Mr. Negative this turn, and probably no onslaught coming either on this side. Just gonna get a Sarah.
That works out in your favor as well. And Adam Warlock still pulling cards.
Still
so you can give up on the right lane to win the other two. Okay, let's see what happens.
This is really, really scary from Grompy's side. We see a snap coming out.
Man, Zach said, I'll take that.
Yeah, I cannot imagine it. I think Jane Foster here would push you over to stop the bleeding from Adam Warlock, but the damage might be done already. I think they're going to have access to their whole deck in a limbo game. Is the negative player going to go pretty much all in, going to 4 without Mr. Negative? We're going to see here. This is a really hard choice to make. Because you
have Sage for the right lane, so Sage can help you out right. Is Sage going to be big enough for you to Sage into Taskmaster on turn 7? Maybe. So your goal here is going to have to buff that right lane, right? Or leave, as we said before. There it is.
Yeah, I think as the negative player, you see that Sarah come down. I mean, you're in a world of hurt. There is so many things that can come down that can hurt you like crazy. They get onslaught, they mystique it, they put Iron Man there, they put Mr. Fantastic there, they put something over on the left lane. There's just a million ways to get hurt here. You're a Mr. Negative deck. I'm gonna hold tight. I'm gonna take a 2-cube loss here, go down 3 to 5, and hope that Mr. Negative can come in and save me in the future games.
And save my life. Yep, that's the best you gotta hope for. Round 6, Mr. Negative and Psylocke in hand. That can go for a snap if you pull Jane Foster.
I think when you get down to these later queue games, it gets to a point where you sometimes feel like you have to snap when you have this negative down, because you don't know when you're going to get another chance. We do see the snap coming out from Grumpy, inviting Ezak. Hey, and we saw this earlier too. When it goes to 3, it's a big break point here. because if Grompy's able to win, Ezok then has to win 2 games in a row against the Mr. Negative deck, which is very, very scary to do. And you see the retreat to go 3-3. Probably a smart retreat there.
Expansion. Let's see. Here we go again. Ultron for a second time.
Oh my gosh. if they accepted that and we saw Ultron, I would get up and leave, man. I'd be out of here. I tell you what.
Oh, man.
One thing we haven't seen is this rogue that Grompy has in the list. That could be a really big factor in this game, especially because almost all the ongoings Ezok's playing, they have in their deck as well. So really, really interesting to see how that's going to factor in. We have Cuckoo coming in, and if we do get the negative here, we get to slam it down on Gamma Labs and make it a Hulk. We'll see what Adam Warlock is going to do here.
Crown City, buffing that, getting those lanes, and we got SMA Cuckoo hoping we can get that Mr. Negative.
Esme Cuckoo came in and was a little bit underwhelming for a lot of players, but has really found a home in Mr. Negative as just another way to really try and fish and get to that card that is just so important to you.
And there go that magic saying,
get
not
it?
Today, no hope for you.
3/4 Sage, pretty good card.
Yeah, we love Sage here. You already know that. So, all right, another magic. Do you turn off Crown City? I believe you do,
magic. All right, interesting. What we're gonna see here. Magic coming down on the right to take out Crown City. This 3/4 Sage is a pretty nasty card. And again, with this rogue in hand, if you take priority here, especially, you know, let's say like a important ongoing card comes down, that could really flip the game. Not sure who's snapped here.
It looks like
interesting.
It's Grumpy. Is it Circles? I forgot. I think I've been watching too much Snap to figure out again. But somebody did. Somebody snapped.
And I'm gonna guess it's Ezok because he's snapping and then retreating is a crazy play. So it looks like we're gonna run here. Yeah, no Mr. Negative. Now you are in this position. You have to win twice in a row. Grompy fighting for their life here in the Golden Gauntlet World Finals. I tell you what, as a negative player, being down and needing to win 2 games is not a good feeling, especially against another combo deck that can just blow you out.
Yep, agreed. And now we know with the circles, your opponent snap.
There you go. And just taking a little time probably to take a breather here, looking over deck lists, trying to be really, really smart about what they're going to do. This is really crunch time here. Every single decision matters if you want to get to top cut.
All right, now we have, of course, Gore, Magic, Jane Foster, and Cuckoo. Here we go with Kylan on the left lane. This is going to be interesting. Got Magic that lane right away. Without Mr. Negative in hand, we're down to turn 3. And there goes Magic over to the left lane. This is a no-brainer. Wait a minute.
You got to
fish. Comes down first. I don't blame you for that.
Yeah, you got to fish, right? Because you still want to find negative here as much as possible. You have Strange Academy that can push your cards over there. And we do have a really awesome update. We did have a undefeated round at the top table, Hanifer versus ACP, and ACP takes it 8-0 to be our only player to go 7-0, the #1 seed going into the tournament with the all-in zombies list that we had seen, utilizing that Abs Man, Super Giant Man, and boy, oh boy, yeah, I tell you what, looking back at this game, is Grompy happy to see Mr. Negative pop out on his side. That is fantastic. Do you want to give your opponent Mr. Negative, though? I guess on turn 5, it's not like a great play, right? But they do have a lot of scary cards with it. Okay,
because they do. Well, Iron Man's already played, so you're good now. So you have nothing to worry about there. But I wouldn't have done it.
Come down to Strange Academy. But honestly, Ezok, with the Storm, potentially could really shut this down and put Grompy in a position where they need to push back. Not committing the Iron Man's interesting here, because then if the Storm doesn't go down, Jane Foster goes down, you're just not going to be able to win that lane. But maybe they think that they're just giving up on the kiln already due to RNG and just hoping that they can get over the top there with the Iron Man in those other lanes, especially with the Rogue sitting there over on the right side of the hand, which can steal their very powerful cards.
Onslaught coming out, giving your opponent onslaught. That's scary enough. Now Jane.
Oh, so smart, stopping the Jane. What a big brain play by Ezok, completely refuting the play. Now, very interesting here. We don't see Ezok's hand. Without a Mr. Fantastic, they're actually down over there on the left now. So maybe Grumpy's just making a play saying they don't have Mr. Fantastic because that's the only way I can win. I think that's honestly, if you're in that position, that's the best thing you can do. Maybe not trying to get the Rogue in the mix, huh? I feel like getting the Rogue in the mix is another interesting choice they could make here. But just trusting an Onslaught Iron Man and saying my opponent
Iron Man
draw.
Inverted, yeah.
And we see the Mr. F, unfortunately, with the Moonstone to get it extra juicy. And Grumpy has secured his place in top cut. And Ezlik has to hope that the win percentage is in their favor. Boy, oh boy, what a fantastic game that was. We have more gameplay coming to you. Again, in crunch time, all these things we're going to show are people who are in a position to try and get over the top. We are in the final game here with Cougar versus Nithiel. What is it going to be? Cougar using this very awesome Cerebro 4 mix, utilizing the fact that both Mercury and Shadow King, two of the best ways to fight move, both fall into that 4-cost slot against a move player. We'll see if we can do against the Sparky here.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, these variants are unbelievable. There's only one way to get them. Go ahead and check out that web shop. Sometimes you get them at a wonderful premium, or even lucky, you open a pack for free. Go ahead and try it out, guys. You won't be disappointed at the web shop. Cerebro. Oh my gosh, this deck is no joke. Spider-Punk is no joke.
One of the scariest things with Mercury in these decks too is the fact that it moves, right? Like it's sitting there. It could be anywhere next turn, you know? It's a really clever balance where you have to, especially, I mean, we're at the very end of these games. You got to imagine they're in a position where they've been really trying to think as much as possible about these different decisions and where they want to be. The Cosmo coming in saying no to Prodigy, really lowering the potential power output, except with the Cloak coming down, maybe we can see a really, really crazy move to get a Prodigy going as well. Super interesting to see how this ends up for both players in this round that is going to decide who guarantees their spot in a top cut.
Interesting. Mercury is now a 5. That kind of sucks. But you do have Shadow King. So you got to do is hope that you move that Mercury into the lane that you need to. But wait, no, it's not going to drop it, is it? Oh, yes, it will. It will. So all you got to do is worry about moving the Mercury into the lane where Shadow King can do its worst. So let's see what happens.
You always got to see here the Spider-Punk can be a bit of a killer, popping some things down. So the Mercury was actually down to 2 due to the Spider-Punk. So that was what we were seeing there with the 5 and the Cerebro hitting it. And it's all going to come down to this play here. Boy, oh boy, tournament life on the line. Can you find the perfect line to get you over the top?
Even with priority, it doesn't matter. Move goes first, and Shadow King is waiting for you. Human Torch, Spider-Punk, Craven. Oh boy, what gets played here, guys, is going to be interesting. We do have Sparky on the board. Sparky might pull out some magic. Let's see.
So Human Torch can go left and possibly try and get pulled back by Sparky, but because the Mercury's there, it's going to get stuck, and then all that extra power is going to get deleted by the Shadow King, because all that happens before any of the turns go down. Cougar just double checking and really thinking if this is the best possible play. I mean, I tell you what, every moment of this tournament has probably been something where it's really, really hard on your subconscious trying to figure out and work out the best possible play. This has got to be the worst position that you can be in for it, because man, it must be really, really taxing to try and figure out the exact best way to utilize your resources.
Definitely Mercury. What?
And running out of time here for Cougar.
Mercury and Shadow King left. That's all I know that needs to happen. And there it is, as we mentioned before. Craven gets the buff. Human Torch.
So notably, if we
Gets a
do
nice buff.
you see the Sparky come down, it will grant +3 after the Shadow King, which could be a factor here.
Ooh, moving the Sparky.
Giving the Craven a bunch of buffs
All right,
just to
let's
take
see.
them all away. See the Sparky comes down, hits itself because of the Spider-Man. Do they have enough? Right, they do! Oh my gosh, the perfect play
Kruger,
from
all the
Nibio
way.
to steal it at the last second. Oh, that is absolutely rough. You did a lot of commitment there, middle. If that had landed middle with the Sparky, you actually did get over the top. So it came down to a 50-50. As you have to do a lot with some of these decks. Boy, oh boy, what a final match there.
Kruger, you fought hard, my friend. Did a great job in the other GGs. But this one had to go to Natho. Good job, buddy. Pulling out that victory, even with the Shadow King coming down. And we spoke about this. Move is still. Yep. Move is still the boogeyman. All right. Let's go on to our final match of this round.
All right. Another one. We're at the very finals, maxed out. We have all action all day for you here. Teebs locking in, trying to figure out the best possible way to go after this end of turn deck. We have the Omega Sentinel sitting over on the right. We have there's 3 Asteroid M's going on. Who knows where the cards are going to end up? I don't know if that Prodigy ended up left. I don't know if that Prodigy ended up right. Things moved around like crazy, it would appear. And we're looking at Sandman potentially, then maybe just using these stones to push towards different locations. No Jocasta to worry about. Very interesting to see what's going to happen. And are we going to see another awesome world tour cause some problems?
We're going to find out. We don't see any 3 calls. We'll see on the other side. And his end of turn madness and Omega Sentinel. Let's see what MSC 123 got for Teebs. As she locks in, here we go. Sandman coming down Asteroid M. Power Stone in the middle with the Time Stone. And what does we have Havoc?
We see
into
Juggernaut.
the Juggernaut moving all the way to the left. And pulling
Havoc going right, Havoc going middle, Juggernaut going back right. Take a little trip around memory lane. And we see the Omega Sentinel blasting the arrow, and it looks like that is going to be enough for not only a win, but a delicious half-baked casserole for MSC. Taking down Teebs here in another featured match that we got to catch the exciting ending of. MSC very excited going into Top Cut. Teebs having to cross their fingers. Hope to make it.
We'll see what happens. Sweet 16. Oh my goodness. These matchups, these players, top notch. Nobody wants to go home, but only 16 can make it in. And we'll find out shortly who those 16 are. But Binks, my goodness, we have nonstop action. Nonstop action
here. Nonstop action here on the broadcast. You love this. I love nothing more than seeing a bunch of final turns go down. Just seeing how after a big chess match, what that final move to try and get over the top is. And boy, oh boy, those final matches are really fun because no retreating allowed. You got to see the end. You got to see the fireworks.
Got to go all the way to the end. Yes, sir.
All right, and I think we're going to have a very special, wait, no one's done this before? A very special guest coming and popping in here. I'm the first one who did that today, right?
I think so. The first one ever, potentially, actually, that's put that together as an association. So I'm flattered at that pun. So thank you. Binks, Tech. These last couple of rounds, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little envious and a little jealous as a caster because you had some absolutely amazing matches to be able to watch and cast and just enjoy with the community like this. So that I am a little bit I'm just a tiny bit, just a little bit jealous, but I think the best thing I can do with that jealousy is kick you out and say thank you, but because we are going to be getting ready for the top 16 momentarily. So Binks, Super Tech God, once again, on behalf of Second Dinner, Game On Events, and everybody involved with the production, and the entire chat who's going to make it rain unnecessary amounts of emotes in celebration for the two of you, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for being incredible casters for the last several rounds. And Binks, I'd like to lead off with you. For those who are not familiar with who you are, please let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, one thing I will say, if you don't love these games, you don't love MarvelSnap. What an amazing game. What an amazing event. Thank you, guests. Thank you, everyone, for putting this together. You can catch me everywhere, Binks_plays. I play a bunch, a lot of fun decks, and I really, really love MarvelSnap. So if you love MarvelSnap too, come check it out.
How about you, Super Tech God?
All right, you guys catch me everywhere as Super Tech God. And yes, shout out to everybody involved. Game On. Guess, great job in the back end, buddy. You're really killing it. And Binks, I would rather do this with no one else but you. This is a phenomenal time. Shout out to Second Dinner. And of course, everybody playing and enjoying MarvelSnap. You guys are amazing.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break and get ready for the top 16. Stick around, folks. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it through 7 rounds. 7 rounds of Swiss. They have gone back and forth and moved back and forth, and we have finally made our top bracket. We're getting the pairings and the rankings and everything set up behind the scenes, but before we do so, just as a simple reminder, for those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and I am proud to be one of your finals casters here for the top 16 with the one, the only, the best, KM Best. What's going on?
I don't know about any of that. I feel like we're actually going to crown the best at this event today. I can't wait to jump into it. We are going to start by breaking down the top 16. There are some decks that I really, really love in this list, in this group of people. What has stuck out to you so far, Guest, about this field? What is the thing that stands out to you when you think about this field that you were the most surprised by?
I am always thinking about current meta and what I see on ladder and what I see on ranked. And everybody, including yourself, has been talking about the prominence of move and how good of a deck it is. And many players obviously agree because they bring in that deck. It was the most brought in deck into this tournament today. However, the unique thing that happens from that is all of the top players also know that. And then they start thinking that chess game of how many moves ahead do I need to be? Because qualifier number 3 presented the same thing to us, where we had a meta and then we had a player go, you know what? I think Hydra Stomper goes really well against this, and it blows everything out of the water. And then we take a look at the same thing that's happening in this exact qualifier. We see the super presence of Shadow King and Mercury. And the players that are making the top 16, many of them are proactively thinking, these are going to be heavily prevalent cards. How can I counter them, or how can I use them to my advantage in a different alternate sense? And just this constant chess game of being an extra step ahead leading into now the top 16 is really consistently fun to watch, no matter how many times I get surprised.
I think it's just very difficult to choose to be the deck that's going to expect all the move decks to fall off, though, because in the world where you don't come prepared for them with Shadow King, with Mercury, you are sort of consigning yourself to your doom. So it's decks that are able to sort of manage that middle ground. There are, in my opinion, going to be a lot of decks that we see. We're still waiting on a final match to figure out what the full top 16 is, but it's shaping up to be a pretty Mercury heavy top 16, a Shadow King heavy top 16. This is not a case where the best deck didn't get represented. This is a case where the people who got rewarded were the people who came prepared to beat it. And last time we saw someone crush through that bracket with a deck that abandoned that matchup and sought solely to next level it. I don't know if that deck exists in this field. I think these players are all on very even terms that were dictated to them by the prevalence of the move deck, and now they've sort of successfully dealt with the great enemy, but they still need to figure out who beats each other in the heads up.
Yeah, and it's one of the things when talking about specifically Shadow King, which was the #1 most brought card into this tournament. And we look at the deck that went undefeated. You stare at it and you go, how? because there's no logistical reason that all of this green power in ACP's deck should have survived as well as it did to say, here's extra green power that I'm going to have via Zombie Sentry, Absorbing Man, Zombie Giant Man, etc. The Horde. It's a deck that's focused on all green power. There's no Luke Cage. There's no... It's mind-blowing, and that shows the understanding and expertise of these players as well to constantly mitigate against popularity.
I'll go the other way on this one, actually. When I saw this list, my first instinct was, that is the best 12 in this tournament. That is the first thing I thought when I saw this list.
Really?
I looked at this and I see this is exactly what every zombie deck has been moving towards as the packages come out. This, to me, is within 1 or 2 cards of the best possible zombie list. And it, depending on how those 1 or 2 cards match up, we'll be able to see if that actually... they're the right 2 cards. Now, you notice the 2 cards I'm talking about here are Spider-Ham and Cannonball. That is sort of up in the air. What I like about Cannonball is you talk about all this Shadow King stuff. Oh God, woe is me, they're gonna Shadow King my thing. I have a Cannonball with a Mercury that can win a lane on its own, no green power needed. I can make that happen. I think that this, in this world, getting rid of the Werewolf package in a world where everyone is playing Shadow King and Mercury is very high level. That card, those cards are quite good against the Werewolf by Night package that is very common in this list. Adding in a little bit of disruption, because you lost Cosmic Ghost Rider, you get the Spider-Ham back in there. But also, Cannonball and Mercury, those are disruptive cards to certain game plans as well. Getting rid of an Invisible Woman first steps, that kind of stuff really matters. Preventing a Prodigy, Cannonball can do that on his own. So I think that this list does a lot of really smart things for this metagame. When you talk about, like, yes, there's a lot of green power in it, that's true. But that green power is extremely efficient green power, and worst case scenario, you're still kind of a Merlin list that is able to eke out wins with your Cannonball, with your Mercury, by making your opponents not have cards. I look at this list and I see one of the best 12s in the entire tournament.
And I'm curious to see how it holds up, because it is going to be the match that we start off with when we head into the top 16 bracket. Going up against an incredibly popular deck throughout every single qualifier. And that's, well, Arishem. So when going up against the Arishem matchup, the tech-heavier matchup, looking at Quake, Supergiant, Goliath, Cosmic Ghost Rider, I'm curious to see how it handles, and as someone who's played in Upper Infinite against this list with zombies, I'd love to hear your experience with it as well.
In a normal game, the zombie deck will be able to just simply have bigger guys. If you are just able to, as the zombie player, make a big zombie horde with your zombie Scarlet Witch, that's your primary driver. You play a zombie Giant Man on 5, you play an Absorbing Man on that zombie Giant Man later, that's just good. Arishem is a deck that doesn't necessarily have consistent points in it. But what makes Arishem so dangerous is the fact that you don't know what they might be doing. There is a Shadow King in this deck. That is very scary for your green power deck. There's no way around that. There is a Cosmic Ghost Rider in this deck that can come down very early and turn off your zombie Scarlet Witch. There's a lot of powerful things that can prevent you from doing what you want to do in your list. If you play a relatively normal game where half the cards Arishem draws are not the cards they put in their deck, I think you're probably in a good spot just based on your own consistency. But Arishem has shown a consistent ability to overperform in these situations. And I also want to especially shout out the incredible choice to bring the newly buffed M'Baku in your slightly larger deck than normal. Just a phenomenally funny thing to do. I really hope we get to see that choice pay off.
It's one of my favorite things, even if it's just there for what we'll call the pity coin moment of, you know, oh, here, and M'Baku. And when it appears, it feels good. It's just one of those happy moments in MarvelSnap, even if he's just trying. That's what you're really hoping for. When I look at this list, I look at the consistency of inconsistency. I love and hate. I have a love and hate relationship with Arishem, because Arishem is consistently one of the decks that has been regularly in the top 16, and on ladder, you know, that misbalance of information is something that is incredibly important. Now, when we also throw in the indecision of Emperor Hulkling, which we have seen in lists perform well previously, it's tough for me to figure out how much RNG is too much RNG. How much should you be planning for, like throwing in a Valentina and a Emperor Hulkling? Because you have ups and downs from it, and I understand both for both cards to a certain degree. But I know a lot of players, like when we think of 30, what is the maximum Monty is what, 37 now with all the new Kangs and things like that. I look at that and I go, I just don't understand the roulette that has been so consistent when there's been so much inconsistency with it.
It's because of the multiplicative dual role that a lot of these cards can fill. So what I mean by that is, if you're playing your typical zombie strategy, you're vulnerable to not just Shadow King, but also Shang-Chi. Both of them are in there. They're twice as likely to have one of those cards. Typically, when you're playing against an RSM deck, a lot of how you do it is just you say, make them have it. If they randomly generated the perfect card to win this game, that's how it has to be. Like, sometimes that will happen. Your job is to simply execute your game plan and accept that on balance, on average, you will do that more consistently and more powerfully than them. They are the ones who need something special to happen. And that is largely the direction that I think this will go. If the games are not wow, I think the zombie player will win more often than not. But once you start introducing a big 8-cuber where it's a Shang-Chi Shadow King on the final turn of the game, that's the kind of stuff. If like, you could almost tell who's going to win this game by how many clips get made of it. The more clips, the more favored RSM is. If there are no clips and this is a boring game, it's going to be like a zombies 10-2 victory kind of deal, like an 8-cube victory, like one of those where it's just like slow, grindy, consistent. I really wonder about how this is actually going to go down, because again, it's about the clips for RSM. It's a clip farming deck. And if it starts clip farming on you, there's honestly not much you can do about it, because the right thing to do is to just say, you better clip farm me or you're going to lose. And that means when you do lose, you get clip farmed.
Yeah, it hurts so bad that it needs to be shared. Basically, it's it's that Schadenfreude, to use a KM Best style word in a broadcast, type of moment, because that's what you're known for. Words that I normally can't follow. With that, though, I do want to present something else to the rest of the world. As we finish that match, we're going to be taking a look at another end of the top 16, and the bracket's going to post in just a moment, and we'll be able to broadcast that here for you, taking a look at all of the matchups. Amazingly, throughout all the conversation of Mercury and Shadow King, and we even saw it through some of the earlier rounds, the Cerebro 4 list doing incredibly well. I didn't expect to see a Cerebro 3 list end up making the top 16.
I did, because I helped make this Cerebro 3 list. This is being played by Zapgaze. Anyone who watches my videos will be familiar. I've introduced, this is a player who doesn't play the absolute most amount of MarvelSnap, a lot of experience in other card games. And so the idea was basically, if you want a respectable finish, what is it that you should be playing in a situation like this? Came up with sort of two decks. One was Cerebro, the other was Mr. Negative. We had a much more experimental Cerebro build, but Jay Walla got to Zapgaze, the Jay Walla, the Cerebro one-trick king at this point, and convinced him to run his build. What I like about Cerebro 3, and this is, as far as I'm aware, the only Cerebro 3 build in the entire field. There were other Cerebro numbers, but this is the only Cerebro 3 deck. And the same things that apply to every Cerebro deck apply to this one. You are vulnerable to certain things. You are extremely powerful against a lot of the fallback mid-range. One thing that I've noticed is a lot of really good players have found themselves not necessarily able to solve this meta, so they've fallen back on comfortable decks, on comfort picks, right? Cerebro thrives on taking your comfort pick deck and saying none of it actually matters. There is one comfort pick in this field that is very scary for this deck, and that is Honifer's comfort pick deck, which has a Viper that can just send something over that ruins the entire point of Cerebro. Other than that, a lot of the comfort picks in this field are just people playing decks that don't have a ton of point ceiling and rely on interaction to keep your opponent's point ceiling down. Where Cerebro 3 shines is that it is mostly invulnerable to any of the interaction that people are playing.
So you talk about the point ceiling of the deck, and typically Cerebro is one of those decks that when I'm encountering it personally on ladder, I know I constantly have this feeling of, if they're pulling off the combo, they pull off the combo and you have no chance, because the scaling on that final turn is incredibly important. I'm curious how a deck that very often can survive on big turn 6 plays and throwing the priority, etc., is going to survive against a War Machine Nightmare?
One of the coolest decks in the field.
But no Storm. It's not the War Machine Legion Storm builds that we've seen. This is the second appearance now in today's broadcast of Nightmare. And this is a really, at least to me, this is a wild build because it's rocking Destroyer.
Well, that is a notable part of this build, but what I think the most notable part of this build is that makes it a very bad matchup for Zapgaze is there is a Red Skull in here.
Yeah.
Red Skull kind of ruins the entire deck. Like and a Red Skull deck without Sauron is your absolute nightmare matchup in general. Because on ladder, sometimes they play the Sauron, they don't know what's going on there. I don't know what I did there. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Totally intentional. Definitely.
Totally. Yeah.
But this is a deck that is extremely scary to see because it's the kind of deck where sometimes against a Red Skull deck, you can beat them because they have to devote their entire turn 5 to playing a Red Skull, and maybe you can just outpoint them somewhere else. This deck is just going Electro, Red Skull, in any lane where you have a 3, the game ends. And here's where, if you go back to Zapgaze's deck real quick, I kind of think what this game will come down to is Red Skull against Rogue. We are going to be looking at Rogue to remove Red Skull as the defining interaction of this matchup. That Rogue is the only thing keeping this from being a very, very unfavored situation. I think that means that in a world where priority is properly managed and points are properly assigned, final turn Red Skulls are gonna be the order of the day here.
Yeah, I didn't even notice the Rogue, honestly, the first time looking at the list, and now thinking it through, it's like, yeah, the whole game is going to be set up of, okay, where does Red Skull go? Or does it whiff every single time? And then you're looking at the 75% chance on each of them, every game, did they draw it? And I struggle with Cerebro exclusively because I do like Red Skull decks. I do like playing Sauron lists. And I think that typically I'm so committed to the idea of flipping it that when I look at the other list for a second, and obviously it's built around Nightmare, right? The idea of not flipping it. I worry what the interaction is going to be like when your game plan is less about the Nightmare list because of the threat of Lockjaw being a dead card and Destroyer being a dead card, because you don't want to activate it at risk of ruining your entire board too. So there's a couple of things in here that make this matchup very interesting to me.
Yeah, I think that if there wasn't a Rogue in here, it wouldn't be interesting at all. But there is a Rogue in here, and that means that like the extra energy and the points it allows you to output are going to be quite relevant. Are you electroing into a War Machine, which then allows you to play a Red Skull, and then on the final turn you have an Infinite and a Ebony Maw? Is that going to be enough? Where are those points located? Because again, the maximum points output for the deck without Cerebro, it's 12. So if you have a Red Skull lane and 2 lanes with 13 power, you win. So that's sort of the condition you're going to have to play towards here. You're not going to be able to play your normal game. Neither player is going to be able to play their normal game. If you're nightmaring away your stuff, that's a clear signal that you don't have the Red Skull in hand, right?
Right.
Either it isn't a Red Skull anymore or you haven't drawn it, because otherwise you wouldn't be playing Nightmare. And so you have this interesting dynamic where it's like, this is what the deck is built to do, but like, you're not going to be able to do that because of the dictates of the matchup.
Well, we're going to have to see. That'll be the match that we lead to a little bit later on as we first head into the top 16. Once again, we're going to be leading off with the undefeated deck going up against the Monty deck, and that'll be what we showcase here for the top 16. In regards to the bracket itself, just to throw it on screen briefly as they start to share some codes. If I could hit the actual right button, the man with all the buttons completely forgets which buttons are important. Here we go. This is what our bracket looks like. And at this point, I think looking at the names that are on this top bracket, right? I've seen many of these players over the last several months regularly also reappear, not just into the qualifiers, but making it to this portion here, to the top 16. I know you have experience with a lot of these players as well directly. They're a part of, our communities. I'm curious to hear, as we head into the top 16, just generally, not person to person, but generally, what are you most looking forward to knowing this field?
I honestly feel like you set me up to give an unexciting answer here, because what I'm going to say is exactly what I said at the outset. I don't know ACP. I love that deck. I saw that deck and I was like, this was like when I filmed my video for today, I saw ACP's list, and a lot of the lists that I talked about were lists that, for players that I knew, for players that I was like, I am confident that this person put thought into this. I saw ACP's list. I don't know who that person is. I immediately was like, this is my favorite list in the entire field. Just looking at how it was constructed, it was unbelievably interesting, compelling, really cool. Adam Warlock coming down. Let's get it popping.
Here we go. The top 16 is officially live. Matches are going. We're watching from the perspective of Bad Musician. This is the Arisham deck, and we immediately see a Doom 2099 that's leading to a snap. And I am assuming that's because of locations/storm.
I would guess it's just there's a Doom 2099, but I'm not sure how helpful that actually is here. Doom 2099 is a lot of flat power output. It's a lot of power, but it's very evenly distributed. Maybe it's a Quake Danger Room here. That makes more sense. The snap was from the others. Yes. Okay. Yes. It makes a lot more sense. I just simply was gaslighted by its guest gaming.
And that's complete. That's what I'm here for, is just for the gaslighting as we move into round number 2. For those who do not know, if you're looking to identify if you're watching a match, and it could be even from your favorite content creator, you're always going to want to take a look at the cube itself. You can see emanating from the cube where the 1 is, there are rings that are popping out. That means that you have a snap eligible as World Ship brings it to a single lane and an immediate snap without hesitation from ACP.
Eliath Gamer.
Sorry, no, that's Bad Musician. Bad Musician made that snap.
Eliath Gamer against a deck that goes very wide, that has a lot of ability to make this turns off the entire zombie thing. What would keep you in this game is you would want to be a cannonball deck. But between Supergiant and Eliath, you are functionally unable to be a cannonball deck if you are ACP here.
I'm just a little surprised that they dropped down the Supergiant on 3 and didn't reserve it for 4. That was the head tilt moment for me, because I felt like this could have been a much better one.
This is definitely a matchup that is favored at this point for Bad Musician.
All right, hide the Gilgamesh. The Eliath drops in on, obviously, trying to steal priority here. I mean, you're not hitting a lot of power on here. You could lose priority. How badly does that affect
I worry about
it?
dropping the Eliath right now because it does really open you up to a cannonball. But having that face down Gilgamesh, it's like, I think what ACP is looking to do here is, oh, I see. The reason you play the Goliath now is so there's not a potential for Cannonball into Absorbing Man. That would be the line that you're afraid of, is Cannonball into Absorbing Man.
That makes a lot more sense looking at it now, because yeah, sitting on both of those cards, and you have what we'll call a built-in location style Mercury. Maybe they're what? No, I was you and I both had again the head tilt of why, as the Goliath drops down, nukes 2 cards right away, but it doesn't affect the spell of Once in Future to give an extra 2 energy next turn, plus the Universal Presence, which just is a pet mansion.
I mean, to me, this looks like an enormous dub for a bad musician.
And I'm trying to think of the world in which ACP stays here. Because, yeah, of course, like you said, you've got the Cannonball, but removing that Cannonball against an Arishem build of any kind, yet alone one that just drew Emperor Hulkling as Red Skull, and they stay for 4 cubes. Here comes the Spider Ham, the Zombie Sentry for 4, and the Cannonball, which does end up hitting, turns it into a rock. We flip the Gilgamesh over, adding 9, goes 23. Sorry, M'Baku, not this time, because it's a world ship game. Actually, no, it's a Pet Mansion game, but it's an important one for 4 cubes.
That is an ARG indeed for ACP, because I think the snap was pretty predicated on, I'm just going to be big enough that, like, I know you have a Cannonball, the deck lists are open.
Yeah.
Living Tribunal on an Emperor Hulkling in a Vault game.
Woo!
I don't know that will matter, but it is the kind of thing that could be a little bit spicy.
It's a nice, flexible piece, especially because while you're sitting on the Awesome Andy, you've got flexible power to add towards the very end. I don't know if I agree with dropping it in Genosha. If you're basically, it sounds like you're going to immediately destroy it.
This is sort of what we talked about, right, with the clip farming. Like, oh yeah, a world ship game happened. Yeah, of course, the RSM deck won that, right? Like, that's kind of how it goes. Where it's like we've established. Oh, look, you got clip farmed for 4. How are you going to be able to recover Electro in a Vormir? What a recovery!
Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah. I mean, you're already going to be ahead energy. Why not be ahead all of the energy? Let's go ahead and make that a 2-piece.
There's going to be a limit to the amount of times I'm legally allowed to say clip farming on this channel, but I don't know if we're going to approach it.
We're okay for the moment.
Note that the Vormir is actually not necessarily the biggest impediment to a zombie outcome here, but Zombie Sentry does key off of that location, and so it is worth paying attention to.
Looking to potentially drop the demon now. At least you've got 2 guaranteed places to use up that Awesome Andy right away, as Spider Ham gets destroyed over into Vormir. Surge activates 1 more time, and Zombie Scarlet Witch is now in play, getting ready to do all of the Horde things.
The clip farming has sort of begun. That was that was done out of necessity, I fear, where it's just but here comes that Cosmic Ghost Rider to turn off. The early Cosmic Ghost Rider is so good against the Zombie Scarlet Witch in a deck like this.
And there it is. It's just whip it away as Merlin and Zombie Sentry come to be. And placing the Horde into Genosha, I don't know if that was a hope, but I would probably say not. Just knowing that the Vault is coming in, you're probably looking to now load the Vault up, and they are looking at the Tribunal line. What is with us in the Tribunals, man?
What else are they going to do here? The rest of their hand is just the world's most mediocre cards. It's not the worst play of all time. It's just like quite medium, right? You can also just do Valentina Dagger and just say, I'll YOLO win with the Tribunal next turn, but there's just not a lot of points in here.
If you're sitting on 8 energy, I'm just thinking of the reduction. Valentina's going to be giving you a 4-cost card. The rest of the deck itself rocks at least 8 of those. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them down. So only 4 left that you're guaranteed in the deck. Your chances are higher rather than lower that you'll be able to play down 2 cards as they hit the M'Baku out of the vault. Definitely not expecting an Emperor Hulkling to maybe reach into that location later, as the Polymorph is going to flip over the Surge into a Silver Surfer to give a little extra power to both Zombie Scarlet Witch and Zombie Sentry in Vormir. Let's bring that Sasquatch in, so super reduced amounts of 8 power, because you had 2 cards drop, so it's going to go from a 4 down to a 2. And now he's got the ability to play both Emperor Hulkling and Sasquatch this turn to drop 20 power, spread it across the other 21 power, and put 14 in each lane. Is that good enough in Genosha to win the mid?
It's a really good question. There are a lot of possibilities here. I would personally be far too seduced by the potential for Emperor Hulkling here. I think that is like, we've talked about the idea of clip farming as a strategy and how you approach this matchup. To me, this is clearly the thing you do.
Yeah, I think you just got to load it all up. You're not really, they've already used the Cannonball, and there's no Mercury in play to have to worry about it. I think that it's going to be enough, to be honest. I do think it's going to be able to hold, and here they go. They drop it down. There's your 20 power into the middle lane. Spread it across the board for 14. Here comes the Zombie Giant Man, adding another 2 onto the Zombie Horde. Throw that 5 back into Zombie Giant Man. That's 14 plus a non-universal presence. The location's important here, and the Monster Metropolis just gives the advantage. Just barely squeaks the advantage for Bad Musician, and RNG with the clips is slowly knocking the cubes away from ACP.
It's exactly what the RSM player wants. Yes, you have no possible way to play around this. Get clip farmed Lamau, and now you're down extremely. And I don't even need to get lucky anymore to beat you from here. I've just got to do normal stuff.
I also think that there's no reason not to snap, if my cube math is right in this situation, because it's the last of the low stakes, correct?
Correct. It's a very reasonable situation for both a free snap and arguably a free retreat. It's functionally the same.
Yeah, so you have that, and then the Goliath gets pegged, which is a huge hit. So ACP's got to be feeling a little bit more relieved because of that, with the unknown Omega Red here in play. Now, that 9 power possibly getting doubled in Throne Room could feel good-ish. As we see a snap come from ACP, they know they're going to be pushing it because Throne Room very heavily favors them.
I figure if you're Bad Musician, you might as well stay here, though. You have the Shadow King.
Yes.
And that's just presumably enough. Okay, looping the Hunger, quite a powerful thing to do. Shadow King does matter, but looping the Hunger forever, that's
even if
something.
it gets destroyed via some weird thing in X Mansion, I think you're feeling pretty good about it nevertheless, as you're going to get another Omega Red back into your hand. The X Mansion RNG comes to be, is it another Ultron? No, it's an Agent 13 who maybe gave one. And then a multiple man, so just a couple of rocks, I guess we'll call it, maybe, sort of.
Hand getting very full for ACP here between Agent 13, Kitty Pryde, Merlin, and the cloning vats.
And I like the Spider-Man potential play here in the mid. Very often they're going to try to get two procs of extra power onto that zombie horde before they try to steal, and then maybe put something into the throne room after with a guaranteed win. But the Spider-Man
showing the Shadow King is really interesting here.
Yeah, it's
saying
revealing the
you
number.
are definitely putting something. You are definitely putting something that has relevant text and relevant things for me to get rid of onto this location. That's an interesting call.
And the Fire Hair is the flip from the Agent 13. Here comes the Spider-Man who just says, "Oh, that's nice," and then Shadow King removes a little bit of that power off of the Mercury. Now, Spider-Man, while he sits in his web. Now we look at the knowledge if you're ACP. You know your opponent has a Shadow King in play here on turn 5. Spider-Man didn't get a chance to move. is this now with the priority throw a consistent just shadow style situation, or is it a guessing game? Because you could make an argument for Shadow Kinging the Horde in the left lane now, so it doesn't have that super multiplicative effect on the final turn, but I'm not 100% sure that's going to be even enough to hold that up as they look to try to get a Spider-Man situation to happen from the left side this time.
It's actually quite interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
Destroy the first Omega Red out of the cloning vats, turn it into a rock, get the cannonball back into the hand so you have another place. Actually, no, you have no other place technically to make it happen as a monster for both of them appears in the mid. Locking the mid down, securing it for ACP as Spider-Man throws the zombie horde over into the right. Omega Red has a small lead, giving a small advantage in Monster Island, a small advantage of power, bringing a tie in play. Now, you know you can move out the Mercury. You know you have the ability for them to also drop another cannonball, which at the moment, via the priority, might hit Omega Red, but you are in a very precarious situation of maybe you just drop the Goliath and pray.
You don't have priority, and you have to Shadow King the right lane. One thing I really want to talk about is this Kitty Pride has been on the board for 4 turns. Like, just has not ever shown up.
That's
this, if there is an amount of points in the mid lane and a cannonball on the left lane, this game is over. And in fact, you don't even need the amount of points. You're sending the Omega Red out. The question is then, are you going to win that right lane? That's what he's setting up for. A cannonball on the left lane, moving Omega Red into the right lane. Ooh. But it's not a cannonball.
It's another Mercury.
It's a Mercury cannonball.
No power movement out of the middle lane because they had the second one and enough energy. As the Jessica Jones flips it, it's not enough to take the left. And M'Baku! Yay! He did something. He appeared. I appreciate you, M'Baku. I appreciate you. But it was, like you said, it was worth staying in that moment for those 2 potential cubes. If you're a bad musician, you have the cube equity to work with, so why not do so before heading into high stakes here with round number 5. Show us the opening hand. We've got Invisible Woman, Valentina Jocasta.
Invisible Woman is a little bit devastating if there's a Shadow King or a Shang-Chi to put under there.
Fair.
That's that. When we're talking about some clip farming, Invisible Woman Shadow King, that's some clip farming.
As we get the first appearance of the Horde via Zombie Mr. Fantastic. Depending on location 3, you might be able to start setting up that exact line over in the left now. What do we get? We get Stark Industries, so irrelevant. Actually, no. Sorry, no. Mirror Dimension happened first, and then both of them could potentially flip, as they both are going to compete for Stark Industries. Here comes a Hercules for 5 power. Zombie Scarlet Witch on the board, and you've got 2 Avengers compounds next turn. So this is tougher than it looks, because you have to make a decision. Is the power of Stark Industries more valuable to you, or is the flexibility of Avengers compound on turn 5 more important to you? And they decide that it's going to be Stark Industries. They play down the Zombie Sentry onto the Zombie Scarlet Witch into the Hunger to get that Horde to ramp and go all the way up to 11 power, 13 power when all is said and done. Disperse that 8 power from Stark Industries across everywhere. Thing goes up another one, and it's now 19 to 15 when all is said and done in the right. You're down heavily in the left, but you are sitting on the magic that is Shadow King.
It's a really rude play to go Invisible Woman Shadow King right now on the compound.
Rude may be what's in order, though. Because if you're sitting on that Goliath, the priority might be just as important.
Right, you might just want a Shadow King now so you get priority in order to Goliath, right? Like, this is the priority play here. And the risk you run...
You might have a better chance of priority by just Shadow Kinging the Sasquatch in the same lane. Yeah, exactly, right. Because then you're going to go up to 14 over in that lane. Zombies Mr. Fantastic comes down. The Horde shoots up to 16, which feeds into Zombie Giant Man. As nice as that is, it really hurts next turn, as now you're sitting on a 14-point lead in the left and a 6-point lead in the right, with the thing for steps ready to destroy, with a 1-drop being drawn.
Oh, that's one drop is disgusting, right? Because it allows you to just Goliath left, 1-drop right. We're done here, right? Unless there's something outrageous happening. Like, is there a potential for a cannonball on the right lane? That would be the thing that I'd worry about. In fact, are we sure it's not supposed to be a Goliath on the right lane?
It might be, just to be able to knock out that, because you're looking at power. I mean, you're looking at Absman. Does Absman right?
You're not really looking at Absman because the zombie horde is so small now. You're looking at getting.
I'm still looking at the 6, like the 6 power that goes into it as well. Is that enough? And that's what I was trying to figure out. Plus the horde going up another. No, that's afterwards though. The extra horde.
I mean, this play, I guess the other way to look at this is this play loses to a 1-drop on the right and a cannonball on the left.
And they lock in exactly as we're talking about it. The Goliath on the right-hand side, expecting the cannonball most likely into Stark Industries, because it makes less sense also to cannonball something out of the left. Because the Hercules also exists, there is the potential that it could literally ping pong right back to where it was. As here we go, the Goliath, purple, going all over Stark Industries. It's the Kitty Pride.
It's the other one.
It's the Kitty Pride.
Other one.
The other Kitty Pride comes back. And with the destruction from Thing for Steps and M'Baku! 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 M'Baku!
Okay, so that final turn was a bunch of thinking, and then M'Baku made all that thinking irrelevant, right? It was objectively correct to make the play that Bad Musician made there because you're worried about the cannonball in either location. His play covered for the cannonball in either location. You Goliath it out of the right, and then on the left, you have that 1 point of power. There were so many times where the perfect card seemed to get drawn there. The Thing for Steps being drawn, that was incredible. The top deck 1-drop on the final turn of the game, it doesn't win without that, right? Like that is, again, we're talking about clip farming. We're talking about clip farming. The more we talk about it, the more it happens. You win that matchup by doing that. 2 big 4-cubers off of a world ship, and then you don't even have to get that lucky to finish it off.
Absolutely insane to think that this is the first match we're seeing in the top bracket. And I just screamed M'Baku, I think 6 times. If this is what's going to happen for the rest of the bracket, buckle in, y'all, because we have a lot to take a look at as we're going to head into our next match here from the top 16. Let's dive right in. It's Zap Gaze versus Hazlek, and we have Cerebro 3 versus Red Skull plus 11 other cards.
That's the idea. It's Red Skull plus 11 other cards. That having a clog
that's what
in
really
hand
matters, right? Like, ooh, instant snap. The M'Baku.
I don't know what you mean by eh.
You have a Sentinel to keep your hand full if you draw the Cerebro. There you go. Which now Stark Industries really hurts, but you know.
Stark Industries is gone, right? Like that's not going to exist. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, true. You've got Scarlet Witch next turn.
Yeah. So Scarlet Witch is definitely getting rid of that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at this Bastion like, you know, that's going to be awesome, but you do have to do it in this order, right? So like next turn ends up being Scarlet Witch Sentinel on Stark Industries, then you Bastion, and then you have Cerebro Mystique on the final turn, right? Like that's the plan.
Ooh, and now with an Ice Cube in the mix with a little extra energy, that now opens up Mystique Scarlet Witch, which
sure
is
does
just broken. To
it's
then
quite
Bastion
good
afterwards.
Drawing the M'Baku quite bad.
Yes.
Just feels like that snap had to mean that there's a Red Skull here. I'm not really sure because this feels very straightforward to me. For Hazlek, it's get any points in Sanctum Sanctorum and play Red Skull anywhere else.
The Elysium drops in, which... Oh, the Jeff. Forgot about Jeff.
You don't show the Jeff here, I think. I fear this is a Bastion the left kind of angle.
Pop
but
the Ice Cube.
You really don't want to do that.
I think you have to pop the Ice Cube this turn.
You do pop the Ice Cube this turn. It's just I don't know if you show the Jeff to do it. And the issue then becomes, where are we worried about getting rogued? Where do we need our ability to, like... The problem with playing Cerebro Mystique this early is we end up with Red Skull right, something small middle.
As we get the Infinite dropping on turn 5, thanks to Elysium War Machine, with a small Bast draw at the very end here. So, looking to see if there's any sort of line of just throwing the left, saying that your Red Skull is irrelevant, and that this is basically now Cerebro 5 that happens to also put a Jeff in the mid.
The problem is there's a War Machine there. So a Red Skull on the right lane plus any one drop, right? Like Ebony Maul.
Very true, very true. Yeah. And Zapgaze sees that and says, you know what, it's just not worth it. The War Machine makes this too risky. Let's go ahead and let's just continue on. It's the beginning of the match. It's a simple 2-cube retreat at this point. A little more expensive than you'd like in round 1, but go ahead and take it. You had a great line. They definitely had a great line to work with in the first couple as Yggdrasil shows up and Makari appears. Is it going to hit it? No, it doesn't.
Did not.
It did not. It hit the blank in the... Oh, no. And Necrotia
doesn't
too.
Matter. You might just have to retreat on the concept of this snap.
Yeah.
Like, these locations are bad enough that you might just have to dip out.
And they decide to stay on it without running, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're not running Luke Cage in this build. Oh, no, sorry, they are. They are running Luke Cage in this build as I look at it one more time.
Gotta draw it.
That's what they got. Yeah, they're banking on... Hey!
There he is!
I wouldn't show it, though. If they're running... Oh, no, wait, no, sorry, no, they're the ones running Rogue. Never mind.
Open deck
but
yeah.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. I'm confusing the Rogue and the side of things, all right? You know, there's been a lot of matches today, but the Luke Cage dropping it down now. I mean, that, honestly, them staying on it was fully them saying, yeah, I'll draw the Luke Cage. We're fine.
This looks as winnable as you can get for a matchup where your opponent has a Red Skull in it.
Yeah.
The Rogue is here. If there's a Cerebro coming down, maybe we'll be able to figure something out. Maybe the Red Skull pops out of this Electro and we just like get to know that and it's actually there. The Lockjaw did not hit the Electro. It's probably Cerebro right into Bastion because that gives you a copy of
free Makari. Yeah. Get the free Makari. And there's
is there a Red Skull coming down?
Link it out to
not a Red
get
Skull.
The War Machine or said big card named here. They still haven't used the Lockjaw. Looks like they're gonna hold on to it maybe for a Strange Academy extra power play here. Looking at the Bastion, get the second Makari out on the board, get a 2/3 Cerebro into your hand with Mystique already in your hand also. And still pocketing the Rogue for next turn in case if they happen to somehow see that Red Skull.
I think so far Hazlek has done a great job of just not showing the Red Skull. And I think at some point that's going to force Zapgaze to just play Make 'em Have It.
Yeah. Placements of Strange Academy. I think the worst thing here is Cerebro landing mid to really, really, you know, ruin that lane potentially.
I think that's actually irrelevant. There's already 11 power there. In the world where Red Skull happens, because Luke Cage is there, your max power there is still 11 power. So I don't think it matters that Cerebro goes there. It's probably just not going to happen regardless.
And Galactus First Steps goes ahead and drops down into Necrotia. They drop the Cerebro in the left. Bastion Makari end up in the mid, and the second Makari then ends up getting the priority over into Strange Academy.
If you don't take priority, you can 50-50 a rogue here.
Yeah. And now you're sitting on, just like you said, this is now a game of make them have it.
Yep. This is a bad matchup. You probably have to do this kind of stuff, but the extra dig into the deck, it's going to be unpleasant, I suspect.
And they still haven't used the Lockjaw, correct?
Yep, that's the extra dig I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they still have that Lockjaw pull, even if they didn't draw said Red Skull. And they think that it's worth 4 cubes to still be able to stay on it with, what is that, 12 in each of the 6s? As you see Cerebro number 1 drop on down. Mystique is going to copy second Cerebro right there, bring everybody up to 12, and the Bast is going to flip over into Pet Mansion, giving a total of 13 to work with. There's only 2 cards in the left-hand side, though. It's the Ebony Maw, followed by the Infinite for 27.
Didn't have it!
And M'Baku almost steals that lane, too, because M'Baku and Zapgaze is able to hold.
I think at the point of playing 2 cards in the same lane, it becomes clear that it's not a Red Skull, right? Because the Red Skull's never going in a lane with other stuff in it, because you basically always lose the Red Skull lane when there are as many Cerebros as there are here. Bar Sinister, you say?
Makari misses it. That's fine. And Genosha makes an appearance. They start doing the Sentinels. Yeah, I mean, you have a ton of 3s in this deck, so Genosha doesn't really have that fear as much.
I think it does, because you're playing Sentinels, right? Like, it's not the greatest thing in the world.
It's not the greatest thing in the world, but what I'm saying is, because there are 3s, you're not worried about needing to put a 3 into a 4 and then you're destroying something in that lane. Sure. You have a lot of 3-cost cards. It's like, okay, it's just a location, and I'm not going to fret too much over it, as Cosmo's going to drop in, and we get the Electro from down into the Icebox, getting that initial ramp, and now we're probably looking at maybe some kind of a blink play right off the bat.
This hand is bad enough that I'm starting to get deeply concerned. Like, by that I mean Hazlek's hand. Just not a lot of things happening here, and it's starting to get to, like, I feel like there's a Red Skull coming. Like, this is a quite unfortunate turn of events. Is this a Cerebro Scarlet Witch
left? Oh yeah, 100. That's immediately where my brain went, was go ahead and do Cerebro Scarlet Witch, but instead they're looking at Bast.
Oh, I get it, right? Like, it's not. The idea is basically,
yeah,
we're just gonna Cerebro the left lane with a full Cerebro here.
Yeah.
And if they have Red Skull, they have Red Skull. Now, notably, Hazlek's been pretty aggressive snapping here.
As the
there have
Infinite
been
drops.
Some really, really aggressive snaps from Hazlek.
So now, with priority in the favor of Hazlek, you top deck the Rogue. You're sitting on a guaranteed Cerebro, at least 1, upwards of 4.
It is 4. Like, that will happen. The question is, if they play a Red Skull somewhere and they win that lane, what are they playing to win the other lane? So what I'd be worried about is Red Skull middle, and then a Ebony Maw left.
I think the Ebony Maw left almost doesn't matter, because you have such a lead. Let's see, 3, 4, 6, 12 onto those 3.
No, I'm saying Red Skull.
No, I'm just doing the math on the right to see what is it going to scale to, and does the Ebony Maw on the right actually secure it, no matter what they do in the left? That's what I was trying to figure out there.
It's 37, and yes.
So with the 37 altogether, Ebony Maw would win that lane in the right by 1, even when all is said and done. But now with the Scarlet Witch going into the Icebox, instead they put the Red Skull into the Bar Sinister.
That's the wrong Red Skull!
The Red Skull misses, and they decide to
it'll
ramp
hit.
up Bar Sinister. No. I'm saying in the sense of misses what it could have been, because here comes the Cerebros all over Bar Sinister, and that's going to scale the left. Watch these final numbers. It's going to go higher and higher and higher, and that's going to steal that lane, and 9 organically is going to win the mid.
It just had to be the other way. It just had to be the other way. If you had these two cards, it had to be Red Skull middle and Ebony Maw left. It had to be that. Maybe the fear of Scarlet Witch, but you have priority. Oh no!
Wait.
It's the only case which that doesn't matter, because there are 4 Red Skulls on the Bar Sinister. That's the only
We had the
case
panic. The panic.
That is so completely bonkers that any of that happened in the way that it did. I feel for Hazlick. It's really easy to like.
Wait, what was that final score in the right? I missed it.
In the right, they had like 92, I want to say.
If it was 36 to 54, then adding another 12 would have 48 to 54. It still wouldn't have done it. I was curious if the Ebony Maw right would have done that. And Sokovia is throwing some discards right away. Eternal Arc now also on the board with the Scarlet Witch. There's no ability, so Washington, D.C. doesn't have too much of an influence there.
Really still in the sort of aftershocks of that last game for me. I'm not gonna lie. That one feels like, frankly, it should have gone the other way.
It might be something they reflect back on afterwards and go, why? But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how the community comments also about that as well in the chat live, as well as, everyone's going to be talking about the Golden Gauntlet afterwards as we see the second Makari drop in now. Eternal Arc getting ready to do the thing, and no Mystique in hand. So I think
you're still amazing, though.
Yeah, you're just load it all up, and you've got 3, 2, 1. Yeah. I don't see too much bad here happening with Eternal's Arc.
The thing that you keep running into, if you're to me, is just we're once again in Red Skull mode. It is the only thing that matters. Yeah. There is just nothing else, 5, right?
Turn 6.
Because there is 13 in the middle, right? So that's what the thought process was like. But it won't be 13 after the Eternal's Arc goes off. So now suddenly the game is over, right? Because the Cerebro is gonna buff that right lane. And is there a way for the middle to happen? That feels like Hazlick was over-indexing for the Red Skull there and was like, oh, I've got plus 12 power, right? I've got 12 plus power, without realizing that 3 of that power came from the location that went away. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, even is there a world where even blinking the Red Skull into an Infinite could it potentially do it? But I don't think it would have worked out either way. But I mean,
Zapgaze had Prio and had a Cosmo there too.
Yeah, exactly. So it was just like, there's not much, but a great location for Zapgaze with that Lake Hellas, but also could be the downfall location for them, depending on if they draw M'Baku or not.
That thought had occurred to me as well. Because
you've got the Bast and you've got the M'Baku.
You have to play around it.
Yeah, you're going to have to be really careful going into like turn 4 to decide, do I have to commit more here just in case M'Baku might want to appear. But at least now they can target it and there's the M'Baku. Okay, so M'Baku is safe to even play now here on the left. Yes. You have Starlit Citadel. So they have no location changers in their deck, so we should be okay if we're Zapgaze, as we put another Sentinel into the hand.
I'm just scared.
Understandable.
I guess you kind of have to play it out there because you need to be able to draw cards because you need to draw to Cerebro, right? Yeah. You just got to play as many guys as possible because you have to draw Cerebro. There's absolutely a world, like we've talked about how much this game, this whole thing is dependent on Red Skull. It's also very dependent on the card Cerebro. Gotta happen.
As we get the War Machine to appear, Starlit Citadel's going to shuffle it all up, put Lake Hellas now into the right, so we're looking at a potential Bast over in the right as another 1-3 to work with. Maybe even with a Kitty Pride to get it up to 1-3. Oh,
that
no, it would
13
take two.
breakpoint has been hit. If Hazlitt has the Infinite into a Red Skull, the game is over. The question is, will there be a rogue 50-50 on priority? I guess the other question is, oh God, what happens with Scarlet Witch?
It's kind of risky to drop that, but I get it, just to get as many threes down on the board as well. They're just going to stack over into the hub. Sentinel again. That's a third, fourth Sentinel now to appear on the board. Here comes the Scarlet Witch flip. It turns into Washington, D.C., and Galactus First Steps drops 33 power massively into the hub. And sitting with Makari, Cerebro, and Rogue, but priority in your favor. I actually don't see it here.
This looks to me like a lose to the Infinite plus something angle.
Because everybody's going to shoot up to 24. 3 cards drop, though.
Red Skull 2 1-drops. Should do
Potentially, there's 0 and Ebony Maw. Here comes the Red Skull in the mid. That's going to undo. There's your 0 and your Ebony Maw. Perfectly read right there. That's going to lead an advantage. No matter what Makari wants to do in the middle lane, that's fine. And Hazlitt hangs on. And now we're down 5-3.
I think Zapgaze is lucky to be in the position that he's in. And that's not like a commentary on player skill or anything like that. I think he got lucky and took advantage of it the way a good player should. It's still going to be uphill sledding against a Red Skull deck. It just is.
And maybe Hazlitt's learned their lesson as Bar Sinister reappears for the second time in this match now here into round 6, and a great web, which makes Bar Sinister very interesting.
I'm not sure that it does.
If they draw a Bast, it does.
Sure. I think the rest of this entire game is just going to be playing Do You Have It with Red Skull. Like, we've gotten to that point where I think probably the entire rest of this matchup is Red Skull baiting. And do you have the Red Skull is just the entire game at this point. Hazlitt has demonstrated enough knowledge of the matchup to never play it out in the face of a potential road. That is exactly correct. It's exactly what he should be doing. And it is notable and relevant. And he's also been playing exactly correctly in terms of, I know exactly what I need in order to make sure that what I am doing is getting 13 or more points of power in every single lane that I can.
And we get a snap from Hazlitt right here.
To me, that means that it is happening to you if you are Zapgaze. The thing that you are afraid of is happening to you right now.
Mystique comes on down, takes on the Cerebro ability. The M'Baku's going to steal all of it temporarily, though, over in the throne room when all is said and done. I'm surprised to see Mystique not be played left just because of the amount of power. And Destroyer comes on in for the very first time, makes its appearance. Mystique now moving over into the left. And the Scarlet Witch draw. Bring that all back with Bar Sinister and potentially flip the throne room right here.
I mean, it seems pretty clearly this is going to be Cerebro, Mystique, Scarlet Witch next turn, right?
Yes.
But again, it's just, we are going to play Red Skull. After we have played Red Skull, we've hit the breakpoint on the middle. We lose the Red Skull lane. But Bar Sinister gives us enough power with any of our 1-drops that we should be able to beat 12. So as long as the lesson has been learned from last time, and of course, no Great Web shenanigans incur.
Yeah, well, they can't occur because they've learned their lesson as they drop 2 cards into the mid, which are the War Machine and the 0. I think we're really confidently looking at Ebony Maw over in the left and the Red Skull in the right.
I don't
Maybe
know
even the Infinite.
if there's something meaningful that can be done about this.
Hazleck's looking to take the advantage here, so, I mean, they snapped knowing they had a turn 6 game plan in play. And Zapgaze, I think, is just trying to figure out any possible way to manipulate it.
Well, definitely not that order.
Oh no. What are you
Oh, wait,
doing?
no, it's already Cerebro. It's already Cerebro. Don't worry about it. That order's fine. It's already copied.
You're right. It's been a day. Let's go. Yeah. I'm surprised they're not flipping the right to a certain degree, but...
No, this actually makes sense, right? Because the Red Skull would go in the throne room, right? And then if you assume they've learned their lesson, the Red Skull goes in the throne room, the Ebony Maw goes on the Bar Sinister. Ergo, you win the throne room no matter what, and then Ebony Maw is only 7 power, so you have
versus
9.
12, yeah.
That is...
Oh, and they flip it, and it's
just
just
the
one
Infinite?
card.
Is it just the Infinite?
It might have been just the Infinite. We got the 0, which was the last card to drop, so it's no effect no matter what's going to be dropping into the Bar Sinister. We know that they are sitting on a Galactus First Steps as well. They're going to put down all of the Cerebros, which are just going to make the M'Baku and Mystique go crazy in the throne
there's
room.
A Scarlet Witch.
Let's see how it balances out. It flips it to Aunt May's.
Oh!
It doesn't
That's
activate
a win
it.
by 4. It's a win by 4.
They hang on by the skin of their teeth with the great the great Scarlet Witch hold, and Zapgaze is able to eliminate Hazleck with 80 power from the Infinite.
That is one of the worst matchups I have ever seen somebody win in one of these. That is an unbelievable piece of work by Zapgaze there. But like, this is what we talked about, where everything is about the Red Skull. And so you just say, all right, well, if you have it, you have it, whatever. That's the matchup. I'll be fine with myself. What if you don't have it? I'm not going to leave. And so that is an incredible performance. There is not a single... Maybe Honifer is more unfavored for Zapgaze because there's just a Viper something big over angle there, right?
Maybe.
There are very few other matchups that are going to be as bad as just the natty Red Skull matchup, where it's just like, I just run this card. And Hazleck understood the matchup. There's a rogue in my opponent's deck. I never show the Red Skull. Not one time. And this is kudos to Hazleck. Not one time did he ever play that carelessly and put a Red Skull out there where it was possible to be rogue. Every time correctly managed the 13 power versus the total potential maximum of 12. Other than that one swap of the Red Skull and the Ebony Maw, I honestly don't think that he did anything wrong. It just, I guess what happened is sometimes you don't draw the Red Skull.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the locations are often called the 13th card in MarvelSnap, you do have to actually have the cards to make MarvelSnap MarvelSnap. So with that said, the bracket for the top 16 is now complete. And the complete bracket as we move to the top 8 showcases Bad Musician, Gamer, Teebs, Kelowna 23, Watermelon, Nathiel, Ezek, and Zapgaze all moving on to the top 8. We are going to be looking at some amazing matchups in just a moment or so, man. I'm gonna give you time. I promise, because as of right now, we have to take this short 60-second break. Stick around, folks. We're getting ready for the top 8 in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into the top 8, and looking at these matchups, we're going to be able to showcase probably the deck that is most talked about going into this entire tournament, Move, because Move has been all over the place. And just
nice,
just
all
like
over the place.
Yeah,
really well done. Really well constructed.
I do what I can here. So
yeah,
there is a Move versus Move matchup that we'll be looking at second, and the decks are incredibly close. As we look at the quick preview here for the top 8, I want you to see if you can notice the difference between this image.
Wait, I'm gonna guess. It's Juggernaut versus Cosmo.
Juggernaut, Cosmo.
I'm right.
And just Cosmo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. It is incredibly close. So will the key card actually matter in Juggernaut? Will it be the winner that helps to throw everything off the Move game? In this matchup of a mirror, almost a mirror, does Juggernaut actually matter?
I would argue that it doesn't, or at least that it matters a lot less. But Juggernaut is a phenomenally powerful card. So in as much as what its role is not built for the mirror, that is true. This is not a card that you're playing to win the mirror with. But it's also really messed up, and having to think about it all the time is a huge mental drain.
True.
So, it's not perfectly built for the mirror. That's not the exact 12 you want to be playing in the mirror, but I also don't want to have to be thinking about Juggernaut. So it might be a little bit of a wash here.
True. I think that in the Move versus Move matchup, for me as a caster, it's one of the most exciting. Absolutely one of the most exciting. I think right now, as we take a look at the matchup that we're going to lead into, we go into Arishem making its reappearance, I believe. I'm going to triple check, make sure I got that right, because we're going to be looking at
that is
Bad
not
Musician.
Teebs' list.
No, we're looking at Bad Musician, who is rocking this Arishem Emperor Hulkling list. They are going to be the matchup we open up with. That's going up against Game R, which is the Super Giant Cannonball Negasonic deck.
Gamer is a player who is extremely experienced with Supergiant. My big worry for Gamer in this spot is Supergiant is not a deck that is built to contend with what Arishem is capable of doing. This is a deck that has very limited point output and is very liable. You know how the previous matchup, the point output was in favor of Arishem's opponents. Arishem has to clip farm in order to win.
Right.
This is not a matchup that you need to clip farm. This is a matchup where you just walk up to it, you do what you do, done and dusted. That is what Arishem is trying to accomplish in this matchup.
And
very
we're
favorite
gonna see
Arishem player. We'll see how things end up playing out. Gamer, for the record, pronounced just Gamer. I also always call it Game R. Apparently it's just Gamer.
Well, Gamer, Game R, they are ready as we see Pixie with Martyr take the Sakar lane first right off the bat. Iron Patriot throwing a nice Gamora into the mix as we get a Kunlun and no moves currently on the board. There's a Lizard taking a little bit of priority. That gets the reduction down for the 212 potential of Gamora as we get Feast now. And Copycat takes on Super Giant. So they're not drawing it, most likely.
There's a very funny group of outcomes to happen right there. Like, okay, I'm the Super Giant deck, but I mean, I guess. Fascinating. Okay, so this is
all
immensely
Arishem cards right now. Every single one of them is an Arishem card.
The face down Gamora is just quite a powerful thing to be doing. Like this is just stats, right? The reason you end up in a negative scenario against Arishem a lot of the time as a Super Giant deck is that they just have more stats than you. So Iron Patriot goes a really long way towards bridging that gap. If you're able to get the Iron Patriot off, which is hard against RSM because they have access to 4 energy on that Iron Patriot turn. But if you can make it happen, it's a really powerful thing to do.
We're going to get the Iron Patriot immediately here from Gamer. Get the double up.
Really interesting here, because a Hydra Bob going into that mid lane is crushing. But Mercury moving out of that mid lane, we've talked about like how this matchup rotates around points. A Death's Domain.
Oh boy. And a Mercury in play. There we go. We get the Misery just for power.
I think this is like I'm firing a cannonball on the mid lane at some point here. Yeah. I also think Gamer is thanking his lucky stars that there has not been a snap from Bad Musician. This is a very awkward spot for Gamer.
Understandably, as
this makes a ton of sense to me. This is what's going to happen is we're going to win the middle. We're going to win the Death's Domain. That's it. You don't want to use the Red Guardian because there's a world in which the Red Guardian stuff ends up being relevant on a Death's Domain if there's a Legion on a Death's Domain. Lose the Mercury. That's painful.
Oh boy. All right, so you lose your move card and you're going to be able to snap out. If you're Bad Musician, you can snap out the Hydra Bob. The question is, do you do the snap now?
I think Daredevil here is preventing the snap. I think that it's very hard to snap into a Daredevil no matter what it is you're actually doing. Losing the Mercury here, though, is a really big deal, because without that, not only is there no way to get stuff into Death's Domain, the play here was going to be cannonball the mid lane, and then we move the Mercury out.
True.
That is no longer a viable method of winning this game. Win the mid and then win the right. That is no longer a thing that can happen, and that was what wanted to happen here. It might still just be cannonball the middle here and hope it goes to the left. I don't think that makes any sense in a real world, though.
They know the Goliath is going to hit Necrotia.
It's a tiebreak that favors Bad Musician here.
Take us through this, KM. Take us through this for a second.
What I'm looking at is a game that if there are no snaps in, it's still hard to cannonball in because the cannonball could send the card to the Death's Domain. I'm also looking at the various RSM things that could happen here. The cannonball can't go to the left because it's very likely that Shuri's lab will get filled up. Goliath will then get sent to Death's Domain. The snap is an almost guaranteed retreat.
There it is.
That felt like it was a bit of a foregone conclusion, where if the snap comes down, you're out of here. If they don't snap, you're willing to try it a 50-50 to win the middle. Frankly, I think that game, once again, actually did come down to the Iron Patriot. In a world where Iron Patriot was able to allow a 2-cost Enchantress to be played alongside that Daredevil on turn 4, I think a lot of things get a lot easier for Gamer there.
As Musician drops the M'Baku. Now, Nexus makes this really interesting. Really, really interesting. Because you have, as much as you have a tremendous amount of power from the bad musician side of the board, like they do by dropping down the 8 power misery, the nerf doesn't really matter too much, and Los Diablos hits well by missing the Nexus. This is, do you hold Mercury to 6? And I think that's what exactly they're setting up for.
The problem is just stacking power here. You're saying Alioth is not a real card. And it's fine to say Alioth is not a real card. In every scenario except the one where Alioth is a real card.
This is true. This is true.
Really clever. Really clever. You put the cannonball down here, but then you put the Mercury on the left is what's going to end up happening here. Because the cannonball is going to knock something out, presumably, which allows you to even maybe go for the lizard in the Nexus.
Guardian gets hit as we watch everything disappear from zombie Captain Marvel, who doesn't hit the mid.
Wrong lane.
Oh, no.
Zombie Captain Marvel, unlike her living namesake, is not guaranteed to go to the lane that wins you the game. She just goes to a lane you're losing. There is a pretty prominent Alioth fear, I would imagine, here. Oh. I don't know how this one is supposed to go.
Ooh, but we're going to find out as they decide to get rid of the Nexus entirely, turn it into the Hellfire Club, and just take 14 power in the mid as Mole Man drops for 4. Here comes the extra 3s, a Hulkling, which is not showing an effect, so we don't see too much as Cannonball's going to hit the Hulkling out to the right. And it hangs on as the Hellfire Club flips for 6. It doesn't undo any ongoings, and they hang on by 1 with the incredibly smart and mildly lucky Scarlet Witch play there.
That is crazy.
Folks, I apologize. Looks like we have to take an emergency break. We will be back in about 30 seconds. Be right back. All right, back to the action, folks, as we see an Anti-Venom hit. Gamma Lab's going to flip over the Bob Anti-Venom and have a 2-to-1 Hulk advantage here. Let's see. Iron
I think
Patriots.
that 2-to-1 Hulk advantage might be a little insurmountable.
But they have Ultron. Doesn't that stand for anything?
I don't think it does.
Dang.
The way in which Bad Musician wins this is purely on stats. Being that far ahead on stats, it's just an invitation to lose.
At the same time, I see that location and I'm like, Cannonball is feasting, is it not? But I get it. I get it.
Alioth. What are you gonna like? I don't know if I would. If my opponent is snapping on a location where they're very ahead, with a world where people are playing things like Alioth in their decks on a Sinister London, I do not feel confident in my Cannonball Mercury play. I feel a distinct lack of confidence in it.
Okay, we get the Iron Patriot down into Pet Mansion with a Valentina making a very interesting turn 3 here with Bar Sinister, our favorite location of the day, but very different stakes here with these two builds.
I think it's just pretty vanishingly unlikely that the Lizard ends up being relevant enough in the Pet Mansion. You could see Gamer thinking the same thing, where, you know, there's a Valentina. That's a 6-drop they get to play here. Most of those are probably bigger than this Lizard anyway, so maybe my job is just do a bunch of Mercury stuff. Yeah, like, give up on this, get as many stats as I possibly can.
Lock everything down. I mean, it's got to feel like a successful flexibility. Put 1, 2, 3 on the board as they go ahead and do Heimdall.
Well, the idea with the Heimdall is you clear up your own Bar Sinister by sending a bunch of Heimdalls around, but none of them can move because there's a Mercury there. So Bar Sinister actually instantly a win for Gamer. Not only that, gets the discount on this unbelievable turn of events. That this is the reverse clip farming. RSM just got clip farmed.
I never thought I'd live to see the day. My God.
Yeah, the Hydra Bob goes out with this snap. All the Mercuries go out. Lady Thor wins that lane, barring, you know, I don't know, Luke Cage randomly generated. Entirely possible,
yeah.
But like that's the thought process here.
Mercury 1. Is there a World 31?
I'm not sure I like moving the second Mercury. I get the idea of like, let's do Prio into stuff.
Yeah, I think they're just also trying to figure out when, as they quake over the Vormir to the opposite side now.
Well, now it is a lost Heimdall lane.
Huh. Look at that. As Red Guardian's just gonna keep Red Guardianing, and that quake alone might have just won this.
That did. The clip is on the other shoe now. The RSM has clip farmed everything back into where it needs to be. There is a cannonball potential, right? Where if Lady Thor goes right, there is Lady Thor plus cannonball is an additional 15 minus 8. It will win that. So it's Negasonic. No, you got to get rid of the Vormir proc. You can't put the Lady Thor down there. You got to play something else down there.
Right.
And then you go for drawing cannonball.
I mean, if you're in at 4 right now, you get a free extra turn to at least try to figure it out. It's just a matter of what are you banking on in draw.
The thing is,
I'm not. There's the snap back for all 7 of Bad Musician's cubes.
I don't think it's a stay. Yeah, I don't think you can do it.
You're banking on too much. The draw basically is saying you have to draw one specific card, and that might not even be enough at this point.
You know, whom the clip farms for, it farms for thee. There is only so much you can do in that scenario.
All right, let's start getting the Jins in hand. Nova drops first for Bad Musician, and Copycat hits Erisham. So it's just a vanilla-ish 3-5.
Beautiful James Ryman Erisham variant there. Just a really cool thing to see. The attempt here from Gamer to make the Jins be one-sided here. Bad Musician pretty likely to use a Jin immediately, expecting more of them. Hala is quite interesting here. I almost wonder...
You kind of have to
This-
compete for it if you're gamer, just because it's locations first, cards second. So even if they try to snap the Bob out and throw it, it wouldn't have made sense. They have to put the power in there.
They also just don't want to snap the Bob because Fisk Tower exists, but there's just so much energy going on here.
Valentina presenting almost every round, it seems like, at this point, with the constant threat of, here, I'm going to put a reduced 6 cost down on this turn, potentially. I do like the Mercury play here of just keep it safe, not needing to have to maybe take the power risk on it. And look, if you lose Scarlet Witch and Bob, you do, but it looks like you're not going to, because Armor is going to flip for Fisk Tower, as well as Sebastian Shaw, because reasons.
This looks like a really bad draw from Bad Musician. Really, really, really aggressively bad. I am wondering a little bit about wanting to Jin here.
You're only sitting on 6 other energy, but they do like the idea of trying to push Bad Musician to the breaking point, because this would bring it to all in for Gamer. Gamer saying, I've got this.
Dangerous.
With not a lot
dangerous
in
proposition.
hand, no?
Well, this proposition relies pretty heavily on Iron Patriot giving you something good.
Let's find out what happens as Null is going to drop in. Watch the
Null at
destructions
minus
from Hala.
3.
Yeah, from
which
the
will go to-
Valentina. 1, 2,
There
3,
is an
and on the power. Ooh, Bob hits the Fisk Tower, loses all of his power.
But that Red Hulk is quite a card here, yeah? There's things that can happen, but this looks like a Jin and hopefully you final turn a bunch of stuff. It's a Jin on the mines and then a copycat. You can't. I think the big fear is there is 12 power on the Hala. 'Cause I don't know if this is a thing you can do otherwise.
Given all of the extra energy, I think you
What I
have to
think
compete
game
for that to
wants
have a
to
chance.
happen
Yeah.
is Vibranium Mines for 4. Red Hulk wins middle. Enough stats to win one of the other 2 lanes.
There's no movement out here. You are working on a lizard, as Leader is going to copy the copycat. So copying the copycat, which is an Arishem of Vanilliness. And Iron Patriot's going to still hit. It's going to reduce down that Red Hulk. Now with a boatload of energy, it's a 313, and they end up getting the Vibranium to try and steal potentially the mid with that. Or do they put the rest of the power into Vibranium Mines? Because remember, Bad Musician now also knows that they're sitting on a Red Hulk, because it did make the animation once.
I'm perturbed as to why the Cosmo would be the play middle and not Red Guardian, which is one more point. I am unsure what the thought process behind that is. I would understand a Cosmo on Vibranium Mines.
Yeah.
Where it's just, don't do something stupid to me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure I understand going for not Cosmo there. This is, if they skip energy,
you have to use all of your energy, otherwise you're going to lose the mid most likely. Unless if they've generated another destroy card, like a Venom, over to Hala, which would be huge for Bad Musician.
It would indeed be huge.
It would probably might be the best draw that they could get right now. As they go
Is
for
the
the fill
fear-
in the lizard lane. Here they go. Here comes the Red
Odin?
Skull, dropping in and tying currently in the fixed tower with the Cosmo and the Vibranium. Shadow King doesn't do anything. It is low on the end, as the Hazmat's going to hit everybody on the board, and the M'Baku is not enough power.
Hazmat lost the mid.
By 1.
Hazmat lost the mid because there were 4 there. Oh no. A brutal. I would imagine, I haven't taken a look at the chat during this. I would imagine that's what the chat is wanting to happen to Arishem, but man, that is some
banking on
dangerous
getting
stuff.
enough. I think they were banking specifically to play the hazmat. Like you said, we both said they knew they had a Red Hulk in hand. It was going to be a 13 power Red Hulk. They did the math to figure out that Red Hulk was not going to scale. They needed to have another card, making it a 4th card in that lane. With that, then there might have been an opportunity to maybe make that happen. But unfortunately, it did not work out. And there's not a really strong hand happening for Bad Musician based on the results of White Palace, no?
Ooh, hitting that Negasonic is quite good. But it doesn't look
helps. That helps.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Hulkbuster getting to merge. Oh, the Scarlet Witch. But it's known context that there's a Scarlet Witch here. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, so I like this. Get rid of the Hulkbuster. They might be thinking, let's do some merge stuff with that. Red Guardian happens again. That's pretty cute. I'm kind of wondering about slapping Iron Patriot down there next turn. But it depends on our ability to play other things with it. If a Lizard shows up, maybe it's an Iron Patriot Lizard angle. That would be probably the best thing that could happen.
So we watch the Red Guardian get rid of the Daredevil ability. And Red Guardian get rid of the Hulkbuster ability. So lots of Red Guardians to go around.
Yep, a real Red Guardian off. What an awful copycat.
Ooh. Just
the problem with the Iron Patriot now is it fills your hand up.
You're sitting on 4. I mean, yeah, you're looking at Scarlet Witch, Iron Patriot, and Hope. But instead,
well, you don't want to use the Scarlet Witch because you got to hold for the limbo. You got to hold that threat.
No, I'm just saying that would be the only way to not fill up with the Iron Patriot as we get Cyclops dropping. And just another dig into the Hulkbuster a little further. Cosmo on the draw.
The Titania copycat. Look at that.
Wow. Look for a little bit of blockage and then try to pull the juke.
Plus, this doesn't have to be a Scarlet Witch the Limbo game.
Mm-hmm.
The extra turn might favor Gamer at this point.
Here comes Hela to do nothing. And Copycat's going to get sent on over as a Titania, courtesy of Iron Patriot. That's actually not a terrible hit right there.
Okay. I don't think you can do the thing that you're thinking about doing.
What? Clip farming is the theme of the day.
I am really interested in this. So obviously, Lizard left wins that.
Yeah.
If you think they're not going to play something on Limbo, you can do Lizard left, Scarlet Witch.
They're going to do it. No.
I think this is a game you want to go 7 turns based on the way this has started to pan out.
I mean, you're going to be able to win Valhalla, and you've got a nice couple of cheap cards to work with. The only thing that I think loses Valhalla if you're dropping the Scarlet Witch is Monster Island, potentially. Actually, no, that would win it because it would activate first. The flip wouldn't happen second, so that would actually still win it for them.
That's it.
And
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Throw the priority.
Whoa. This is definitely
they want to
play.
make sure they do the knock first, then do the location flip.
I was worried that the order was going to swap. I was like, don't take that back. That was right. You had it right. Don't undo it.
Looks like it's a pretty secure play there for Gamer. This is for Bad Musician's tournament life here in the top 8.
I mean, there's a million things that could happen, though. It's Arashim. There could be a randomly generated Juggernaut in the right lane.
This is very true. This is very true.
There could be so much.
The magic and the chaos of Arashim all at once. Holding, thinking. It's Limbo. The Scar taking the priority back. Eliath could win it.
Nah, Eliath is not a big enough points on the right lane.
The 8.
Cannonball still
17,
has 6
you're
points
right.
power.
Yeah, you're right. 17. You're right.
And Eliath just got nerfed. It would be 16.
still not used to that. You're right. Thinking hard about it, reducing down the list. They play both in the mid. Whiff on the Groot. The Cosmic Ghost Rider allows it to stay at 6. Cannonball is going to hit into the Hela and destroy it as Scarlet Witch drops down into Valhalla, which turns into the Abbey, bringing the copycat back to them. And that is how Gamer moves into the semifinals.
Talk about clip farming. That is a great use of 2 pieces of random events that coincide in a way that you have to be smart enough to pick up, which is the Titania allowing that to make sense by filling up that left lane. Once that happens, the limbo becomes not a thing you want to turn off on turn 6. After all, you are a clog deck. Clog decks play Magic. That is the dynamic that Gamer tapped into there. Once you become a clog deck, which is sort of what had to happen in that game, oh, well, why would I get rid of this? I'm actually more afraid of them legioning me than I want to actually do this. And that is how that went down.
Absolutely wild to watch. And this is why we have the best of the best here at the World Finals. We get to see these reads, we get to see these plays, and how they mitigate the RNG. Now we go into a top 8 matchup of Watermelon versus Nethiel, where it is move on move, but it really might end up being a story of Juggernaut versus the world.
Am I correct in saying this is the same Watermelon who was second place in the second qualifier with the Invisible Woman deck?
I believe so.
That I am.
I believe so, if I remember correctly.
Difference in this game is going to be draw quality here, which is one of these players has a Human Torch, one of these players has a Spider Punk. Against a lot of people, that's not the biggest difference in the world. Against the exact opposite, it is way better to have the Human Torch than the Spider Punk.
Yeah.
I honestly wonder if there's a world where the play here from Watermelon is, I'm going to do as much guessing as I can of where this Human Torch is going to go with the Spider Punk, because I need every possible option to make sure that guy stays within control.
True. As we're going to see a Spider Punk move over, which I'm a little surprised with, but I'm going to hope that it's just in regards to a Hellion or Cloak play happening into the next turn.
The Spider Punk's moving to try to ping the Human Torch. Like, that's the idea. It's moving for that reason.
Yeah, because moves will resolve first. True. As they can go ahead and bring it back, so it'll hit something at least this time.
Yeah, but I think this one is all but over. Frankly, it has already happened. There is already the spider. The Human Torch is already too big. I don't think this is a controllable game anymore.
Got multiple.
There is the ever-present possibility. There is the ever-present possibility of play Hellion now, simply draw our own Human Torch and Aranya Sparky it. That is a possibility of something that can happen. Is it the kind of thing that we'd feel incredibly confident in? I'm a lot less sure.
Interesting. I'm trying to see where they're looking to go with this. And which will not activate because Cosmo will reveal first. They play it down. Spider-Punk's going to reduce down the Ghost Spider. Craven goes up via the Human Torch for both sides. Human Torch is going to double the 24. Here comes the Cosmo, followed by the Cloak for power, as Sparky then drops in, and their own Spider-Punk reveals with the ability to move out via Madam Web.
So here the question is basically for Watermelon. How do we make sure that there are no points invested in whatever lane that Human Torch ends up in? And if we do that, can we beat the rest of their moves? Because to me, the Human Torch has become wholly unbeatable. It is no longer a thing that we can have any hope of doing anything about. So what lanes can we actually put this stuff in that allow us to still win this game?
It looks like they're investing it as throwing the
Aranya. No, what I think is very funny about this is the Aranya Heimdall. The theory is if it's a Heimdall on Heimdall, the Aranya will
win by one.
The Heimdalls by one.
And I think that is probably the right play because Spider-Punk going to the right doesn't make any sense. This is potentially a Sparky or Ghost Spider kick out. And
it is a Sparky kick out on the Spider-Punk.
Oh, it's not. They bring the Spider-Punk over to the left. It's not a Heimdall play as Spider-Punk's going to hit the Human Torch on the right. Spider-Punk's going to hit the Aranya over there on the left. Spider-Punk on Watermelon side's going to come back into the middle lane and do its piece. There is the Heimdall. Heimdall throws on down, brings everybody over to the left. We're going to fast forward the entire action, bring us to 12 power, and the Juggernaut is just there for enough power to take over the left lane. The 12 versus 14, it does survive, and that extra Aranya power might have been used better elsewhere.
It turns out, I don't really think you could have said that to begin with. It's really just, again, it's like you have to make sure in those situations that you don't invest any power in the lane where the Human Torch is, because it will not matter. The Human Torch is going to win it. So if that 11 power had gone somewhere else, then yeah, that's a super winnable game. Let's say that 11 power goes on the left. It feels incredible. You're very happy about that.
Yeah.
But it's entirely impossible to know what will actually happen to Human Torch. That's the iron law of playing against a move deck, is that it is always possible to win. You just have to get your read exactly correct.
Yeah. As the Omega Red might bring some sorry, not Omega Red, the Kid Omega might bring some interesting cheeky stuff potentially on maybe like a Hellion play, for example. Kind of its own move in a way of just giant block bodies. And I like the Cosmo right here, given that you've got 3 activators to work with already, and this helps to remove some of that potential from the Heimdalls.
I wonder about just getting Spider-Punk down now, since your turn 5 perhaps spoken for. I think at this point, yeah, your turn 5 is definitely spoken for. So now it's like, all right, yeah. We definitely don't want to be playing Cloak when our opponent has Dagger Spider-Punk. That's just not the thing we want to be doing. It's got to be one-sided, so it's a Hellion angle. What gets invested where? Is this a Spider-Punk investment machine? Or is Spider-Punk just being played and then Ghost Spidered? Where are we holding the Aranya for later so we can maybe get it with a Human Torch if that happens? It's entirely possible.
Bringing the Spider-Punk over first, allowing it its free move later, as we watch a snap come from Nethiel on this moment. Reading into Nethiel's deck and the differences they have from it.
I don't know what that snap would mean. Probably I drew Madam Web would be the thing you'd be the most afraid of here.
Madam Web and Sparky down together on 4.
Something along those lines is the kind of thing you'd snap on. It's just like they didn't play the Madam Web, and they definitely would have if they hadn't drawn it. If they had it already, so they must have just drawn it. That snap is so late that I almost wonder if it's like not even so much that, just like a semi-bluff snap where my opponent is taking forever to do this. And
exactly.
Like, all right,
that's
my
the,
hand
like,
is pretty...
I'm all in, you know, like that's what that push kind of felt like. And yeah, I think you have no choice here with the rocks down. You got a Madam Web at this point. Get the rock to be a little bit more flexible.
Craven on Big House is really interesting. I wonder if you're supposed to start using your Madam Webs immediately or not.
And with the locking of Avengers Compound on 5, I think you have to start factoring that in, like, ASAP.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. This feels a little favored for Watermelon. This is Craven Dagger, right? This feels pretty reasonable to me. Dagger here, you Craven there, you move something somewhere.
Looks like they're
using the Madam Web on the Spider Punk is a very, very reasonable thing to do. You're probably going to move it off of there at some point, so I almost wonder if it might not be better to use it on the Aranya, but sure.
Look for the guarantee 2 hit.
Order is bad here. Yeah, you play the Craven first and then you activate the Aranya. That's correct.
Get that on down. Easy 2. Spider-Punk for the Nithil is going to go ahead and hit the Aranya, take away 2 off of that. Craven drops into the big house as Aranya on Watermelon's side is going to activate the Dagger. It's going to hit for all 4 right away. It's going to add 8 more power to it as Ghost Spider reveals for Nithil, bringing Spider-Punk into the big house, making Craven go up another 2, but it's going to lose those 2 right back as Spider-Punk takes it all back in, and the Cloak is going to move into the mid for Nithil, making this Avengers compound play on 5 very interesting, considering that there is priority in play for Watermelon.
Yeah, this is Dagger goes to the right, Spider-Punk goes to the mid, presumably. What has to be thought about is all of the other things happening here. That is also something that has to be thought about, that little hover over the snap here. I wonder if it's less equity to snap here, though, in a world where you expect them to retreat.
Aren't they also shooting themselves in the foot because they can't play Heimdall right on 6?
I don't necessarily think that Heimdall is going to be there to do his effect.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. In this layout, based on that, knowing you only have a Vibranium
the board is
in
so
hand,
full. The board is so full that you're not getting much out of a Heimdall moving anyway. When you look at the cards that would actually move, it's all the stuff in the front row. You kind of want your Dagger to stay on the right anyway. That's like a really big card. So all the cards that are moving, the stuff in the front row is not really relevant.
And a very exciting location for both players in Elysium, where I expect to see a bunch of floating being very strategic right here as we move to Crown City for an extra +4 right in the mid, where you want to see the crown.
I mean, to me, this is very who has the payoffs.
Yeah, right now.
Watermelon has
something
none of them.
crazy happens in the right.
Watermelon has no payoffs.
And the 2 good boys show up. Ones are drawn for both players, and we get our first scaler in play with Dagger.
These Cosmos are just the scariest thing on Earth. There's really not another way about
Cosmos
it.
At that, yes. That's the
You
scarier
have
part.
no idea if any on reveal will ever happen.
Mm-hmm. Sitting on so much reduction and so many cheap cards right now. As the Human Torch does drop, I mean, I have to assume we're looking at a move right now, whether it's Madam Web or the Ghost Spider, and put into play Human Torch now being able to move 3 times and start thinking about where that's going to land. Because you've got the Craven you could move out right now, and then you could do up to 3 moves very easily.
Well, how do you get the Ghost Spider to actually work? More than that, how do you get the Ghost Spider to work in a way that keeps it on the Madam Web lane?
You move out the Cosmo next turn.
But their Cosmo's still there. I don't think you could ever feel confident about getting those multiple moves. I think this is actually... I think what's happening is there's going to be a turn 5 Heimdall.
Oh, consider you got a free Ghost Spider to mess around with that later on too. And now we see a snap come down from Watermelon. You might be right with that turn 5 Heimdall play, as their Cosmo's going to move over to the right. Ghost Spider for Nithil is going to bring the Human Torch over into Elysium and drop their own Hellion into Hell's Kitchen. Now we've got the reveal of the Dagger and the Human Torch for Watermelon, who goes and starts to ramp up the 2 Cravens in Crown City, putting the extra +4 in favor of Watermelon, who now takes priority. With a top deck of Spider-Punk, do you still do the potential Heimdall on 5? And then make Chaos Reign with whatever you top deck after this?
I have never been more sure in my life that this is move Craven to the right, Heimdall left. I've never been more sure in my entire life of anything ever. Apparently, I'm wrong, but I really want to do that.
It feels like a good move, but it also
I don't
might
know
be
that
an
it's actually a good
overinvestment.
enough move. Well, the reason I want to do it is because it's not an overinvestment. You're stacking both Dagger and Human Torch, and that still allows you to redistribute them with this. Now, if you want to overinvest, the Ghost Spider is actually the thing you do. What you can do, I don't know if there's a good way to do it.
They might be just manipulating the Cosmo to focus where Juggernaut could only have an effect here.
I am torn by the way this has gone down. It doesn't hit that. I could be way off base, but it does seem like a very awkward scenario here.
And they run out of time debating about that final Ghost Spider potential play as they drop down their Spider-Punk. Here comes the Dagger flip for Nethiel on the right. Madam Web is now going to be able to kick out either Ghost Spider or Human Torch for Nethiel. And now we've got a Spider-Punk move, potentially a Ghost Spider move, and
the idea
Heimdall
is
that could drop.
It doesn't work. There's a Cosmo there. So the idea is just, our Human Torch is bigger? But I don't think it is, because there's a Craven there. In fact, I would go so far as to say it can't be Spider-Punk that moves to the right there. Oh, no, they're saying it is Spider-Punk because that shrinks their Human Torch. Is that more or less power than Dagger? Who's going to the right here?
I think they're looking to hit their Human Torch, because even if their Human Torch gets the move, which I think they're trying to factor multiple moves right now. Like there could be an extra play in here. I'm just trying to think, if you're playing around, because Ghost Spider's already down on the board for Nethiel, and they're running out of time trying to lock in their decision, and it's going to be just a mega Heimdall move. We might see Heimdall on Heimdall and just watch the numbers scale.
The issue is...
Ooh, here we go. And it's going to be the Human Torch.
Here comes the Spider-Punk misses!
Because the movement order based on when they were played.
But the Craven looks like it's going to be moving out to the left here. If that is a Heimdall on the left.
On the left, it is a Heimdall. Clears out Hell's Kitchen. We go to a tie-break scenario and fight for Crown City as Human Torch goes up and Dagger goes up, and it's just not enough to steal Crown City away from Watermelon by 1.
I wonder about that Spider-Punk, because the question in that situation is it going to be Spider-Punk on the right, or is it going to be Dagger on the right? If it was Dagger on the right, I think that ends up as a more powerful play for Watermelon there in the situation that happened.
Wow. I mean, this is one of the reasons so many players look at Move and go, I don't know, because we're even sitting here and trying to calculate it ourselves to figure out best possible scenario, move this order, that goes, that hits in that order, and activate and reveal, and it's just daunting. Call it what it is. It is just daunting. And it is incredibly fun to watch because I loathe playing it.
The double Ghost Spider is the kind of thing that you look at and you're like, that has to be good, but it's kind of not. Double Craven kind of legitimately better here. Get the Aranya down is really interesting though, because again, like there is a really using that move is really dangerous, but I like it. You got to get the Ghost Spider value somehow. Steal, double Spider Punk, and then there's Aranya activate into Ghost Spider, and then there is Heimdall, and you just say that's enough.
Yeah, just keep the control of these Cravens in line, especially the one on the right, via the double move from... Ooh, Juggernaut whiffs! Again, Juggernaut not really bringing value to Nethil in this matchup for the second time, as we see the Spider-Punk for Watermelon make 2 moves, hit twice, and make Nethil's cards look back to vanilla.
Hold on, the order here is bad. If you're going to play the Sparky, you play the Sparky first. Now, I'm not sure you're going to play the Sparky, but if you are going to play the Sparky, that happens first.
Right, because it'll be looking at the last card moved. And if you're going to do the Aranya...
It will still be... No, it's not even about the last card moved. It's about the fact that you might play Ghost Spider. You might play Ghost Spider next turn. If you draw like if you draw like a Hellion, you want the last card played to be the Human Torch, right? So you play Sparky first, and then you activate Aranya on a Human Torch. Unless you are 100% locked in on Heimdall, that is what you're doing. There's just no reason to order it differently. Like, the Sparky will still work on the Human Torch. I'm not going to sit here and like act like that's what's going on here. It's just you've forever removed your ability to say play Ghost Spider Hellion if you think that's a better option than Heimdall to threaten it.
Ooh, I like this snap.
That's the kind of edge that can be really worrying.
I like this snap from Watermelon. Looking at we're through 4 turns, and you have nothing down in any kind of green power or movement or potential. Even if they had nothing, I would have loved that snap nevertheless. As we go to Genosha.
Playing Juggernaut on turn 4 is... Like, we talked about how bad Juggernaut is in this specific matchup and how scary he is just generally as a scary card. He's scary on turn 6. That dude is not scary on turn 4. You are not sitting here like, wow, I'm terrified of Juggernaut here. Bar Sinister carries implications for a move deck. Aranya and Sparky will actually happen before Bar Sinister copies. So if you get an Aranya into this situation, you will be able to make an entire lane of the biggest dudes of all time.
And as we watch Sparky get dropped down, unfortunate that it's hitting the Jotunheim, because that lane is just going to allow us the opportunity to see Sparky slowly slip into the negative. I wonder...
I don't know if that's as big of a problem as you think.
As KM Best works on all of the fun technical side of things, I think we take a look at knowing that Craven's going to be able to ramp up on Jotunheim, and... seeing the Spider-Punk. I mean, Spider-Punk's is a Bar Sinister. We've seen that already happen once before. It's interesting, nevertheless, but they decide to not go down that route. They just play a singular Spider-Punk, and they're going to maybe try to keep up with what that Human Torch is going to want to go and do. Now we look at this and say, is there a chance here to constantly predict Human Torch for Human Torch moves?
I don't know if that's a game you even want to play. I fear that Human Torch is such a trump card in this matchup that you will end up in awkward scenarios against it almost every time. Once this is happening, Bar Sinister also makes it a lot harder for you to put yourself in a situation where you can feel confident winning the non-Human Torch lane, because they might just be able to Juggernaut you on Bar Sinister on the final turn of the game with their big Human Torch.
There goes the Human Torch move into the Craven lane via the Ghost Spider. I'm assuming Madam Web. No, it's a Cosmo dropping down here into Jotunheim. Everybody's going to take a reduction, so I'm assuming this is a Hellion, most likely, into Genosha.
Real rock fight here, gotta say. This is just...
Can we maybe Pebbles at this point? Like,
not a lot happening for a guy with a Human Torch. This is just a very awkward situation. I don't know if you are legally allowed to play that Aranya anywhere but the right lane here.
It feels like the wrong move because it's a 0 power card when all is said and done, but I think you have no choice, because you have no other major activators or rampers or movers. I think you have to play Aranya and get ready to maybe do some dagger shenanigans, like try to steal
I think
Heimdall, you know, make a whole bunch of Heimdalls and then send one over back into Jotunheim afterwards. Like, I'm throwing rocks, KM, work with me.
I think we have approached the point of this game where everything is super incredibly weird. What the Aranya allows you to do here is set up for daggering Bar Sinister, which if you activate Aranya onto the Bar Sinister, it will copy the dagger that has double activated. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, the Human Torch is just sort of arbitrarily large here.
As we see Spider-Punk move, Spider-Punk goes and takes a little hit off of Kraven. Genosha clears up the lane a little bit, leaves the Kraven exclusively in the left. And now we work to...
It's Aranya Dagger. Or Aranya whatever, really, right? And the question is then, does 6 points win? And the answer is...
Maybe.
No, right?
Sort of, kind of.
I can't figure out a way this doesn't get heinously juggernauted. I also, the 8 billion Sparkies that happen here, I don't know where the Human Torch ends up. I assume he ends up where he is and approximately 1,000 power. That is my understanding.
Give or take a few thousand, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is for Nathiel's Tournament Life, so he's got to have it. I mean, if he commits,
I suspect
this is
he
it.
wins here. I find it hard to believe that the guy with 1,000 power is going to lose this lane somehow.
Thousand power seems to be the way to go. The 1 point extra in priority is huge here. Absolutely huge here. To favor Nathiel. Because of the Cosmo, as we watch the Human Torch start all of the shenanigans. Human Torch 1.
The Kraven is
Human
interesting.
Torch 2. Do we see it again? Most likely. Human Torch 3. Now we're going up even further. That's now 74. They stop it there, load it up with Cloak, Madam Web, and Dagger for some extra pieces. The Aranya is going to bring the Dagger.
They lose.
Then over into Jotunheim. Kraven goes up too, but it doesn't matter because Dagger's going to take on 8 as all of the 9 daggers load up into Bar Sinister. And as much as a 74 power Human Torch feels good, Watermelon takes it home.
It's the Kraven on the left, right? I was talking about how Juggernaut would win, but if you're moving that card, it moves back into the left and buffs the Kraven, which means that there wasn't enough power in the rest of his hand. It was a dagger, it was a Madam Web, and there just wasn't enough power to beat 10 power there. It just wasn't there. Something that would have won that game is the same play, but you activate that other Cosmo one more time and cloak Juggernaut. That's 9 power, and it does win. But it just doesn't actually. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Like the bravery to stay in that from Watermelon's side,
yes,
was so incredibly impressive to me. Yeah. I cannot stress that enough. I thought this was over. I thought it was going to be, 10 power there, whether that be a Heimdall or whatever. All of that stuff, which the Heimdall actually doesn't work because it would puff the Kraven even more. That was entirely down to the Kraven. That was entirely down to the Kraven and the extremely brave play to play a 1 energy card on turn 5 with nothing else in order to enable that dagger play on the final turn of the game.
Move mastery is nothing to mess around with. It is something to master. It is absolutely insane watching all of that play out the way that it did. As someone, like I said, I loathe playing it because it's incredibly difficult, but that's why it's here. In not just the top 8, but now definitely into the semi-finals. The matchups are already set to go. I'm going to put up the bracket on the board for you all as we get ready for the semifinals. In the semis now, we have Gamer, Teebs, Zapgaze, and Watermelon. Any initial comments before we go to a very, very short break?
It's been a while, but I can confidently say that I genuinely know all of these players. And that is a very, very funny outcome to actually be looking at. I want to give a special shout out to Teebs. They have been quite sick of the sort of combo nature of the metagame. Made no secret of that. To do so well in a tournament where it's basically like building up to this with Arishem is just like, I would argue that the selection of Arishem for Teebs was a bit of a white flag. They were just like, I don't want to deal with this metagame. I refuse to do it. I'm going to play Arishem, and look at what it has done for them.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. Like I said, we're going to take about a 30-45 second break, and we'll be right back with the semifinals here at the Golden Gauntlet. Semifinals. We're here. We're down to the top 4 players. With absolute certainty, this is now the best of the best. It has been months in the making. We are here to take a look at 4 very different decks that have made it into this amazing, amazing top 4. I'm floored at the diversity, and it makes me so happy at having that diversity.
I get what you're saying, and I'm with you. But also, it's very funny to start that off and then go right into an Arishem deck.
It's diverse.
It's just
It's all
one
of
of
the
the
diversity.
possible things that you can do here.
All of the
Arishem,
diversity.
likely the villain. Again, I'm not really looking at chat, but likely the villain of this tournament here. Typically has been previously, but I think this is actually an extremely well-constructed Arishem deck. It has the relevant tech. It has enough surprise value in it to be dangerous. When I looked over the Arishem decks, Teebs is stuck out to me as the one that I thought was best constructed in this current metagame. I'm not surprised that someone as talented as they are has brought the deck as far as they have.
And even though very often Arishem is looked at in that villainy style aspect of that uncontrollable amount of RNG, clearly it can be wrangled and you can utilize it to your advantage. That is what Teebs has been doing throughout this entire tournament, and now they are in the Final Four. They're going to be facing up against Gamer, who we saw earlier as well, showcasing this super giant cannonball list where I think we're back to the same style of matchup, no?
I don't know who this Gamer has had a very tough match already against an Arishem Gamer. Right. Where he is not favored. He is about to run into what I would consider a better version of that deck, where he will be equally not favored. Where Gamer has the advantage is that Gamer is, more than anyone else I know, maybe more than anyone else in MarvelSnap, the super giant player. This is a man who is up there with names like Stefan in terms of being a super giant one trick easily. This is the comfort pick for this man, and he will have to use every bit of interaction knowledge in order to scrape out a win against the deck that just fundamentally has more points available to it.
I don't have favorites, but I do have matchup analysis. And as I look at it, I get scared when I see Supergiant in any deck, in any opposition. And if they are the pilots that you say they are, it's going to make for an incredibly exciting matchup. After that match, we're going to be heading into Zapgaze showcasing Cerebro 3 again, without the opponent concern this time of a Red Skull.
I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but after getting through the Red Skull matchup, I think the rest of this could potentially just be smooth sailing. In theory, there's a lot of favored matchups remaining in how this sort of top four is starting to shape up. And that has always been the appeal of Cerebro. It is a deck that is consistently, in my opinion, underrated by nearly everyone. I do not think enough people think of this deck as one of the best decks in the game. Everyone respects Move. When I did my tier list a week ago, the deck that was right next to Move was Cerebro. People don't respect Cerebro the same way they respect Move. They just don't. There are not nearly as many people who are building to beat Cerebro as they are to build to beat Move. So if you zoom out of all of this, if you actually accept that analysis is correct, Cerebro is like the second best deck in the game, nobody's building to beat it. This feels like a very obvious choice in retrospect, even though it definitely wasn't, as Zapgaze was the only Cerebro 3 player in the field.
Yeah, I think the allure of Cerebro 4 felt so appropriate as you watched Shadow King and Mercury progress their way out of Cerebro 2, which was probably the best previous build, and then move both of them into a Cerebro 4 style build, which did incredibly well in this tournament. But the Cerebro 3 build is the one that's standing with us here in the finals, in the semifinals, excuse me, going up against Watermelon's move deck that we just saw in the last match. In this,
so this is
scaling, like this, whoa, there's a lot of chaos. No,
I don't think there's as much chaos as you think.
Really?
I think this is just, all right, I'd be worried about this. I care about this. If I'm the Cerebro player, there are a couple things that matter. If they don't get Human Torch and you get multiple Cerebros, you're probably winning the game. If they get Human Torch and you get multiple Cerebros, you probably have to figure out where the Human Torch is not going to be. You don't necessarily need those tech cards, but I'm really interested to see the snap dynamics of this matchup, because I do think they will hinge pretty heavily on the existence of Human Torch. There is another card I want to specifically call out here, though, and that is the Rogue. In as much as I had any influence on the deck that Zapgaze played, the Rogue was definitely a part of that, where it was just, we want another tech card in here. There has to be some kind of agency here. Rogue on a Madam Web is a very relevant thing to do.
Definitely, especially given the lines that we just saw in the last matchup. I do want to shout out here that it's only been a week, and the season pass in Spider-Punk made 2 of the top 4 decks. Like, very cool. Very, very cool. And if you, ladies and gentlemen, want your own Spider-Punk, please head to the MarvelSnap web shop in the links in the Twitch chat. KM, my friend, are you ready?
Born ready.
Let's do it. Let's head on in. It is Teebs versus Gamer here in the semifinals for the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. Let's go as we open up here with Quicksilver. Fastos is a nice line on this deck.
Mind Stone is hand clog here.
Yes.
That's
especially after
worry.
Olympia.
that is why, right? Like, if the Mind Stone was played here, there wouldn't be a draw. I am fairly certain that that is what I would do here. But Teebs thinking better of it with just a snap, and honestly rewarded for thinking better of it by drawing that Power Stone right there.
Nice light 1/3, just a little tiny power there as we see the Iron Patriot drop down for Gamer over into Olympia.
It's the angle here is holding Mind Stone for after Fastos. That's the thing that is happening here to get that Fastos value. Something that I strongly suspect has never been gotten in a Golden Gauntlet before.
I mean, a 0/1 that's going to put a reduction on there and a card draw and a 1/5 that feels good. And now a 1/4. We've got the entire rainbow. We just need the big purple guy,
which comes off of that Space Stone right now.
Yep.
Big purple guy is on his way.
Do you hold more stones to make it look like I maybe didn't draw reality, or do you just say, deal with this?
I think the argument for it would just be, I would rather play the Shadow King now for points and then hold reality for the turn that I play Thanos, because he will cost 5, we will have 6 energy.
Right.
That's about it. If you're worried about like the rest of this, though, it's just like, the reason you'd hold reality is you're worried about Negasonic potentially. If you're just not thinking you're going to give up priority, there's not much to worry about.
The Valentina has got to feel good here too.
Thanos, of course, costing 4 thanks to Fastos instead. And a clone. Ooh. That Thanos, that's the guy. There are so many things going on here. First of all, don't have to worry. Ooh, not even cloning the Thanos.
Wait, but
not.
I was going to say, I mean, yes, the Shadow King onto rescue might look nice, but
I would simply clone the 22 power 4 drop. Yes. I gotta imagine that is something that I would feel comfortable cloning. Yes.
Unless if there's, I mean, the Iron Patriot is what made rescue, so
a lot of cheap rescues there. Like, it is possible the rescue is going to be big, but just make them have to do that is sort of the thing.
Yeah. Okay, make
the Fastos
rescue
value, by the way.
Oh,
immense
huge.
This game.
As they go for the double rescue value into power with Supergiant. Just play the power thing. I don't know if they're going to have a 14... Sorry, add another 5 to it. So a 9 power card to steal cloning that's back. So Thanos in the left would also reduce down the Lizard.
I'm looking at Valentina in the left maybe a little bit is sort of the thing I'm wondering about. Mercury in it's the same thing. It's 5 points of power, right?
Yeah, when all is said and done. I mean, Monster Metropolis giving the buff. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 versus 6, so...
Yeah,
Gamer doesn't feel good about it.
pretty unwinnable for Gamer. Yeah, this is the exact kind of thing that the deck wants to do. It's not just like, oh, I'm going to draw all the Thanos. It's just like, I'm going to do something, and that something is going to give me an unapproachable number of points. Good luck with that, right? Yeah. And there was an unapproachable number of points there, and good luck with that. Ha!
Ego Irish, and they both snap. No way.
Let's do it.
No
Let's
way.
do it.
We've got an 8 cube potential here on an Ego match in the semifinals of the Golden Gauntlet.
I cannot stress enough how much I think Teebs is favored here. Obviously, it's Ego. Anything can happen. Teebs has more energy, more stuff, more things. I don't know what that copy can is. We'll find out when it gets played.
Unless if Teebs finally clicks it, but we'll see. There goes the Iron Patriot. I mean, just get comfortable, man. I mean, we're going for a ride here.
Sure.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good as Astral Play's gonna give some free cards too. No way. No way. Luke Cage drops into Daily Bugle. And everybody gets the stuff. Here comes a free Thanos and a free Lizard in the right, which is actually a huge hit. Huge hit, because now we're looking at a negative Lizard if that lane gets filled up. We get the Copycat to drop down over in that lane into the Cosmo lane, so it's probably a dead potential card. There goes Scream into the mid, Copycat into the right. Flip us over. We've got Hydra Bob, Scarlet Witch, so no ego removal by itself, but Mindscape also drops into all of it. And now everything flips completely as the Valentina's gonna give huge value over to Gamer when all is said and done.
This is unbelievable.
This is a wild play. They're gonna receive a 4/9 Orca in exchange. Negasonic Teenage Warhead goes down into the astral plane. Let's flip both hands over. Copycat's still in existence, and Luke Cage gonna be destroyed in the Negasonic lane, and the Copycat's gonna go over into Ego on the left. Gamer had nothing. There was nothing they could do there.
That game was so crazy that I made a gesture with my hands that pulled the USB connection to my camera out of... I don't want to talk about it, okay?
It was a mind-breaking, computer-breaking,
unbelievable
round to watch for 4 cubes. For 4 cubes. Holy.
I am shocked that Gamer snapped back out of what I can only assume to be a deeply misguided belief in snapping on Ego.
Or out of respect for snapping on Ego.
That is just, I mean, I guess it's just what you do, but that is a bad matchup to snap Ego on when the whole problem with the matchup is, boy, do they have a lot more power than me in your average draw. Wow. A card that removes your ability to play for that power, that's dangerous.
People are going to be talking about that for weeks. I have a feeling. Wild to watch as Cosmo drops and Groot whiffs.
I mean, that would be a thing that is kind of a problem for Teebs if there wasn't a Spider-Punk Mockingbird coming down there, which all but guarantees the win on the Grand Prix and some extra points for that Spider-Punk. Yeah. This feels like Gamer is losing 2 cubes here on the Mount Vesuvius retreat.
I mean, you did state earlier that it's all about Supergiant, but every time we've seen Supergiant, it's been unfortunately just nothing of note. 2 times in a row.
I don't know that I said that. I thought I said it was all about points. And no, boy, is it all about points.
No. The Supergiant player, if anybody's going to be able to pilot a Supergiant deck, it's Gamer. Yes. And unfortunately, the use cases of Supergiant that we've seen so far have not been able to utilize the best of what that card's ability can do. Not just because of the matchup necessarily, just also because of the draws of the order in which it's happened. And Teebs now setting themselves up for what could be potentially a clean sweep as we head into round number 4 and what has to feel like a free snap.
RSM gamers gonna RSM game. This is what happens when you fully devote yourself to clip farming, it seems. Yeah.
There it is.
Free snap.
Yep.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. All right, gamer, they're in.
Clip
All right.
farming.
This could be what sends Teebs to the world final. Let's find out. Stay tuned. That Shadow King in Weir Island could be very interesting, but Gamer says, hang on, we ain't done here. We got the snap going on in. Bob ideally trying to land in Weir, doesn't go into Weir, goes over into the right-hand lane.
A weirdly potentially useful Killmonger here, and a great Bifrost for someone playing Spider-Punk.
Yeah. Being able to drop that Spider-Punk down now, try to hit that lizard lane, slide everything out, and then get another move later safely.
A fairly atrocious Cosmic Ghost Rider is mimicked only in atrociousness by the fairly atrocious Cosmo that comes down across from it.
That's fair. Just the big question here is it fairly atrocious?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Just making sure.
Just making sure.
We're in the, yeah, that we're on the same page there. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Bifrost
Totally
is going to go off. So we're going to see the Spider-Punk hitting down that lizard. Already 3 cards in the lane. So we're looking at a unaffected lizard, essentially, in position 1, as everybody's going to take a shimmy over into the Bifrost. Spider-Punk activates, hits bottom lizard. And with the 2 lizards in the same lane, I'm a little confused.
I think this is just kind of what happens when you play this matchup. If I had to put myself in Gamer's mindset right now, it would be, I was lucky to beat this matchup one time. I'm not getting lucky now. I've just got to play as many points as I possibly can.
Looking at the disabling of Hydra Bob and Iron Patriot, so nothing can slide. Nothing
I'm a
can
little
produce.
perturbed by the Space Stone anywhere but middle. This is saying that, like, I'm drawing something that matters. I'm going to be doing something that's important. That Space Stone ended up being exactly perfect.
Destroyed. Is this now just Shadow King Killmonger mid?
I don't think you want to Shadow King mid.
King it. No.
I think it's just
because
dump
it's a Cosmo
power.
lane, so I'm thinking the power of it, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. Nightcrawler Enchantress, yeah? Oh.
Don't Killmonger
if
mid.
You do the
can't Killmonger
Killmonger
mid. You can't Killmonger mid.
And
you can't Shadow King mid either.
That's the point, is just to get 2 cards there.
Just the power.
And have as because you don't want the Killmonger to happen.
You'll reduce down
and
the
you
2
don't want a
lizards.
Shadow King on the right lane. So it's just you don't have 10 power. Cannonball is a card that is prominent in my mind right now. It seems like kind of what I would play on the middle here.
Here we go. Over into the right-hand side. There's the Cannonball. Hits out the Spider-Punk, which is going to reduce down the Negasonic Teenage Warhead into the left. Killmonger and Shadow King drop into the Bifrost with the Nightcrawler to finish it. And Teebs moves on to the World Championship Final, rocking Arishem.
That is what happens. I think people chalk this up to like, oh, Arishem is better in Golden Gauntlets. Arishem is better in Golden Gauntlets. That was just a really favored matchup for what Arishem is. And I think people don't really give enough credit to what Arishem is and how it is positioned in a metagame. They look at it as just, oh, it's just random stuff. It's just random stuff. They're going to value, it's all the random. People talk about the random with Arishem. But actually, it has a pretty defined space. The defined space Arishem exists in is it's bigger than the mid-range decks. It bullies the mid-range decks.
Yeah.
And right there, that is a classic thing that happens to you if you play a mid-range deck into Arishem. Given a long enough sample size, it will bully you out of the game. And that was the case of Arishem getting relatively lucky and also having a very powerful matchup in their favor. That is just how that worked out for Teebs. But I do think that I really want to stress that a lot of people seem to dislike Arishem because they think it is this sort of impossible to play against thing, when actually it's nebulous in terms of exactly how it's going to do what it does, but it mostly does similar things game to game.
KM, I got to interrupt because what you called earlier is what's about to go down. They just started Zap Gaze versus Watermelon, and the Rogue just got dropped here on turn 3 as Madam Web is placed into the White Palace. Right away, predictions have been made, and you are calling them beautifully, my friend.
It's a really scary card. That is, the question was like, if you're playing a card for move, would you rather it be Rogue or Valkyrie? And Rogue is a lot easier to make sure it actually does something, because Valkyrie, you have both Juggernaut in some builds, you have the fact that all the cards move, you have all of this stuff. Would you prefer? Either one of them is, I think, justifiable. Rogue is, I think, significantly better thanks to being cheaper, and because this is another matchup where we talk about size, right? Who goes taller? If you simplify MarvelSnap down enough, it's going to be about who has more points. Not always. That's the beauty of it. Sometimes distributed points don't do as well as specific points. But this is a matchup where, on average, there will be more distributed points on the Cerebro side of the board. However, that is not always what happens. And that means that this is a matchup that will depend greatly on the bits of RNG in the form of the locations. We see here a Nidavellir absolutely ruining Zapgaze's game plan unless he gets to a... Well, that is a snap that comes in from Watermelon because there is a Nidavellir there. Zapgaze can only stay this if he is confident in his chances of drawing a Scarlet Witch.
And they like it. They like it. Even on turn 2, without the Scarlet Witch in play, we see a Valley of the Hand and a Sentinel, so we're not there yet. No Scarlet yet. Knowing that the Bast also has the possibility in Lake Hellas, that's fine. Something to keep an eye on. You're going to have to clog the left, no? Because of the existence of M'Baku.
It is well, now you don't have to do that at all, but you don't really want to draw M'Baku because none of this is going to matter if there isn't a Scarlet Witch, and now the Cosmo is there, and there can't be a Scarlet Witch. So,
true.
A little bit dunzo here, but it doesn't have to be dunzo, because Jeff can move out of there, which means there is now a very viable potential for the Cerebro lane to be the middle lane. Makari did not ruin it.
Okay, it all came down to Makari, I think, at that point, so... Okay, we're looking... like there's still something to work with here. Not a lot, but there's still something to work with.
Now it's just Cerebro has to be the draw. But what this does for Watermelon is mean that the middle is an instant win. And then the question is just, how big is the maximum possible Cerebro?
Yeah.
What can be done in order to beat the maximum possible Cerebro with that Human Torch? How many moves is it going to take? Can I get 3 more moves into this Human Torch, at which point I will beat probably any Cerebro outcome?
We watch Sentinels continue to fill with the hope that we see a Cerebro in play. And over in the Valley of the Hand, we get a Sentinel plus M'Baku going into Lake Hellas. They've basically straight up given up. Unless if they draw the Cerebro right now, and they have the ability to scale M'Baku and Cerebro to turn this to Cerebro 5-ish?
That is legally a play they could make.
I don't know if it's the play they want to make, but it's a play they can make.
I am guessing that the thought process there was, I'm drawing Scarlet Witch, and I can bluff them out of doing this. It could have also been, we're going to try to win Nidavellir and then win one of the other lanes. Like, what if they don't have enough points to just beat 12 in every lane?
Mm-hmm.
What if the goal is just we like fill up Nidavellir here and just call it a day and say good luck with that? That seems to be the plan.
It looks like they're saying you're going to throw the left, so I feel confident in just having more points in the mid.
You're going to throw one of these lanes, and I'm going to win the mid and lock it in for 4.
And they drop it in on the right almost as time runs out. There goes the Human Torch and Ghost Spider, both over into the Valley of the Hand on the right. Bass drops in, puts some extra power onto the hand, which means nothing here on turn 6. Here comes the Rogue. Rogue has to compete against the Cloak. The Cloak is gonna put enough power into that lane as Aranya drops into Nidavellir. And in a crazy risk, Zapgaze trying to take a huge chunk off of Watermelon, but instead, Watermelon takes a chunk out of Snapgaze.
Well, that Rogue in the middle would have won, correct? By 1 point, that Rogue in the middle that was being contemplated the entire time would have won that game.
Yeah, it would have. Why would you say
I think
that
it's really
publicly?
easy.
Oh, no.
I think it's really easy for people to like look at Cerebro decks and be like, oh, I didn't Cerebro, I instantly lose. But that situation from Zapgaze really goes a long way of showing you like, hey, that's absolutely incorrect. That is not actually how that works. It might be how that works, but it's not a guarantee for that to be the thing that is going on there. It's a very possible thing, but it's not a guarantee. Here we have, I would argue, a very clear snap from Zapgaze, barring something heinous on that right location, which it seems he is distinctly aware of.
Cosmo? Because the line I know you're seeing is the line I'm seeing, talking about Cerebro, Mystique, Bastion, get all the cards in play. With the Luke Cage
I
in
was
hand,
thinking maybe just be Cerebro Bastion.
ignoring the Mystique entirely. Don't build it in the
For
Bender's
now.
compound. Okay.
Yeah.
In this manner, you might
The
take
issue, the risk
priority.
is Cosmo. The risk is definitely the Cosmo, though. That's sort of the.
Oh, there it is.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like, there are things that can happen here that you're basically fine with, right? You get the extra energy here.
Yeah.
If you get to 10 or more power. So, like, a Mystique on the right doesn't get you to 10.
What do you mean? It's going to add +3. It'll bring
Oh,
them
yeah.
to
Look
10.
at, she got buffed. She's a 3/1 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mystique buff makes a difference?
Mystique buff technically makes a difference. I do think this is probably just Sentinel Bastion into Cosmo Luke Cage would be my guess.
Unless if they decide to move out that Oh, there could be a really cheeky moment that happens here with Bastion on 6. If they think that they're going to move... No. If they think they're going to move
I
out
see
the
what you're
Cosmo,
saying. I doubt it.
If they debate that Cosmo's going to move out at any point, they save the Bastion for turn 6, pick up the Makari, and get an extra Makari to drop on down.
Correct.
That's what they're
Or they just
basically going
play
all in on.
guys.
Yeah. So
Or
if
they
move
just
the
play
Cosmo,
guys.
If they move the Cosmo now, the Bastion goes off. The Aranya gets kicked out. Bastion is just playing the 9, and then Sentinel plays the 9, does not put another one into the hand. Hellion's there for power exclusively. Now sitting on the Madam Web lane with a floating Cosmo or a floating 8-block body.
I think the question is just what lane do we care about here? Like, do we even have to do the Luke Cage thing? We only have to do the Luke Cage thing if we play a card in the left. So, like, why do we care? Right? Like,
yeah.
Is it even, like, wouldn't we just rather play... Luke Cage is fine. He's not getting a Cerebro buff, but it's like, this is pretty chill. I almost think that the actual play here is supposed to be like just play 2 3s. Like it goes.
Yeah.
You can do it a couple of different ways, but
wouldn't it make more sense to put Luke Cage in the right and then the Cosmo in the left? So that
not
way
if you think any card is going in there, because again, Luke Cage is not getting the buff. It would.
No, but because if
fear
you see a Heimdall get dropped, the potential for the left-hand lane to be under 9 power is actually pretty high because of the 3 hits from Jotunheim.
Right. If you want to swap that around, I think that's reasonable. It's just, do you want to swap that around or do you want to all in the right? I don't know about the Luke Cage here. Their worry is basically Aranya Sparky Human Torch. means that we kind of have to contest all three.
Oh, there we go. All right, Cosmo's getting hit out over into the Jotunheim lane. There's Cosmo number 1 over for the side of Zapgaze. In comes the Spider-Punk after being activated for the Aranya, who's going to take down extra power off of the Makari, but struggle to do so because Luke Cage is a thing. That was the play for the Luke Cage, was the prevention of the Spider-Punk, who's just keeping an effort going, really, at this point. The 2 reductions happen over for Jotunheim when all's said and done, and M'Baku!
And M'Baku! We forgot about M'Baku! That's what it is!
The M'Baku casserole!
We were like, oh, why isn't he contesting the left? Why isn't he contesting the left? He doesn't have to contest the left. M'Baku contests the left.
Wow. He actually knew he wanted to lose that lane just to swing it on back. And oh, that is a scary Sinister London.
I am very tempted to just be like, that is a snap. But I
Double
am
Madam
very
Web
unsure.
on it feels good, and losing a spot out of it from Sinister London's definitely gonna hurt. Unless you just say you can drop it all now with priority and flip
right?
it.
Is this not Cerebro Mystique Scarlet Witch?
Yes, that's 100% what it is.
Okay.
This is a snap. Like, yes, you've got 2 Madam Webs you're gonna have to deal with, but
Atalan takes you to. Well, the question is it Cerebro Mystique Scarlet Witch or is it Rogue one of them?
Going, yeah, but then you might lose out. I mean, if you had Bastion in hand, I think it'd be an easier call, but because you don't, I think you're just gonna have to go all in on it right now. Yeah.
Snap this?
I'm guessing not, because you can still rogue the other Madam Web.
The reason you don't want to snap it is, I think, probably Luke Cage related, but I also think you're absolutely never in a million years getting them to stay if they've seen this. I just don't think it's happening.
Show Sinister London to be Savage Land, which clogs that lane temporarily. The rogue might have been the play, because that would have blocked it. And there's Bastion, and they're both stacked into Project Pegasus too.
This is just free cubes.
Oh,
you just snap this and call it a day. Like, we're done here. Yeah, like you snap this and they leave. It's just a free cube. You take your free cube. Like I find it really difficult to believe that you're supposed to stay in this game.
I mean, looking at what's about to happen with the Bastion afterwards,
very difficult to believe.
Yeah. What's even funnier is they can do Bastion Bast if they really wanted to, but there's really no need to. But you know, like, it's an option.
It's just Bastion. The Makari comes down on the left, and then it is Cerebro Mystique Sentinel on the left, and you start spamming G's. You start spamming G's in all chat or whatever.
Yeah,
like this is not. It's not a serious game to play at this point.
Man, the lock of being that rogue and the threat of that rogue is also something to talk about in this matchup. Again, we see 2 threats onto that Madam Web via the rogue specifically.
Pretty important cube there, by the way, because it takes it to 4.
Yeah, single cube. I mean, maybe could that have been a reason to not snap, even if it puts them at 4 or 3? There was no risk because it's the same play as a 4 or a 3.
No, I think that's just you snap that because what if they stay? Like, what if they stay on that? Then you just win.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the world's most impossible thing. It's just pretty unlikely.
With the Bifrost down, Watermelon's got to capitalize on it as best they can as well. And they say that they can. They snapped. They're pushing themselves in for 4 and saying this is the one that will bring you to the deficit. And let's just tie it all up at 4, says Zapgaze.
I just imagine that a lot of their snaps are dependent on having a Madam Web. And with the rogue in hand, I'm kind of just like, I'm chilling. Like, I'm good. It's I'll chill on this. I'm good.
All right, Sewer System doesn't feel good, but Bast converting the Cerebro and Mystique definitely do. Starlit Citadel, interesting. Looks like we're securing ourselves the Scarlet Witch on the left.
Well,
there
could be a worse thing.
Citadel's gonna happen first. Oh, which is the lesser of two evils? I think it's X-Mansion.
You got to get rid of X-Mansion because you run Luke Cage.
Yeah.
You just have to get rid of X-Mansion.
And Watermelon pushes
You run
it
Luke
again.
Cage.
You run Luke
I
Cage.
think
You gotta
have to stay
believe in
here.
it. You've got to believe in the Luke Cage right now.
It's not a happy thing, but I think it might just be what you have to do.
Lechugia. So see the flips. The Cerebro on the left is safe.
I'm almost wondering if it's supposed to be Cerebro. Like, if it wasn't a Lechugia, I'd be thinking, let's Cerebro right so I can get a second Scarlet Witch. In fact, I still think if Bastion shows up here, it's Bastion on Lechugia just to get rid of that Scarlet Witch. Like, that is where we're at. That is more important than the point output here. It is making sure that happens.
Watch the Cerebro reinforce that Scarlet Witch as Ghost Spider's going to drag from the Sewer System that Human Torch, ramping it up to 6 power. Here is the Madam Web. All the locations shuffle around. Lechugia is now on the left-hand side as the Makari also drops in there. And Cosmo is the draw for 5. No Luke Cage yet in hand, and both players in 4-4 right now. One of them is 2 turns away from the World Finals.
Mystique Sentinel, pray to God.
Load it all up in the left and the right. That's really what it's looking like right now.
Well, you can still draw Luke Cage.
Yeah, you could. But just in case.
The load it all up game plan loses to this Human Torch. So this is what it is.
Second guessing their decision, deciding to maybe back out the Sentinel, deciding once again, let's go ahead and lock it in. Wait for the move outs. See what is happening here with the Madam Web. Watermelon taking their time. Lot at stake here to go up against Teebs.
Yeah, for Zapgaze, this is just very simple. Like,
and here we go.
It happens or it doesn't.
Human Torch is going to move into the Lechugia, shoot up to 12. Mystique's going to copy the Cerebro effect, bring out all of those 3s now up from 6 to 9, reinforcing 19 and 18 in the parenthesis lanes. You go down with the Sentinel, put another one into the hand. Sparky brings back the Human Torch, gives it up to a 29 power, and Aranya plus Dagger brings a load of power, and there's the Luke Cage! Top deck
everything
Luke
is different
Cage. Exactly. Everything just changed right here with priority and a Cosmo.
It's not just the priority and the Cosmo. It's like, okay, if there's a Dagger moving out here, are they going to try to win one of the side lanes without Human Torch and leave the Human Torch in the middle? In that case, do I actually care about Luke Cage? This is not a game that is won by any stretch of the imagination. Now, Luke Cage is a bunch of points in the middle. It is 29 points. If Human Torch stays in the middle, it is a loss. So if Human Torch stays in the middle and something else can win those other lanes, you will lose this game. So I think you play for Human Torch not staying in the middle, and you put the Cosmos somewhere else. You say Human Torch moves, and I have to just assume that they are going to target one of the side lanes with that, and that I win the middle. So the Cosmo has to go somewhere else. The major question is, do they think something in the middle is going to be worth turning off?
Knowing that Luke Cage also hasn't been drawn yet, we could also see another massive Sparky play, but it's a single card. It looks like we got the Heimdall. The Dagger's going to go over to the right-hand side. Here comes the Luke Cage into the mid, followed by the Cosmo. Flip over the cards on your left-hand side. There's your Heimdall shimmying everybody over. Lechugia shoots up to 44. Sewer System's going to take on even more power as Dagger's going to absorb from those 4 pickups, but even with Aranya bringing the Heimdall back into the mid, it's not enough. And Zapgaze moves on with Cerebro 3 to the World Finals.
That was one of the craziest plays I've ever seen in my life from Watermelon there. It was doing the exact math we talked about, right? It was like, all right.
Wow.
The levels to that were incredible. First of all, what I was talking about with like, let's put the Cosmos somewhere else, that is what Watermelon was expecting Zapgaze to do.
Yeah.
And so Zapgaze playing on that level above that plays for they're going to Heimdall and put the Heimdall into the mid lane, wins by exactly the calculated amount. Immensely deserved.
Absolutely. Absolutely fantastic showing, to say the minimum. A mastery of that deck and understanding every possible scenario to work out, and just tried everything they could. But man, Cerebro 3 is in the world final against Arisham.
Could you think of a more like diverse matchup in terms of how the community feels about these decks? I personally think Arisham is overhated and Cerebro is underhated. So these two are very similar for me. The community does not agree with that.
Maybe after this, that might flip, because in about 30 seconds, the finals are up ahead, y'all. Stick around. Let's see the excitement in the chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You really got me with that one.
Months in the making. 3 international qualifiers. Thousands of players. Millions of minutes watched. And it all comes down to this. This is the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series final of finals. It is the ultimate final. KM, how you feeling, man?
I don't think I could have written a script that was funnier than this. The one Cerebro 3 player in the field, Cerebro, a deck that has been utterly maligned and regarded as a pure meme, to the point that content creators invented the Cerebro challenge, where the gag was you had to win with the deck. This is a deck that has recently gotten buffed. It is, and that buff has made it one of the top contenders in the metagame, but somehow still underrated. Where many people at the very high end of ladder regard it as a massive threat, it hasn't had a public coming out party until right now in the hands of Zapgaze. The other hand has Arisham in it, a fully extremely powerful deck which is willing to weaponize random generation, tech pieces, all the things everyone complains about in MarvelSnap to do crazy, wacky, wild things. all the things everyone loves about MarvelSnap. Cerebro at this point in my mind is a solid and powerful deck that nobody came prepared for in the way they came prepared for things like Move. Arishem is a deck that it's just very hard to prepare for. These are two players that absolutely deserve to be here. Teebs and Zapgaze, extremely good. Let's see what happens.
I am excited, to say the minimum. As a quick refresher, we have the Teebs deck here, the Arishem, Thanos, Monty, Chaos. On top of that, we then have the Chaos of Zapgaze with Cerebro, 3, and Bastion. Players are organizing themselves right now, figuring out their matchup as we get ready for it. Are you ready, sir?
I have never been more ready for anything in my entire life.
Let's do it. We are looking at a round 1, turn 1 retreat that just happened from Zapgaze as we go into the next round. Teebs immediately putting a reality stone from their Monty, and it looks like we have an error in disconnect right now. So they're reconnecting and starting themselves back up. So while they get themselves set back up, because we want to present the finals right. They want to battle it right. I was watching in the background, wasn't sure if they were still going forward or not. It looks like there was a small error because we want to do it right. And both of these players have incredible integrity about this as well. I'm getting this in my ear that they had a weird connect in the very first round, hence why KM talked a little bit longer. We want to make sure that you, our audience, also have the best matchup possible. So when we take a look at this Arishem list right now, I want to break down one specific thing in regards to it. Let me put it back here on the screen. The surprising thing to me, I think honestly, has been the value of Valentina so far. I think Valentina has consistently showed itself in the different matchups that we've seen throughout the entire day, yet alone Teebs' matches in particular, where that Valentina on 2, I think, has been under-respected for getting a 6-drop down on turn 3.
If you built an Arishem card from the ground up, it would look like Valentina. Now, it hasn't always been like this. It used to be, if you built an Arishem card from the ground up, it would look like Agent Coulson, because playing that on 2 into good cards on 3, you're very happy to do that. They got rid of that ability for Arishem to actually effectively do that. Now Valentina is what it looks like when you just have a card built for Arishem from the ground up. Do I believe that's what was intended? No, but that's how it worked out.
I think, and simultaneously to that, as we talked about before, the prominence and the ease of just dropping a Spider-Punk into this deck is something to also note. The ability to interact with your opponent in a 7-power way for so easy, for so cheap, is something that fits incredibly well into this deck as well. While the disconnect is happening, the reconnect, I should say, excuse me, is happening on the side of Zapgaze with Teebs, I also want to showcase the first round as we go into it live. They just connected. It looks like we're ready and set to go. Now, I think we're good to go as we watch. The discard from Sokovia was Makari.
You could probably find worse cards to discard.
But it's a free card. The Bast would have been great here because, I mean, that's got to feel decent.
I would imagine that this matchup generally is favored for Cerebro. The thing is, in any matchup where Cerebro exists, it's pretty hard for you to conclusively win your favored matchups because your deck is entirely reliant on one card.
I'm surprised at the Bast play here so early because you have Vibranium Mines. And it seemed like it would have been a nice way to get a little bit of a priority play into here, playing something down on the Vibranium Mines. That way, if you draw one of them, you can reduce it down. But instead, they're going with the safety play of the Luke Cage and bastioning the M'Baku and Luke Cage back into their hand.
You absolutely never want to play on Vibranium Mines if you haven't drawn Cerebro. It's not about them being 4. It's about them being... You're just not doing it.
Yeah, very true.
Like, that is true, and we would have liked to be able to do that, and it's possible he was setting up for getting a Bast back. I fully believe that that was possible before the Hala revealed, but that wasn't a thing that you could do once that Hala showed up.
Hala on the board means just trying to get 3s into your hand right now and hoping for a top deck. Get the Luke Cage.
If
get
you
the
draw
M'Baku.
Cerebro, you win.
Yeah.
Pretty much it. The Arshen deck has done absolutely nothing so far. So draw Cerebro, win game, call it a day.
Spider-Punk, not really very affected here with the double potential Luke Cage-ness, so they really can't take any power away. And just playing, it looks like just dumping the hand, just playing some 3s and keep the Mystique in hand with a little bit of hope. Both players are throwing rocks.
I kind of don't know that you actually need the Mystique. Not entirely positive you need that.
You never know.
It's
going
really
up against
just
Cerebro. I mean,
is there a
Cerebro?
Cerebro? Is it happening? The other question is, will Teebs be willing to test that it's happening?
Fair. Rogue Jeff. A little bit of movable power, at least with Jeff. I like the flexibility. Show that indecision. They do have Spider-Punk that they can move for their power as well to keep some competition in Vibranium Mines without risking Vibranium Mines. But Teeb says, I have everything. I'm going to drop it all and watch the chaos. Here comes the Reality Stone, turning it into the Abbey, which is going to get an extra draw for Zapgaze because it was only a Sentinel on the top of the deck. They may have gotten Cerebro now because of the Abbey. Watch as the Soul Stone flips on over into Vibranium Mines, putting 3 of those Vibranium into the deck. Here's a Patriot just for some extra power and reasons, and they draw the Cerebro because of the Abbey.
Reality is often painful, and boy, is it ever painful here.
This is a playback
Reality
Tease is not going to want to watch.
Reality is often disappointing.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh my lord.
You can move the Jeff. You have the Cerebro in hand. Is, like you said, is the Mystique necessary right now? Because there's a lot of negativity that just happened with the Yellow Jacket, which is what I'm trying to understand. Is there another play here that's about to happen that I'm missing?
I'm wondering a little bit about, to me, I look at this and I'm like, what am I worried about? I'm worried about Eliath. I'm worried about Eliath. I'm worried about something big in the right lane. That's pretty much it.
All right, watch the Spider-Punk move on over. It's going to attempt to hit the Rogue and hit nothing. It's an Enchantress, which hits the Luke Cage.
But
Misses Cerebro. The priority gets all screwed up because of the moves earlier. Watch the Space Stone, and Cerebro's going to reinforce the rest of the board, shoot everything up to 6, and Mystique copies on top of it, bringing all those 3s up to 9, stealing the left and the right.
So I can see how the idea for that makes sense. The issue is when Luke Cage is on the board, stuff doesn't get afflicted. If you afflicted stuff before Luke Cage was there,
right,
then, or after Luke Cage was there, it would have happened. If moves still worked the way it used to work,
old move, right,
that play functions, and there is only one Cerebro proc on the right lane. I don't know if that's actually what happened. Like, I don't know if this is like, oh, that's what happened here. Yeah. I do know that Teebs is, if I get snapped on this, I'm thinking I have to Cosmo that Isle of Silence because there is a Legion dropping on there. If someone snaps Isle of Silence against me as a Cerebro deck, oh yeah, you're right. I can't Cosmo that.
Yes.
Maybe they were just snapping Echo. I don't know. I think you're just supposed to leave. I can't imagine that there's anything you can do.
Yeah, because if
about
they've got
a Legion,
Echo and Enchantress.
Yeah, you just hope that wasn't a Legion snap is basically where you're at. Because if that was a Legion snap, you're on Scarlet Witch outs kind of deal. Which, I mean, hey,
yeah, whatever. As you said,
I guess.
I actually don't know if... Yeah, I mean, they're going to have... I think they're seeing what I'm seeing, which was the Cosmo needing to go down in that lane to potentially have to protect the Cerebros entirely.
Is this Bastion? I don't hate it. It's numbers, right?
I mean, as we say, it's a play.
I'm still just really scared of Legion Isle of Silence. Like I'm looking at that like
they might be planning for that and looking to Scarlet this turn, knowing that they can probably steal Prio with this.
Thing is,
that's what you're leaning
in
on,
a way it is Legion Isle of Silence. You can still Scarlet Witch to allow yourself a Cerebro lane.
Here goes the flip. It's a Mercury over into Eternity Range and Omniversal Presence, which flips into Celestial. And it brings another 3.
Of course, why would it not?
That may actually
right?
be huge. With Luke Cage in hand, that helps to protect the Isle of Silence from a little bit of chaos. You've got things like Spider-Punk, right? You'll be able to protect that lane with the Zorn.
Sort of. I do wonder.
Thanks for the confidence in that, sort of. I felt that deep in my opinions. But
if they play a Legion, you're still not being able to play the card Cerebro. And if they play a Legion, Luke Cage doesn't exist. It's really just that, like the fear of Isle of Silence being everywhere. That when someone snaps Isle of Silence, I'm just looking at that like, all right, well, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
And we got a 611 cord. Go ahead and keep Eternity Range low. And so if they're trying to throw the priority here, I mean, that's got to be what they're leaning on. No, it's Legion.
I guess my follow-up question would be that doesn't actually win the right lane. That does. Yeah, if you do that. I'll be honest with you.
Scarlet Witch
Cerebro? I would Scarlet Witch Cerebro the left here.
Right?
I would do
that. I don't
Yep.
know. I don't know why you don't. Oh, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to play against what could maybe play into Celestial. No, that doesn't make any sense though. Zorn moves it out, sure, but I don't see a benefit to it necessarily.
I would imagine I'm still kind of staring. Like I feel like this all makes sense. It's just I don't know if I feel confident in doing the Luke Cage instead of the Scarlet Witch. Is the idea that you're baiting a Spider-Punk out and that the Spider-Punk is going to go in the middle and that's what's happening? Like the Zorn is baiting a Spider-Punk to show up here. Other alternative is what if that Mercury goes into the left lane here? The Cerebro just doesn't happen. I'm really scared of not doing the Scarlet Witch.
No, it doesn't because
really
the Mercury would disable. Mercury would disable in the Isle of Silence. Here goes the Cerebro. The Zorn is going to shoot it over into the mid because reasons. And Isle of Silence stays on as is. We've got the Enchantress, which whiffs in the Isle of Silence. I'm not fully following that one. And a Power Stone afterwards. And Zapgaze holds on to that one against teams for 4. What did I miss here?
What do you mean?
Enchantress?
Are you asking why it was a stay?
Why was it Enchantress in the left?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying it was just the Enchantress needed to come down to try to snipe a Cerebro in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that would have won the right.
Yeah.
And the left.
I think maybe Teebs was playing around the same Scarlet Witch. Like, you'll notice that the play Teebs made, it beat the
Scarlet Witch Cerebro.
Well, it wouldn't have, because Zorn would have still moved the Cerebro mid.
True.
It beats it if all of the cards, if the Jeff stays mid, it beats it, right?
Yeah.
There's so many permutations of that.
Oh, okay. I love when this happens. Here we go. We got Legion Sakar right away. Then the Scarlet Witch gets pulled. Panopticron's going to benefit the Space Stone in the mid, and then additionally, an evil Enchantress followed by the Sentinel. The Enchantress getting pulled from Sakaar was big right there.
I can't believe we keep coming down to this, like, is Zapgaze going to draw Cerebro? Anyway, we're there again. Is Zapgaze going to draw Cerebro? One thing that's notable here is Panopticron, actually quite bad for a deck that is going to play as many Sentinels as Zapgaze's deck is here.
Yep, as well as Bastion bringing up extra cards as well. It's a whole bunch of copies. So this is, I think, exclusively left and right, and
it's not
pretty
exclusive.
Committed.
I wouldn't say it's exclusive. I think it's very
to use
possible that
Bastion,
there is.
that's what I'm saying. If you're looking to do any kind of Bastion shenanigans, there is a
Well, if
world
you're
where you
Bastioning-
Bastion the Scarlet Witch and then just play it again.
Correct. That is a very real world, by the way.
Let's see if they see the same world. We're going into turn 4 here. Teebs is got everything for them right now. This is all in every turn. Oh, sorry, no, this is round 3. So they've got to win this to maybe have a chance. Dropping in the Spider-Punk into Panopticron. Bastion's going to bring up more Sentinels. And the Makari's going to hit on the left. Do they draw the Cerebro? They got the Mystique. That feels nice, but do they draw the Cerebro?
Luke Cage has to go middle if you're going to make this play, right? I guess not.
Yeah,
what do I know?
Why?
I was thinking it would be Luke Cage middle, Sentinel on the right. It's just, do you draw Cerebro then?
Yeah, this whole feeling here is exclusively, am I top decking Cerebro on 6? I think Zapgaze might win it. If they do, they do!
Oh.
The Cerebro on 6!
Have you ever seen such cruelty?
This could be it for Zapgaze, about to shoot a tremendous amount of power into the Sakaars.
Well, we saw an Echo last game. Is there an Echo in that mid lane?
There's a Giganto, and on top of that, there's an Okoye. That's it. Watch it happen, folks. Cerebro drops into Panopticron. Mystique flips into Panopticron. Takes on the Cerebros. Sakaar, shoot on up. Ladies and gentlemen, Zapgaze, with the magic of M'Baku, has won the Golden Gauntlet World Championship.
Congratulations to Zapgaze. The reason he didn't do the Luke Cage Sentinel play was to optimize for M'Baku. He wanted the space for if he drew Cerebro to get M'Baku out there in the World Champion M'Baku. I want to start there. World Champion M'Baku. It happened. It's real.
It's a thing.
World Champion Cerebro. It happened. It's real.
Yep.
We are here. This is the world we live in right now.
Yep. He was buffed 2 days ago, and he brought Zapgaze to winning 75,000 collector's tokens, 25,000 gold, a plethora of borders and variants, and will be the only person in all of MarvelSnap to rock the champion card back. On top of that, congratulations, Zapgaze.
That is unbelievable. Wow. Just an unbelievable performance. Again, like Zapgaze is someone who I've known for a while. That's a familiar name if you're a card gamer.
Yeah.
You probably have heard of what this guy has done. And when we sort of prepped for this tournament, like I don't want to do like too much behind the scenes, but he came into my stream and was like, what do you think I should play in the tournament? And the advice I gave him was just like, if you want to have a good performance, play Cerebro 3 or negative. And I thought that we were optimizing for like a high floor, just like something easy and simple. I didn't realize that it was the best deck in the game.
Yeah.
Like he has also, and I want to be super clear about this. He has played probably more Cerebro 3 than basically any other deck in MarvelSnap. So in as much as anyone has experience with this list, he was very easily able to get to it. Another huge shout out, if you are a Zapgaze fan, is to Jay Walla, who got in touch with him and convinced him, where I failed to convince him, not to play Jennifer Kale in this deck. So
I mean, every single move was beautifully calculated. You watched the optimization of power and the optimization of literally M'Baku. The value, the number of times we saw that and kept forgetting about that, I think is also something to note too, that this is a deck that has, in many ways, 2 free cards. It can have up to 2 free cards in it, and that's a lot of power. Additionally, I am happy and sad to see that match happen the way that it did, because it was stellar gameplay. And we also need to recognize Teebs for an unbelievable showing. Teebs has regularly been in the top 16s, constantly one of the more consistent competitive MarvelSnap players that I've seen, and made it all the way to the finals with a ridiculously strong Arishem list.
I can't say enough good things about Teebs. Teebs is someone that has been around as a part of the MarvelSnap community for an extended period of time. One of the coolest people I have ever met. An absolutely deserved grinder, and actually someone you would know if you followed the Hearthstone scene as well. This is someone who has done very well in other card games and has brought that skill to Snap in a way that I feel has gone under-recognized relative to how incredible they have performed.
They did absolutely incredible. And oh man, I am excited to see the next couple of days in the world of MarvelSnap. People looking at all of the different decks that were played, all of the different interactions that we got to see. This was just a ridiculously impressive last, how long have we been going now? This was a 10 hours. 7 rounds of Swiss, but that's not even counting all of the qualifiers beforehand in addition to it. KM, you've been with me here casting these final rounds throughout the entire Golden Gauntlet. We've seen some of the best gameplay MarvelSnap has to offer, some of the wildest moments that anybody watching any kind of competitive game would love to see and be excited for. Is there anything that you would like to say in regards to this moment, right as we get to the very end of these incredible World Finals?
Always snap on ego, apparently. That is what we have learned. That is what we have learned. Always snap on ego. It will get you to the World Finals. It might not get your opponent to the World Finals, but it will get you to the World Finals. I am so impressed with everything that has happened today. A bunch of incredible play from a bunch of incredible players. I could not be happier to watch what happened in this entire tournament, to see what competitive MarvelSnap can be, and to help shepherd it into becoming what I truly believe it can be in the future. And I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity. Guests, of course, the people at Game On Events, the people at Second Dinner who allow me to do this. I only want to express gratitude for being a part of this.
It's been one incredible ride, and I want to remind the community simultaneously, this is not the end. This might be, for this series, the 2025 Golden Gauntlet. This might be the end of this road, but it is not the end for watching and participating in these amazing tournaments. In January, the second Saturday in January, MarvelSnap is proud to present the Snowball Showdown. We are going to have another massive community tournament as a part of the yearly Winterverse celebration, and it is your chance to compete against some of the best players in MarvelSnap and your chance to win insane prizes as well. KM, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. We've been here months in the making, and now this is the final moment. Any final words?
KM guessed for life, and then I'm gonna try to guess which direction you are because my camera's reversed, and do like a fist bump across here.
Fine. Well, behind
Yeah,
the barrier.
yeah.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. That's all I've got to say. Thank you so much. I guess this is about me signing off for the World Championships. I've been KM Best. You have been phenomenal. And I mean that to everyone watching and everyone behind the scenes as well. It's just such a pleasure to work with this team and such a pleasure to bring these events to you. I truly hope that you will see more of this in the future and more competitive MarvelSnap. And also more free stuff being given away. Shout out to all of those giveaways that happened in the chat.
And for those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. It has been beyond a pleasure to be a part of this entire process. It has been over a year in the making to lead to this specific moment. Months of preparation and planning, qualifiers, and absolutely incredible teams. The entire Game On Events team, the entire Second Dinner and MarvelSnap team for supporting this showcase of the best in the game. KM, have a wonderful night. To the community, have a wonderful night. And we'll see y'all next time.